I'm barely breathing. I'm falling 'cause my heart stopped beating. This is how it all goes down tonight. And this is how you bring me back to life. This is what it's like when we collide. And this is how you bring me back to life.
Well, hello everyone and welcome back to the EU RMR Day 2, the qualification for the major in Antwerp from PGL Esports. Really excited to welcome you all to this second day. We had some battle lines drawn already yesterday and one serious upset. So if you didn't catch all of the action, let's take a look back before we get into today. Welcome to the European RMR, the qualifier for the PGL Esports Major in Antwerp. It's going to be a heck of a week.
Damage has been set up though, and so Boomich will happily mow them down. Boomich keeps it clean. Bazooka. Oh,
made a meal of that one.
That is, yeah, that's a big meal.
Kickert still finds the first, and there is another one for him. 4 kills on the round. The smokes go down. Kickert wants to go through. You can see it flashes perfect. He swings out and finds the third. 180 for the fourth.
There's the peek from James, just going to spam into the smoke, and one by one, they all fall down.
Rops has just taken the middle part of the play out, and Rops with a third.
Steps on out, grabs one, and the second.
Now Brokey,
Scrappy.
Oh, it is certainly scrappy, but Brokey still gets away with it. And a stylish way to close the first half. Woxic trying to figure out where he's gone, but Brokey just executes him. 16-4. FaZe have their first win here in Bucharest.
Norway with 2-1 Deeks, making this costly.
Ooh.
Make that 3. Gonna take the bait, but Norway with 2 finds the double frag.
They do push sharp, hard spam from Teslas. 3 frags into the round for him. Heroic do pick it up in the end.
Apex's flank will be everything on the backside, and 2 kills collected. A third picked up for Apex. The flank around the back. Dupree has them looking the wrong way. He'll knock one down, and now Heat Force realizes he's in a sandwich of Vitality players, and he's the meat. Here we go. Dupree found a couple. Oh, soften it up so much. The double HE comes on in.
Poison gets the trade, and the spray is there as well. Poison needs to land the shot, does.
Poison ready for the fight, hits it. Poison sprinting straight in. He was hungry for the kill. There's another MP9, and it's going to slay. Of course, it's Messi that just farms them up. Quick switch onto the P2000 as well.
He's looking for more. They've run boosted across, and he lands the third.
Oh, he saw the shadow, goes back for the no-scope.
Valde blinded, still finds the head of JDC. Dexter cracks open. Okay, Torshi just burns down. Oh, it's good. He's got the pick. Now got the second chance for some wider fight this time.
Yeah.
Valde, he knows the Ryder, and Torsi is able to pull off the 1v2. Flames up on top of the balcony, and 2 headshots line up for 3. Flames is just shutting it down.
Siverson fast flicks on the AWP. Hits 2, wants a third, seeing the leg, there's the head.
He's walked up straight into the smoke. All right, as it fades, he lands it. Thompson's not going to be able to react in time. Roman, he's in this position where he has to multi-frag cleanly, and he does exactly that. 4 kills go his way, pulls out the USP, finds the ace.
Rops going over boxes, caught by Zywoo. Zywoo hones in on him, another kill from the Opper, and that's the end of the half. Masuda favored to pick up that duel, and Magisk also continues to crack heads. Kerrigan now on the clutch. Will get the 1 wall bang, but that is the end of it. As he sees that second, oh, he just snaps it down to Masuda. That is beautiful from Twist.
Oh, he sees an elbow. It's only a little more damage to forZe. He's brought him down to 1-shot range, but he's just playing on the back of Freiburg. Oh, nice. He's isolated the fight. And there's the dig. They're running at him. Oh my god, the Glock's out.
Might do it solo. 3 kills from the in-game leader, and he will end the map and series.
Suddenly there are CTs pushing into all the nooks and crannies. Cadian gets a kill from beyond the grave. The AK gets picked up, and Alex, 1 versus 3 from Cat. He taps, he clutches! Tessa's gonna just continue to apply this pressure. Oh, and it all comes crumbling down around them. That's it.
Shelfie over the stairs, doubles up with that bomb drop down below.
He just catches them dropping out. Shelfie with a double, can't stop the bomb plant. Very little time left. If he dies, that could be the round. Dropped out in the open, and luckily enough, Kenzie's there.
Tap to the side of the head, or spray into the side of the body. Volda still behind the firebox, comes around.
Oh my god.
Dude. So fast, dude.
Got him blind. Holy
He's just not missing.
Oh boy. Oh
And
my
a knife.
god.
Oh, it's insult to injury.
BMAS helps out as Dexter gets a triple.
With support from Torshi moving in, it is a quick mowdown.
Flashes into the site. Shady with a good spot. Takes 2 with him. Oh, JDC trades. They won it.
They're coming in for the
They won it.
backstab. They could have the knife.
We've got this close push-up from Yukinder, and that's what he does. Catches you off guard. Beauty of a 3K from Yukinder. Crimbo, your chance to clutch 2 crucial 1v2s back-to-back against the first team they beat today.
Oh!
And he whips it back around. Kicker,
the bullets!
The gun's empty. He gets the reload. Now it's desperate. Come on, Kicker. No!
They don't check Ninja for Arky, who goes on a tear. Stadado with the orb, Styles upon them, 3 in the round. Just, this is phenomenal. Out from behind the pillar, good for 3.
Well, the Portuguese side with a very, very convincing win at the end of day 1 of the EU RMR. My name is Shox, and I am joined here by Bled and by Maniac as my analyst desk. Geniuses, yeah? Every day maybe a compliment?
All right, that's how we intro today.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Behind
This
that?
is much nicer than Banks, I'll just tell you that.
Yeah, Banks doesn't treat us like this.
I know.
Let's establish
Genius?
standards. How to
Wow.
be nice with each other.
But you know how it is, I start off soft and then, you know. Okay. Speaking about starting off soft or maybe not that good, let's take a look at the standings after our first day of games yesterday. As I said already, battle lines were drawn. Remember, this is to get to that major, and a couple of teams certainly got the job done and will be on the brink of making it today, Maniac.
You're absolutely right. I think mostly logic has been followed yesterday. The one surprise, and I'm sure we're going to touch on it a little bit later, is Big already being up there 2-0 with a very decisive win over Outsiders. We're going to talk about it. When it comes to the teams trying to survive today, I would be lying if I say a lot of surprises. Maybe Dignitas, of course, had a very tight game against Internal Fire, but these would be the teams that at first sight you would expect to have to fight for survival.
Absolutely. Like, I think the Big Outsiders matchup as well, if you're talking about upsets, it is an upset, but at the same time, Big have shown some pretty good signs overall, right? Ever since they added Crimbo and everything, so it's good to see that particular experiment kind of come to fruition and kind of work out for them. But yeah, as you said, every game kind of playing out the way we expected.
Yeah, mostly so. There were some surprises and some very interesting series, and I want to talk about FaZe versus Vitality yesterday. Of course, FaZe coming in there as the favorite, as they should, but Vitality is the team that we have been talking about a lot in terms of can they get it together, can they fix that puzzle so that they can beat these top-tier opponents. And Mathieu, they came so close.
They came close, you're right. It wasn't enough, unfortunately. I will say, considering the expectations that we have when it comes to Vitality and what they had displayed the last few weeks, I'll take it. I'll take it. Look, my French heart bled a little bit. I would have wanted them to obviously close it towards the very end. They were in a position where they could have pushed FaZe on the brink. A couple of individuals were shining as they should. Dupree is keeping going on with his streak in Vitality. He's been masterful. You have Zywoo, who's starting to play good Counter-Strike again, and Lord knows that's needed for Vitality. So a couple of good signs. But again, versus FaZe, your margin for error is almost non-existent.
I love how Maniac's nationality
I can switch, okay?
Yeah,
I can switch.
it kind of oscillates depending on how Vitality's playing good or bad. But yeah, jokes aside, they really put up a fight yesterday. I also enjoyed the way they were winning those rounds, right? We can obviously talk about the individuals. We had Dupree, again, kind of rolling back to years, showing age is just a number. And what I liked here is not ZywOo dropping a 30 bomb to make it competitive. Everyone is really chipping in. And the fact that they were able to make FaZe sweat. There were a couple of rounds yesterday where FaZe were literally trapped at T-spawn on Mirage, which you would not expect a team like FaZe to be struggling.
I know the one you're talking about. That was one of the most beautiful round of Counter-Strike we
loved
had in a long time.
I loved it. They kept pressing, and they almost made... Actually, no, they made FaZe bleed. But unfortunately, FaZe able to get the win. But if you're a Vitality fan, you're pretty happy with that game.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I love that. And I know whenever we say that, people will go like, no, F that. I want my team to win. But when you look at the context of everything that's been happening and what they're trying to figure out, it's great. I think specifically also maybe the last point here, Apex having some clutch rounds as well as where you see he was really in the moment, obviously in that mid-round calling for Vitality specifically. That means it's all starting to go a little bit better, right?
Sure, we're looking for signs of improvement because the last few weeks have been nothing short of abysmal. If you're a Vitality fan, working on the map pool, of course, Vitality now tackling this Mirage challenge. We have to remember the Astralis core didn't really play the map, so they've accepted to play Mirage versus FaZe, and it didn't look foolish. Yes, Apex, IGL styles as well, having the calls, having the feelings. These are good signs, better signs.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is for this team, and I brought this analogy yesterday on the desk as well, where you have the right ingredients. You have one of the best players on the planet to ever touch Counter-Strike in that team. You have multiple major winners, major winning coach, everything's there, but there's a certain catalyst missing for this lineup. And Pimp said yesterday, it's probably time. And maybe that was the answer all along.
Maybe it was, but of course, FaZe is still doing a fantastic job, also showing real resiliency in that match versus Vitality. Next up, we touched on it already. Outsiders up versus Big. Big had a phenomenal first day here at the RMR, and this was the only upset of the day, and I know that Blair was very disappointed by the map choice from Outsiders.
Yeah, like as everyone would say, they are kind of the favorites, despite the fact that they kind of capitulated during Pro League. They have the players, the individuals, and for Big, you have Crimbo coming in, new team, a lot of question marks. Do you really want to go on a map where Big have historically been really, really solid on, right? I really didn't feel that was a right pick. But then again, Sirison, you got to give credit where it's due. He delivered. He's been living under the moniker of being a so-called onliner so very long. But yesterday in the server, he was lethal. And Crimbo, man, this kid playing probably the most important game of his life. And he comes in clutch.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. To an extent where I wonder if this is sustainable. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm excited when I see Crimbo clutching. I'm excited when I see him having that kind of impact. And then if we're going to do the comparison with Kido, then obviously he's a huge plus. But can we see that repetitively? Can we hope for Crimbo to do that? Like, I always ask the hard questions.
I love it. And I love it because that's what you're supposed to do, right? But for Big, I mean, it's Outsiders, right? It's not just like the caliber of teams that they have grown accustomed to beating. And yes, you have to talk about how Outsiders, the map choice, as well as maybe the play from some of the individuals. But this is a great sign for one of the great orgs in CS, right? Trying to get back to that former success.
Sure, you're absolutely correct. And Blaze, spot on when he says Dust 2, allowing Big to get the Dust 2 could have been a mistake, tactically speaking, if you're Outsiders. You know it's a map that Tabson has put a lot of work in. Also with the nades, they were one of the first few teams to do that drop nade in spawn. My point is they gave a lot of thought and time into this Dust 2. They were allowed to play the map, and they punished Outsiders. Now, that's a signal, that's a warning for every single team that's going to play Big.
It is. Let's move on to our next match and talk about Na'Vi just a little bit. Coming into yesterday and the day, it was like, oh, they can only disappoint. And even though it was a little bit worrisome versus forZe, maybe a bit, versus OG, it was a lot of the Na'Vi we know and love, led by Simple once again, but did his supporting cast also show up, Bleh?
It was like, yeah, like you mentioned, right? The first game against Quasar, you're like, 16-12 against the CIST, but this is Na'Vi. A little bit of a slow start, a best of one. It's ancient as well. The scoreline can be a little bit misleading at times, but against OG, I'll be real, OG really didn't stand a chance, right? It was basically Na'Vi in full flow. We had Simple playing the way Simple does, and Electronic, here's the thing, he had a quiet first game, and you're like, oh, maybe he's not feeling well.
He had a horrible first game.
He had a horrible first map, but the way he was able to bounce back, 20 kills, 11 deaths, over 100 ADR, but that pales in comparison to the GOAT of Counter-Strike right there.
That's the Na'Vi treatment. And it's really sad for OG, but we prefaced it. If Na'Vi actually show up full 100%, there's not a lot of teams out there that can sustain the fight. Definitely not OG. Simple is slowly but surely building a new paradigm for numbers. Like, he's on his own category. He's alone. I usually have a folder where I keep tracks and stats of all the numbers. He doesn't even fit in my color code anymore. I don't even know what color to use.
Just invent a new color.
176 over 2 games. What kind of ridiculous number is that?
2 games though. It's still ridiculous.
day,
It's
2
still
games.
it's still ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He's just broken almost every record. It's like he's dropping a 1.5 rating every tournament on an
With
average
about a
right now.
9.
Yeah.
It-
I'll play the maniac here then. But now we have to see, obviously, when they qualify for that major, when they go into that deep run, obviously they weren't too happy with the Katowice result after all. We'll keep following the story, but obviously the man is absolutely fantastic. Let's take a look at the schedule and the matches we have today. As said, it's getting spicy because we could say goodbye to some teams, and some teams could book legend status going into the major play.
Absolutely, and for me, there are a couple of games there that really pique my interest and get me very excited. Heroic versus Na'Vi, and then later on you have Big with the real test against the #1 team on the planet right now, that is FaZe. Those 2 games are going to be absolute bangers.
I mean, Heroic versus Na'Vi, I feel like has always delivered. The only time was truly Katowice where Na'Vi made a statement. Other than that, we're talking about series that went to 3 maps very frequently, very regularly. It's worth mentioning, Heroic as a core never took down Na'Vi in a best of 3. This is still something that they are yet to achieve. But also, if you look at B-Stream, if you're Vitality, you play against Eternal Fire, please do not make the mistake of thinking, listen, if we just lost to FaZe, we played beautiful Counter-Strike, this is going to be easy peasy. Vitality is not in a place where they have enough confidence and stability to think like that. They have to take every single game 100%.
We know which game Maniac's going to be watching in the green room, I'm just saying.
I mean, you guys can handle the next state,
We'll watch OG. We'll watch OG.
Thank you.
We've got a lot to talk about and not a lot of time, so let's do our best. Outsiders versus MOUZ we will have as a second game of the day on the A stream. And we talked a lot about Big's victory yesterday, but let's talk a little bit about Outsiders then themselves, right? And we had a big talking point about Yakindar in the green room and how the guy approaches his opening duels for Outsiders.
Listen, the guy is the best entry in the world right now. Win or lose, he's been insane. We can take a look at some of the stats, and I know it's still a very small sample size. What blows my mind is as a hard entry, you're probably going for like 25% of the opening deals for your team, right? Like 25 to close to 30. Yakindar was just like breaking the rules pretty much. Like if you look he went for 31% of opening duels of his team, which is still ludicrously high. 69% success.
Nice.
That is actually nuts, and he continues to deliver in the server for his team. And win or lose for Outsiders, this guy will always be a key component in their success.
No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, he needs to be the enabler for VP. He needs to light the fire. We know there are players out there who have a huge impactful potential. Jame is one. Kigert had a great tournament so far. But truly, when I see Outsiders struggling, when I see them facing a wall, not finding a solution, then my eyes go to Yakindar. He's the one I want to make a difference, to be out there. He did it yesterday to an extent against Big. I have this round in mind where he just rushes top mid. He's in front of Catwalk and he just sprays down 3.
Yeah.
He just goes to Jame and says like, Captain, I made this round for you. Please take a bit more of my heart. You don't have to think about it. I found it for you. So Yakindar, that's his value, but he's going to have a lot to fight against today.
Yeah, like for the side of MOUZ, right? Like they are obviously we're still talking a little bit about NBK having played only that one event, and then now you have JDC coming in. Here's the thing people need to remember: when they had that kind of like a miracle run in Katowice, and I am Katowice, that was with like a team with 2 stand-ins, had a lot of problems, so there were no expectations. There was zero pressure on this team, and obviously the youngsters were able to thrive. Now the pressure is on. Now you're playing to make it to the major. Question is, can they sustain it?
I love the fact that we're bringing Frozen right here, because I think in this new iteration of MOUZ, he's got a new whole challenge. He has to prove to everybody that he can be the superstar of that
He's a
team.
veteran now.
Yeah, he is a veteran. He used to be a strong second, third, maybe element. You'd know he'd have a good game here and there. That doesn't fly anymore for MOUZ. He has to be a star.
Yeah, he's been there for 4 years, and he's seen the good days, right? And he wants to get back to that as well. I want to talk about Flit as well a little bit, but we'll do it later because we don't have too much time. Let's also look ahead to Na'Vi versus Heroic. We talked already about how Na'Vi is coming into this tournament very, very strong. And then for Heroic, it is really the question, as it has been for the last year and a half. When are they going to take that super step up? When are they going to break that ceiling they have and that they've run into on these LAN tournaments? This could be a chance for them to really prove that they can take on these tier 1 performances on LAN.
Yeah, the thing with Heroic, I still feel they're one of the best teams in the LAN studio environment, right? I still feel the
Until playoffs.
Until playoffs, there we go. When you see the crowd, there's something about a team, something seems to not quite click, right? And they still make it competitive, but not able to really see the full flair that we expect to see from Cadian and his merry men. And against Na'Vi, unfortunately, like Matthew, like you said earlier, they really haven't had that success against this team when it comes to a full series. And I'm looking at some of the results they've had recently as well, even in Pro League. They got dismantled by a Na'Vi. That one really hurt. Because earlier on, it used to be close series. It used to go to OT, go all the way up to map number 3.
True.
And unfortunately for the side of Heroic, their style of Counter-Strike, the perfect counter is Na'Vi.
That's the problem that I have. I have an issue with that game in Pro League, and I feel like this destroyed a whole narrative that I was ready to sell to you, with Heroic always pushing Na'Vi on the brink, the whole 2021 towards the very end, Cadian making a statement that he thinks they are one of the few out there that can challenge Na'Vi, and I'd say, you know what? You have the numbers to back it up. Problem is, they show up in Katowice to a Na'Vi that is by far not 100%, and still Simple just basically stepped on them with no respect at all.
I mean, Simple has stepped on a lot of teams with no respect at all, so that's
doesn't really do that. That's that kind of his thing.
He kicks them as well.
Yeah. And it's such an important match today as well, right, for that legend status. When it comes to Simple, I'd like to compare him to Stan, of course, on the side of Heroic, has been turning heads non-stop, right? But you can't do it alone, and that's usually the problem.
But in itself, I think it's a rightful shout-out to Stan. The fact that we are talking about him going up against Simple and sort of putting them in the same category just for a segment, right? I think it's rightful, because he definitely has stepped up his game. You look at the rating he's got in the first day, I know, but still 157. And I told you yesterday, I told you at the beginning of games, the guy is just a nitroglycerin. He just kicks in instantly, no diesel whatsoever. That was the same again. He's such a good value, a good input for his teammate. Now you go up against Simple, man, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That's the final boss. It's not gonna be easy.
When it comes to Na'Vi, do you think Heroic has any kind of opening to have let Stan have that same impression, being he gets to it immediately from the first rounds and builds up kind of a cushion for Heroic, or is that not the case versus Na'Vi?
I think he can. I think it doesn't really matter who he plays against. I think it's just the positions and the place how he's got allow him to go for multi-kills, and he's got the ability. And against Na'Vi more than anyone else, he needs to do it.
Yeah, and if you look at this Heroic lineup, right, and I've tried to build this comparison a couple of times. You take out Simple from Na'Vi.
Okay, that's how we always open it.
We have to.
We're going to take the best player.
No, not just the best player, like the outlier, the anomaly counter. So take him out of the take him out of the picture. Take out Cadian. If you look at just the 4 rifles that Heroic have, Tessa, Shush, you're talking about Refresh and Stan. They have the firepower, they have the core, but then Simple comes in and completely ruins that analogy altogether. But yes, I have to agree with you there. I think Stan has shown enough. He doesn't even need help. He can take these fights.
He can. Let's see what happens there. Let's focus in on our first game of the day, being OG up versus forZe. OG, who had a 1-on-1 day yesterday coming into this one. I believe we have a video. For OG, we hadn't seen them for a while coming into this RMR, so that always begs the question, how much have they gotten out of their practice when they couldn't necessarily practice in these environments, right? The thing that they need to workshop with their new IGL in Nexa. Ble, what do you think about what they've shown so far on the RMR in that regard?
So far, it's just been the 2 games, right? The MOUZ matchup, I think, was pretty reasonably close, considering MOUZ aren't exactly a completely unknown quantity either. Against Na'Vi, let's be real, you put in almost any team in this RMR against that Na'Vi yesterday, they would have struggled as well. Overall, looks good. Nexa had an interview recently where he said like he has more freedom, more of a say in what this team really wants to do, and I think it's been a good sign overall. This, however, you got to peg them as favorites. So I want to see how they approach a team like forZe and deliver here.
Honestly, I feel like I have the same amount of questions, if not more questions, than after day 1. Because we came into this event, and I didn't really know what to expect from OG, right? We had seen a great first appearance at the beginning of the year, and Nexa fired up on all cylinder, that was blast. Then it cooled down a little bit. And today, I mean, that's the win against MOUZ. It's a little bit scrappy, it's hard, and then you go up against Na'Vi and you don't exist. So where does that leave us? Where's the in-between? Help me understand you.
I will help you understand, because they're playing forZe, and that will be a fantastic indicator. forZe, who yesterday had a banger of a game versus Gamer Legion, and they got that win on the board. Jerry squad right there. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect, but it was really fun to watch them yesterday, specifically versus Gamer Legion. Obviously, maybe you can say it wasn't the toppest tier Counter-Strike we want to see, but the fact that they called that timeout late, they started to play faster, and they, you know, got their first win on the board in a very difficult, draggy game, Bleh, that must say something for them.
Yeah, look,
Yeah.
I don't agree. I don't agree, and I'll tell you why I don't agree. I feel like for forZe to come into this tournament, like Jerry is fantastic. Everyone's a Jerry fan, right? And the thing is, he picks up these kind of unknown players in the region and makes them to a team who can really do damage. But 16-14 against a team like Gamer Legion, where I would have I wouldn't say expect, I would have wanted them to have a much more convincing win, kind of doesn't really paint a pretty picture.
I feel like I focused too much on the latter, the latter rounds that they were able to pull it out. But as you say, you want it to be better. Now the question is, Bled, do you believe it can be better here versus OG specifically?
The map.
Yeah,
Dust2.
we had the same. We shared the same.
Yeah.
We shared the same eye on that one.
OG,
Dust2?
OG have never played
All right,
Dust2 with this particular lineup, so
You have
might
my
be some.
attention.
Now I'm excited. Now I'm curious. You now to have my attention and my curiosity.
The caveat for OG is that in the first few events they had, they somehow navigated the veto. They avoided playing lots of maps. They played a lot of Ancient, a lot of Mirage. And now Nexa just says, listen, everybody, we're going to start by playing a map you've never seen us on. Let's go Dust2.
Love it. Dust2 for OG versus forZe. The first game of the day. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you, Shocks. We are locked in position for what should be a fabulous game of CS, Davey. The whole day, the spread we've got is glorious, but, you know, the map's not really your preference, is it? You hate Dust2.
I do. Look, I'm not going to hide it. I can't hide it. I've been on the Dust2 hate train for a long time now. But, I mean, at least if we are going to watch it, at least it gets to be OG the first time we've seen the team on the map. At least that's something. So at least I get to pretend it's something new that we haven't seen before. So that's cool, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be fun. It'll be interesting to see what we get out of it, right? You never know. You never know. But we do know, of course, going into this forZe yesterday, they were struggling a little bit. One of the bigger names that needs to step up for him just really didn't. He wasn't present on the server, and that came back to bite them so much.
Yeah, Zorte struggled on Overpass. We can see they insta-ban it here, right?
Yep.
First ban coming out is Overpass, and he really struggled there. And then in the second game as well, where they actually won 16-14 versus Gamer Legion, he was bottom fragging again. And rough. He is a massive player for them, usually their highest rated player, if not one of, right? So the fact that their Opera isn't performing very well, now we're going into Dust2, and Zorte didn't perform well yesterday. Hopefully for their sake, he had that mental reset last night. You know, maybe had like a real nice meal, went to the spa, went and sat in the sauna, you know, just sort of fully reset himself, sweat out all of those bad vibes, and he's going to come in strong today.
Did one of those like foot bath things that you can do with a little fish that eat all the dead skin.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, that's a real thing. They come in because it's kind of like, you know, like how you have whales and the fish will eat all the plankton off
I thought you
them.
meant the country.
No, not whales.
No.
Sam's over there,
Yeah,
not here.
no.
But yeah, hopefully, mate, he has reset. Because it was a similar sort of storyline, obviously, you know, once we clocked out for the night and Harry and Hugo came in, they were saying a lot of the things we were, because you expect Zorte to be a big name for them.
Yep.
Just didn't show up in both series. And you can't be having that. It can't occur here. If it does, it's going to leave them in a really rough spot. He is a big set piece for that team. And if he's not waking up, there's another player that has to. And for me, that would probably be Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry's definitely a huge factor as well. Kenzie's also somebody who can step up big time. We did see Norway with the Deagle in that Overpass game being one of the only shining lights, you know. Shelby almost had that 1 versus 4 as well, the 1v4 ace.
You remember how livid Cadian looked on that one?
Yeah, that was one of those ones where it's like, guys, come on. Look, we won the half, fine. It was the last round of the half, so the economic damage didn't really matter either. But overall, I think forZe didn't look great yesterday, even against Gamer Legion. They did pick up the win, which at the end of the day is all that matters. If you win all your games here 16-14, you're going to the major, right?
Yeah.
So fair enough. It doesn't matter if it looks pretty or not, as long as you qualify. But they didn't look convincing against Gamer Legion either.
No. And that is a really rough spot to be in. But you got to take your wins. You got to get them wherever you can. And hopefully they'll be able to start today off in better footing. Because this, again, is now an even harder game for them, right?
Yep.
The games have only been getting tougher and tougher the longer their run has gone on. None of these games are going to get any easier. So going up against OG, that one factor that we have, as Blair mentioned, is that this is the first time they've debuted their Dust2 with this roster. So maybe there's a couple of question marks there. Could be some wiggle room. But at the end of the day, that's more more so up to forZe to abuse rather than for OG to obviously crumble with.
Yeah, and of course each team does get 3 vetoes here at this RMR, right? It's how the veto system works. So OG, if they didn't want to play Dust 2, that would have been gone, right?
Yeah.
We've seen them play Mirage 3 times in this event already, and they actually, I think they banned it out here because the first 2 bans were Overpass and Ancient by forZe. So that means OG banned out the Mirage. We saw them in the first map they played on Mirage. Second map, of course, got absolutely farmed by Na'Vi, but you know, simple things, right? It's just sort of,
it just happens.
We went 26-6 or something like that. He just smurfs professional Counter-Strike matches. It's outrageous.
Yeah, he is just on another level. The all-time GOAT, the big man himself, when he's having a simple level game, there's just nothing you can really do against it. So at least here, it should be slightly more competitive. That's kind of what we're working with. I don't really want to say upsets anymore, because after yesterday, it just doesn't feel like it's worth it. Everyone is just getting these really one-sided games in terms of who you'd expect to walk away with the win, right? So until we start seeing it happening, I'm gonna hold back the potential of saying the U word.
And I think, again, you know, based on what we saw yesterday, in the best of ones, the higher seed gets to just pick which side they start on. I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but it happened in every single game we watched.
From what we saw, yeah.
So, I'm using the anecdotal evidence on that one, and I'm going to just assume that that is the case, which means OG gets to start on the CT side of Dust 2, which is massive because it puts all the pressure on forZe to set the pace, to show that they're ready for the map, to try to break down OG's defense, whereas OG, CT side of Dust 2, they get to bring out those double ops early. They might not be worried about Zorte's op given his performance in the event so far. So, you know, overall, this could be OG, again, a lot like what we saw yesterday, could be teams just running away with this, where the favorites end up building up a huge lead early, and forZe's not able to respond back.
And you'd hope as well, if any of that from Zorte was kind of land jitters, because we didn't really see him playing his own style of CS. That's the big caveat to it. There was rounds where he's in a position where he had to get 1 or 2 picks on the AWP and play aggressive, and he just wouldn't. He'd play so passive and allow them to overwhelm him. He wouldn't do that online. He never did that online. Oh, big wave coming in.
Yeah, I waved back, but he couldn't see me. He just didn't know. But like,
no. But you've given it there.
I would say, I hope like emotionally he at least like
he
felt
feels
it.
The connection.
Yeah, I hope there's some form. Like he waved and I was like, hey, gave him a little wave back.
Yeah, I think so.
Although
I think that would go through.
One forZe player, they had their mouse pad like turned upside down, and the little SteelSeries logo. Of course, all other brands are available, but the little logo was up at the top of the mouse pad, and that's where his mouse is. So if he accidentally has to swipe high to the right one time, he's going straight over the logo. It's going to mess up his tracking.
It would, yeah.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Get a hold of yourself, man.
Maybe he's like burnt in his mouse mat so much from playing on one side that he's had to flip it.
I think they can afford new. I think they can get new ones.
Probably, yeah. Maybe you never know, man.
Dude, I'm a mousepad freak. I have so many. I have like a stack of like 40 at my house.
I was always really bad when I used to compete. It went to a point where at one point all the desks at LAN, like when I'd compete in UK CS, were so beat up that I just kept stacking like heavies on top of one of another. And then you're sat there with 2 mouse mats, and it's like, I'm gross. I need to stop. This is silly.
Like, real thick. Like.
Yeah. But it did stop any dents in the desk affecting you. So
no, like
at least you wouldn't have like a mouse crater to fall into.
Yeah, no, it would be effective. Like that would be a very effective way to solve that problem.
The size of an encyclopedia on the desk.
But like, elevated arm though. I mean, well, you're kind of a wrist player anyway.
Yeah, I'm all in the wrist.
Yeah, so it wouldn't. I guess it wouldn't affect you too much.
That's my fan of rap kicking in.
Yeah,
all in the wrist.
All in the wrist.
Woo!
Like I don't know. I can't stop thinking about the fact that the problem is I don't know which player it was. But I want to watch when we're watching this game. If I see a moment where I see a forZe player have to swipe
he
right
flicks over the logo.
and his crosshair placement's bad or something, I'm like, that's the mouse.
That's what's
right
killed
there.
him.
Yeah,
that's what's killed him. They would have won the game 16-14.
Oh look, someone from OG's doing it too.
Oh yeah,
look at that. That's Valda. He's a low sense player.
That could actually affect him.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, Davey, you're gonna have to get in there, mate.
It's Dust 2 also, so on some maps you have to look down a lot. Like for example on Nuke, if you're low sense, you would have to pull your mouse down to the bottom of your mouse pad, right? And similarly with obviously looking up towards heaven and stuff like that. On Dust 2, most of the times where you're going to be affected a lot vertically, it's actually looking down, not up. Actually, I guess except in window.
Yeah.
The window would be you have to look up if you're under window. That's about it. See, these are the weird things that go on in my brain.
This is what's inside the mind of David.
Yeah, like I just think about these things all the time when I'm watching people play, and there's going to be like a whole bunch of people saying like, dude, who cares about that? I was like, dude, I think about these things, like these tiny little details.
For anyone out there, if you've ever wondered like what goes through the mind of a North American CS player and why like things kind of break down when they're in like a crazy round, it's because you've got people like Davey, and he's sat there just going, If I had my mouse mat flipped the other way and didn't have to hit this vertical shot and my armchair,
Look.
the wrists were slightly more elevated, I'd be able to hit this every time. But because I haven't, we're going to lose the game. Oh, our contract's gone.
We need all the tiny little edges we can get, all right? You need every little bit you can get. It's just how it's got to be. See, he's got it too. Although the logo on that one's real small, so it's not nearly as big of a deal. No pun intended.
Little, just a little. As a
Yeah,
treat. It's like
yeah.
a little salami for the cat.
Exactly, just a little snack down
Yeah,
there.
have that. There you go.
Yeah.
Have a nibble.
Have a nibble.
Just waiting to get into this one. For anyone that's joined and gone, what's going on? Why are we just dealing with Jackie and Davey?
Yeah, why do we just have to? Why do you have to listen to us talk about
I
mouse
thought
pad
we had
logo
gotten rid of him
positions?
after Splice folded. Now he's here, just running his lips.
Talking about mouse pads. Hey, don't.
Whoa!
Hey, whoa, hey, buddy.
Whoa! He's dropping the time. He's saying, I want to get the game going.
Yeah, don't we all? Like,
Is he doing origami?
I was about to. You can get it. You know, bud, we can get you a new one. You don't have to use the old napkin there. We can.
Well, maybe he likes it.
I guess so. That's his lucky napkin.
Yeah. Well, when we cut back to the next camera, it'll be a swan.
That would break
Dude, that would
me.
honestly blow my mind.
That would break me if it right now it just panned over to him and he's just made a little.
It's 4 baby ducks, and you're just like, how? Andy's painted them in the space of 4 seconds.
That would be so outrageous.
Well, you know, you
my
can't spell
God.
Counter-Strike without arts and crafts.
No, it's true. You can't.
It's all
You
in
can't.
there.
It is. Yeah. Oh my God, dude! Now I can't stop thinking about all the
just
forZe
origami.
players. Yeah, like they had to do like a team building exercise one time or something, and they were just like forced to learn how to do
They
origami.
lost one post plant, and the org was like, look, guys, we really need to sort this out, right? We're going to take you down. You're going to do some improv.
Yeah.
We're going to get you working on some origami. Don't worry. At the end of this, everything will be sound.
And the whole time they're just pissed, like, man, when are we ever going to use this stupid origami stuff?
And
When
now
are we-"
this one
and it's just, it's just like origamiing a napkin.
Yeah, so what I've got here is the Leopleurodon, the dinosaur from the Triassic era. And over here in this hand, I have got a small badger.
All of his teammates are just interviewing them like, he just won't stop. We did one origami class. He's just been learning ever since. He just keeps it. We're sometimes we're talking to him in practice. He's not responding. We're like, "What are you doing?" Sends us a Snapchat. He's just origamied his entire desk. Is just covered with
It's
origami.
like, you know, hoarders.
Yeah.
But they go around his house. They're trying to wake him up. They're banging on the door for prac. They're like, come on, man. We're late. Prac starting. OG are on the server. The door opens and you just get, like, swamped.
It's just like a human-sized duck origami that he's been working on for months.
It's like Frankenstein's monster. He's just like, stay back. Don't touch. He's not ready. He's not ready.
He's not finished yet. He jumps across the room, slams the door.
Get out.
Oh my God.
Oh. Origami.
Man, that was.
Well, that was
something.
a spree. Yeah,
we
that
just
was
went on a
something.
wild emotional ride right there.
See, that's the problem. I really fixate on things, and then
Yeah.
for the next 10 minutes, my brain's just like, yeah, origami is banter, isn't it? They fold the paper.
Ugh.
We stopped, though. He stopped folding.
Yeah,
And
no,
there is a bit of typing.
Yeah, typing going on. I'm always curious to see which players use wireless mice
Okay.
and which ones use wired ones. I saw Krim still uses a wired mouse. It looked
Mm-hmm.
custom. It looked custom built. It didn't look like any just default, but it might be. You know who always knows what every single pro player, like what their peripherals are and what sense they're on, is Semphis.
I was gonna say, is it Corey?
He's got. You can just ask him, what mouse is this player on? He's like, oh, that guy's on this. He's on like the Zowie this or the Steel Series that or whatever. Of course, all mice brands are available.
Of course. Yeah. It always interests me as well that, like, there's been a bit of a takeover with the old paracord cables, because I think they're sick. I think, like, if you're going to use a wired mouse, they're really good. But the problem is, apparently the reason why they're not so mainstream is because essentially with, like, the insulation, because obviously it's not like a thick cable,
Right.
and it's just, like, thin, so it's light. It's not good in terms of, like, blocking whatever signal. I don't know. I'm not an electrician.
I don't know. I know some players have this like mental block on wireless mice. They think that it's not as fast. Like they think that the tech isn't there, which all the data shows that like.
What if in a clutch you just ran over to the mouse mat and then put your hand right in front of the mouse? Block the signal.
signal?
Yeah, take that.
Yeah.
You've been served.
Because like on all the studies and stuff they've shown, it's like the wireless mouse responds slower by like 0.0000000 something, like 1 second,
Unrecognizable,
to the point
basically.
where even like a standard like computer couldn't really tell the difference. You have to like run all these special things and have like a special program that tells you exactly the difference and all that, and it's like tiny that no human or like it's smaller than like the actual frame rate, so like the response time is fast enough that it's still within the same frame sort of thing, but people still are just like, no, I don't want wireless, it feels slow. Like, you're an idiot.
Do you know
anyone who thinks that right now in chat, you're dumb and stupid. Unless of course it's like some cheap wireless brand where their wireless tech is just terrible.
Well, yeah, you do have to do your research.
Pro CS players surely wouldn't be buying those.
No, well, you'd hope not. Whoa! Look at the moves from Flames.
See, he's got a wireless mouse.
Yeah, that was crisp. How's he doing that?
I don't know.
How's he getting them flicks on the go?
Oh, it's impossible.
Imagine if he had like a mouse mat in the air whilst he's doing that.
Oh.
That whole team dead.
Dude, I've kind of thought about that one time. If you could just like
Paint the entire wall in a mouse mat.
Not quite. But imagine if your mouse pad was like, so like imagine there's like a flat wooden board sticking out from like the right side of your monitor.
Right.
And you put like a mouse pad attached to that.
Right.
You were playing with your hand like right next to the monitor.
What, so it's like one-to-one, kind of like a drawing tablet?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like obviously I think it would be terrible, but it'd be cool to try.
Just to give it a go?
Yeah, that'd be kind of
We'll look into that. I mean, maybe we can like rig that up for you. We can do it,
I don't
you know.
think so.
I think we could solve that.
Well, don't get me wrong. Like technically we do have the technology to make it happen.
Yeah.
I just like don't think we'd do it.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe in the future we'll have a look.
We're not gonna do it.
Do you know what always surprises me, Davey?
No.
Sometimes, obviously, late night after the games, after the event finishes for the day, I've been doing my regular animal research.
Naturally.
Just in case for times like this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple of interesting ones that I have found out as of late. A,
Wait, let me
did
pull
you
up
know?
a chair here so I can really
No, yeah.
into
Get
this.
yourself sat down. Get yourself sat down.
All right. Go on.
A, did
Teach
you
me.
know that the only mammal that can't jump is the elephant?
Oh. Interesting. You know, I've never thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why they can't jump. Probably
Well,
because
it's
they're so heavy.
No. It's
Okay.
actually due to their bone structure. Apparently, because their bone structure points in a way where it's like down and pointy,
Oh.
like a skeleton, they
I guess
can't
their
jump.
knees always are kind of bent.
Yeah, right? So that's why they can like recoil and be like, whoa, like a scared big horse, but it's an elephant with a trunk.
Yeah.
But yeah, they can't jump.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like, as soon as you said it, it was like, oh, I guess I have never seen an elephant jump.
Now you thought about it, see? But here's one that will get you. Now, this perplexed scientists for a very long time.
Scientists hate them.
No, literally, scientists hate wombats for this one reason.
Okay.
So there was just all this square poo wherever the wombats were
yeah.
living, right? And they were like, this doesn't make any sense. How are they pooing out little Minecraft blocks? And then it turns out after they looked into it, so they're like intestines.
Notch invented wombats.
Yes, he
Okay.
did. Yeah, it was all Notch.
Yeah.
He came round.
Yeah.
And he said ocelots, maybe
And he's like,
tadpole.
and you will be
and one of
Java now.
those. Yeah. And from now on, you poo square. But yeah, it turned out that basically like their stomach lining with their intestines, because it's so like condensed, it like basically forms it into little squares.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But
I
it
did know
baffled
about
the scientists.
square. I did know about the square thing, but I didn't know the reasons why.
See, there you go.
I should have just assumed it was Notch.
Yeah. Yeah. Minecraft.
He was doing that DNA testing stuff way before anyone else. That's what Minecraft was actually a front for the wombat DNA changes.
You know what I can't wait for?
What?
Minecraft 2.
Yeah.
God, what a banger.
Is it gonna? It's gonna be like
Circles.
Yeah, it's gonna be triangles instead.
It's completely different.
Actually, it would probably more be like
Oblong.
like a pentagon instead of a square, right?
Some shapes
you
are
just keep
actually
adding
really
another
fun.
line, like next to be a hexagon. They just keep going
Every time.
Minecraft 3 hexagons.
Hexagons are back.
So stupid.
You'll be a hexagoner when I'm finished with you. Oh.
Oh wait, do we get to? Oh, Counter-Strike.
Oh, hello.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
We're in the game.
I was in a fever dream, but
I know.
we're back.
I like forgot that we were casting.
I didn't know where I
Counter-Strike
was.
for a second.
I felt like
I
a lost
blacked out.
child in like a supermarket. I was just like, I don't know where my mum is, Davey, help.
I was
But
gonna-
we are in. We're ready for it. OG on CT, forZe on a T side. Let's kick it off. It's Dust 2, the debut Dust 2 game for this OG roster, Davey.
Yeah, first time we are seeing this roster play it. Bit of a risk to play it in the RMRs, but of course, after what happened yesterday on Mirage against Na'Vi, they didn't want to risk that one. decided to take the risk they felt more comfortable with. As Flames gets tagged, gets chased off short, and actually, and they are right on his heels. They're going for him. He decides to commit to trying to get to the site. It's not going to work. MOUZ gets one back onto Kenzie, but the A site's been taken. There's no, actually, the Nexa does have the kit, so he bought the kit and the 2 flashes. There's no smoke. They are going to be trying to go up short. They have the flash. There's going to be 2 players on the other side of it. They're just going to back off, though. Flash is good, but the T's, they were already looking the other way. They're trying to escape, trying to drop, and the retake has to come in, and the T's are all around the site.
Nexa, he'll fall. Nico with a peek out, but nothing's going to go their way. And forZe jumping for joy, unlike Elephants, will be able to pick up that opening T-side pistol here on Dust 2, Davey.
It's a good start there for the boys from forZe.
That's what you want.
You're on the T side. You don't want to let OG... Obviously, you know, they don't really know what to expect from OG. Nobody does, because they haven't played Dust 2 before. At least not in any officials. They may have scrimmed them on it, which is always, you know, that's always something that is possible. Just because they haven't played it in officials doesn't mean the team doesn't necessarily know how they play it if they have played them in scrims and such.
Ooh. Now they're just going running up for the lower crunch as well. The 5-7s are pulled out. There's actually going to be 2 frags. Make that 3 as Valde will be able to pick up a kill onto Kenzie. So it's just Zorte and Norway left alive. Vastly outnumbered on this one. Norway goes running up towards the A site and the bomb will quickly be following.
Good timing for him. He gets into CT. He hasn't been spotted. Now he is going to get the kill onto Flames. Smoke come in, and that's actually, I mean, this has worked out perfectly for forZe. Both CT players on the other side of the smoke in CT. MOUZ not able to find the timing, not able to land the shot. They don't have the kit. They do have the smoke. AK is going to be recovered, so they both have rifles. That smoke could be the difference for Valde if they can. Never mind. Every time, I swear to God.
Ooh, okay. And the thing is, this is actually good for Zorte as well. If he can have a good few frags in the early rounds, he's going to be in better stead. We know he's one of those players that when he starts off the game with a hot hand, he tends to finish with a hot hand. If he struggles to wake up into a game, like yesterday, he just didn't come alive for so long. And even when he did, it was still a small performance compared to what we expect to see.
Yeah, and I mean, for OG, they're going to be a little disappointed with that. You saw MOUZ just get timinged on that cross towards long, and then Norby's able to walk all the way into CT, find the free pick on the player in mid. The smoke was perfect, just isolated the CTs. Positive signs, though, is that Valde does have an AK into this one. 3K in the bank as well. He can drop that deagle over to someone on the team. There it goes. Who got it? MOUZ, the lucky man. Man's going to be too happy about that.
See what you did there.
Yeah, no, it's because his name is Man.
No, yeah, that's very funny.
Yeah.
That's good, that.
I was just tripped over my cord.
Well, don't do that. That's
Well, it was
silly.
an accident.
Well, calm it down, Davey.
Doing my best.
Valde trying to shut it down with the AK. He's ready for the fight to come towards lower. They're going to go for the boost. So Jerry will be on the elevated angle. Instead, just crouch faces into him. Awkward spam. And they call it quits there. So lower being pushed out. There is one CT holding towards close double doors. That'll be Man2 with a deagle. Valde does actually reface on short as well. So Jerry's buckled. Man2's just on 18, so he's going to run away.
Yeah, he's going to back out. He does still have that deagle, of course. The boost here from Valde might work out perfectly. After that smoke fades, they're not going to expect the player on the elevated position. The bomb is going in towards upper B. Smoke's not going to fade in time, so they are going to be going into B here. There's just one man waiting here. That's Nico.
Nico has to do damage. Can he dink them down with the crocodile and leave them crying? Wall peek onto the first, but Kenzie flicks back with a Kalashnikov and silences him. So they're in a 3-on-3, and the bomb will be going down. Flames fast on the rotate as well. Dashes out the smoke. He's got the Galil.
Ooh, it just didn't go far enough. It lands inside of the tunnel. It is going to cause problems for him. Shalfie's here right on the other side of it. The spam comes into the smoke. Zorte finds it. And now again, honestly, at this point, Valde's got to be thinking about just saving this AK for a second time. Man2's phasing through the tunnel smoke. He drops, and now at this point, Valde's definitely just thinking about the save. He doesn't have the kit. He's not going to be able to retake B1 versus 2. Just going to try to get these exits, hold on to this gun if he can, bring that into the next round, just start building up the economy as early as possible. Kenzie's going to be coming. Oh, got it. Another headshot for him. 5-1, and he's been hitting shots actually with this AK. Even in the round prior, when Zorte went to go exit towards long and run across from ramp, he just one tapped him from CT spawn. I was like, all right, see ya.
He's warming up. He's getting into it. But forZe do take all 3 of the opening rounds.
He should probably drop an op to Mantu here because he already has the armor. He's got 65. Yep, there's the op. It's been dropped over. The opper for the CT side now gets to hold on to some extra money. And that saved AK 2 rounds in a row from Valde, doing the damage to the T's economy while also helping out theirs. Lovely.
Yeah, dream scenario.
Oh yeah, look, Galil for Norway.
Orb on Zorte.
That was kind of funny looking. The guy ran across it. It was like a second later, and then he flicked down to the left to try to hit. It was like, that's not.
It's like the delayed reaction when you try and grab a
looking.
set of keys and you just miss.
Yeah,
They hit you in the shin.
You
You're
weren't.
like,
He wasn't looking. He wasn't actually looking. He wasn't paying attention.
There could be a chance that we'll have a battle of the AWPers in a round like this as well. Zorte's playing on the close angle, so if anyone goes aggressive in towards upper tons, he'll be ready for that right now. There is a lurk of Norway outside of long as well. And a bit of a push towards middle. 2 players go running out. CT's completely open. Zorte fires off the warning shot. But Nico, playing on top of the pallet, he wants to try and punish. They'll drop the close smoke. And they're making a lot of noise on this as well, as they do make a play up on short. Mantu towards the car. Can he bonnet them and hold them back? Jerry's waiting for the face. Nico walking so close to him. As it dissipates, it depends on the timing. Who's going to be able to catch the man first? Meanwhile, Mantu, he misses his shot, Davey. Nico does strike towards Jerry, and now the site's being capitalized on.
And Mantu right there, crucially missing that Molotov. He saw the smoke land through it just a little bit too far to the right. Wasn't able to find it, and it's this play towards long. This late play towards long is going to take down Mantu almost for sure. He misses another shot, and there's the flank from Norway. Finding Mantu. The kills are going the way of forZe. Now Nico needs to turn, land the shot towards long, but he's out of bullets. Valdez there to respond. He drops that smoke towards long, has recovered a kit. The bomb is not planted for long, though. It's planted for short. Valde knows that. He knows that Norway has to face him. He gets the kill, gets the defuse. Not going to be able to recover that op, though. Might be able to get one towards short. Does actually. Grabs Zorte's op, picks that one up. So OG, they pick up the first gun round, but they lose 4 players in the process. And that late play towards long, I thought that was going to be the end of it. I thought that was going to be the round securing play. Even there, Nico, 1 extra bullet, and he might get that kill. Just even if he just had 2, the crosshair was right on his head.
It felt like he was on for it. The second he peeked ramp, I was thinking, okay, this is going to be like naughty Nico, spraying down, cleaning house, right? Got the adjustment off, but that click, no ammo, no opportunity for the frag. So OG get the round, but like you were saying, very, very costly.
Yeah.
So, of course, with the reinvestment, you can see the money is in a dire spot.
But all those kills Valde got in the previous rounds as well did the damage to the forZe economy. So you can see the 4 spies coming in off the back of the bomb plant, but it is 2 MAC-10s, 2 techs, and a deagle for Zorte. Not even a scout, which is a little surprising, actually. Would have thought you would see a scout coming out. It is Dust 2 after all.
Yeah, I mean, plus Zorte on a scout, when he's having a good day, he's still really lethal with it. So I wouldn't have been surprised, because if he can get tags out, you can finish him off with the Tech 9s and the SMGs in record time.
Yeah.
HE dash down middle. They're going to actually spot it as well. So Mantu playing for the info. That's the smoke on the box. But Nexa, he comes charging out. Hits the adjustment onto Jerry. Never in doubt. Big HE towards the B site as well. Valde hard commits to the spam whilst he's blind. And the T's have been ruined. Zorte, though, he doesn't need an AWP. He's got a deagle and he wants to be cheeky. Molotov in the window. And they're ready for the close aggression. Could be some shenanigans here towards upper tons, though. Shelfie needs to be prepared, but he won't be. The SMG's dealing damage. Zorte still gets a second frag on the dig, but OG take the round.
Accidentally mollied his teammate out at default there, too. Tried to molly the window, didn't aim high enough, threw the fire straight at his teammate who just planted, so.
Maybe he's just trying to warm him up.
Yeah, you know. Keep him on his toes, you know?
Yeah, don't get comfortable.
No, always got to watch out. Be careful. You know, the point is, you know, you have to expect the unexpected.
In a game like Counter-Strike. Look at this Drift King.
Woo! Shee.
Oh, man. Deja vu. Oh, that's good. The plus left from the car. He's absolutely spinning. It does remind me a lot of Pimp My Ride.
Yeah.
What a banger. What a good show that was.
The golden rims right there.
It's like a single mum that just wants like a new minivan for the school run, and they're like, we've given you 16 TVs,
Yes.
We've given you a monster truck. You can't drive it on public roads, but it's yours.
We heard you like Counter-Strike, so we built your car like Dust 2.
It's just the whole map with wheels. Enjoy getting that one on the motorway. We're out.
How am I need to drive to work. How am I supposed to
No,
do
the show's
this?
over.
Not
See
my
ya,
problem,
see ya.
peace.
It's in the contract.
Am I going to get paid for this at least? No.
Ooh. No payment for Mantu there. Although he will quickly follow it up with a successive frag onto Norway. Norway, even.
Yeah, hopefully not the country of Norway.
That'd be silly. It'd have to be a very big orb.
Yeah.
And forZe, they've been one of these teams that does surprise with the deco rounds, right? We know that they can have impact here. Yeah. Xiaofi made a big play yesterday with a deagle. Kenzie can also do the same.
Norway too on overpass. That
true.
Those shots were ridiculous.
He went
actually.
off.
Yeah.
He really did go off.
CIS teams and their deagles, man.
Just unbelievable.
Mantu, good for him to actually start getting on the board, because in that gun round previously he had missed a couple freebies.
Mm-hmm.
And so on the eco here, just sort of, getting your legs under you, maybe that long delay before the game started, having an effect, of course. Now he's actually going to get 4 in this one. I mean, they're just going to try to run across short with the Deeg. The last player is over towards long. Flames steals the ace. That's when you turn, you slap him.
Stay back.
I think he's sitting next to him, so it could work.
Step off. Step off.
My ace. My ecos.
These are mine.
It was Flames' first kill, though. Maybe he needed it. Sometimes you got to let him have it.
I feel like also Flames is one of those players that would do it and just go, deny the 5. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's all the time he spent playing with the English guys at endpoint. It's just rubbed off on him. It's Max's influence. Play Mighty Max.
Again, he's so late shooting.
He's been trying it, isn't he? But like, it's just not working.
It's clearly intentional. There's some sort of thing he's trying to do with that. It just looks funny because he's always so late.
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
This is a lot quicker, though. Xiaofi's straight out. He gets the opening pick onto Valde. So pressure's already applied towards the B site. They're battling back. He's going to jump up on the lip of the box and immediately call it quits. Flames has pushed up close towards the door. He's clearing out in long house. Shadow's going to give him away as Norway peeks into it. So they do fall back into the 4-on-4.
I'm surprised Norway gave up that much map control inside of the long tunnel. That smoke was down. He could have just held for the smoke push. Get up close, get behind it, hold for it. Playing behind the door, you could see the shadow just completely gives him away. But now, Flames decides to go aggressive into that one for some reason. And he dies to Xiaofi. So now Xiaofi's got the opening pick over towards B. He's fallen back to long. He's found another one. Zorte's still on the op holding the push. 3 players here grouped up outside of long. You can see they might even be going back over to the B site. No, this is going to be the smoke towards short. The op of Mantu is over towards A. It is just Nico at B. And right now, he's relying on forZe making noise going out middle, right? In his brain right now, he's like, okay, I'm going to play dedicated to the B site. If they go out mid, they'll have to make noise, and I'll know. And that's what's allowing OG to keep 2 players over towards A. They're gambling.
Mantu. Does he know when to hold him and when to fold him? Misses this shot, but does get the quick follow-up. Turns Zorte into origami and still wants to punish a bit more. They're going to crouch walk down, look at the floor, and be able to bypass his scope to get on the site. But they have to plant. You've got 10 seconds to work with. They will get the bomb down. And Mantu's going to peer back into this as well. Bounces up on the bonnet. They are watching this. Xiaofi has an AWP of his own, and he'll get the adjustment off. Hits the shot, a pivotal one to find, and now you're left in a 2 versus 3. Nexa with the SMG creeping up. Nico, he's walking in as well. Jerry wins out with the first frag, and it's all on Nico to do something heroic in a round like this. He'll spot onto the first, so Jerry, he goes down. They're going to peek Xiaofi with the AWP kill, and that's the round.
Xiaofi gets 4. Not only the opening over towards B, also gets the response to Flames' aggression towards long. Finds that kill, finds that trade back. Flames, despite having 2 teammates towards A, they were heavy towards the A site. He pushes long after evening it up. He evened it up to 4 versus 4. The counter aggression was good. He overstays, he oversteps, pushes out long. Xiaofi punishes, and then of course he finds the 2 to finish off the round.
And that's huge from him. Yesterday we saw he had so much impact in clutch rounds. Here today we're getting a bit of a spotlight on him and Nico as well. And his accuracy's good. He's hitting his headshots. He's got 2 multi-kills already into this game. If he can keep this up, Dave, he's in good stead.
7 rounds into Dust 2, and Nico has 224 utility damage. Ooh. That is so much utility damage. Oh, that's probably from like the B rush. Dropped them all.
True, and the HE. Yeah.
I was sitting there thinking, like, man, that is a lot of utility damage for Dust 2. in the first 7 rounds.
That's like the one round they pushed B as well, so good thinking. This time he's only got the one offensive bit of nade to work with. That will just be the Molotov.
You could kill someone with a smoke. They're low enough.
Yeah, if you were like 3 HP, I think is the bare maximum. I think it's 3 because you can get 3 hits off. Uh-oh.
You're in the fire. You're in the flames. Flames gets the opening onto Norway. Next up, wanted to go aggressive towards middle off the back of that long play. Obviously, the call had come out that they were going towards long, so Nexus started to respond, and by the time the info came in, hey, no, they actually fell back, they're not there. Nexus is like, whoa, whoa. He's got to try to jump away from middle. Does so successfully. Nico's lower push gets the timing perfect, but he misses it. Doesn't land the kill, and Jerry with the immediate headshot shuts down the aggression from Nico, and also Zorte has the rotations cut. There's nobody from CT over on the B site. Flash is going to come in, Cross is there. The hitch smoke lands, which is going to allow the rotation to come over as Valde gets over to the B site. There was no quick reaction from forZe to begin with, but now they are heading over there, and Valde has no utility.
That is so jammy from Jerry. But you've still got to capitalize off the position you thrust your team into here. It's a 4 versus 4 with 40 seconds on the timer. A close angle being utilized as well by Valde. He'll tuck into the corner and wait for push to come to shove. The nades go out over the top, and they're going to be running into him. He's ready for the response, but Kenzie hits the one tap with the AK. Brains him out and leaves him in a 3v3 with 20 seconds. Come walking through my smoke, not the day, says Kenzie. He will pick up a huge kill. And the last 2 have got to save it. That's the 5th round going the way of forZe.
And that's such a tough spot for Valde to be in, right? Because he's by himself in the B site, and you could see forZe, they saw the effort OG was going to get that player across middle, right? They threw the flash, they crossed, that hinge smoke was there, you know, right? So they knew that OG was weak over towards the B site. Because of that, forZe walks 4 players up, and Valde with no utility in B, he's in such a tough spot because he has no early rotation. Yeah. The rotator also doesn't have any flashes to support him, right? It's different if Nexus and CT spawn and has 2 flashes, then Valde can play back of the site, wait for those counter flashes to come in to go for the refaces, right? But because he had no rotations and the rotators had no nades to begin with, Valde, he's taking a huge gamble. He's playing in a spot where he's hoping he can multi-frag, where he's hoping he can get the first one for free and then have the aim to get the second, right? But the response from Kenzie was so swift right there. He just immediately trades back onto Valde, the 1-for-1, and then Nexa potentially had a chance to make the play in the smoke, but the spam comes in, and it's just, at that point, it's round over. OG has to save it.
You catch it on the replay there as well, but like his crosshair placement was so set, ready for it. He even gets the dink on his teammate, but still gets the round-winning kill, right? So it's just like huge. Fantastic read. And this is good. This is really nice from forZe. They're reading the mid-round really well. If you can keep that up, you got a game on your hands. It's T-side dust too. You're getting into it. You're winning rounds. And obviously, OG's economy, for the most part, it's kind of been hit or miss. They haven't really been able to build themselves a good bank.
No, they did win like that. They did win those first few gun rounds, but it was all only a few players left alive, you know. Not great. Of course, the eco that they won had 5 people alive, which is what allows them to be in the position right now where they can force into this one off the back of the 2 saved weapons. He wasn't boosted that time, so I'll give him some slack for that one.
Ooh, Xiaofi goes running out. He's ready to rumble towards long. It's an awkward encounter. He eventually will be bested, but Norway, woo! He's hitting heavy. Takes down 2 of them. Spray from flames, and he's normally sick in positions like this. He thrives in the chaos, but he can't take down Norway. He's got 3 frags already, Davey.
He's found all 3 of the CTs playing towards long. Valde's positioned over to the car. Actually found the perfect timing to get behind it, and the Molotov's not going to spread to him. He's in the perfect spot. By being here, this allows Mantu to stay dedicated towards middle. Valde can just hold for short. They're not going to clear him. There's no way they re-molly car, right? They only have the 1 left. They're setting up for the nades, and Valde getting to this spot without being spotted is the best thing that could have happened for OG in this round. He's taking the early fight, though. I'm not so sure about this when you're down numbers. You almost want to take the risk and be able to multi-frag. Shot rings out, but with the suppressor, they're not going to be exactly sure where he was. Flash is perfect. Another molly comes in, and Jerry finds it. I think that was kind of a mistake from Valde to fight for that, actually.
It's rough. Because the knock-on effect now is it's just Mantu. He's playing towards CT with a scope, but the problem is the smokes go up. You can't do anything to fight against it. They're going to get the free cross onto the site and the bomb plant. And at that point, he might just want to save this AWP.
Yeah. I think getting over to the corner was fine when Valde found the timing to get across to that cubby because they had molly right there, right? That was a molly they had thrown. The molly landed in the front of the car, so it mollied off that cubby. If he tucked himself away in that corner, if he found the timing to get across, which he did, hide in the corner, you can hold your short. You can gamble that the long players aren't going to clear you. You're 2v3. You have to gamble something, right? You gamble that the long players aren't going to clear you because they just Molotov'd it. You can hold your short cross, which he was clearly worried about, right? He was worried about them pushing up short and getting the flank on him, which is why he took the fight towards long. But I think once he got to that corner, he could have just sat there, gambled it out, wait for it. I think that's going to be one where when he watches it back, he's going to come to a very similar conclusion. He might already have come to the conclusion right now in that moment. As soon as he died, he would have been like, oh, should have just tucked.
It's a shame as well here for Flames. It looked like he was going to be able to hold the line, but Norway, just on a heater.
Yeah.
You know, the 3 frags he got towards long, sublime. Really, really nice. And Norway's been impressive. I'd say over the RMR, he's been one of the key players for forZe. If he's having a good game, they have so much more stock. Ooh, Zorte's got to hit this one time.
Zorte hit the CT's crossing mid challenge. Impossible.
It's the new Mr. Beast video.
Yeah, it's just impossible.
$1 million if he hits the shot. Instead, he actually goes down as well, because MOUZ, he's got the AWP that he saved. He wants to find some picks with it, and he actually does hit the follow-up. Oh, can't be getting away with this, MOUZ.
Man like Mantu, dodging the flash, missing his second shot, but still able to recover, pop his head back up, and get the second player scaling up through lower B. So it's a 3 versus 5 now, but the guns aren't in recoverable positions, right? They're in spots where it does have to be conceded. He does get spotted towards top A, so that can be communicated over. Flash is actually going to come in to try to force him off, and Mantu's in a good spot. And the thing is, Kensey's not an opper, and that might not seem like a big deal, right? But oppers are used to these fights. Never mind. Yet again, every time I talk.
Yeah, silence America. Flames will grab the AWP though, and he'll be able to best at least one more man, all on Kensey. Can he step up to the plate? Fires off a warning shot through the smoke, but can't connect it. Takes the battle towards CT as well, and it all gets messy. So he does go down to Nico on the P250. MOUZ, massive round.
Yep, massive. Finds the 2 opening picks. Plus, I did tell you, Kensey wasn't an opper.
He hit the hard one.
He kind of did me dirty there.
The easy ones.
Yeah, he kind of did me dirty with that first kill, but this opening from Mantu was perfect. You can see Zorte just not expecting the aggression off short at all.
The fact he got away with that, though.
I mean, I thought Shelfie had him dead to rights.
No, yeah,
to be fair, he
exactly.
did have him dead to rights.
Still got to kill him, though, haven't you?
Yep.
So they actually get a double AWP setup because of it as well. So you can have both of these weapons in play now. So OG, that kind of is a bit of a crutch on a map like Dust 2. You pull out the double AWP, you can fix a sloppy CT side if things have been going rough.
And it hasn't been a great CT side for them either, right? They're down 6-4 right now. Of course, the map very CT-sided at the moment. The game very CT-sided at the moment. The boost in lower is going to find the pick onto Nexa, aggressing on short. It's a good start to the round for forZe. But the double ops, when you have double ops like this, going down 4v5 isn't as big of a deal, right? It's not as round changing as it could be. As Flames, I mean, despite being spotted, he still wants to go aggressive. The Molotov is going to push him back. As Mantu's here in middle. They also have the op of Valde over inside of the B site. Mantu does get flashed off. He can't reface this, and he does. Op from Zorte finding the kill. Nico's playing close, and Zorte finds that as well. 3 kills for him on the round. The opper from forZe is waking up into this one. It is just Flames here on the A site. He's crossed over to ramp. He's worried about long. There is nobody there. They're scaling on the site. Flames finds the first. Needs to come up massive. Zorte misses the shot. Flames gets a second. The dink onto Kensey inside of site. The one tap from Flames gets 3. Kensey answers back, and it is just Valde, and it is the player in middle, and Valde is going to go down, but Flames made that as close as he possibly could have.
Oh, mate. The quick shot on the USP, the damage he was dealing. Flames. Oh, he wanted to make that the end point for forZe, but no, they do get it over the finish line. But that was disgusting. Both players having so much impact, right? Zorte with the AWP. He goes off on an absolute tear. Flames is like, all right, if you're having a round, I'm having a round.
Oh, man, if just one more of those M4 bullets connected on the dinked player as well. Even the peek up with the USP, he just landed the one tap.
Disgusting.
One bullet from the USP would have taken him out, and that is a bold repeat from Shelfie. Gotta say, that opening shot last round from Zorto was nice, too. We saw it right there on the replay. Such a tight ang. Onto Nexa. Is able to find it. Flash isn't good. Mantu gets the kill. He is tucked away in the corner. He is kind of stuck. Counter flash comes in, doesn't go deep enough. Jerry wants to recover the gun, is able to. And forZe can't actually do anything about that right now because of the fact that Mantu's here in the corner. Counter smoke is perfect. The nade, gonna find a bit of damage, but Mantu can still just stay alive. He doesn't really need to do anything. His teammates rotating over do have smokes as well. As we can see, the upper B pushes in. They have the map control. forZe's given it up. They're aware of the potential for this. As you saw Norway go all the way back and check that spawn flank. But that's all they're going to do. They still have conceded the map control, and OG needs to react.
The pressure's being applied onto them.
He's done.
Yeah, if we get a spread on a Molotov, Mantu is going to be a hot man. Instead, he's actually able to just keep himself locked in position.
And that's it. They're out of mollies.
And this could come back to bite them as well. So he's going to actually play on the aggressive angle, poised for perfection. Hits the first shot as Jerry will be slain. 3 T's left alive now. They're peeking him one by one, but Norway, that's a huge shot. A hard one to hit. Create space for the team. Valde wanted to push through the smoke. His teammates will flash him back out as well. There's the peek from Flames. Commits to the spam. All on Shalfie. He's trying to do the same, but it's not looking good as it goes down as a round for OG. 7-5.
7-5, they're going to be able to recover that op, and again, just those crucial Molotov misses from the T's. A little bit of a miscomm. They threw 2 mollies at him to begin with. 1 smoke puts them both out. The re-molly doesn't spread. It doesn't move into that corner. They throw the set Molotov because they're worried about peeking him, so you're kind of gambling that it spreads deep enough. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Just depends on the tiniest, minuscule amount of movement in your lineup. Can make all the difference. As Jerry goes aggressive towards middle. Again, they throw that nade straight down to the top of the mid-ramp, hoping that the nade smoke covers their movements. As the B hits coming in, Valdez here. He's in the back of the site. Nico with the crossfire. Mantu's actually the one to find the first towards middle, as now Nico, he's left alive. He can't land the shots. 2 Tech-9 kills come out, but the bomb, it's dropped inside of the closet. Nexa peeks out from the window, finds it. Nade is going to do the damage, but not find the kill. 2 players left alive. It's the 2v2, and it is the retake on the B site, but the bomb can't make its way in.
They have that Molotov. It will be dashed out. And with just 8 and 6 HP on the 2 surviving Ts, you've got to hit your 1 taps. If you don't hit your shots, this round will go up in a puff of smoke. The CTs are in a good position to deal with this as well. They know the bomb's not down yet, so you don't have to overcommit to anything. They've got 2 flashes, a smoke, and both of them have kits, Davey. They're going to group up and execute on this together through upper tons.
And they've grouped up into upper B as well. And they know they have to go right now because if forZe pushes outside of B, it's going to be a problem. They are going to be able to find the first one onto Kenzie. That was Nexa. You can see Shalfie, he's still worried about the play from outside of B. He's tucked away at the car. He doesn't have the HP. They're swinging him. They have the pre-fire, and Nexa's going to find the kill. OG pick up their 6th. They shut down that half buy from forZe that did a ton of damage. Like we're saying, Nico from car wasn't able to find those shots, wasn't able to land them. So forZe with the damage, but in the end it was the force buy, so they are going to be pushed onto Eco, which means OG should pick up their 7th. And then it's going to come down to the last round of the half to determine who wins out in this first one.
That was scary. The Tech-9s as well. As soon as they start hitting shots, you're seeing Shalfie flicking around. Can always be dicey. He's a worldwide chopper on that Tech-9, but this time he won't be able to stand up to the plate. So forZe looking to get any more of an edge they can. Even on a round like this where you just have Glocks, you just got to hope something works out for you. If they go towards lower though, they could be in for a world of hurt, because there is a HE that could be delivered straight onto their lips. Instead, it will just be Nexa taking a fight with the M4. There's the big nade as well, but they do avoid it. 2nd goes in, and that one will do the damage.
Yeah, first one just didn't go deep enough, wasn't able to find it. 2nd HE though. Damage done to Zorte and Jerry. Molotov towards middle, and this is just forZe. They have nothing, right? They just have this 1 deagle on Zorte. So they just want to bleed out as much utility as they can. Every little bit of money they can get OG to spend, like even 1 or 2 kills with the deagle could make a difference in the next round utility-wise for OG, because you can see their money, it's not great. Really, at this point, a great round for forZe would be getting 2 kills. Not even a bomb plant, just 2 kills. Bomb plant would be really, really nice. But you're just hoping for kills at this point. and OG, they're stacked up in the site. There is going to be the run boost coming in. And can they drag the crosshair of Mantu far away enough for Zorte to get the Deagle pick? No, Mantu doesn't react at all. He holds for it. They're not able to recover the Deagle either. Mantu gets the second, Nexa with one more of his own. So it is going to be 3 kills for Nexa, 2 for Mantu. No kills found for the side of forZe. Of course, the only investment into it was the Deag. No bomb plant means the money's not great. They're not going to be able to get the op out onto Zorte, although it was really just that one round that we saw him really have impact with it so far.
Yeah, that was where he went absolutely huge. And it looked like he was potentially going to be on for the ace, right, with the frags that he was finding. But Flame silenced that and stopped it there. At the minute, though, spin cycle coming out for OG. Rinse and repeat. Looking spick and spam. But, of course, it does just depend on who gets the potential bit of edge to work with at the end of this half. Even a round of buffer to work with can help you. So it will be fiercely competitive. And at that point as well, big question marks of what are we going to be seeing from forZe's CT side? Because Zorte, he's been trying to hit those shots towards middle. He had that one big round you were talking about. He's definitely performing more like himself this evening. Wow, this morning. But he's got to do it on CT, really. Mate. Who knows?
It could be.
We're in the hyperbolic time chain.
5 o'clock somewhere.
It's like a casino. You just never know where you are. Ooh, Norway, does he know where he is? Man's in the smoke. He's going to be left broke because Nexa hard commits and pops him.
Nexa with the beautiful hot rod, landing those tags, so he hears everything. And Nico actually with the spray through the smoke, it was good. Did the damage onto Shalfie, but the response, 1 bullet straight back at him. Lands the headshot, causes problems. Flames is still going aggressive towards long. Zorte is holding for it. He has to hit the first bullet, though. He misses, lands the second. Not going to matter. Man too aggressive off short, and that's not a good angle for an op. And now you can see Zorte. He's like, guys, I just got the 2 players at A. Turn around. Come back. Get your asses back up here. We got to go to the A site. It's open. It's clear. And they are sprinting up short. Nexa looking to do something about it, but you can see forZe's actually hesitated.
They've slowed it down.
So they just want to find out where OG is right now. They have the man advantage. They've lost track of where the CTs are. So you can see they just want to throw some utility, look around, wait for any re-aggression. Shalfie's going to find the player at long, and this is exactly what they were hoping for.
Now you can push out together. Valde, he'd have to do something absolutely ginormous, but the problem is the angle will be watched by Jerry. He trades, and they take that 8th round at the end of the half. Huge impact there from Zorte towards middle. The lovely adjustment onto the player top mid, then gets the shot off onto the short man as well. That was clutch. Had a clinical round when he needed to, and it gives you that little bit of edge now going into your CT side.
Yeah, and 8 rounds on the T half of Dust 2. It used to be a map that people would say was sort of T-sided, right? That it was, you know...
Back in the day.
Back in the day. The change to middle definitely changed that. Also the buff to the A1S, right? Everything is sort of... The entire
came
game,
along just to ruin the chance of that.
Yeah, the entire game is CT-sided right now, plus the change towards middle, making the map very CT-sided, of course, because the CTs have control of bottom middle whenever they want it now, so... Does change things. So an 8-7 T half, very good here from forZe. So you see the fast smoke coming out towards mid. Zorte's here. He's jumped through it. He's actually gone up onto short. Back turn, flash comes in. He swings out, can't find the kills. Counter flash from Nex is perfect. Mantu blind, still able to find the kill onto Zorte. And they are just going, Jack. They are just sending it. They're swinging up short. There's one player towards long. He's been immediately gushed. That's Kenzie. So the T's have the site. Valda on the lurk gets the kill. They're going to plant in front of the site. They're going to plant for long. And this is going to be an impossible retake here for the CTs.
Nexa as well. Ooh, looked like he was setting himself up to cause absolute carnage, but there is still at least 2 picks back in favor of the CT. Shalfie's got to do something large, and he will win out back towards short. Upgrades himself onto the P250. Says, nah, none of that. Back on the USP. My man wants to snipe with a pistol, but can he lay down the law and get lethal? Jump straight up. There's the flick up from Nico. Hits him with a hurty-verty, and they do take the pistol round.
Yeah, the problem for Shalfie there was the kit was actually dropped in CT, so he had to get down there to recover it. Nico, of course, dropping down, spotting it. Very important on the T side on the pistol rounds. If you spot the player with the kit and you kill him, you have to call where that kit is down to your teammate. It changes how you play those 1vXs entirely, because you know the CTs have to get the kit. So you can play it like... You know, you can play it to try to deny them the kit, and if they decide to just come and kill you and not get the kit, then they lose the round, so they don't have time to defuse, right? So it changes how you play it on the T side, and right there, The call comes out that the kit's down on the CT ramp. You can see Nico drops down in, holds it, makes sure that Shalfie can't get to it, finds the final frag as OG pick up the T-side pistol. They buy into this one as well. 1 AK for Nico. The Galil coming out for Valde. Scout onto Mantu, full nades for Nexa and Flames. And it looks like they are just going to group up towards long. They're going to throw the long execute. And generally, I would say this is pretty risky. There's 2 smokes here for the CT side. That's on Zorte and Kenzie. And you can see, yeah, Kenzie has the counter smoke just waiting here. Oh, and the response from OG is so good. They're just going to walk straight across. They knew what the counter was to their strat. They walk all the way up. Valde finds the opening.
First frag goes their way. Shalfie as well, taking a ton of damage on the spam from the MAC-10s. And at this point, they're just trying to get away, save onto everything you've got. There is the investment into armor, the weapons, the deagles. Just let the round go, give OG their 9th, and keep everything you have in your back pockets for round 18. So forZe, at this point, letting the game slip somewhat as OG, with a really good read into the round, kept it clean as well. All 5 players will stay alive, and you get the bomb plant. They're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, and the big downside here for forZe is because Zorte's fully invested with the scout, the kit, the armor, right, it's going to be hard for him to afford that op into the next round. Now, crucially, if, again in this round, if they drop players, he's able to stay alive, hold on to the armor that he already has purchased, that could be enough for him to get the op and armor out into the next one. Already has the kit in his back pocket, too. So yeah, they've saved their armor, they've saved their upgraded weapons. OG takes the lead for the first time in maybe the whole game, actually. Maybe they were up like 4-3 at one point, I think.
Yeah.
Or was it forZe? I'm not even sure.
Other than that, this is the first time they've had the lead in quite some time. Mantu as well, wielding the scout! Oh! Gives Zorte a free haircut. But he's like Sweeney Todd, so he just takes the whole head off. Kenzie with a fight with the Deagle. Hits that one onto Nico. It's just the battle of the scouts. Mantu, he's having a field day, Davey. 4 frags in the round. All the scout shots he could want. And it's just down to Shalfie with one of his own. He's terrified. He knows this man's getting closer and closer. It's like a horror movie. He knows he's coming, but he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, he's just running away. He's just trying to deny the ace, you know, one of those guys. As Mantu's just holding the rotation, you can see Valde's gone into upper B. He's actually just sitting in lower, holding for any lower aggression. As it is just Shalfie. He wants to try to hold on to everything he has here, because he has the armor, he has the kit, he has the smoke. It's not just about saving the scout, as the tag comes in from Mantu, but he can't find the kill. He wants it so bad. You can see he wants the scout ace. The smoke towards the door. I mean, Shalfie's going to be able to cross. Mantu could flash in for his teammate to go through here. That's exactly what he's going to do. And Shalfie dodging the flash, lands the first Deagle tag, lands the headshot. Mantu, 1 bullet will do, but it is Valde coming out of the tunnels to get the final frag. So Mantu doesn't get his ace, but he still gets the 4 scout kills. The aggression from the CTs towards middle does not pay off, as Mantu comes up huge with the scout.
That's rough, man. It's kind of like the old school MOUZ strat in Source, where you just take the 1 scout towards middle, send all the players with armored eagles barreling up mid. Problem is, Mantu, he just holds his ground, tells them to stand down. And now he's upgraded onto the AWP as well. He'll go for the boost early. And with the impact he's having, he's fired up. He's ready to punish in a round like this.
And Zorte has bought the op, but he can't get the armor. Again, like I was saying, he just didn't have the economy for it. Jerry finds the opening. Nexa can't get the trade. Molotov is going to come out, immediately drops that smoke on himself, so he escapes with just 5 HP, and Nexa can't find the bullets through the smoke. He knows he's there, he knows he's in the vicinity, but he just cannot land the shots, trying to spray through the smoke. But Jerry looking like Neo out there, dodging all the bullets. As the flashes come in, they try to retake middle. Now they have the information that the T's have given it up, as forZe retake it.
Boost on the box, Mantu waiting, sitting pretty on the cross with the AWP ready to strike. Jerry only has 5 HP off that initial engagement into the round. He peeks straight into Mantu. And he'll shut him down. Nexa now goes running out onto the A site as well. Zorte realizing he's got to set his attention up towards short. He's watching on the close angle. They attempt to flash him off. He's so blind, he's so confused, but he's going to be able to reset himself and hit the headshot. Side swipes onto Nico. Wants to keep himself in the round, but he's just getting perpetually flashed time and time again.
And the bomb's down. They need to recover that. They're taking their sweet time. Valde is eventually going to get it planted. MOUZ's here, flash, lands behind him. He's able to pick up the kill onto Norway. He knows there's a second player here who just flashed for him. He's holding for it as the two CTs work their way up long. One's already crossed. They seem to be aware of it. You can see Valde has eyes on it. Oh, and MOUZ, he turns at the worst possible time, gets the trade onto Kenzie, but he is going to be flicked. No, the 180 flick. MOUZ lands the kill. Zorte pops up, misses the shot. And it is MOUZ now. The bomb, it's not planted for him, but he already has 4 into the round. Whoa. And Zorte misses again. He doesn't have a kit. Jackie lands the shot, but without the kit, he doesn't have the time. And another 4K from MOUZ. The 180-degree flick on the player on short. MOUZ, you are a beast.
MOUZ is mauling them. He is the biggest baller on the server, and he is giving it with that AWP, Davey. A staple of this roster, and he's proving it in a round like that. That is disgusting. Zorte as well. In that late round, the first peek from Car, if he hits that shot, he still wins it. He still wins it.
Yes, he has time to grab the kit. There would have been a kit down somewhere. Maybe not. I'm not even sure, but unbelievable round from MOUZ. When I thought, I'm like, okay, you know what, fine. He got the pick towards ramp. He's going to die, but Valde's in the 1v2. It's winnable. And then all of the flick is unreal.
Hello? Zorte?
Straight up middle with the saved op, finds the pick onto Nico. So now, forZe have opened up the round with the aggression towards mid. Counter smoke inside of the site. The player is there. The entries are coming in. The flashes are good. They know there's a player nearby. They haven't spotted him yet, and MOUZ misses. Zorte with the second drops flames, and now Valde needs to respond. Norway with the headshot onto MOUZ. 2 versus 4, they're low HP, they're in the site, but they can't get the bomb down, and it is Nexa gonna be dropped. Valde needs to be immense, but no, Norway again with the deagle. Time and time again, this man is doing it. Finds the 2 headshots, recovers the second op, and forZe respond.
This is huge for their momentum as well. Zorte playing with the pressure. Charges up mid, gets that opening pick, straight back into the round. He's saying, MOUZ, if you're gonna be AWPing like that, I will too. Has the upper hand in that situation. And now, Davey, 11-9. Cash in a bit of a risky predicament for OG. You've got the 1 AK, the rest of them just wielding Glocks going into this. This game could get so close if forZe can just capitalize here. You've got the second AWP as well. Put it to good use.
The eco here is a weird call for OG as well. They're full reset. Next round, MOUZ and Nexa aren't going to have any cash to buy. Valde has a little bit extra. Nico's going to have a bit, right? Nico Flame, like they're going to be okay for the buy, but Nexa and MOUZ are broke. You may as well have forced into this one. But regardless, this was the call made. This was what they've decided to do. They're banking on Valde being able to open up the round with this hero AK. The double ops from forZe, allowing them to play relatively heavy towards, they were heavy towards middle to begin with. Now they're rotating the third player over to A. They think they've gone up short.
Norway. Is he in a prime position to slay with the AK and leave OG on the DECK? Pressure being applied. They're going to run in, but they're going to be in for a big surprise. He's on the box. He hits 2. Shalfie's able to peek as well, so Nico buckles. Valde, he's close towards the door. He is walking up into this. You've got to make some kind of a play, but everything is going the way of forZe. Peak after peak, that AWP rains out success. MOUZ sees the barrel through the door, but it won't matter as Jerry puts it directly in his face. And that's the round. And that bomb plant, it was absolutely necessary if they wanted the chance to even buy back into this one. Gives MOUZ an extra $300. Valde with the kill on the on 34. The 1900 bonus plus the 800 extra from that bomb plant means that Valde can drop the op over to MOUZ, and we've seen the impact he's able to have with it. It's been all about the AWPs. This feels like old school Dust 2. This is more what I've always wanted to see. This is the reason why I love Dust 2 so much. And it's really exciting to see just how close these rounds are going, just on individual performance. Valde doesn't drop the op over. He still has 1350 in the bank. He's bought the AK full nades, and there's no op on the T side. Interesting. Interesting choice from OG, especially given the impact we've seen from MOUZ. Oh, yeah. He's been a one-man army. Every time he has that scope, he is ahead of the curve. Xiaofi here, though, he needs to be a human blade and find an entry, but he won't be serrated enough to cut his way through the lower attack as they push up. They take the map control back. Zorte, he rocks up to the party. And he's just going to hold, looking for them to aggress onto him. Instead, they drop the smoke close towards mid, and you keep 5 players grouped up in upper B.
They're all here. The deep molly from Xiaofi isolates that left side. So now he knows he doesn't have to worry about anyone on the close right. Oh, but he might get caught in no man's land here, Jack. He's walking in. He's walking forward. He's going to get caught. He's going to be able to land the first, but he's tucked away in the corner. Nexa, the swing out with the second. Flames and Nexa drop. He's still here for the third. He's playing close, and he finds 3, giving the time for Norway to rotate in. Counter smoke in the site's going to keep him alive. Counter flash is coming in from his teammates, and this is going to be so tough for OG. They need to find something. Nico with the answer back, but it's a 1 versus 3. There's a player coming in from the tunnels, and now forZe, you can see they just slow everything down.
You know you've got this round in the palm of your hand. All you've got to do is not give in the 1v1s. Problem is, Zorte goes running out, and Nico, he says enough of this. He slays him. He's had 3 frags already in the round. He'd be on for the ace if he can take the last 2 men down, but no. Kenzie, he pulls up, stops it, and the screams are coming out. They know how tight this game is. They know how much a win here against OG could mean for them in the EU RMR.
And this here was massive from Xiaofi. He's so low. He's 62 HP. He's playing the aggressive angles, and the spacing from OG is just not there. He's able to find 3 kills before any answer back is able to come in. It was a good position. It was a good play. It was nice shots. I think he got lucky with the timing of the cross, but hey, it doesn't matter. You got to ride your luck in this game.
Oh, yeah. If you're feeling it, if you know you can give it in a round like that, and it will pay off in the fashion it did, take it every time. And the CTs, they've got so much more confidence now. You take upper within the first few seconds of the round, you see them holding back towards T-spawn. That's a big read.
Yeah, it is just the eco for OG. Again, Valde, the Deagle, the light armor, he's invested a bit into this one. Nico's kept all of his money to make sure they can get that op out onto Mantu now. They group up towards long, but the aggression in middle is there. He's already pushed all the way up. That is Xiaofi with the M4.
Oh, Jerry, he just runs out. He's just in there giving it. He's going to be able to farm up some cash on the SMG. And Valde and Mantu with just the pistols, not really in a position to punish too much. The nade will be dropped off the wall from Kenzie. The Martyrdom taking him down. And forZe back in the lead again now. 12-11 after cleaning up against OG's eco.
Yep, they've retaken the lead, and Nico does drop the op over to Mantu this time. We are going to see the sniper from OG having that one in their back pocket. I'm a little surprised OG hasn't gone for attack at this point, right? Now forZe, they've retaken the lead. OG was up, I think 11-8, maybe 11-9. Definitely 11-9 at one point, potentially 11-8. Just a little bit surprised I haven't seen them take attack yet. They did it very well in their first game on Mirage. As we see fast lower control taken. Hinge Smoke's going to come out. Flames jumps away. There is no spam back from any CT opper, which is a little bit of information given over to OG as well. But unfortunately for them, the information is actually a little bit wrong if they decide to read into it too much. Because the op from Zorte is actually there in middle. It was just late. It wasn't there when they threw the smoke, so no spam comes out. 2 players dedicated to long, and look at this with the bomb. It's the classic 3-2 split. 3 players from OG here in the long tunnel, but there is 2 CTs dedicated to long holding for this.
The wide swing on the first, Xiaofi with 1, Kenzie able to pick up the pieces onto Valde as well, but the rest of the Ts, they've now slipped out onto the A site. Zorte, he's holding inside a CT, but Jerry, he does all the work for him. Big spam on the A1S. The silent assassin takes them down. He'll be the hitman in this round, and Mantu, he's just left with a frown towards T-spawn. Got to back off. No chance really to do too much in a round like this, and it'd be a really long save for him. Oof, gets tagged as well, missing the shot, and they're going to push up on this. They're trying to take him down and deny the save. Kenzie hits the 1 bullet, and that's big. They could get the second AWP if they want it again.
It looked like he didn't. It looked
Seemed like he stopped.
Yeah,
Seemed
it looked like he stopped short. Maybe just a brief running intermission for the fist bumps.
Potentially. I suppose the thing is, money's in the bank as well, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, no, they haven't gone for the double ops.
So sticking to just the 1 on Zorte.
And like you said, so much money for the CTs now as well.
They're rich.
Even if OG, OG's going to have to win so many rounds in a row to break the economy, especially if they lose this one, which it is just a half buy. If they lose this, if they drop this round, forZe goes to 14. At that point, you're going to have to win 4 rounds in a row to break the economy of forZe. Not ideal.
No, it's not what you want. The go-getter here for Xiaofi.
Love the hair.
Oh, yeah. He's a good-looking guy, man, and he's been having some sexy plays the entire time we've had him on our screens. Like, genuinely, in terms of his aim, he can be cracked.
Absolutely, and we saw what he could do with the AWP as well.
Yep. Doesn't matter. He's versatile. Deagle, AK, M4, AWP. He's the whole package.
And again, we see OG grouped up towards B. This time there is the rotation. There is Zorte here, and he's already making his way up to the window. So he's going to be here when this execute comes out. He's stuck with the nade out, though. Are they going to clear the close left? They haven't done it yet. He actually finds 2. Norway tucked away in the corner. The counter flashes are good. The rotations are there, and all of the CTs have moved in, and Mantu can't land the deagle shots. So it is going to be forZe picking up their 14th. And again, 4 players alive means they've built that bank up even more.
So OG, backs against the wall now. If we aren't going to see a pause come out, it's kind of a question mark for me. I feel like this is one of the rounds where you kind of have to, even just to ice their momentum a bit. They've won, what, nearly 6 rounds on the spin now? If you take a pause, it slows them down. Instead, they just go straight back into the game. They're thinking it's been close. Let's just get it over the finish. Let's get a round back. And they take a heavy play outside towards long as well. Flashes over the top, they're going to clear it. This time, no one on the corner. forZe allowing them access. Kenzie playing from the site. He's got the AK to try and tap them back if push comes to shove.
They've taken long control. They've given up control of the B tunnels, though. We've seen this time and time again on Dust 2. If you heavily invest in taking long, the reaction from the CTs has been almost always to push and take upper B. That allows them to just leave that one player there. Actually, Norway's coming back over to, yeah, now he realizes his mistake. He's like, no, wait, I need to watch mid so that we can play 3 towards A. That's exactly what's being done. Norway's here, he's spotting the short play. That allows all 3 of the CTs here to dedicate to watching for this long play. And even though forZe isn't seeing anything long right now, because they have the player in lower holding upper B, and because they have Norway spotting for any sort of mid-aggression up short or anything, forZe does know that OG is stacked up at long here, right? They know that they are. It's just a matter of time.
They have the read into the round, and this is when the play needs to come out. Mantu, on the peak from pit, finally hits his shot. He's been biding his time. He strikes. Look at the close range position, though. Up close towards the smoke, Kenzie. He's going to hold. He spams. They're going to push into him. Flames with the big 2K. That's massive. He mauls his way through them and creates space again. He's jumping up as well. He's ready to rumble. He's just coming at him. He's on a trampoline, Davey. And Valde, he'll hit the headshot on the Jerry. And Xiaofi, he's just confused how this has happened so quickly.
And forZe, despite having all the information, making a little bit of a mistake. I think Norway potentially gave up some timing towards middle, because you could see he ended up moving over towards B, which is strange given they had a player inside of the B tunnels. He started moving towards B. One of the A players actually dropped down into CT spawn and was looking towards mid, and I was like, wait, but like, you guys know that they're at long right now. You have a player inside of upper B. You had a player mid. The only thing I can think of is Norway potentially stopped watching short for a couple seconds for whatever reason, and then he was worried they had gotten up, and then maybe they felt like, okay, I haven't seen anybody peeking me pit, so maybe they are actually falling back to B. I'm not really sure. It seemed a little weird to me. forZe had all the map control, they had the info, and just didn't make the right read off the back of it.
They're going to go for a similar sort of play once again. This time the difference is there is that double AWP for the CTs, and Xiaofi takes it towards the corner. But he's fought off, and Valde hard commits for the peak. So that's the first frag going their way. Mantu's back in the pit again as well. We saw him hit the frag onto the A-site player last time. And he, again, just has to bide his time. Similar sort of play from OG.
Yeah, and this time Zorte's on short. He's not peeking towards the top of the site. Now, how many smokes do they have left? That's the question. Zorte and Jerry each have 1 apiece. They're stacked 4 players towards the A-bomb site here. 2 on short, 1 towards the CT connector, 1 inside of the site. And it's going to come down to Zorte to throw that counter smoke when the long execute comes in now. because Jerry's not in a position to do it. Zorte's the only one, and right now is when he's going to need to pull out that smoke and try to help his team. As the spray comes in, Norway, ton of damage done to Valde, but Valde's actually the one who finds the kill, and we can see OG have time, and they're just kind of slowing down. They're letting Flames walk up. The shot's not being connected from Kenzie. The flash is good. He's blind. Zorte answers back. He's stuck at Gandalf. And what can they do? What can Jerry do? What can Zorte make of this? The flank from short is coming. It's going to come down to Nico. Jerry answers back. Nico finds the headshot. Mantu with the response on Jerry as the smokes fade. And OG playing that perfectly. And forZe actually struggling a little bit with that A-side defense.
They are. They are. Now we're starting to see the problems. And that was with the double AWP as well. Shalfie this time had it back out, right? We've seen him be quite aggressive on it. Here, stationed towards the corner. Loses control early, just caught on the wide swing. Valde knew that he had to run back. You can't just stand in the middle of long. Hard commits for the kill, gets the frag. And at that point, you're fighting 4 versus 5 on your T side of Dust 2, where you know their A side somewhat weak. They're going to take those every day. The emotions, man. And you'd have them. You'd have them in a game like this. I do at least like the fact forZe, they've been using their pauses methodically throughout this one. That's a really good time to pause. You lose 2 rounds, ice out OG, fix the problem.
And in that last round, too, like you were saying, Shalfie, he thought he was just going to be allowed to run all the way up to the site. He could have dipped into CT, maybe got boosted back up, everything, but he didn't expect that aggression from Valde. He didn't expect to get run down like that. Because he was blind, he didn't see how Valde actually moved forward. As Mantu again doing his Zorte impression, not able to land the tag on the player crossing towards middle. And Shalfie, he's responded. He's gone aggressive. He's walking up mid. Mantu's aware of the possibility, but now he's fallen back. He's holding towards lower. And we've seen him miss this shot earlier in the game. Rings out the warning shot, falls back towards B. This is a very just classic 3-2. 3 towards long, 2 inside of the B site. Give up control of mid and short entirely.
This is your standard D2. Nothing out of the ordinary here. And the T's making full use of the time they have into this round, passing the utility over to Flames as well. Mantu will drop that back. So Flames can now clear up on close short with a flashbang, doesn't have to dry peek it. Faces with his teammate. Takes a little bit of short control, but look at the response towards B. They're walking in. He's got the scope. Shalfie, he's done this in the past. Does he know? The close left is being watched though. Nico, he wants to deny it, but he misses the shot. Spams over his head, throws off his crosshair placement with a crouch, Davey, and now they're going out for the fight towards A. Flames peeking in behind the smoke, throws out the HE, looking for the kill. Here comes some counter utility of their own. That will slow him down. Flames, he speeds it up. Problem is, the tempo might not work because hiding in Goose, there's Kenzie, and he's waiting to take a bite out of them. 35 HP on Flames, couple of bullets will do the job. There's the follow-up frag onto Nexa as well, and it's all starting to go wrong. Valde has to put together the pieces, hits the headshot on Jerry, but the dive out from Goose as Kenzie capitalizes. Mantu, the round's gone, mate.
10 seconds left. He needs to just try to hold on to this op. At this point, it's a matter of just trying not to die after time. Shalfie's here in middle. Oh, he's getting flanked. I think he's going to drop after time. The money's there, so it shouldn't matter. He actually drops down below the doors. 1 second. Oh, can he get away with this? He actually does. So he holds on to the op, carries it over to the next round, but forZe's put us on match point. They've hit 15. And there you could see from OG, just not expecting that third player in Goose. forZe doing that classic 3-man long, 2 towards B setup on Dust 2. No aggression towards middle. I mean, of course, Shalfie did it at the beginning of the round, and he showed presence as well, which is crucial. He took that shot at nothing, and it seems like, okay, why is he just ringing out a shot and lower? It was because he wanted OG to think that they were playing heavy towards middle at the beginning of the round, which means it's less likely they have 3 at long.
OG going back to basics here. They just want to bombard out onto the B site. Norway again in a position to strike. Hits one, puts it on the AWPer to keep them in the round, but Shalfie this time can't stand his ground. Zorte though, the primary AWP, will pull up and hits the first shot. 3 versus 3 at the retake at B. And these are never easy rounds, Davey.
Oh, I think they are actually going to go for it. I was thinking they might just go for the save here because the money's not there for forZe. I thought they might just go for the eco, but they're pushing forward. They're creeping up in the tunnels. Mantu is here. Needs to land the first shot. They line up for him. Lands the tag. Gets the second. It is just Kenzie left alive with the op. He gets the kill, but now he needs to run away. Hold on to this op for the next round. You're not going to be able to buy one.
Money's going to be dangerously tight. OG will get a 14th round. At that point, forZe, you're fighting for your win in regulation with a very scrappy buy. Basically whatever you can find down the back of the sofa. Meanwhile for OG, they're in a great spot to push this game into an overtime now. You don't like that, man. When the FaMOUZ is being pulled out on round 30, that always makes you feel a little bit sick.
It makes me feel a lot of sick.
Yeah, it does hurt. It does hurt.
Just the deagle for Kenzie. Shalfie, maybe, if he wants to get freaky with it, could grab a scout. MP9 is an option for him, but it feels kind of bad. You know, it's just like one of those ones where you're on CT Dust 2 and you buy an MP9, it's like, all right, there's like 3 spots I can play. Decides to go for the FaMOUZ as well.
So 2 FaMOUZes, the double Fami, a Deagle, a CZ, and the AWP of Zorte. The only way I see them taking this in regulation now is if Zorte goes on an absolutely nuclear play and just does something insane. Yeah. It's all on him for my money.
And OG, ooh, I thought they were going to go for the fast long play. They all stop in the tunnels. They swing out. The smoke is there. Counter flash comes in. Flames clears pit. Now they know they're not playing for long. But OG has dedicated so much to this. Again, they've given up map control everywhere else. So far, forZe hasn't responded. And Mantu's taking this fight very aggressively up towards the A site. He hasn't spotted any ops. And so this might be the call. OG might just walk all the way up again. Boost into the site. That is going to be Zorte coming up, but this time Mantu has the angle to start. As there's a huge gap in the left side of that smoke. Tons of damage is done. Nico's the one who finds the kill, but the nade stack from forZe finds 2 kills. Nexa is there to respond. The op from Zorte is tucked away in Gandalf. They have the Molotov to clear him out, but it's Mantu who lands the shot. 3 versus 2. It's just the FaMOUZ. It's the CZ. The flash is in. Jerry's nearby, but with just the CZ, he needs to go forward. They have the kit somewhere on the map.
The CZ peeks out, he hits the shot, but he can't get away. Norway in the 1v2 with 40 seconds on the timer, shrouds himself in the smoke, walks up on a Mantu. Oh, he got the first shot off, but the FaMOUZ, never the weapon you want. Mantu, though, happy he's got the AWP, pulls the trigger, slays him with a bolt action, and bolts OG into overtime, Davey. We're getting an overtime game out of this on Dust 2.
And Mantu with 32 kills in regulation. Cannot state enough how immense he has been. But this round, he does find the kill right here at the end, the flick over, but it was Nexa pushing up into the site and getting that trade on that player inside of site. If Nexa on low HP, remember, doesn't go up and find that trade, that round could go very differently, and we could be saying GG at this point. forZe could have won it.
It's also when they pushed up ramp with how low everyone was, that double HE that comes in, I thought at that point, this could be so bad for them. You're going to lose 2 players, the raw damage that was done as well. If Zorte doesn't get owned by Mantu, completely different round. It all could have gone wrong. In the end, though, we're here. We're in overtime, 15-15. forZe on the CT side. What have you got for us in OT? It is just going to be the 1 AWP, this time on Zorte. They don't want to run the risk because, of course, you can't really support it with the Valve overtime. If you go for the double AWP and you lose the round, you're going to be kind of broke.
Yeah, exactly. The 10K overtime makes it so you can't really risk the double op. You have to be very confident in your double ops, right? And here, Nico is just going to be waiting for the T-spawn push. Now, this is interesting because OG is grouped up towards long again. 4 players here, but Nico is in T-spawn. So what is his role going to be in this round? Is he just holding for any push? Do they expect the T-spawn flank from forZe? Is he going to go for the late play out B after OG throws, like, let's say OG throws a bunch of long nades with 45 seconds left, and then Nico walks into the tunnels and finds the 1B player, goes and takes B site control, then all of a sudden forZe's in a really tough spot. So crucially, they've left Nico outside of B here for a reason, and what that reason is, I'm curious to see, and they're actually all just falling back to B. So it wasn't even that deep. They're just like, okay, we just wanted to take long and then go back B. Mantu with full nades inside of pit, probably with about 20 seconds left, we're going to see him throwing that nade set to try to keep 4 CTs over inside of that A bomb site.
I wouldn't be surprised if it works, but you have to deal with this player. And Xiaofi, he could be going berserk. The fact he gets 2 frags, he's also got the info. So it doesn't matter what MAN2 does. They know they've got to migrate over towards the B site. He's playing from top mid, watching the cross with Yorp. Does hit one onto Norway. Jerry's here, and with time being so low, even just him firing off the warning shots puts them in a risky position. He dives out! He denies the bomb plant! Oh, but it won't matter. They get the trades back. Davey, what a round!
With almost no time left on the clock, he goes out of the tunnels, denies that bomb plant, and the trade coming in was crucial. I think there was 1 second left on the clock when the trade came in, and MAN2 actually found 3 kills in middle. He killed all of the rotators. Now I want to see the timing on this because this was so tight. This was so unbelievably close. Look at Valda. He starts planning with 5 seconds left, and look when this kill comes in. There was about to be 2 seconds left on the clock.
Still so close.
So close, man.
And it's ridiculous. MAN2 as well, like, fair play. The lurk towards middle, that's massive. The impact he's had into that round, the impact he's had into this game. 35 kills now as we get into the second round of OT. He has been on one.
He has been absolutely huge for this OG team, and this is the first time we've seen OG really go for this mid to B split. The counter smoke in door is going to make things difficult. Norway does get blinded by it, but he tucks away inside of the smoke. The play from Nico outside of the tunnels immediately gets the trade. There is still 1 player lurking nearby, but it's not going to matter. OG finds the kills, the no-scope, the miss from Zorte, and MAN2 comes out on top again. 2 kills for him, and he is 3 away from the 40 bomb.
He's dropping mad frags all across the server. He gets a tag onto Kenzie, pulls out the Glock and backhands him with a gat. Says good night to forZe here on their CT side. 17 rounds locked in, 1 away from having a flawless T-half in overtime.
And look at the money for forZe as well. 17-15, OG up in this T side of the overtime. Not only have they found the first 2 rounds, they've broken the economy of forZe. That 10K overtime means that they're not going to be able to buy into this last round. Look at that. 2 M4s, a scout for Zorte, the sad FaMOUZ for Xiaofi, and the MP9 on Jerry. Flames goes for that opening pick. CT's already across, playing close, and Xiaofi's gone aggressive towards middle. And look at this. They've stacked 5 on the A bomb site. They didn't play anybody B early, and MAN2 might get caught by this flank of Xiaofi. He's all the way up. It is the FaMOUZ, and it is the kill. The big man from OG gets taken down immediately as Valde finally answers one back, but it's still the 4 versus 3, but he knows he wants to hunt. He's on the hunt, and Zorte finds him first.
Fast flick on the scout. You've got an edge. You outnumber them 2-1. It doesn't matter that the Arsenal's in a bit of a risky place. Nexter, he tries to hard stand his ground, but he won't. He'll go down. Zorte trades that back with the scout. Here comes Nico now. Knows where the bomb is, knows he's got to take this tap up towards the car as well. Hard commits to the spray, and one of the bullets will do the job for him. 1v2 with 30 HP and just under a minute on the round.
And he has time, but he's not aware that Kenzie's pushed all the way behind him. So they have him contained. They know he's stuck in long. There's 40 seconds left. He's tucking himself away in pit, just trying to make the CTs have to worry about him potentially going B, but because Kenzie's pushed all the way up middle, that's not a risk. He is going to walk forward. The off angle from Xiaofi could be good. He's up on top of the elevator. There's no way Nico's going to have his crosshair here, as of course as I say that he does, but it doesn't matter. The HP too low, and that's the round forZe wins. The force buy, the scout at long, ringing out, doing tons of damage. Of course, the aggression in middle from Xiaofi wasn't spotted, wasn't taken care of. Taking down the op of MAN2, I mean, he's been a massive player for OG so far in this game. He's almost at 40 kills. Next closest on his team, I think, is like 26 on Valde, maybe?
The fact that you like...
I don't remember.
Probably, but like the fact that he does get away with that as well.
Yeah.
He's mad, man. Like, just catches him on the cross, stops him there. And this is so close. This is a dangerously tight game. Because obviously for forZe as well, they didn't have a bad T half.
No.
They look good on T. Big issue is, though, they've got to basically clean house now. You need to come in, live your movie, or this game could still be going on. Who knows if this is going to end in the first overtime. At this point, it's looking spicy.
And again, on the CT side, we do just see that single op being brought out. It is on MAN2. He's pushed towards short. Zorte's here, and if MAN2 overcommits, Zorte might be able to find this opening again. Flash to try to bait the peak of the CT opper. Doesn't take the bait. Holds his line, holds his position. as Kenzie's crossed over to Xbox. Nico's nearby. Sound cue's given. Should actually maybe push Mantu back, but he's dedicated to this. He's not scared. He's holding it. He even does peek out deep towards lower. Of course, the op of Zorte no longer posted on the angle. Spots the head jumping up. Mantu looking for this opening pick. He's waited here for so long. But forZe, they're not jumping up. They're not giving him anything. Nexa with the counter utility towards the mid doors could potentially push forZe up towards short. And there it is. Mantu finally gets his shot, but he misses it.
They know where he is. He scurries off because of it and opts to reposition back round towards long. Support his teammate. The T's slowly but surely skulking their way up short, closer and closer towards the stairs. The one lurker in Norway, he's starting to back off as well. And at this point, looking out towards that A site, this could get rough for them. They're going to attempt to hold this back. Nexa's here. You've got two players close to you as well. Bit of utility thrown across. They all drop down though. They push into CT and they want to split on this. They get the headshot into the back of Mantu. Kenzie with the adjustment on Nexa finishes him off. And the CTs, they're outnumbered.
They're outnumbered. They're outpositioned. The re-smoke and CT spawn that Kenzie can play behind. There's two CTs here, but again, they're behind the smoke. The spam comes in actually from Valde. He finds it. But still, the op from Zorte kills Flames, and now the lurk from middle. This is Norway. Can he land the shot? Hasn't been able to find it yet. Gets one. Valde needs to respond, but Zorte from up top with just 9 HP goes for the aggressive face. Finds Valde down in CT spawn, and forZe have tied us all up. And there you could see the strat. They go for the short execute. They drop into CT spawn. Flash comes in. They swing it along. Nexa's not blind. He's there. He can see them going. But Jerry swings out and lands the first bullet onto Mantu. Nexa can't respond in time, so he only goes 1 for 1. He can't save Mantu's life. If that op was able to stay alive at long, completely different round. But because Jerry finds that headshot in the back, forZe pick it up. 17-17, and now Zorte holding for the aggression of Nexa, able to find it, and Mantu with a rare miss. He drops. forZe in control right now of this tied up game. 17-17, Flames eventually answers back, but he loses so much HP in the process.
And the problem is as well, that was the double orb that they've gone so bold with. It's a costly investment, and the round is looking dire! Norway! Oh, that is despicable! Attacks them with the AK, a disgusting tap. A filthy round, and forZe, they're up 18-17. Because of the amount of money OG pumped into that last round and got nothing from, they're in such a bad spot.
And now OG has to do to forZe what forZe did to them in the last half. They're on this force buy. The scout comes out for Mantu. The Deagle for Flames. Nexa relegated to just the MP9, and Mantu's going for tags. He's been tagged himself. He wants to go for more. But Zorte, he's like, I'll take the tag and I'll just escape. He actually drops in. Mantu looked like that shot could have landed. And now he's worried. The boost up into CT spawn for Valde. Puts him in a nice sneaky position. It has meant that Mantu had to give up his line though. So the boost comes out, and if Valde can multi-frag from this position, then fair enough, it was worth it. But Mantu giving up his line, when he tries to cross back over, Zorte was waiting, lands the shot through the door, and the impossible challenge has been completed.
He's finally done it. He's been waiting for so long to get that pick, and it comes in at such a pivotal round.
Poor Nexa.
This is all he's got to defend this with. Just an MP9. And he gets mollied out as well, so it should be an easy kill. Somehow he actually does keep himself alive and kicking. They're reacting off the back of this. They're going to jump. They're going to push up. He waits on the lip. He's ready to slay. Hits the headshot onto Norway. Kenzie has the trade. 3 versus 4. Only one real rifle to work with for OG to keep themselves in the game. Lose this, it's 19-17, and forZe will win it. He sprints out onto the site. Denies the bomb plant. They've still got an edge in the battle of attrition though, Davey. And Nico, he's close on the smoke. They're being so bold, so audacious, but will they be silenced in a round like this? Shalfie grabs the bomb again, tries to bait them with a plant. One man pushes through the door. Jerry hits the adjustment. It's all on Flames. Deagle in his hand, but it looks like he'll be going down in a big old ring of fire. As forZe hit the tap, Jerry stops it there, extinguishes the Flames, stops OG in overtime, and forZe get the win.
forZe eventually picked that one up, 19-17 in overtime. The heroics from Mantu was not enough. We saw him in just those last few rounds not able to find the impact he was able to have in regulation. The battle of the Oppers was eventually won out by Zorte, and forZe are the ones who pick up the win in this deciding game. They're going to go up to 2-1.
Madness, just sheer madness. A ridiculous game of Counter-Strike that in the end goes the way of forZe. So close, so down to the wire, time and time again. Mantu as well, you've got a feel for him. The amount of rounds where he was basically saving face on that AWP, Davey.
Yeah.
In the end, it doesn't matter. You don't get the win.
No, and it was so unbelievably tight. Like you said, Mantu tried. He was denied his ace so many times. I think he had 3 or 4 4Ks in that game. Massive, massive rounds from him. And OG, it was this round here from Shalfie. They could have broken the economy. They could have got that 12th round, but the 3K from Shalfie close on the B tunnels is what made all the difference. That was the turning point in that second half, and it became so tight. And OG, even from this position, they battle all the way back. But in the end, it is forZe who pick it up. They're going to go to the 2-1 games, and OG, they're dropping down to the 1-2s.
So scary. And it's terrifying as well, right? As we got into it, we already had that conversation about double AWPs with Valve OT rules, the way that it can ruin your economy. And what a fitting story that it's OG thinking, we've got the confidence to go for this. This is going to pay off. Both of the AWPers, you get one swinging out at middle, one swinging out at long. Neither of them hit their mark, and they have to play with such a weak buy in the next round. They lose it 19-17. This is the scoreboard at the end of that matchup. No surprise, Mantu and Shalfie, the 2 big names.
Yeah, and really there, when you take a look at the scoreboard, you can see it was kind of the Mantu show for OG, right? He was the one who made the biggest difference. He was the one who really dragged them into that overtime.
He did. You know, he was hook, line, and sinker out there giving it round after round. There was times where it looked like he was going to get back-to-back aces on the AWP. So the fact that he eventually goes on to lose the game, that's got to be soul-crushing for OG.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you're looking down the fragging list and you're looking at Flames. He had that big round towards long on that CT side in the 2 versus 5 where he gets the 3, almost the 4th. But again, that's almost the story of OG in this game. It just wasn't enough.
It just wasn't enough. And that is how it ends. Our first best of 1 shut down, but there is so much more to go. Grab yourself a drink and join us back here for more exciting CS action after the break.
We're here with the PGL RMR EU, and I am joined by Flames of OG. And today, we're going to build your dream roster. You have $15. So, Flames, you think you're going to be able to build a world beater team?
Yeah, I could build one of the best rosters in the world.
So you think you have a GM, you could be a GM in the future, general manager?
I'm CEO of an organization, everything. I got everything in here. Yeah.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. All right, so first off, who are you going to pick for your Opper?
Simple, Broky, Monese, Alien, and Poison. Okay, so Simple, I would take Simple. I think he's the best by far. I'll just take him.
No shame in that, you know, getting the GOAT, getting one of the best ever.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take the best, and then $4. We need a rifler. We need an aggressive one.
Yeah. You want to need
so,
an aggressive rifler.
Electronic would be good, right? Simple, and that's like
already
a duo. Yeah, so I'll take Electronic.
Yeah, that's already really good synergy right there. You can't go wrong with that. Okay, that's $9 that you spent. You got 6 more left.
And then, wait, let's think about. Okay, we need someone to make use of them, right? So a good IGL.
Yeah.
IGL, Carrigan, Glaive, Nafani, Hampus, Boom. I think we'll take Boomich.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
this guy's just building Na'Vi, but all right, we're halfway there.
It could be a good roster, right? They could win a major, so I'll take Boomich.
Some may think that they could win a major. Some may think that.
I think they have what it takes.
Yeah, probably. All right, so you used $10 so far. All right, okay. So you got 5 left. All right, who are you gonna get for your passive rifler?
Perfecto.
All right, there we go. I mean, you've used $11 and you've built 4 out of the 5 players for Na'Vi. Yeah. You have $4 more to go here.
Where is bit?
Sorry, there's no bit.
No bit in here. Okay.
No bit, unfortunately.
You know, the thing is, I would think Yekindar because it makes sense with the language and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
But how many dollars do I got?
You have 4 more left, so you can get anybody for 4 or less.
Okay, so Glaive, Electronic, enough twist. The thing is flex rifle, and I think Mezzi would do a good job.
Oh, Mezzi?
Yeah, I think Mezzi would be really good in that job, in that role. The thing is, there is 2 things. Okay, config is insane. Though we need to think Electronic is the aggressive one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Messi could play anywhere, and I think he would do a good job.
Okay, you have you have $4 to use, so you're only using 2 of them to get Messi. You think Messi would be the best of all these options?
I think the thing is Twist is pretty skilled, but I think he would also be good in whatever role he takes. But I think Messi he fits them.
Okay. All right. So Flames has built his roster with Simple, Boomich, Electronic, Perfecto, and Messi.
Yeah.
And you have $2 left over. What are you going to do with the $2?
I'd probably buy Floppy to just sit on the bench like he did in Valorant. Just to have fun with him, you know.
Okay. Just put him on the bench. Put Floppy on the bench. All right. That's it. You got a 6-man roster. That's not bad. That's good. That's good use of your money.
They could win a major, like.
Yeah.
This
team could win a major.
Yeah, like
for sure.
Any time they want.
Yeah. Okay. Swapping Floppy in for Messi sometimes, just when you feel like it. Never.
Well, Messi is a soldier. Like he needs to be put in the team. You know. He makes the puzzle perfect.
Okay. So you think Boomich can use him?
Yeah. It's easy to use him. I remember talking a lot of seeing him play. It's easy. He can play everything.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to €20. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
games here at the PGL RMR for Europe have really been heating up, Davey, and that was a fantastic affair on Dust 2. Of course, now, though, we move into something a bit different. MOUZ taking on Outsiders.
Yeah, and this is sort of a weird one, right? Where we've seen Outsiders yesterday drop in that second game. The first one, of course, very convincingly won by them, 16-2 on Dust 2. Second time around on Dust 2, not so hot. Very similar to what happened to OG as well. They win the first one, not super convincingly. It was a close game, but they win it. Second game on Mirage, not so great.
Well, let's have a look at the rosters we've got in store for you here. Let's check out Outsiders. Outsiders looking fresh. Jame repping the anime, coming in looking hot. They're all in a good spot, Davey. They're looking ready for action here at the RMR.
Yeah, and you know, they, like I said, they started off very hot, then they dropped that second game. Slightly disappointing, so they are going to be down here in these 1-1 games. Like you said, taking on MOUZ, and this is going to be an interesting one. I wonder where this veto goes, because we saw 2 Dust 2 games from Outsiders. MOUZ, I'm not actually sure how they feel about Dust 2. There might be potential for 3 Dust 2 games in a row here.
Well, let's check out MOUZ. Let's have a look at their intro video. That was a close contender between both of them for I think which one has the best hype video. MOUZ maybe slightly take it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. You know, that really is the mental battle before the game. You know, who's more hype in their hype video?
Yeah, if you win the media day, you've won the event.
Pretty much. That's what it comes down to. And you know, I was just thinking about it. I was taking a look and I was investigating both of these teams. And, you know, eventually when we do get into the veto here, I have a feeling MOUZ is just going to see Overpass is it's their perma ban. They just get rid of it. So I'm assuming Dust 2 ban will also come in. Each team gets 3 bans. There's the Overpass ban by MOUZ. Expect the second one to be Dust 2. And then the bans for, there it is. And then the bans from Outsiders are going to be a little bit interesting. Nuke is going to be gone almost for sure. Expect the Vertigo to go as well. That third one that they decide to ban, though, is where I'm just a little bit curious where they're going to end up going with this, right? That's what I'm more curious about. They actually get rid of Ancient, so I have a feeling we're just going to end up on Inferno.
It seems like it. Off the back of this, it feels like that would be the safest bet for this series, yeah. And with Mirage going out the way, okay, so we do get Inferno in the best of 1.
Yeah, and this is, I think this favors Outsiders quite a bit, to be completely honest with you. Not only do they have a significantly better win rate, let's say, with 80% on their Inferno, but, you know, MOUZ not super hot on it. And the thing is, with MOUZ's map pool, their 3 best maps, Vertigo, Ancient, Nuke, when you get 3 bans, if you're Outsiders, you just ban all 3 of them. It's like, okay, fine. And you know that MOUZ permabans Overpass. So you're getting Dust 2, Mirage, or Inferno if you're Outsiders, and that is the perfect situation for them, to be completely honest.
Yeah, dream scenario, really. It's exactly where you'd want to be in a game like this. It's also one that, kind of like we were saying, means so much for Outsiders. If you struggle going into this, it could have been really awful for them. At least with the battlefield we've actually got now, knowing it's Inferno, I'd say I'm sort of bringing my confidence levels back up for them to be able to be the favorites in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I think Outsiders are the favorites here. I think that's, especially with the way that the vetoes were always going to play out, because that's the downside for MOUZ. They have those three maps that they're very good at. Your Vertigos, your Ancient, your Nukes. And in best of 3s, that's great, right? That works very much in your favor. It means you can always get one of them in the veto. You can always put that pressure on the other team. But in best of 1s, when everybody gets 3 bans, if you're Outsiders, Overpass is one of their better maps. Statistically, it's one of their best. So you just ban out Vertigo, Ancient, Nuke, and MOUZ has nowhere to go with the veto. They're forced to play Inferno, which they only have a 40% win rate on, against a team with an 80% win rate on it.
The maths just don't add up, Davey. It's not good for them. And it means that Inferno will have to be a very, very clinical affair. MOUZ will need to come out absolutely swinging off the get-go, get into this one, get lively, because like you said, it's a best of one, so you don't really have much room for error. Any small mistakes are going to be capitalized on, and I mean, honestly, from what we saw from Outsiders in their first game when we kicked off the RMR yesterday, they were looking really clean. You know, Kicker, he was coming out kicking and screaming, literally doing so much damage all over the gaff, mate. The round when he had the sheer confidence to just call for the flashes off his teammate, run out long and get like the full 4-man spray down, it's just like, okay, if he's doing stuff like that, how do we even stop him?
Yeah, and I mean, now here on Inferno, I'm pretty sure Outsiders will be the higher seed too, so they're going to get to start on that CT side, which is a pretty significant thing, right? Especially on Inferno. Talk about it time and time again. If you can build up that early lead, you pick up the opening pistol, you build that early lead, it can be a real problem. It can be a real problem.
It can get to you. It certainly can. Looks like the fist bumps are coming up. And they're starting to get ready to kick this one off. So Inferno in the best of one here. An important matchup. All the games we've got on both of our streams today have so much impact in terms of where these teams are going to be, how close they're going to be getting to making it to the major. And the best of 3 after this has even more juicy storylines. So do not go anywhere. Keep it locked here at PGL for a very high quality day of CS. But we are into the action. Outsiders on CT, like you said, going to be able to start off there. And the dualies have been pulled out.
Love that.
I do like seeing that, mate. Flit's got him in his hands.
Now, one thing I will say is that whenever you see the dualies on the CT side of Inferno now, it's always the exact same spot. It's always just behind the half wall with the dualies. Teams are starting to catch on. What they don't catch on to is Jame inside of the apartments with the CZ, and you can see Flit changed his position, moved over towards the sandbags, and it's actually a massive kill for Kicker to get. That's the middler gone. Outsiders, they've conceded the A site. They don't have a problem with it. They're okay to play retake. They don't have the kit, but they do have the utility. This is going to be the 4 versus 2 retake here. Crossfire from MOUZ is there. Who's going to land the shots?
Flashbang goes in. The retake starts to begin. Dexter. He's waiting to do some damage, but he will buckle to Kicker. And Bymass, he's just in the smoke. He's actually going to go undetected. He's just sat here waiting for an opportunity. Swings out, but the problem is Buster gets the rapid adjustment off, and Outsiders will walk away with a really clean CT round.
Yeah, and good counter utility from Outsiders as well. That lurk smoke towards the front of the pit allows them to scale towards the site. It forces BMAS to try to reposition. And they start the half off exactly how they wanted to. Opening pistol goes the way of Outsiders. MOUZ off the back of the bomb plant. Yeah, they are going to decide to buy into this one. So they have the Scout, the 2 Galils on JDC and BMS. And what's Dexter going to go for? He's got the head armor. Just decides to go with the Deagle. Make sure he's got all that utility. The in-game leader for the side of MOUZ. Now, I will say his time since joining MOUZ has been... I think disappointing is a little harsh because I didn't expect much. So it's a little harsh to say disappointing because he hasn't really disappointed, I don't think. It's just not been very good. They have had to make a ton of roster changes, which never helps. Of course, losing your best player in ROPS is also an L.
Yeah. That'll hurt. That really will. Leave a bit of a burn. But into the second round here, UMP buy for Jame. My man's got the oomph. But can he put the foot down? Instead, it'll be Kicker covering towards Quad. Hits the headshot onto JDC. He's got support towards the site as well with Jame on that UMP like we were talking about. And this is isolated to Tease. The one play you have up towards Banana will just be frozen, hoping that he can hit a heavy shot with a Tech 9, but that won't come out. And one by one, you're all falling to bits. So not really much to be found here for MOUZ. If they wanted to make it a costly round or get the bomb plant, it's looking unlikely, especially with Yekindar pushed all the way down. He's just sat waiting for this fight.
And Outsiders have so much faith in him consistently to go aggressive down Banana. Now, Yekindar doesn't know, but Torshi knew where he was. Doesn't matter. The quick adjustment with the FAMAS. Yekindar finds his second of the round. Dexter does answer back with 1. Sadly, it's just the FAMAS recovered. But if he can do a little bit of damage now, I mean, the best case scenario at this point would be just getting that bomb plant. Looking less and less likely as Kicker from the pit is holding the angle, finds the kill onto Dexter. Only 1 there, so the force buy from MOUZ really not getting anything. Only the 1 kill from Dexter means Outsiders get to start building up their economy.
And this is what you want, man. You know, start off CT side Inferno, get the rounds in, try and keep the casualties at an all-time low, build up the bank, put yourself in a good spot. For MOUZ, if you find a bomb plant, I mean, that's the dream, but with just Glocks, well, I suppose it's actually P250s they pulled out here, and the one Deagle on Dexter. Oh, there it is. Talk about it, and it does get involved with the round.
That's Flit dropping. He was going aggressive towards middle. The counter util towards mid to slow down any sort of push. The smoke inside of halls as well, so nothing being recovered. And Jame actually finds the kill onto Dexter. The dink is there, and Jame has to go into the smoke, but JDC hunts him down. JDC gets the kill. FaMOUZ is recovered. They don't have any armor, and you can see Yakindar. He's gone aggressive. Can Torshi find this frag? Can he get him as he walks around the corner? Kicker inside of the halls with the M4. Gets spotted. Now they know he's here. He's tucked in the corner. It's a 3-on-1 though, Jack.
They want to overwhelm him. They spam up onto the balcony. Kicker holding for the push. 1 HP, 22 HP. The bomb dropped. They're now in a bit of a risky spot. And Yakindar knows he can hold this, but he is being flanked. Even a single tag, though, would drop the man, leave him in great stead. But he dinks him, does bring him down to 13 HP. Here's the FaMOUZ, now aggressing out from Buster as well. And JDC, playing in the pit, wants to punish. 40 seconds on the clock, sprints up, knows exactly where the bomb is. Flash goes in over the top. This should allow the peek from the back line on balcony. But Yakindar, with 13 HP, he'll just hold it and wait till he makes his move on the bomb site.
He goes for the fake plant. Yakindar hasn't taken the bait. Full plant being committed now. Yakindar is swinging, and they're pinching him from both sides. He doesn't know, but he flicks up, lands the shot, and Kickered in the back line. He was worried about the short play. He knew he was there earlier in the round. The reposition works exactly as intended. Yakindar on low HP wasn't able to find the frag. JDC made it interesting, and MOUZ made it costly. The full reinvestment going to have to come in. That opening pick from Dexter really opening up the map for them.
It is so nice having games here on the A stream today where you just see Deagles being bought and you're like, yeah, go on then. Give me those 2 frags you're going to find. It's mad how many kills we just see fall to the Deagles these days. It's going to be risky as well, man. The 1 HP dink. Could have got rough if he actually found the kill, but it didn't happen. So, 3-0, MOUZ finally with a bye. And they've got the AWP out as well.
Yeah, immediately getting that AWP into Torshi's hands. Aggression from Yakindar, punished by Dexter. He was waiting on the corner. Yakindar wanted to try to catch him off guard, peeking behind that Molotov. He did catch him, but he wasn't able to land the shot. It's Dexter who wins out, and he's actually, in this game so far, he's been the guy kind of finding the kills here for the T side of MOUZ. He's finding the openings.
It's like a human crowbar. Opening up rounds.
That's what they call him.
Yeah, Dexter the human crowbar. Always effective in the hands of Gordon Freeman. But I don't think this will be a free round for MOUZ, even with the first pick going their way. It's not going to be easy. Rotate back on Jame as well, so he does station the AWP back over towards Arch and leaves B-side completely open.
The one thing for Jame, though, is he made all the noise. Ooh, and mistake from outsiders. They dropped 2 smokes in middle. So Jame runs all the way over to the A site just to drop that smoke in mid. But the extra smoke gets thrown, and honestly can't even hype this one up at all. MOUZ is going to go into the empty bomb site. They're going to get the bomb plant. Outsiders is going to save their guns. And this just is how the CT side of Inferno works now. Especially for outsiders.
Oh, yeah.
They're the ones who sort of started this meta to begin with. Going all the way back to the Jame time meme.
Yeah, yeah. He was at the forefront of the old save the guns, more rounds, more chance of win. So they concede the first and do give 1 up to MOUZ on his T side. And Jame does hold as well, looking in case anyone's going to be running out towards it, but they have no reason to. All exit together, go down banana, keep all 5 alive for themselves. And this is your vintage Inferno, mate.
Yeah.
The super classic.
This is just how Inferno is now. It's just gamble, stack, save, gamble, stack, save.
Do you know what I've always been confused about? ever after, like, ever since they did the visual update for Inferno, at Top
You've
Banana.
always been confused about visualization.
No, shut up. But at Top Banana, the fact that you have the like pig wolf looking like dog thing.
What?
Right. So if we go to the top of Banana,
okay,
there is what looks like a pig or a dog or a wolf leaping where Car used to be.
So it's man bear pig.
But it could be. It could be Al Gore. Who knows?
Okay.
But like, it's always perplexed me because I just don't know what animal it is. And you know me, I love animals.
You do? Yeah. I don't even know what you're talking about though.
If we can get like a, we'll see. We'll see if we can get like a camera angle over there at some point.
But
at the top of Banana,
investigate for us.
Yeah, the blue wall with like the kind of like grayish pig bear dog, who's like leaping out round the corner.
I can't even picture what you're talking about right now. I've played this map so many times.
This? What is that?
Oh, that's just a wolf, surely.
How is that a wolf?
What do you mean? Look at it. It's a wolf. Maybe a dog. Like,
but it looks like a pig.
No, it doesn't.
But then look at its feet. Why has it got hooves?
Nah.
Yeah, see?
Nah, I don't think that's hooves, bro.
Get educated.
I don't think that's hooves, man. I think that's.
I don't know what that is.
I think it's just a wolf.
That's not a wolf.
Okay, well.
It's a man bear pig.
It could be a man bear pig.
But who knows? If you know what that is, any zoologists, hit us up. Hashtag PGL RMR.
It's a wolf, bro.
I don't think it's a wolf.
Okay.
Well, okay. Well, apparently the Observer says
it's a wolf.
All right,
Like,
fine. I guess it's a wolf.
Bro. That's a wolf, man. I think the feet are just kind of like done in such a way with not much detail. Yeah, there's not much detail, so it just kind of.
I don't know, man.
Like
I haven't seen any wolves with hooves, but
no, it's not an actual hoof, bro. It's just the way that it's drawn.
The mighty hoof. It's like the mighty cobra.
Well, his name is Hoof. That's the name of the wolf.
I see.
Why.
Okay, well this makes more sense.
Yeah, he was born with some genetic issues with his paws.
Hoof boy.
Yeah.
That'd be a really bad superhero.
Terrible superhero.
You have the power of having hooves for hands.
Like,
I have no opposable thumbs. Please help.
Yeah, I'm just worse.
Imagine you're trying to build like an IKEA chair and you're just there just crying. What do I do with these hooves?
Why was this my mutation?
The worst X-Man to ever
Can you even
live.
run faster? No, it's just
It's
my
just
hands.
on my hands. Oh, God.
It's not even
Oh,
my
it's
feet.
buckled me. Woo. Right, kicker. He's going to buckle. JDC with the first frag going in favor of Outsiders. Hits that one. Dexter comes running round. Problem is, Flip, with the silencer, you need it if he's playing inside of Library. He'll pull it up and look to try and do some damage, but the frags are being found. Close on time, though. 7 seconds. You need to get the bomb down soon, and they will hard commit to the plant. Flip goes running in, unloads with that A1S, and batters his way through them. The AWP is pulled out, hits the first on the Yikindar, peeks back into pit as well, but they're defusing the bomb. He's got to run away, and Outsiders, fast retake there. Straight in, aggressive, great frags.
And again, it's Kickert 8-0 here on the CT side, just surviving in pit for the entire execute. They couldn't find him. They couldn't get rid of him. He just stayed alive. He ends up finding 2 frags. So Outsiders, they pick up their 4th, and again, it's off the back of Kickert just surviving inside of the pit. Dexter's flank through the smoke, almost working perfectly. They find Jame in the site, but it took them so long even to kill Jame, right? They couldn't get into the site. They just drag that round out all the way until there's 20 seconds left. And they go for the A hit. But without the nades to push Kickert out of position. He holds, he finds it. Yikindar takes a bunch of damage, but he doesn't care. He's all the way down to the bottom of B. And this is vintage Yikindar.
The absolute classic.
Oh, Dexter snuck up.
So Dexter, looking for the opening pick on this.
Oh.
But the problem is they should
gun.
see him.
The gun blocked it.
Oh, it's blocked him.
The view model.
Davey.
The wrath of the view model strikes
Your view
again.
model's finally been proven to be successful. And because of this, Dexter's now watching back over towards Library. He's able to just stay in this position. The rest of the T's can push up. You've got one man coming round towards Arch as well. If he can actually get a headshot off here on the kick-up with the timing, maybe they've got an opening. Yikindar will push out. He peeks on Arch, sees JDC. You've got 45 seconds to make this play work, and Dexter finally reveals himself. Works his way up with a smoke, goes running into the crosshair of Buster. Buster will be broken though. Kicker, he's still holding his ground. Oh, it's not looking good for the T's the longer this goes on. But JDC and Frozen, they work together, hit their picks, start to get the bomb down as well. And Jame, he's on a rotate. 1v2 now for the retake with the AWP.
And he's walking up. He doesn't have the kit, but he will be able to recover one. They're down towards the back of default. You can see there, and they're split, the T's. One on each side of the bomb site, holding the crossfire. As soon as they get contact, they should be swinging together, should be fighting together. And smartly, he's playing the headshot angle, making the shot very difficult for Jame to hit. And I think this is just going to be Jame time. He's going to walk away, perhaps claim a chicken on his way out.
He's not that kind of guy.
No, he doesn't want it.
No.
He doesn't want it. He doesn't want the round. He doesn't want the kills. He's going to walk away, hold on to this op yet again. They don't really have the money, so they're not going to be able to buy one into the next round, so he's going to save this. They'll be able to drop the M4s over. Kicker will be able to buy. Yakindar can buy. Jame can drop an M4 for Buster or Flit. And it is MOUZ winning out on the round. And again, right here, look at this. It was the silence. It was the gun barrel just blocking the vision of Dexter. And this is why I moved my view model to the middle of my screen, Jack. This is why.
Everyone's laughed at you for years,
I know,
Davey.
I know.
They always come into your chat and they say, haha, Davey, so silly, gun in middle.
But now look at you.
Imagine losing a round at the RMR major qualifier because your gun blocked your vision of an opponent. Imagine that's how you lose. Imagine that's what doesn't qualify you for the major. No, sir, never me.
Wouldn't happen to Davey.
Nope.
Because you wouldn't be at the RMR.
That's true. That's true.
Sorry, mate. It's low-hanging fruit.
No, that's fine.
Had to grab it. And that round will be grabbed away right underneath the noses of outsiders. But Jame, of course, saving on the AWP, will still have it in play now.
Jame didn't even drop a gun for Kicker.
No, he didn't want to.
He's 9-1.
I guess he's just going to frag with the CZ.
Why didn't Jame drop him a gun? That's so unbelievably toxic. James like, nah, I need to save my money for an op in the future, so you don't get a gun this round. Toxic in-game leader.
Ridiculous. And this time, they've actually taken top banana control quite swiftly into the round as well.
Ooh. Dexter crossed over and they didn't spot him. They might have an inkling as the flash comes in. No, and Dexter finds another opening. The in-game leader for MOUZ, that's his third or fourth opening frag so far in this game.
He's been doing a great job of creating space for them. And now forZe. He's walking up in towards the B site as well. One player on the lip playing towards the boost. And another in Buster towards the back of the site. Bomb's still down towards T-steps. And they're peeking up on middle. No flank coming in yet from the CT. So they group back up for this. You've still got a lot of utility. And you've got enough time to take it slow on this one as well. So there's the smoke towards coffins. Still have flashes. They're going to prime those. Molotov on new box. Flash for the cross. forZe. His vision will be slightly impaired, and the CTs have arrived. They're ready to square up for this one. Flit on the boost. Finally reveals himself. Hits one with the SMG and drops off. There is a trade. 1-for-1. All on the AWPer now to have some fun. He's going to back up. Problem is the hard commit on the spam doesn't actually get the job done. The CZ not going to pay off for Kicker as well. And this is where it starts to get risky. You fall into a 2v2. They've got control towards Garden. They're playing together. forZe, watching, waiting. Ready for the response on the AK. The AWP scoped in towards Ruins. Battle of the AWPers. And James walking up. He'll miss the shot as he jumps across. The SMG's close in their face, but he finally hits it with a follow-up of his own. James here. He's slaying on one. Drops the smoke to try and bait it out. Sees him coming. Knows he's towards CT, but he's wasting time. And he misses the shot, Davey. He doesn't have a kit. This round's as good as gone.
And he just wants to get away. He wants to make sure that torsi doesn't bring this op into the next round, and some crucial misses. Not going to matter. Jame escapes with the op, but again, all 5 kills going the way of the CTs. All of the MOUZ players drop, but MOUZ picks up the round, and that is what's more important. Jame now, I mean, he has all this extra money. Now he wants to drop 2 M4s when the rest of the team can't buy. Imagine if Kicker, last round, if he had an M4 instead of running through the smoke with a CZ. Imagine if he just had an M4, he just kills both of them and you win the round. Like...
That's literally what I was thinking. The second I saw him fighting that with the CZ, where he's just like, I have to just spam. I have to just do whatever I can. It's like, if he had a gun, even just a FAMAS or an MP9, anything, he probably gets the kills.
But Jame had 3,900. He could have just given him an M4 and still had 1,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
Like,
weird. Very weird.
Just, that's 2 rounds now. Outsiders have lost because, first of all, the first one was the view model. The second one was Jame not dropping a gun.
It's basics, yes, boys.
Yeah.
It's the classic. That's what Ian Harding would have been shouting it around like that, but instead JDC, he's going to be screaming as he dives out with the SMG. Jame and Flit find a frag apiece, and now we're down to a 4 versus 3 here, off the back of the early engagement towards the A site. But MOUZ, they've slowed this down so much, they're holding, looking for the balcony attack. Flit's right there. He wants to grab the AK away, and will be able to steal it.
And Dexter catches him throwing the smoke, but doesn't want to commit for the kill. He's too worried about getting killed from the player inside of sight. The AWP of Jame is nearby. Now forZe is lurked up. There is a player in Buster who could potentially shut this down, potentially find the frag. He's tucked away in mini pit. They haven't cleared him, and will they clear him? That's the question. Bomb is going to go down. He's going to be able to get the kill. 35 seconds left. Yakindar's far away. He only has the CZ, but Buster with 2. He's tucked away, eventually traded back by forZe. 1 versus 1. Yakindar working up short. forZe has recovered the bomb. He just spots him. Just spots Yakindar walking around the corner, and now forZe decides to commit to the plant. Yakindar's crossed. He's picked up the AWP. Not going to use it. The CZ is all he needs. Finds the kill onto forZe. Yakindar saves the outsiders in this round as MOUZ 3v4 take the A site, but Yakindar in the 1v1 finds the right timing, finds the kill, and finds outsiders their 5th.
By the skin of his teeth in a round like that. Gets it over the finish line. And that's rough, man. Frustration there for forZe. It's a 5-3. Very tight round. And Buster, MVP play in a round like that, right? The fact that he goes unnoticed, just sat in the back of the pit for so long, gets those 3 kills. Can't be letting that happen.
Nope. Once they killed the player in pit, they killed the player in sight. They're like, all right, yep, 2 A players down. Last 2 are B players, no problem. They don't clear mini pit. It comes back to haunt them.
Okay. Yakindar doing what he does best, takes the fight early on towards Banana. Problem is, the scope was stationed on it this time. But Buster, surely he doesn't get away with another one of these plays. If they don't clear him again, oh, he's going to peek into him, he takes the fight. There is a good adjustment on the AWP at least.
Yeah, again, MOUZ just, they're so used to Yakindar pushing Banana by himself, and torsi actually gets another one. The smoke from Flit doesn't cover the cross. torsi lands the frag, and that's the B side open. They're going to run straight in. Outsiders not even going to go for it. They're going to have to save again.
And they're piecing together a bit of a half here on their T side.
Yeah.
You know, this is going to go 5-4. There's been a couple of rounds that could have been theirs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Jame, I mean, he's going to have 3K next round, or maybe it's even going to be the 3.4K. I'm not sure if they're at 1,400 or 1,900 right now. But even still, he has full utility, so he'll be able to drop an M4. Let's see if he decides to do it this time. That's going to bother me for the rest of the game, by the way.
That's just frustrating.
That they actually lost that round because he didn't drop an M4 when he had 3,900. Like, that is... I can't think... Like, the only reason not to drop the gun there would be if he's like, I just want to make sure I can buy an AWP again. It's just like, man, the guy is 8-0 or 8-1 at that point.
Yeah,
9-1
he was, like,
maybe.
giving it.
Dude, I know you want an AWP, but he was like 3-4 at the time, whereas Kicker was like 8-0 or 8-1, whatever it was. So like, yeah, he must have had one death because he needed a drop. So it's like maybe give the guy fragging out the gun, like
feed the hot hand.
So he has dropped the AWP. Will he buy the M4? Da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Actually, we're going to get DMCA'd for that, aren't we?
Yeah, you got to do it out of tune. That was good. There you go. Much better. Much better. So we do have the M4, the AWP, and the rest of them working around it. But this hasn't been a bad T-half at all from MOUZ.
No,
They're
it's
actually
been great.
coasting into it. They're looking pretty good.
It's been fantastic from them. Even the 1v1 with forZe and Yakindar, I mean, forZe just decided to take the very passive approach to fighting Yakindar.
Mm-hmm.
But of course it's Yakindar, so he just held W at him.
He's just coming at
Yeah,
you.
he's just
This is how
coming.
it goes.
Yeah, exactly. So forZe just took the wrong approach. So they decide to buy into it. They force into it. Flit, Buster, and Yakindar buy all the way down. And again, no M4 drop from Jame. If they lose this one because of it too, Jack, I'm going to scream. Just so you know.
It'll frustrate you.
Oh, I'm already frustrated. I'll scream is what'll happen.
It's getting to him. Davey's going to break, so let's see if Outsiders will actually be able to hold their own. 3 players set up towards the top of Banana. James there with the AWP. Back up with the pistols. Drops the flash over to Buster. And it seems like he's communicating. He does want a bit of a boost as well.
Dude, he's playing
Uh-oh.
super aggressive with the op. Opping from first oranges is common, right at the bottom of the stairs. But he's pushed all the way up to the cubby. So he's going to get one shot off, and then he's completely relying on Buster with the deagle to save him after this first shot.
And with the way Dexter's been getting these entries, I wouldn't be surprised if he just wide swings, misses the shot, and at that point the orb's gone.
Well, the idea is, playing here, you dodge the entry flash. That's the idea. Instead, forZe jumps up, wide swings, the op is taken out immediately, in a spot where he can't fall back, in a spot where the second he misses, he is immediately punished. The op is dropped, counter utility comes in, and that's the call for MOUZ to turn and run up A. There's one player with the M4 here towards Library. That's Kickert. He's going to get smoked off, so he goes forward into the site. Crossfire's here. Player up inside of the halls. Kickert finds 2. 2 frags for him. 13 HP tucked away in the site. The Crossfire's here. Flit with the CZ eventually answers back. It is up to Dexter to find the 2 kills, and he does get them. The second player coming through the smoke drops as well. Flit is still alive up in the halls, but what can he do? He doesn't have a kit. He doesn't want to take the fight with Dexter, and Dexter wants the fight with him.
Hungry for a scrap. Dexter already looking like a mean machine in this round. He's got 2 kills, and now he's starting to find his way into the back to secure himself the hat trick. That's the headshot onto Flit, and Yakindar, he knows they've been read like a book. He bails out of the library and runs away, forced to hold on to this AWP.
You know, just because I'm angry, I'm going to bring it up again. If Flit has an M4 there, he gets 2 kills. He gets both those kills, and the player's coming up short if he has an M4. Now, that being said, the M4 might have gone to Buster, so I'm not too upset about it in this, because it could have gone to somebody, like Yakindar might have had it, Buster might have had it, Flit might have had it, etc. So, but if Flit had it, he gets 2 kills. But because there was 3 options to drop it to, and Flit had the least kills of the 3, he probably wouldn't have been the one to get the drop. So I'll forgive it this round, but I'm still upset about it.
It's still getting to you.
Yeah. No, it is. It actually does really bother me. Like, why are you not dropping guns for your teammates? Like, why? It is like a team game, you know? Like,
you do got to drop. And Dexter, though, we'll say, man, like, fair play to him. 9-7 right now. Some of the entries he's been finding for this team have been huge. And also in rounds like that, when he needs to be clutch, absolutely is. Great read on the round. Yakindar, he's done this before. Surely, it was the light clear from JDC, when you kind of just do it out of muscle memory and keep going, but he flicks back, hits the shot. There is going to be a tag from Nubox, but Buster, he's broken, so the defensive B, gone.
Yep, they're going to get the bomb down. They're going to pick up their 6th. Again, Jameis saved the op. Going to try to save that one yet again. No kits, a little bit of utility for him. They're just going to run through, probably try to get towards T-spawn, or at the very least T-halls. Just that little bit safer. As MOUZ, they don't want to hunt them. They're okay to let James keep saving this, because it's like, hey, I mean, he can keep saving the op if he wants. He's 5-5. He's having no impact with it, so hold on to it, keep it, fine with us. We'll build up our economy. If Outsiders does eventually answer back, MOUZ should have the money to buy. And that is what they're going for. They exit towards the bottom of B. All 5 players should stay up, as MOUZ take the lead here on the T side of Inferno. And I thought this veto was leaning towards the Outsiders being the favorites, but so far some crucial mistakes have allowed MOUZ to take the lead.
Yeah, and like overall as well, just in terms of having everyone here on LAN, we can see those facial reactions, right? You can see it's not exactly the best environment here right now from Outsiders. They look fairly rigid, quite stoic about it, whereas MOUZ, they're giggling, they're having fun. If you can get into a game where you're hitting your shots, you're gassing each other up on your team, right? You're going to feel more willing to go for those big, hefty confidence picks. If someone like forZe starts getting his self-esteem way up there in the early rounds, he could be a nightmare on CT.
Absolutely. Absolutely true. They take top mid control. Boost is going to come in. And I don't think the spam is going to be here. You can see Flit's looking for it. Oh, he jumps up over. They spot him, and Kickert still actually lands that kill. He's the one to find Dexter. I thought they were going to drop there when the Molotov comes in. Instead, now we can see the reaction from MOUZ. They wanted to walk up short, and the timing just working to keep the MOUZ players alive as Kickert drops into the pit. James is actually playing anti-flash at the car. He's expecting them to flash him off before any sort of contact is found on B, because obviously you don't just walk back into Banana if an op can be there. So he's sitting anti-flash. This allows the rotation from Yakindar to be here in CT spawn. That's exactly where they're going to walk across.
Yakindar hits the first, peeks back into the second. Great play here, slays all of them. Easy pickings as he's licking his lips, walking out of that round now 11-7.
They all just walked right into his crosshair. That was easy peasy for Yakindar. Posted up, they walk in. A1S spray is perfect. It's on point. Finds all of the kills as here we go again. Look at this. This is just a little bit too easy for Yakindar, to be honest.
These are the rounds that he does in his sleep. He's looking fresh as well. Man's sporting the turtleneck, Davey.
Is he?
Yeah, look at that.
Love a good turtlenecker.
Probably got the chain hidden away underneath. Ooh, Dexter trying to go off the chain towards Top Banana, and he goes unchecked. We'll be able to win out against Yakindar. So that's an opening pick again towards B for him. He's been really good at finding these first picks.
And the flash from Torsi, it's not good. Doesn't blind James really. The swing comes out. James misses the shot. As Dexter, lucky to get away with his life there. Still 2 players over here at B from Outsiders. And MOUZ, you can see the reaction. They're going up middle. Smoke towards long, just to deny any information. James is now rotating his op over towards library. As top mid is taken, the Moto Smoke comes in, and they're going to go up short fast. And it is Kickert from the graveyard. He pops up, puts JDC in the grave as Flit's there to help. Frozen answers back onto Kickert. Graveyard player is down. James hasn't gone through this Moto Smoke. He hasn't got to the site. He's not going to be able to help. It is going to be the 1v1s, and Flit wins out. BMOUZ with the trade, and now James comes through. Too little, too late. BMOUZ reacts, finds the frag, and Buster's left in the 1 versus 2.
Buster. Will he be able to do his best ghosting Buster's impression in a round like this? 1v2, walking up close in the smoke. They're watching back towards quad. He's slowly but surely starting to make his way out.
Ooh, that bomb plant though, Jack. It's not planning for anybody on the T side.
He's going to go over onto it as well. Clears the angles. Pre-fire on the corner. The Orb's walking back up. He's already scoped in. He's going to look for this. Instead, switches to the P250, runs out. That's going to be the headshot from the Orb. He's done for. And they're feeling it. The fist bumps are there. They're hyped up. They know this is a huge T-side for them.
This has been a great T-side in there. I mean, Flit, he was alive in the pit. He was staying alive. He was causing problems. James doesn't commit through that Moto Smoke until after Flit dies, which is what allows BMOUZ to get that multi-frag. He has the time to get the kill, adjust, flick over, hold for the push, and as soon as James misses his shot, it's round done. MOUZ go up to 7. Outsiders off the back of their saves do have the money to buy into this one, but if they drop this, MOUZ is looking at a 9-6 half on the T side of Inferno.
They've still got that Orb, but this time James, he's going to change place. He's over towards the apartments. And he's watching down the long corridor towards balcony. Could potentially have a pick coming his way. They've left the bomb towards T-steps as well. They're just playing their default for now. Kickert faces in through the boiler, but there's nothing for him.
No, and they do have 4 over here towards the A site. Like you said, Kickert just playing for the information in boiler. But all of the T's, they're grouping up towards Banana. And crucially for them as well, Yakindar throws that retake smoke from the coffins, and nobody gets in front of it. So that denies the information. That gives them the time. And Outsiders, off the back of it, they're rotating over to the B site. James has full top mid control. So they can play 3 over here towards B. They have Yakindar tucked away in the back of the site with Buster. Frag going his way as well on the entry. Flashes aren't there. Yakindar gets the first, tries to get away, does drop. Spray through the smoke is good. Flit takes a ton of damage, but it is Buster. He's in the back line. He finds his first, needs to get traded. Counter flashes are good. Frozen's blind. Buster with the second headshot of the round, and now it is JDC. The spray through the smoke finds him. Flit finishes him off, and the setup there from Outsiders is perfect. The counter utility is exactly what they needed. Buster dropping that smoke towards the top of B. Nobody from MOUZ gets in front of it. The information is gathered as James re-aggresses towards top mid. Once that happens, you see all the rotations coming in from Outsiders. They get to the B site in time. They get their repositions in. And they deny MOUZ their 8th round, as we are going to go the distance in this first half to find out who is going to take the lead into the second.
And MOUZ, the damage they could have dealt to the economy of Outsiders is now what they're working with in a round like this. Galil, AK, a Tech 9 and the Deagle. So a restricted buy. Flash out. And they clear in towards apartments early. The boiler still going to be held. Instead, they back off, play underneath quad. All of the T's grouping up towards middle here as well. And Yukinda being held back up banana with the flashes thrown over. And there's an AWP stationed, waiting for the hit to come round. That'll be James in position. The flashbang will go off, but he will still stand tall and wait for the aggression to hit him. Jump round the corner just as he backs out. Luckily enough, Kikut's there to hit the headshot on the Dexter. And now the T's call it quits on pushing through quad. They instead go over to Arch. Yukinda's already rotating over as well. He'll be in library.
And they have this lurk smoke out here towards long, but it is going to fade. torsi's going to walk through it right into the waiting arms of Yukindar. Can he find his second? No, can adjust in time. JDC answers back. 35 seconds left, and he's just picked up the B rotator. You can see he's calling like, guys, I think there's only one in B. They want to rotate over. That's exactly what they're going to do. JDC is going to get into CT spawn, and it's going to be on Buster here to hold down this split. With only 24 seconds left, the Molotov could be immense.
Buster. He has it primed. He's got it ready. 15 seconds on the timer, and the CTs are already starting to crunch. They're coming, sprinting up banana. They don't have much time to work with. The Molotov's thrown out. It'd have to be a risky plant if they can even get it down. They do hard commit to it, and it seems like he's been able to get it off. Now we're in a 3v3. Pistols for MOUZ, and they've got to hit their shots. You've got the Galil, you've got the AK. CT being covered by JDC. He fires off, and his teammate will bail him out on being able to pick that one up. James with the first, diving over first oranges. He can't quite find him. He's whipped on a blade. Frozen. He might have just let it go in a round like this. All on James in a 1v1. JDC holds, waiting for the peak to come around the corner. Sees a little bit of arm, but can't take it off. And MOUZ somehow clutch onto it. It got dicey, though.
I thought when that banana flank was coming in, there was no way they were going to be able to get that bomb planted. I think it was the movement from Frozen jumping away from the fire, gets that bomb down. He cannot hold himself back anymore. He pulls the knife out and he jumps at James. He finds the no-scope, and crucially, at the very end of the round, James misses the one shot he needed to hit as JDC finishes him off and finds it, and MOUZ win out on their T side, 8-7 half.
Whew. Conceal, don't feel for MOUZ even as they get through that with the one round of advantage, Davey. I was terrified. I was terrified there, mate. The first orange scrap, he pulls out the blade. It's all getting scary. But it is what it is. And we get into our second half. MOUZ now on CT. What have you got for us on the pistol?
Yeah, Frozen, when he pulled out that knife, he didn't care what we were going to say about it as he jumps around, tries to skang him up. He tried to get him.
He went full wicked skang man. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Ooh, all right, we can recover. Take a few seconds.
No
need a breather, man.
I know, that was... I can't... Honestly, when the flank's coming up banana, I don't even think they have a chance to get the bomb down, let alone win the round. I was like, oh, this is done. Buster saved his molly. Perfect. Lovely play. It was great. And MOUZ, this is not looking great for them. They don't have a kit. They have the 4-man stack over towards B. They're relying on BMAS here inside of the pit with just the USP. Oh, they cancel. They were going to go for the Halls play, but now they're going into B. And there's a 4-man stack here.
Outsiders could be going straight into the rat race. The B site that is being held here. Utility-wise, you've got 2 smokes. You've got the Molotov and the flash to try and get you in. But even then, the angles that are being played by MOUZ, they should be able to overwhelm you. They want to bait them in as well. The little peek, the little info jiggle towards CT. But Kikut, oh, that is disgusting. He's a pure gangster on the clock, and he's diving into the back line. Finally, they're going to reveal themselves, but it's too little too late. 2 frags found with the USP, but he still needs more, and he won't be able to. As Buster, he'll slay him. And that's surely the round gone the way of Outsiders.
And MOUZ, they were set up for it. They had the 4-man stack, but it was just the scaling from Kikut. walks all the way in, doesn't get spotted. Dexter doesn't expect it. You can see he gave up the angle. He fell back towards CT. And it ends up just working perfectly. The flash, full blinding both players. And Yakindar's the one to finish it off with the headshot onto Bemis. So Outsiders tie us back up. They pick up their T-pistol. And it did just come down to that timing from Kickert again. Just creeping into the site. Flash comes in. Swings out. Lands the 2 headshots. And then pushes to the back of the site, gets the information. They're both there as well. You know, some people, after they get those first 2 kills, they might just run into CT spawn, take map control, you know, whatever. But he's like, no. This is strange. This is odd how this was set up. We need to go clear the back of the site.
Get all the information you can. And wins the round because of it. Bemis pulled out the Deagle. And this could actually get a little bit leery here. Potentially a fight going down in the apartments. Yakindar's at middle. They're set up for it. Deagle and CZ versus what could very well be a drive-by on the MAC-10s.
And generally, the rule of thumb is you don't really want to go inside of halls on the anti-ecos in case they are set up for it. Both players feigning the retreat and then turning around and coming back. Dexter's still here, finds the first, low on ammunition. Trade's not there, they don't swing in time. Jame doesn't push forward, doesn't avenge his teammate. Nade comes in and Dexter with the re-aggression, not able to find the kill. So Dexter, he got one for free, he got away, decides to bite off more than he can chew. Pushes back into the halls, does eventually get traded out by Jame. As now the T's are regrouping towards this B bomb site. The bomb is still down towards the bottom of the ramp. Bomb has spawned in, crucially.
We need to deploy the milk cartons, asking where the bomb is today. But is there an eternal fire lit underneath Outsiders in a round like this, or will they be going down? MOUZ attempting to extinguish them on entry, but JDC only frags one with a 5-7.
Oh, they couldn't make up their mind. They couldn't decide where they wanted to go. And now, Bemis, if he can get into the site, he just needs to deny the plant. He needs to go forward. He's hesitated, may have lost his timing. Bomb is going to get planted, but no, he can't find the headshot. Torshi trades it through the smoke in Moto, but can't find the player planting. And it was just the hesitation from JDC there. Really, he had a timing where he could have pushed forward, got towards back of default. The second that Molotov comes out into long, he needs to sprint into the site as fast as possible with the time left. He hesitates, loses his life because of it, and now it's 2 versus 2. They don't have the kit, they're not going to be able to retake this, and they are going to back off.
You got to. No real win condition in a round like this with the retake. Jame would have been ready to just absolutely pop off with the AK if they came running around the corner. The scout does hold for a sec. He sees him jump across, but there's not really much more that can be done, and they will go for the save.
Yep, they've got to back off. Got to just get away. And again, I can't stress it enough. Maybe just the inexperience from JDC, right? He was recently promoted to the main roster. Because in that moment, with 12 seconds left, 11 seconds left, when that Molotov comes out towards long corner, and you're there towards Moto, you need to run at the site. Even if they catch you running forward, that delaying action is what you need to do. Just try to stop that bomb from crossing. Hope you can hit your shots. He gets there before the Moto smoke lands as well, and still hesitates to go through it. Eventually does, and still, even with all of that, he could have won the round if he lands the deagle shot on the player covering the bomber.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, the dink and the tag.
Yeah, they flash out. They hard commit for the peek towards middle. Lots of damage, but no kill off the back of it. But James on 11, Buster's on 22 HP. These 5-7s, well, I suppose the Galil as well for forZe. I mean, there's always an opportunity here.
Yeah. And they're just going to gamble stack. They're just going to play 4 towards B. They have 3 players with armor, so they're like, all right, look, you go A, that's fine. Plant the bomb, you win the round. It looks like that is what's going to happen. But MOUZ are just going to save all their armor over towards B, and that's just that extra bit they don't have to invest next round. So that's the gamble you take. This time it doesn't pay off. They put it all on black, and we hit red. So I guess they put it all on red because their logo's red. So they put it all on red, and they hit black.
True. That was quick, mate.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, I had to switch it up there.
Yeah,
It would have been quicker if I got it right the first time.
Yeah, but you
but,
can't always get them right, can
no,
you?
No.
Doesn't always happen. And at least for them as well, like, considering you did so much damage on the tags, the fact that Buster and James don't die, you're going to be pretty happy with, especially here. Yukindar actually finds the adjustment off onto Dexter.
And he was the one player without armor as well. So that's why he was sort of hunting that little bit extra. As JDC's actually going for something here as well. It's almost, he's definitely going to get found. Yeah, Flit runs around the corner, lands the headshot. So much damage done. You see Buster, Flit, James were on 22, 10, and 11 HP. But no kills go their way. And JDC dropping there. It's just a bit unnecessary, isn't it? Just a bit unnecessary. The whole point of the gamble stack was to save the armor. So going for the kills and then dying, I mean, sort of defeats the whole purpose of the stack to begin with.
It is a bit rough, because it's also one of those where, like, yeah, unlucky, I guess. Obviously, you knew 2 of them were low, but even then, that's still the majority that had high HP. So the fact that you're going to find them with the 5-7 didn't really work out. But they still get their buy. They still have weapons. MOUZ are now down by 2 rounds, though. So it is a 10-8 split here. There's an AWP on either side. Ooh.
And unlucky for Kicker. His teammate dropped that Molotov behind him to try to bait out that they were remollying car, because Kickert had got all the way up, got past it, into the very aggressive position. They try to drop the Molotov behind him just as a bait, so the CTs don't expect them to be at the corner. But that one tag from the molly just gives him away. Do you know nades are like super light? Like their weight in game is super low. So if you like G a grenade up in the air and shoot it, you can send it just flying.
All right, we'll go miles.
Yeah, like you could, from CT spawn, you could just drop a smoke all the way to new box if you wanted to.
FaZe puts that theory into practice there, as he will send Kicker flying as he peeks around the corner with the Galil. So it's a 4-on-4. First pick. Eventually ends in a trade. Buster drops a smoke as well. And he's just pushing up. He's going to leap up onto first oranges, and he's trying to hunt for a head. He's looking back in towards the dark spot. They run in front of JDC. Now he peeks, he's amped up, and he goes on to get 3 frags into the round. So it's all on Flit to try and turn this round into a farce. 18 seconds on the clock. Knows exactly where the bomb is. Drops up. But Dexter was there. He was ready. And JDC, he's fired up now. Dropped a little one of these.
Yeah, the little.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I think he's Italian.
Yeah. Frags.
Actually, what's his name? He might be of Italian heritage. It's the Italian thing.
It is, yeah, the fingers. The emphasis.
Yep. But there, the aggression from Frozen. The pop flash comes out from Dexter. Frozen pushes in, gets the kill, gets traded. Then as they're scaling into the site, Dexter is spraying through the smoke at coffins. So you can see, outsiders thought it was the retake on B. They thought it was the 4 versus 4. Retake B, very standard, but JDC was actually tucked away in the back of the site, right? He was hiding at emo. Peeks out at the perfect time, finds himself 3 kills, and secures the round for MOUZ. Again, another good bait setup. We actually saw outsiders do a similar thing last half. So, the mind game's at play here.
Yep. It's all coming out.
I think JDC, I think the J is like something De Castro or something like that.
Have a look, mate.
Yeah, I'll check.
See what you can.
I'll check. I'm on it.
Source up. James, this round, out of sorts, doesn't have the AWP in his hands. It will just be the Tech 9 that he's wielding. And then 4 AKs for everyone else. forZe, though, he does have an AWP of his own. He's been hitting some good shots. He's 11 to 11 right now. He's peering his way down mid. The smoke's up, so he backs off and plays the defensive angle towards Arch. And outsiders, they've had a bit of a struggle when it comes to gaining control of apartments. MOUZ have obviously been nuisance makers, even with the low buys. This time they give it up for free, they let them push in, they then back off, they've got the bomb towards T-Spawn. They are starting to push up Banana.
Yeah, and it is John De Castro. So maybe, he's got something in there, given the Italian hands. Torshi pushing forward with the op, spots the player drop off the boost. So now he has the information. There's nobody towards car. He has the info. Counter molly from the CTs is good. It's just going to slow down Yukindar. You can see he's watching for that smoke play now. As the resmoke comes in, that's towards Library, but the smoke fades, and Yakindar, he's playing anti-flash, doesn't know that smoke has gone away, and it is just the 2 CTs on the A site as Outsiders try to make their way up short. Smoke onto default allows them to scale towards pit, but BMAS finds the frag. Kicker looking the wrong direction, and now he drops the smoke, tries to keep himself alive. So far it's working. Flitz dropped into the pit. Frozen's answered back onto Buster towards long. And the 2 CTs inside of the site, they are locking it down. They have held their spots, held their positions. And Outsiders, at this point, James walked away. It is James time. He's going for the save.
Wants his AK, wants his Tech 9. Flip, he'll be fragged, so it is just down to James. And it looks like he will pull off the old save, Rooney. So 10 to 10. As the score's on the doors. Game all tied up. And this has been a tight game of Inferno. Very push and pull, you know, back and forth rounds, swinging like a metronome. And all in all, Outsiders starting to feel like they're slowing down a bit here. And now, especially with the buy, all you've got is that one saved AK. No one else had any money in the bank, so it will just be the Glocks. Likelihood of winning a round like this is slim to none at the best of times, unless James goes off on a huge heroic play. It would be all on him to create space for the team. He goes pushing out early towards Boiler, but Dexter's ready for that. That's him silenced, that's the AK gone. Not in a position they can really recover it either, and they molly it, so there's no way they can.
Yeah, Flit has invested in that light armor to try to recover the AK if he can. It's outside of the Boiler, though, like you said. Going to be almost impossible for him to get a hold of this one. Flash is going to come from Kicker, which should help, but it's actually the Porch that blocks it. Dexter with his third of the round. And it's got to be just... I don't know. It's got to be frustrating for Outsiders at this point.
Yeah. That's a really rough round. It's a shame as well because, you know, sometimes that one hero AK, you can make a bit of a play with it, but that's normally if it's in a position where if you die, the player with armor can then grab it. But the solo mission out Boiler, sure, if he hits the shot, you'd have praised him, but...
Realistically, you'd want one Glock in front of you with no armor as the bait, right? Then you'd want the Glock with the light armor behind you to try to recover the gun if you do drop. Realistically, that would be the play. But, of course, he was just trying to find something out. Boiler, Dexter in the moment, he heard the footsteps. James tried to catch him, throwing a nade, but Dexter had already tucked away behind the wall. And once he made the noise, once he made the footsteps, it all fell apart. Good flash from Kickert. That's going to be the op Torshi brought down.
Oh. He has to dive out, running over the hot coals. And Yakindar, he's inside of the apartments. We've got a boost going on in Boiler as well. BMAS sees a small gap, takes the shot, hits it. And that's an instant trade back now into a 4v4.
One-way smoke from MOUZ working exactly as intended. And Dexter's here. Can he catch this timing? He can. That's the bomb. Buster's dropped. He knows he's in Boiler now. They know he's there, but he swings out. He finds another one. James eventually trades it back with the Tech 9. Recovers the gun as well, but it's just the Galil. And the aggression at bottom B is here. That is Frozen. He's pushed behind. And James not moving forward. Frozen aware of the potential. He lands the shot. James gets caught quick switching. It's just Flit. He's trying to creep out of the halls. There's one man here, and he looks away at the worst possible time. BMAS swings. BMAS finds it. And MOUZ pick up themselves and look at Dexter. He's giggling. He's laughing to himself. He's like, I can't believe they let me get two there.
Dude, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised as well how hyped up these players are being just off the back of JDC. Every round, he seems like the loveliest guy to be in a team with.
Yeah.
He's double fist bumping, he's laughing, he's getting involved. He's hyping everyone up. You need a player like that at times. Because there's been moments in this game where it's looked a bit rough for MOUZ. Now, you're back in the lead. Outsiders have no real funds to invest, but it is Outsiders, and they do have Tech 9s and Deagles. They want to do something quite pacey as well. They go straight towards Banana.
And the T-side CZ of Yakindar not going the way he would have wanted. JDC's here to cover his teammate. They've taken quite a bit of damage. That's Frozen down to 19 HP. But again, JDC's not going to let him go. Just helps him escape. Always got your back. MOUZ goes up 5v3.
Flip. Hard commits with a Tech 9. The bomb is dropped because of it, as he will be buckled. BMAS on the spray. Eliminates James. And it's all on Buster with the Deagle. Can he do anything insane with the last minute on the round? Can't really get the bomb back. And he is going to be pushed. forZe as well. Whew. Flies out towards mid, does not stop moving, hits the shot. And like I was saying, man, every round, JDC, he's making sure everyone's hyped.
Yeah, coach is having a little giggle about it as well. I don't know if you saw that. He was kind of like, look at him go. Look at him go. And look at MOUZ go. 13-10. They're up on the CT side. Now we do have the full buy coming out from the Outsiders. They haven't been able to grab that op for Jame. I think they would have had the money for it if they wanted to. But they wouldn't have had the full utility. And again, like I was saying, he hasn't found any impact with it to begin with this game. So no sense in investing the extra money and losing out on the utility. It is just one man throwing the retake nades towards Banana. That is JDC. He's fighting it by himself. And is this going to work? forZe, he's up top. They walk out. Yakindar swings into him. forZe finds the opening with the op. We haven't seen a whole lot from either one of the oppers so far this game. But forZe opening up this round as BMAS is inside of Halls and Flitz on the bottom. Again, if he finds the timing, spots the gun, gets the spam, lands the kill. MOUZ again opening up the round with 2 opening picks. And Outsiders very much on the back foot now.
And Outsiders, they cannot get control towards apartments for love nor money.
Look at the aggression from Dexter. I mean, he's going to drop to Buster, surely, which is like, oh, no!
Oh,
yo, I'm so sorry, Buster. That's my bad. My fault. Sorry.
You've
I'm going to walk away.
him.
I'm walking away.
What are you doing, Davey? And that's the bomb dropped. That's any semblance of this round potentially still having a bit of play to be made for Outsiders. Now going down the pan. Just Jame and Kickert left. And this is gross, man. You've got 30 seconds left. You can't do anything. You know MOUZ are going to get 14. Dexter, what a game for him. 20 frags. Always getting the cheeky entries on T side. Now somehow pulling out crazy kills on CT as well. In situations where he should die.
I was about to criticize him for phasing through that smoke in a 5v3. I'm like, this is just an unnecessary play. You're going to walk down mid. You're going to die to Buster. Your team's going to lose a ton of map control because of it, because they would have been rotating over to B off of your info. Hey, mid's clear. Rotate B. You have 3 people over towards B. You know, it would have all fallen apart. It would have been bad. But with great power comes great responsibility, Jack. And I made the mistake of saying Buster was going to kill him, and then Buster whiffed.
Yep. It's your fault, Davey. I hope you're happy.
I'm really
with yourself.
disappointed in myself.
Yeah, no, you should be. You should be. Silly Davey.
Dexter's just sitting there like, what? How? How? Just how? How am I alive? How has this happened? Okay.
And then now 4 rounds up. 1 away from match point. Oh, go for the jump down middle as well. There's a gap in the smokes at forZe. He's going to hard commit to try and make a play off the back of this. Peeks into second middle, fires the shot off, but it won't land.
When they're hearing these tags as well, you can see their Yakindar close in second mid, communicating that one. He's like, guys, you're hitting him through the smoke. Keep shooting, keep spraying. Kickert's been tagged down to 17, but Dexter down to 11, and the man advantage here for Outsiders. First time in a while we've been able to say that. And forZe growing for that aggressive pick towards bottom mid. Normally on T side, the T's just aren't going to swing out and peek that because they're worried about the opper holding second mid, right? If forZe was looking towards second mid instead of mid there, Yakindar just dies, which is why you normally don't peek that without throwing a flash or some form of utility. forZe was gambling that hey, they're not going to just swing me from second mid because I could just kill them. What he didn't consider is he's playing against Yakindar. So, he just dies.
You've always got to factor it in. JDC, though, he's been a master of keeping his team hyped up, but can he have some impact here? Spamming from the top of Banana. Lots of damage distributed. Jame on 28. He's got the smoke to work with as well. He does smoke the top of Banana.
And he stays alive, so they can keep 3 people here in the A site. 2 in pit, 1 in sight, the perfect crossfire, and this is going to be rough for Outsiders.
Outsiders, they have to hit their mark. If they're going to go for this, you've got to commit off the back of it. Frozen, peeking up, stabs into the back line and kicker. The Molotov forces them out of their favourable angles towards pit, and the flashbangs keep them at bay, but they haven't pushed out. They're still dilly-dallying. Time's ticking away. Frozen, he's fragging out time and time again. BMAS gets involved with the round as well. He's going to pop him through the smoke, and just Buster and Jame left alive. They're not in a position to do anything here. Buster turns tail and dies, and it's all on Jame to save.
They're running, they're saving again. MOUZ, and crucially, that fight towards Banana, Outsiders doesn't commit to pushing JDC off. MOUZ gamble. They leave JDC there by himself. He doesn't connect his shots. He gets blind. He has to fall back, but he doesn't fall back to the site. He stays at the half wall. He drops the smoke, and because he doesn't drop, because he's able to stay alive in B, MOUZ doesn't have to rotate. They can commit to their gamble of 3A, and Outsiders going so slowly up short, nobody pushes into pit, nobody gets the trades. The counter smoke from forZe was perfect towards short.
It's rough, man. It's really, really rough. And now here we get into a position where MOUZ could finally put the nail in the coffin and finish off Outsiders in a matchup like this. Inferno looked like it was going to be a risky map for them. Now they're the ones on cruise control. And Outsiders, this is your last chance, really. No mistakes can be made. You've got to win 5 rounds on the spin. Jame has the AWP. Everyone else with the Galils. Utility at an all-time low apart from your Kindar. And they're walking up. Close Banana again. AWP stationed here. forZe. Can he have a monstrous round? Flicks out onto the first. Gets blocked by his teammate. But luckily enough, they're not committing.
Thankfully for them, Buster didn't swing to go for the trade. He would have had 2 potentially jumping into each other. But still, the opening is found as torsi gets it onto Kickert. Huge player for Outsiders.
You need picks like that. They do go back towards Banana once again, though. James going to be boosted up on the AWP. He's scoping it out, trying to get a whiff of the round, see exactly where they are. 3 CT stationed at B. forZe. Could be a bit of a one-and-done angle. If they can isolate him, they might be able to take him out. In comes the flashes. He backs off, re-peeks on the lip, hits the first onto Buster. He has gone down, tries to do a little bit more damage, but he's burning, and he falls because of it. JDC now towards Nubox, has to come up huge in the round, but he gets one bulleted as well, as the Galil will be able to make this round get a bit gory. Bomb going down off the back of your Kindar, and suddenly we're in a 3v3 post plant.
JDC just getting a little bit too aggressive, swinging out, wasn't forced out of position. They didn't throw a Molotov at him. He could have tucked away behind Nubox. Force them to push forward, force them to scale on him. Flash is good. No, but a team flashes him. forZe can't connect it. The timing just wasn't there. They know Jame is lit. They know he's tucked away now, but there's 2 ops for the T side. All 3 of them so low. 1 bullet to any of them, and they will drop, but the 2 ops are going to be a problem. Dexter gets the first. BMAS trades it back. Yakindar has gone aggressive towards backhaul. BMAS has the kit. He has 16,000 in the bank as well. Can he find the kill on Yakindar? He does, and crucially, they take all their guns away. No ops. Only 1 player can afford 2 players can afford the AK and head armor. And MOUZ, even though they lose the round, they have completely broken the money for Outsiders, and MOUZ is happy with that.
You've set yourself up for success into the next round at the very least. And obviously money is a huge issue for the T's, but for MOUZ, as you said, they are being bankrolled. They've got so much money on BMAS. He could be a sugar daddy in a round like this.
Yeah, that second kill from Flit, don't get me wrong, it's a nice shot on the Galil that he lands onto JDC, but there's no reason for JDC to be swinging there. There's no reason. Tuck away behind the new box, just stay alive, be a nuisance, cause problems. Instead now, we take a look at the buy, and torsi, he doesn't want to fight down mid. Maybe he's not fully aware of the money situation for Outsiders, but there was no way they're going to be able to afford an op into this one. forZe aggressively fighting for Banana. 3 CTs here. They throw a ton of utility at it, and now they just back off. BMAS inside of the smoke here on the balcony. Flit, he wants to phase through it. He's here by himself. His teammates are smoked off in middle. He wants to go for the hero play. He's one of the 2 players that does have the AK. Actually, he's the only one with an AK. 4 Galils. And all the utility almost gone already. They're out of Molotovs. They have 2 smokes, no mollies, and a couple flashes.
It's a lot like what we saw into the last round. Dribs and drabs of util to set you up. 50 seconds on the clock. Early smoke goes over and blocks off Arch. That's where forZe's playing with the AWP. He's going to fall back because of it and try and station so he can watch towards quad, but he's leaving his back completely open. Another smoke comes in as well, lands towards mini pit. And they go running out. Flit on the entry, finds the first frag towards balcony, and they're kind of being pulled back and forth. You've also got Kicker on the lurk towards Banana, listening out for the rotates. You're at a disadvantage now and the bomb's been planted.
Wow. Just a poorly played round from MOUZ. They drop all their utility at B towards Banana, and then they just give it up. They don't even fight for it. They drop the util, they use their nades, and then they just walk away from Banana. Kicker, he's going to try to get the trigger discipline here so he can get more than 1 kill. You see him peek around the corner, seeing if he can find a second one. JDC actually is going to pick up the kill onto Flit, but this is massive for Outsiders that they're able to carry these guns over into the next round. Realistically, this was one that MOUZ, because they dropped all their util at Banana early in the round, they didn't actually end up fighting for it at all. They fall back to the B site. They're out of utility, so the third player rotates over. They gamble 2 inside of the A site, and because the player's playing on balcony, I mean, they just swing out, they kill him. Maybe if he's in pit to stay alive for a little while, fair enough, but overall, that was just a bit of a macro mistake there from MOUZ, and they could be punished for it now. Outsiders has that little bit more money. They're going to be able to bring the utility into this one. Upgraded weapons as well. You can see it is the 5 rifles instead of the Galils. Full utility on everyone, except for Yakindar, who's 1 nade short. But that was a pretty big mistake from MOUZ. Now, the one positive thing for them is because of the money that they have built up, they are going to be able to keep buying until this half is done. So, at the very least, if this does go to overtime, if Outsiders bring it back, MOUZ have no excuses for it. They're going to have guns the whole time.
They've had ample buys to work with. Looking a bit frustrated here, though, on Outsiders. Shrugging it off. We go back into round 28. 15-12. MOUZ 1 round away from closing down the game. 3 in a row is what Outsiders need to push this into OT. Look at the aggression. The Battle of Banana already kicking off. Molotovs, HEs, everything being exchanged. Deep Molly thrown out as well. And that's got Quicker stuck in towards Logs. He's going to be trapped there for a second as he loses 30 HP.
Yeah, a bit of damage done. And MOUZ already learning from their mistakes in the last one. You see Frozen holding his util. JDC's holding on to that smoke as well. The Molotov is going to push Kickert forward. He's standing anti-flash, but JDC's already tucked away. He was at the sandbags. Now the counter utility's coming in, but they both Molotov the corner. It's not going to matter as Buster pushes through and finds JDC. Counter flash is in, counter smoke is in from the CTs, and Outsiders, they want to go through this. They're trying to bait him to run through the smoke. Flash is good. He gets behind it. He's doing some damage, but he hasn't found a kill yet as Frozen falls back. Buster's down to 36. But it is just the trade of nades at this point, as Outsiders doesn't get anything back for the damage Buster takes. torji still has top mid control, so MOUZ can also keep 2 players at the B site.
torzi, as he peeks out, timing could be absolutely everything. Jane was running towards him.
Oh no.
They've drawn the rotate. torzi takes the AWP round towards B and sets up with a free CT setup there. B-Mass is waiting. He's going to be holding, and they're coming towards him. They're taking their steps up middle. He needs to hit and hit heavy. Will be able to slay 2. That's a massive impact from B-Mass. Bombard down onto Flit. There's 2 picks going their way. But the problem is they've got a plant, and it will just be the isolated plant. Only Flit in the 1v2 towards the site. His teammate in Buster is coming, but they hit the shot. They can jump straight on the bomb. Buster, by the time he gets round towards quad, he's going to be in a really bad position here. They're watching it with the AWP. They're just going to stick it for the one time. They hit the shot, and that's the 16-12 victory as MOUZ walk away with a win.
And MOUZ do eventually close it out. B-Mass with the 2 kills from quad, absolutely massive. torji, when he started running away from mid, I got worried, I got scared. I was like, no, they're leaving B-Mass by himself. If he doesn't multi-frag there, the round is done. It would have gone the way of Outsiders. Instead, MOUZ battling, and some crucial mistakes from Outsiders, especially in that first half, costing them dearly here.
Yeah, there was a lot of really tight rounds that felt like they could have been played slightly better. Some of the economy management as well, with James specifically. Yeah. Times where, you know, you think about that one round on Banana, where Quicker comes running out through the smoke, just spraying at him with a CZ. If he has anything else, it would have been the round.
And it was a round where James could have dropped the op, or not dropped the op, dropped an M4 over to him. And he was the one player who needed it. He was the one player who didn't get it. And I mean, we are going to have to see what the panelists have to say about that one.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day so far. And indeed, MOUZ brings it home versus Outsiders. A lot of question marks for what is 2022 going to bring for MOUZ, and this is a huge victory. And what a disappointment from the side of Outsiders once again. And I'm going to leave it up to you. Where would you like to start? Do you want to start with a positive? Because for MOUZ, this is huge, Blair.
This is huge, but I want to start with a positive, but I did not wake
it's
okay.
up. Smiles up, let's talk about MOUZ. We have all the time to talk about
We have some time, so
but I did not expect to wake up today and have Outsiders and OG be 1 and 2.
I know.
Right? And this matchup, though, MOUZ, okay, Main Echo, we talked about this in the green room as well. That scoreline is misleading. This is MOUZ throughout, despite the fact that both the teams made a lot of mistakes. forZe being one, going for the knife there in what could have been a 1v3 for Jame. But you got to remember, 16-12, of which 6 of the rounds won by Outsiders were through the pistol, you know, the anti-ecos and whatnot. And basically, I'd say they got a little lucky to make it this close.
Yeah, and it was actually through and through MOUZ in cruise control situation right there. They played an excellent game on Inferno. The T side was very versatile, very diversified as well. And on the CT, we'll talk about the aggression as well, because that was beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. There's a lot we can talk about. I want to break it down. Maybe let's talk about entries just a little bit as well. But first we get this, where we are going to look at Dexter's performance. And that leads me into a great point, because Blay, you were so excited about Yakinder specifically coming into this day yesterday, being so good in his opening duels, right? And giving so much impact in opening for Outsiders, even though it wasn't a great day. In this one, Dexter outshines him. How much of a surprise was that to you?
It wasn't a crazy surprise, in all honesty, because Dexter is a sort of IGL who's going to kind of throw himself into the fight early on, right? But he was getting away with a lot of it. He was getting some of these opening deals, getting multiple multi-kills where he should have been traded from Outsiders, and they weren't quite trading. And again, look at the stats of Yakinder. We spoke about, what, 70% success in opening duels? This time, he went 2 and 8, and that was just terrible for his team.
Yeah, it was actually Dexter who did what we expected from Yakinder in this game. It started on the T side, but think about that second half. Think about the CT side. Think about MOUZ being so disruptive with Outsiders, always being in their faces. Yakinder trying to take control towards long. It's Dexter coming out of the smoke, putting him down. Bimus in the apartment as well, punishing one time with the boost, another time down in the smoke. They did to VP, or to Outsiders, I should say, what they expected to do against them.
Yeah, and for the side of Outsiders, a lot of questions always, and you think about, well, firepower, right? They should come out on the better end, and it was quite surprising, even though we know that Buster and the Kikert can really perform. Kikert can really perform. How do you pronounce it correctly?
Kikert.
Kikert, there we go. Because I've heard it different times today, and I want to be sure. And they had a great game, but then you wonder, you shouldn't be the guys that should be trying to carry it all by yourself, right?
Absolutely.
They did decent. You want to talk about the second pistol round? Because sometimes
Let's do it.
We can.
You can have the best idea, you can have everything put together, and it still doesn't pan out. Look at this pistol round now. A 4-man stack from MOUZ on the B side, and Kicker is going to destroy them.
What do you do?
In 5 seconds. So this is what you try to teach to people. You're like, listen, this is how it goes in Counter-Strike. Sometimes you're going to have the best idea in the world, and it's not going to pan out. Kicker demolished them right there. And I thought, personally, that this was the beginning of the end, because it is a round that hurts so much. You're Dexter, you think, oh my god, I had them figured out. I knew everything. And guys, what happened?
Kickert happened, right? It was a right read. I think MOUZ's CD side here was a very heroic-esque sort of CD side, where they went for a little bit of some gambled stacks, right? They went for this 4-man stack, mind you, with no information as to what Outsiders had in store. That's insane. And then Kickert just comes in and absolutely brutalizes them. But despite that, despite Kickert having, I wouldn't say an anomaly for performance, but having a little bit of an overperformance, despite the fact, even Yakinder, even though he was struggling in opening duels, he was still getting a lot of multi-kills and whatnot. It just quite wasn't enough. And Jame, again, look, I don't want to bring up the meme Jame time or whatnot, but he's the star opera of this team. And with an AWP, let's be real, I don't think he got too many kills with it at all.
No, he didn't. Jame was a non-factor essentially in this game, unfortunately. For Buster and Kicker, I think sometimes we have to give them praises, because for a supporting cast, they can be extremely efficient and extremely strong. Right? Now you think about Fleet, you talk about his firepower, Yakinder, of course, Jame, but then the 4th and 5th player can be very, very diligent and strong for Outsiders, but here that wasn't enough.
Yeah, usually on land they are great as well, but that Flit talking point is of course super interesting. That's a change that was made way back before of all any of the roster mania, the promise of more firepower to back up that team. Recently, Yakinder gave an interview just yesterday to HLTV where he said, we're actually trying to kind of redefine what he does within the team, right? It's not just pure firepower, also maybe mid-round calling or helping in the calling a little bit, but to me that does sound odd at this point in time.
I'd say actually it's the right time for them to do it, and I'll tell you why. Because they got him during the major, and we saw them going to have a pretty decent performance altogether, and then it kind of tapered off, right? You saw them in Pro League, they were flat. They were already kind of plateauing, and then they fell flat. And they're like, listen, guys, the major's coming up, the RMR's coming up, we need to make changes stat, because it looks like teams have kind of figured us out if something's going wrong. So they've moved around his positions, and look, Flit is a solid player, but I think that's the point you made, right? It's like the question, the big question is, was it the right time? I feel it was
Almost
a good time.
missed it.
They
Yeah.
just missed the window maybe by maybe a couple of
But
weeks.
hey, no man overboard yet, right? This is of course a tough loss to take, but they're not out of it by any means, but they do come in a more dangerous position. And for MOUZ, it is huge. Now let's talk about that other match we saw an hour ago. OG up versus forZe. Again there, I think yesterday we said we didn't get a lot of upsets necessarily. But how much of an upset was this to you?
It was a bit of a highlight. Sorry, highlight. It was a bit of an upset there for me, honestly.
Only a bit?
Quite a bit of an upset,
It was
right?
an upset.
Because for OG, yesterday we've been like, okay, which OG are we going to be seeing, right? The OG that completely capitulated against Na'Vi yesterday, which we were all like, it's simple, it happens. But then again, the question arises yesterday, we were critical of the Dust 2 being allowed through by outsiders against Big. And now OG playing their very first Dust 2 ever against a forZe who we know are comfortable on the map.
Yeah.
A forZe who's shown resilience. And to me, that's the story of that game. It's the story of forZe being 15-13, having everything they need to win that game clean cut 16-13. And then there's that round, we talked about it.
3v3.
They tried to retake, they really shouldn't. That's a mistake. And then you can see it happen. You can see it coming. Look, I'm talking about mistakes. That round was a very sad example as well if you're in a forZe camp. Of course, it's Shalfie who's completely missing his timing. Not only does he not flash his teammate, like, Norway, hey, have a good I'm flashing for you. Just kidding, I'm not. Then he comes from behind, he misses the timing completely. Mento is going to have a field day on that side. That thing is absolutely huge. And he tells the story about Mento in this game, by the way. We'll touch on it. But just for forZe quickly, I feel like they had so many opportunities to give up in this game. Because, like, you know, 15-13, you miss the mark, and then you think, oh no, we've messed it up. It's not going to work out. And yet, they calm down at the end.
Yeah, and even if you look at the individuals on this team, right? Look, the MVP, no surprises there. I think MAN2 was absolutely insane. But I'm looking at a kill spread for the side of forZe, and you're talking about all these youngsters coming in. A game they should be, you know, kind of struggling against OG, and everyone delivered, right? Jerry had his moments. I had Kenzie pop off as well. Norway, the youngster, with some vac moments over in the upper tunnels as well. So I have to give credit where it's due for forZe. They had the tenacity and the mental strength to close it out despite screwing it up.
A bit of insult to injury that the man of the match was, of course, MOUZ, and he tried to do it. He really did. But on the side of forZe, they were more than the sum of their parts, is what it feels like to them. Is that a right way to say it, Maniac?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think, as Blay mentioned it, tenacity, not giving up after making a couple of mistakes, having different individuals being able to show up at a different time. Kenzie had rounds, Shalfie, of course, Zorte a couple of times with the scout. So they had multiple assets to use.
Yeah, and Jerry, that monument of an IGL and the CIS team who's been on this team for so long with the youngsters around them, really enabling them. One more thing about OG then, because now they do go down. And they are in a tricky position as well at the 1 and 2. What is your verdict so far?
My verdict is, look, if this is a Coliseum, my thumbs down right there, because they had an incredible honeymoon period, right? Having a flawless run and whatnot. They're coming into this group looking to qualify. They should be qualifying, and now they're one best of 3 away from elimination.
I can see you in a Coliseum. I could see you.
What would I be?
The Emperor Blay just
I'm
deciding
not an
who gets
Emperor.
the
I'm not
honor.
the Emperor. Come on.
Yeah, let's hope that OG doesn't find their way to a Coliseum if they go into that elimination game either. We'll see, but we'll be back after the break for a banger of a match. Na'Vi versus Heroic. Don't go anywhere.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Welcome back, everybody. As we set up for Heroic versus Navi, one of these two teams can book the Legend status ticket to the PGL Major in Antwerp. So in terms of the importance of the matches we've seen, this is as good as it gets up until now, right? Because this is for direct qualification. And it is two of those teams that we expected to see at the Major, but I feel like for both of them, they could give a big signal by winning this game convincingly.
You're absolutely right. This is the first step in a very long journey for both teams that we would expect even in the playoffs contention for the Major, but you have to start with day one. You have to qualify to the Major, and they could do it right here, right now.
Absolutely. And for Navi, I feel like it's going to be, they're the defending Major champions, and they've struggled a little bit right now. So, you know, for them, it's about kind of like a tale of redemption. Let's see if that really takes place here, though.
Big matchup ahead, and to see if Heroic can finally take down Navi, let's take a look at them. These videos are pretty great, I gotta say. I don't know what that was there in the end. We see there the huddle out of Heroic as well. So for Heroic, looking at what is their window, is it still open? Can they make a deep run? And I think this, as we already touched on, Maniac, is going to be a huge indicator for them, who had a bit of a nightmare at the end of EPL, getting knocked out by TL there, of course.
Sure, and I love the fact that you talk about windows, because I think it is the general assumption around Heroic is that their playstyle has an expiration date. Over 2021, beautiful. They took a lot of people by surprise, very gambly, very aggressive Counter-Strike, with a lot of players across the board who could make the difference. If that wasn't enough in 2021, now we've figured it out, we know how they play. Is that it? Have we seen the best of Heroic?
I don't think so. I think they're like a pickle. The more you age it, the more or wine for that matter.
Yeah, please.
I don't know why it's pickle. I like all pickles, man. It tastes good, right? Anyway, the point with this team is I really have enjoyed every matchup they've had against Navi. Unfortunately, this core have never won a series against Navi, ever, right? But this is the perfect environment. They're on a pretty decently hot streak. Navi have shown signs of weaknesses, right? Ever since the Major win this year hasn't been the best for Simple and his men. So if there ever was a chance right now for Heroic to potentially get their first blood over Navi, now is the time.
I feel like there's always like a caveat, and it's like, is this now the time, right? And that's why it's so big for Heroic. But you say Navi with maybe an up and down 2022 so far, but you see that they are getting there again, right? Just look at Simple yesterday.
Look, Simple is still going to be the best player in the server, whether they win or lose, which is just tragic. It's
like gravity. It just doesn't change.
It's kind of like when Man2 pulled off in the previous game. That's Simple every game.
I think that the fact about Navi and about Simple as well is that the lowest of lowest they can provide will still be better than almost anyone, anything, in any situation. That's what we have to remember. The teams that have beat Navi out of tournaments in 2022 are G2 and FaZe. So let's all take a deep breath. This might not be the Augur of Navi that we have seen witnessed win PGL Stockholm without dropping a map. Maybe we're not there quite yet. But first of all, they don't need to, and still they win.
Navi on a hot streak so far here, 2-0. Can they qualify for the Major right here, right now? Let's find out. Navi, a bit of a slower start versus Quasar, but definitely made up for it versus OG yesterday, right? Seeing what happens. We've had a lot of conundrums, I feel like, in the map Fido today, where Blau was quite surprised at some choices coming out. What is your expectation here?
I think it's going to be... Look, here's the thing. Dust2 Vertigo, the usual bans getting taken out of the equation early on. Ancient should be banned here by Heroic. I feel Navi secretly are one of the best Ancient teams, despite the fact they don't pick it. You know, anytime anyone picks it against them, they just completely smash them on it. no surprises here. Na'Vi, Mirage, they look incredible against OG. And Inferno, Heroic actually have a better win percentage on this map recently, as opposed to Na'Vi.
I was actually wondering what kind of map would Heroic pull out of their charges, because I know there is a shared love between Na'Vi and Heroic in a couple of maps, Overpass being one of them, Mirage being one of them.
Nuke being
we
one
end
of
up
them.
with Nuke. Look, when they played in EPL, I believe that was on Nuke. That was a festival of a game. It was absolutely beautiful. So if we get to map number 3, it'd be great. We have to get there first.
We have to get there first. For a reminder for all of you, we get into the best of 3s right now, and it's time to get into this fantastic first game. So let's get to it with our casters.
Thank you, Shocks. We're locked in position once more, and this time we won't be moving at all, Davey, because this should be a hell of a series. 3 potential maps between 2 of the giants of Counter-Strike. This is going to be the match to watch. If you've got anything booked in for the next 3 hours, cancel it, phone in sick, so you're not going to work, because Na'Vi's taking on Heroic.
Yeah, and this is one where Na'Vi has come out on top in all their recent matches, all their recent games. Na'Vi has gotten the better of them, but Heroic, I mean, Cadian, like he was saying, they believe that they're the team that can go up against Na'Vi and take them down. Obviously, FaZe recently taking over that world #1 spot. Na'Vi #2, they're still up there, they're still right there, and of course, they have the best Counter-Strike player in the history of the game, Simple in the server.
The living legend, the beast that he is. Doesn't matter if the team wins or loses, you can always expect him to make the crazy plays, be dropping the 30 bombs, be in everyone's faces, because Simple is just ridiculous. That is the facts that we have been working with. And this Na'Vi team, Davey, coming into the start of the event, it was a little bit shaky versus Quasar, right? As soon as they got into their second game, though, they had woken up. They were like, all right, leave that in the past, back to the normal Na'Vi we expect to see. But nothing can be expected here, because one of these 2 teams will make it to the major off the back of this best of 3. If you want to go to Antwerp, you have to take your victories, and it all starts on Mirage.
It does, and the smoke comes out towards window. We see the P250 dropped over to Simple as Boomich, scaling up short, wants to go aggressive. Smoke towards top connector from Bit. Him and Boomich are going to be working up short. This is the B split, and they're going to be relying a lot on these short players to find this opening pick. The player tucked close away under the window. It's actually Refresh to start it off as Tezes gets one back. Simple jumping out of the window, tries to trade it, but Heroic is hitting all their shots. Bit eventually answers back. Him and Electronic now, they're inside of the site. It's the 2 versus 2 on site. One player flanking, that's Cadian from middle, but it's not gonna matter. Stown starts it off on Navi's pick with the opening pistol.
Look at him, he's dropping a jig, he's dropping a little boogie. Ooh, all right. Heroic, you take the pistol. Tessus with some clean kills. Now, Tessus yesterday, got to give props to him, right? He looked sick for the side of Heroic. The amount of frags he was hitting consistently was huge, but Stown, he had a great day as well.
And he knows right there, look at the tracking from him onto Bit. As he's jumping around the corner, follows him all the way up with his crosshair. As Na'Vi, they haven't fully invested into this one. They have brought out the Deagles. Remember, they didn't get that bomb plant, so Perfecto and Simple going to be low on money in this next round if they don't find anything, and that is Refresh finding the head of Simple towards top middle. That Deagle ringing out but not finding the kills, and it is Stown again through the smoke, finds Electronic at top mid. And the M4s, the crossfire from Connector and Short, finding all the frags thus far. No armor on the T side, of course, so this should just be the cleanup here for Heroic.
Dream scenario is to make it through the round as cleanly as possible. But it's always a possibility that the Deagles deal damage. And Boomich, he bounds into action with the first. Perfecto's going to be overwhelmed. And Shush and Cadian, they do clean up at the end there. So just the one casualty, only one rebuy on Refresh.
And they did recover the M4 as well. So Na'Vi, what do they like to do with this one? They are just going to go for the Galils. You see Perfecto, he's bought it up. Simple has the AK. It looks like he's had nades dropped to him as well. I don't think he would have been able to afford it otherwise. So maybe Electronics nades going over towards Simple. He throws a lot of utility for this Na'Vi team. Not only is he finds the openings, he throws the utility, he wins the clutches. The man literally does it all. Ops, rifles, you name it. As Electronic, he's lurked all the way out. Ooh, does make the footstep. Not going to actually matter in the end. Cadian does have this op towards jungle, and look at this. Bits walked out, finds the head as Cadian gets dropped. Third round op not working, and Bits still going. He finds another one. That's Down, and Heroic, they're forced out of this round.
Bit more like Big because his impact is huge, but the problem is, Shush, he's in the back line behind Boomich. He finds that frag and leaves them in the 3-on-4. They want to try and get away with the weapons they have, but Simple, he's in a prime position to strike, cleaves his way through two of them, and cuts it down to just refresh on the save.
And I'm not sure if he's aware of it, but that is an op dropped inside of the underpass. If they go try to find it, I mean, they might get a free op out of this too, and with the money that they had coming into this round, that's a massive pickup for them. Simple finding both, and again, it was Bit just walking out of that A site, him and Electronic getting that perfect timing. Looking like a counter strat from the side of Na'Vi, right? It looked like they had an idea. They were like, look, Heroic on their opening gun rounds, they tend to just give up A completely and hoping that they can play the retake. So if we just walk out, we don't even throw any nades. Just walk out, find that timing, get that opening. That's exactly what they do. Cadian gets caught rotating in. And there it is. There's the opening kill from Bit. Swings out, finds the second on the player and stares. And at this point in the round, Heroic, they're just running to save.
Yeah, they just wanted to get out of there. But of course, Simple, he holds down middle, muddles them up. You get the free AWP because of it. So that's now been donned by the big man. And he's waiting for a FaZe to come towards him, clearing the close angle inside of ramp in case there's any aggression from Heroic. Tessus is just down to the 5-7. The cash not supporting the full buy. A very limited utility as well.
Ooh, and the Molotov forcing refresh forward, doesn't find the timing. Electronic swings, lands the headshot. This is the A execute coming in. They have the lurk in middle from Bit as well. Stown is aware of the possibility. He's holding for the smoke. Is he going to find the timing? Bit does. Lands the headshot. Shush answers back, but it's still the 4 versus 3. Make that 4 versus 2.
Shush. He leaps up on top of the site for Simple. Be in for a good delight with the AWP as he gets the flick back. And Tessus now. 5-7, vastly outnumbered. Simple does him in, and Na'Vi take the game 2-2.
Remember, this was Na'Vi's map pick as well. They did choose to play Mirage. They lost the opening pistol, but so far, smiles all around. When that man's smiling, when that man's vibing, it's a problem for anybody else on the other team.
It can get worrying, to put it nicely. If Simple's fired up, if he's having a great time, just expect all the frags to be going his way. And already he's having impact.
And this is just going to be the 5-man rush. I mean, Electronic is hearing all of this. He's going to be communicating this, and you can see the response. Navi's already run into that B site. The bomb is in T-spawn, though. Electronic's only able to find 2, so Navi's going to have to group up and actually, fight these USPs. The Molotov's going to do enough to push them all back. Boomich and Perfecto get 1 apiece. And you can see Shush, he just wants to try to go get that dropped AK. But Perfecto's not going to let that happen. They pick up the ecos, only 1 player dropping. So Na'Vi building up the economy here on the T side as they take the lead back from Heroic. 3-2 now, but of course that was the full save. That's why they just did the 5-man rush towards ramp, full eco. Should see the buy coming out now. As the in-game leader there, Cadian, just discussing with his troops what they want to do, how they want to respond to what Navi's been throwing at them.
We are into it. Heroic, again, not really armed to the teeth. The cash hasn't been in a great position for them, but they switch up the pace. They go for the boost up, and this means that Refresh finds an opening frag for free onto Bit.
And Simple's here with the op, and he hasn't spotted the player there. Jiggle peeking, that was Tezez. Like you said, Refresh finding that opening towards upper B. But these are the types of rounds where Na'Vi becomes so annoying to play against. They're down a man, but they still manage to just somehow just show so much pressure across the map by almost not even doing anything. Becomes very frustrating. You're not really sure where they're going to end up going. And because of that, you see Heroic, they're responding, they're reacting, they're pushing into the A halls. Simple's rotating over. Cadian's pushed up here with the 5-7, but Simple, he's already scoped in. He's already worried about this, and he should find this kill onto Cadian as he walks around the corner, and that's just so frustrating. That's the type of stuff that makes Na'Vi so difficult to play against.
No audio cue, no nothing. Had that scoped ready to rumble. Here's the pick onto Cadian, so any map control you thought you were getting is now gone.
And that was bomb spotted over in the A-halls. The op and the bomb spotted in A-halls, gets the kill onto Cadian aggressing, and now immediately falls back over to B. They're going to throw nades, and then there's one player at A who's going to walk out here. That's Electronic. So it's going to seem like a B fake where they go back A, and then they actually are sending the bomb over to B.
Depends what happens towards ramp, though, because Electronic, they do shut him down. A power surge from Refresh, but here comes the true play. The execute out onto the B site. Awkward fight for Testus. He can't quite win out on that one as Boomich gets the job done. Bomb will be planted as well. And Perfecto, he's ready for the close quarters engagement, but Stown hits the flick shot off with the M4. Simple comes back in, scoping out aggressively. Good adjustment onto Shush as well. And Refresh, he's in for a world of hurt now. 1 versus 2. Slowly peeking back up. Perfecto's going to swing onto him. Hits it. And Na'Vi take 4 off the back of that. Boomich fired up.
And those are the things, like I was saying, Na'Vi is so difficult to play against. They go down 4 versus 5, but they're not scared to take one-on-ones. They're not scared to take the fights. Simple, just he's something about him. He always understands what's going on in the game. He always knows where the danger is. He's always able to find it. He pushes forward. He finds Cadian going aggressive inside of the A halls. Gets that pick, runs the bomb all the way over to B. They throw the B fake. Electronic walks out A, and then they end up going B anyways. And it was Boomich who actually found the opening into the B site from short. They split you from so many different areas. And they're so frustrating to play against. Even when they're down numbers, they never feel out of the round, especially when Simple's alive.
Difference is here. There's Deagles on display for Heroic, but the one AWP brought out for Cadian as well. Couldn't wield it into the prior round. They didn't have the funds to support it. He needs to have some impact with a weapon in a round like this. And Na'Vi again, taking the aggressive control towards middle. Cadian's going to be boosted up, but look who's primed and ready. Gigantic tag. Rips his HP down to 15.
Cadian with a crucial miss. Again, though, this is what we were talking about. Simple just always is aware of where the danger is. Now, they are going to be going up short with Electronic. He finds the opening. The smoke towards top connector. There's 2 players on either side. But Na'Vi, they're walking back through underpass. The Molotov towards short is going to just try to bait these connector players into making a play. It's exactly what happens. They flash through. Perfecto spots them, but he backs off. They now know there was 3 towards the A site. This should be the move back over towards B, but instead they know Heroic's going to react towards B, and so they're going back over towards A as Bit finds the kill onto Shush going aggressive ramp.
All the CTs repositioning. Cadian finally comes out to play with the AWP. It's down towards middle. If he does actually find this frag with the Deagle, maybe there's an opportunity for them. He's going to grab the rifle, drop out of the window and go peeking into connector. Simple's watching window. Bait shot coming round the corner. Bomb being planted as well. Safe plant behind Triple. He's got the smoke wall up and Simple has the choke point covered. So much damage done on Perfecto, and Refresh does actually eliminate him.
And they know Simple was pushed up towards the top of connector. They know he was in the jungle area. You can see all the things they're doing to try to clear him out. They both jump into the window. Cadian's holding for it. Simple with the no-scope. Doesn't land it. He's tucked away in the corner, but Stown in the back finds him. It is just Bit. The bomb is planted for mid, and Bit is tucked away on top of Tetris. No kit for the CTs. Bit, he's biding his time. They don't have the kit. All he needs to do is find the 1 kill on the player defusing. He gets it, and he gets another. 1 more for his trouble. Cadian has to run. He has the op, 15 HP. And Bit clutches it out.
Massive round from Bit. Does go down in the end there. Can't save the AWP, but it won't matter. He saved the round, and that's the real hot commodity that you need. Played it to perfection. No kit there on the side of Heroic. They knew they had to try and force him to face. They tapped the bomb at first. They let time tick away. When he does peek, just cuts his way straight through them. Beautiful stuff. Na'Vi leading on the T side.
And you could see, like, in those moments, right, the call's coming out like, hey, they were on eco. Probably no kit, right? In a 1v3, you take the gamble. If you know they're on a low buy, you gamble they probably don't have a kit. He does. He doesn't bite on that first defuse. He knows he's 1v3. If he peeks too early, they'll have time to close in on him. They'll have time to find him. He waits, he waits, he waits. Peeks once he knows there's no chance for them to defuse if he gets the kill. Not only does he get the one defusing, finds the man covering him as well, and Cadian has to run away with the op. But he does run away with the op. So, because they have that extra money, we can see now immediately the response, double op for the CT side.
And that's down with the second scope. He's 7 for 5 at the minute. And sometimes he just comes alive for Heroic. This would be the sort of round with the crutch AWP that you would want him to pop off on as well.
Absolutely. In fact, you need him to. Navi's up 5-2 now on their T side. Their map pick, and they are dangerous on CT. Simple has shown what he's capable of on this map. And again, they find the perfect timing. Electronic just walks out. The second op of Stown finding no impact. Bit actually going to molly him out from under balcony, and he finds it as well. Perfecto with the headshot. And this is the A site taken. And Boomich isn't done. He goes forward. Tezes Shuts down that aggressive play from the in-game leader. But even still, Heroic, they're out, man. They got nothing.
Nothing you can do. You've got to save. Otherwise, you're just throwing the weapons into the wind at that point. And that strong wind of Na'Vi is turned into an absolute hurricane, Davey. They just swarm the site. They run in. They're winning all of the fights. They're so amped up with confidence. Boomich, he did not stop. Wanted to be a cannonball in the round. The Na'Vi, they're going to find themselves with 6-2 being the score on the T side of Mirage. Their home turf here, working wonders for them.
And Heroic, just getting timing. They had that triangular defense, right? They had the op in CT, the player under Balcon, the player towards stairs. But they all ended up losing the 1v1s. Na'Vi found every single perfect timing on them. Electronic walking out of halls the exact second that Stown is throwing that utility towards middle. He drops. Player in jungle swings out, trades it, but then Perfecto's there to trade to get that kill while Bits mollying the guy under Balk. It was perfect. They never got the chance to use their crossfires at all.
Very vocal side of Na'Vi. We had the one pause as well where Blade chipped in. But at the minute, things seem to be going their way. Here at least, with the AWP still being in the hands of Cadian, maybe he can find some impact. Aggression out towards mids, down with the early flash. And Shush, he's going to reposition into ladder room straight away.
Yeah, and this mid utility from Na'Vi has pulled so much utility out of the hands of Heroic. You take a look, Cadian's got nothing left. Shush has almost nothing left, just the HE. And all it was a couple nades thrown towards middle, and they've just bled out the CTs, all that extra utility they had. And with 1:20 left in the round, if you're Na'Vi at that point, you're like, all right, guys, nice. We've got 2 full nade sets gone. We have a very loose mid control. Obviously, the CTs are here fighting for it. Simple's holding for the peek over top of Connector as Refresh wants to go aggressive. Simple's making noise running away. Oh, and that might bait Refresh. It does, and Boomich is here. He wants to let him walk forward, try to see if he can get him to flank. Shush boosts it up, gets the trade onto Boomich. It is the 1-for-1 as Bit making noise here in the underpass. The player's right above him. Perfecto throwing some nades over towards B, but pressure being applied across the map, and the bomb is inside of A halls. The rotations come in. Cadian's gone.
He's backed off. Although he's realized he's turned on a dime, he's gone back towards the site, but Electronic, he's already down on the ground, peeking into Stown. He holds and will be able to stay alive. Peeks on top of the stairs and Simple will hit the shot. Cadian wins out in the close range engagement. And it's all falling to bits, but he's able to keep himself in it to win it, Davey. 23 HP. We've got 20 seconds on the clock, and they go leaping into window.
And where are they going? Perfecto. You guys have to go get the bomb. 15 seconds left. Simple smoke isn't going to be up for much longer. You can see Tezes, he's rotating to short, and if they don't get into the site in time, oh, this is falling apart. He doesn't have it. He's going to have to leave.
You got to give it up. There's nothing that can be done. Bit just has to stay alive. That's the round going the way of Heroic. So close as well. Almost felt like Cadian was going to take him down at the end.
And again, Na'Vi almost found that perfect timing. They got out into the A site. The second Cadian left, they get out, but Simple not able to get out of the apartments. And Electronic just barely losing out on that fight towards stairs as well. The instant dink from the CT is what dropped him.
They go back to the double AWP as well. As Cadian's down, trying to put these into good use. Last time we saw it, Stown played it towards the A site, had no delight with it. This time he's pushed up aggressive towards Palace, but all of the T's of Na'Vi, they're grouped up, ready for a bombardment on B.
That nade does a bit of damage. That's 20. Pop Flash is going to come in, and Cadian's already rotated over. He finds the first. There's no smoke here to isolate him, as Electronic can't find the player in sight. Simple now. He's by himself. He has the op inside of upper B, and he can't go forward. It was the pop play, but Cadian read it, and rotating over towards Market. Finds the pick on the player crossing up first, and there we spotted inside of halls, but Stown spots Bit back. And he bites back, but Boomich taking a bite out of the defense of Heroic. 2 kills going his way before Stown answers the reposition in the site, and it is Simple now in the 1 versus 3. He's jumped up into ladder, and he's not expecting Tezes to walk in. Heroic pick up their 4th.
Had the blade in his hands, but he will be cut down as Heroic grab onto a 4th round on the CT side. And that's the difference that the double AWP setup can make as well. In a round like this, it seemed like Bit had Stown's number. When he was over towards Connector, caught a glimpse of him, doesn't get it. Stown, ridiculous flick. From his POV, it looks even better. And those are the rounds you need to have impact out of him. You know, he's 10 for 7 right now. He's fragging. We will see a pause for Na'Vi as well.
And this is a good pause. Heroic have won 2 rounds in a row now. Remember, Heroic winning that opening pistol, winning the second round. Na'Vi then won 6 on the bounce. And now they need to talk to their coach, legendary coach in Blade. Obviously, has had a massive impact on this Na'Vi team's success. So they take the pause, get the chance to get his input, have him, say his piece, what he thinks they should do to counter the double op. As the buy isn't great for the side of Na'Vi. Boomich now trying to decide. Yeah, he does decide to go for that Galil, get that extra utility out. As they only have 3 nade sets. Bit and Electronic couldn't afford it.
Shush, he might be tested here. Early palace control going to be taken. The scope set up on the close corner, so they can't go for any info plays. Refresh towards middle, dashes out his nade towards the top. And Shush, he's just ready for the ramp assault. It's actually a frag at mid as well. Refresh is able to win out on the 1v1 against Boomich.
Yeah, the aggression off short working again. He does drop to 56 HP, but like you said, wins out on the kill. A simple smoke going to go out towards top connector. Not yet. Holding on to it, waiting for the group up. And this top connector smoke, it's going to give them a little bit of space to push in towards jungle. You can see they want to avoid the double op of Stown. Ooh, and the crucial miss from Cadian almost. Actually, it is Stown. Cadian's in CT spawn. So the double ops.
Lucky to be alive.
Very lucky to be alive.
That's an awful fight to take. This is getting rough as well. Perfecto. He unloads with the AK. Hits the headshot onto Shush. So now it's a 4 versus 4, and they're finally hard committing to the play towards the A site. Stown, he reveals himself from jungle. But that's not going to do much. They reflash over. Stown takes the fight towards Palace. Cadian watching a very tight angle as well. 33 seconds left on the timer here for Na'Vi. And Electronics finally arrived on the scene. Tag on Simple. He's on 33 HP. The nade goes out, but he backed off towards ramp. Here comes the plant from Perfecto. Lining it up so he can get it off. The smoke fading towards connector as well, so his teammates watching it. 2v2, but Refresh on the reface will be bested. And it looks like they're just giving up the goose on this one.
They might be. Stown is repositioned towards the bottom of connector. Actually does find the kill onto Perfecto, and Bit's position is given away as well. He rings out the shot, doesn't land anything as Stown is clearing him. He's slow clearing, and he lands the headshot. 2 versus 3 now. Player spotted, but Simple with the double HE drops it down on top of their heads, and it is Stown now. He's already has 2. He needs to find 2 more. He knows Simple's under him. Can he land the no-scope? He misses the first. He's all out of time. He gets away. He grabs the op. Both oppers escape, and it is Na'Vi who come out on top.
The big bombs from Simple. Drops the nade. Annihilates both of them. And that's a huge round. So close, so tight. And Na'Vi getting away with a 7th now. Going on a tear on their T side, Davey.
And there it was, Simple dropping that HE on top of the 2 players retaking from spawn. When Stown found the 2 kills in connector, 3 versus 4, and somehow with the op, Stown gets both. The trades aren't there. It was looking so good for Heroic, and then Simple, of course, it had to be Simple, dropping the nade on top of the 2 CTs. And speaking of dropping nades, no, Bit escapes! How has he got away with his life?
He's still in the round with just 9 HP. He's going to get out of there. They cleared towards top mid, hard committing to try and take him down, but Shush gets nothing but map control. And talking of map control, they're on A. Refresh, he's gone unfaced. He's going to be walking out and looking for a play to be made. Shoots into the back of Electronic. There's the follow-up. The miss! Surely not the third! He switches to the USB, and it's not going to be absurd. Heroic buckling under pressure. A Simple gets it done with a Glock, but all of them are so low. 11, 9, and 3 HP across the board for Na'Vi. They're set up in the post plant. Simple. Watching, waiting, ready to strike towards the bench. The smoke's not going to help much, but Shush hits one. The missed shot, giving him a window of opportunity, and he grabs it with both hands. That's the round for Heroic.
Now Simple just has to get away after that. The play from Refresh inside of the site, tucked away towards the firebox. Nobody clears it. He finds 2 kills, almost the third onto Simple. The switch to the Glock secures it for the Opera of Na'Vi, but all 3 of them were just so low after this. This right here, oh, it was so tragic to watch. He thought he was going to get it. Simple just escaping with his gun. The best thing for him in that situation, once the shot was missed on the cross, there's no way for him in a 1 versus 3. 1 bullet from dead. Even the GOAT can't pull that one off.
Doesn't have the opposable thumbs in a round like that. Simple wanting to have some fun here, though. Disgusting Kurt angle as he hits the gut shot onto Tessus, and we do have an early 1-for-1 towards B.
And that's one there where if you are Simple in that moment, you're like, man, like you didn't need to die. You swung in front of me. I would have saved you. Electronic swings out in front, ends up dropping, but Simple does eventually get the trade back. They were ready for the aggression in upper B from Heroic, and now they've repositioned. They have the utility as well. They don't have the armor, though. Simple's the only one. They have full nade sets, 2 Glocks on Perfecto and Boom. It's just kind of funny. You don't see that very often.
Supporting it, of course, you've got that AWP. And the Tech 9 on Bit. He can be a fiend with this weapon. Flash out towards top mid. Perfecto. Just trying to plant seeds of doubt in their mind. Now he lows the whole way back through T-spawn, links up with the team, and they're finally starting to take the control. Molotov under. The utility's still there for Bit as well. The smokes are going out and the flashes down with the support of Shush. They're playing on the angle. They peek into him just as the smoke blooms. So Boomich, he gets busted wide open. Shush, he puts the barrel in the face and pulls the trigger to end Bit. Simple can't quite get it done. A 1 versus 3 as he hits the first onto Stown, but there's the quick trade from Refresh, and Heroic getting into the game on the CT side now.
Yeah, Na'Vi invested into all of that utility, and they don't throw it until they get out ramp, which is fine. They throw the pop flash, they go out, try to clear anybody playing close. They throw the smoke towards jungle and connector, but they just peek out before the smoke pops. The bomb gets dropped, player in front of the smoke towards stairs, causing all kinds of problems for them before Refresh from jungle is able to finish it off onto Simple through the smoke. Overall, decent eco round from Na'Vi. They didn't have a ton of money, though, right? The bonus wasn't there because they'd won so many rounds in a row. So now no op on Simple. And only 3 Galils, too. Perfecto, Bit, and Boomich all relegated to the Galil. Not a terrible weapon for the price, but it's no AK.
And in moments where it can be crucial, if you don't have that AK, it could be the difference maker. It's down. He's waiting, posted up on the bricks. But can he hit him with the brick squad play in a round like this? Just down to a minute on the clock now. Smoke out towards window. This gives him a little bit more room for error. Meanwhile, Cadian, watching the close angle. He'll see a tiny bit of skin and he's got the read.
Yeah, he's made the call now, too. You can see his lips moving, calling it to his teammates. There is one player inside of upper B. The jump peek from Perfecto works perfectly. And there is the Galil from Boomich. Not able to land the shot, but Simple following up. Gets the trade onto Stown. It is going to come down to timing. The player is aggressive towards ramp. Bit is inside of jungle. And with the player inside of Palace, they know most likely if there is a CT playing on this A bomb site, he is aggressive in ramp. They knew Simple was towards ladder. They didn't know he had the bomb. Refresh finds Electronic. And can he find the timing? No, Cadian didn't have his the crosshair placement wasn't there. The reactions weren't there. Simple gets the headshot. The B site's open. And he's recovered the op.
He's upgraded to the AWP a bit. We'll downgrade Shush to having nothing left in the round, so it's just 2 versus 3 here towards the B site. Tessus already in position, but he's not going to be delighted with this. The spam rips him down to 36 HP, and you've got to give it up there.
Simple with that kill onto Cadian. I'm trying to figure out what was going on. Cadian maybe looking at his teammate's screen, trying to figure out exactly what was going on at A.
That's what I was thinking. It's either that or he's watching radar, obviously trying to calm, but the difference that play makes as well, if he wins out against Simple there, huge round. You're in a great position, you've got the bomb, you've got everything the way you want it to be. Instead, with him getting that pick, he knows he can just run into B.
Yeah, and right there, like I said, I'm thinking about it, and I'm trying to figure out what exactly was going on. It looked like he was maybe pre-aiming towards connector, and he was getting ready to swing on Con, but then he was probably, because on LAN, obviously, you know, Cadian, in-game leader, Opera, he's sitting in the middle. You can look left and right to see exactly what your teammates are seeing, so you don't have to look at the radar. You get a lot more information out of it, but in situations like that, I think that's what happened, because he was not ready at all for the swing from Simple, and even when Simple did swing, there was no reaction.
The reaction is now Na'Vi, they get the round and they get that free AWP in the hands of Simple that he can keep bringing out. 15th round now. Is this going to be an 8-7 or a 9-6 in favor of Na'Vi? That's the big question, and the answers have to come out from Heroic.
Great flash. Cadian with the flash from jungle. Throwing it in. Allowing Stown to find the pick onto Bit before he swings out from window and finds Boomich towards top middle. Perfecto now. He's out ramped. They're scaling up, and Stown just wide swings. That's the kill onto Simple. The op is taken down. Electronic with the answer back, but it's still the 2v4.
Perfecto, flash over the top, blinds Cadian, refresh underneath, he was fully wiped, but by the time his vision comes back, he will hit the headshot onto Perfecto. Electronic last the fall, and Heroic get 7 rounds out of it on their CT side. 8-7, Cadian looking very vocal as well there at the end of the half.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, Heroic did win that opening pistol round. So Na'Vi going 8-7 on the T side, they're going to be feeling very good about that now. As they switch over, they go on to CT, their map pick. It's everything they could want. And even going into Inferno after the fact. I mean, if Na'Vi pick up Mirage, yeah, Heroic picked Inferno. They're definitely going to be comfortable on it. But Na'Vi, they like a bit of Inferno themselves.
Oh, they do love a little Inferno, mate. And they're on a heater. They're warmed up. Simple's hitting his shots. But when isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's had a bad event in, like, years.
And Simple, do love this. Seems like he's pulling out the Julies into the opening round as well.
It's because he's based and smart.
Oh, yeah. Heroic, though. They're trying to go swift with this. They go running up connector. They're being spammed in the back. So refresh Tessus and Stown, all losing HP. Boomich, he's going to be hard committing for the kill as well. Bit does get buckled by Cadian. And Simple, just waiting for his opportunity to strike, knows the 2 guns are better than 1, and he's starting to have some fun, but Stown will stop it right then and there. Perfecto, he replies, peeking out through jungle. He's like a human machete. He's cutting his way through them. And Cadian, it's all on him in the 1v1 now. P250, no, it's just a Glock, and it won't matter. As Perfecto peeks into it, hits the shot on the USP, and they grab that pistol.
Again, Heroic winning out on the opening fights. Refresh with the pick. Towards the top of connector, finds the opening. They scale forward, but it was just Simple waiting towards the ramp with those dualies to get 2 back. And in the 2 versus 4, Na'Vi win it. Simple with 2 huge frags before Perfecto comes in, and just the timing, the delaying action from Simple is what allows Perfecto to get in time, get those last 2 kills in the backs of the Heroic players. And able to finish off the in-game leader in Cadian, and now Simple, he's just eco-farming. He's gone for the M4. No nades, just straight M4 head armor. It's like, excuse me. No, this is mine. Don't do that. Don't shoot at me.
Don't you dare.
How dare you?
These are my ecos. If you dare to defy me, I will ruin you in this game. And Perfecto, he wants to farm up the funds as well, waiting inside the apartments. This is his domain. Brings down to 25, and the UMP of Electronic gets an opportunity to do some damage. They farm their way through it. Na'Vi at 10. Universal machine pistol.
Don't see those very often anymore.
You don't.
There's only a few players that get them.
It is interesting, man. I think the most I've seen the UMP in like the past year has just been here at the RMRs.
Maybe, actually. That might be true. Glaive still loves a little ump every now and then.
Yeah, he's an umper.
Mid control is taken by Heroic. They've thrown all this presence here, but the play is actually towards Palace. They get spotted, and they were trying to catch a timing, right? They were hoping they could do exactly what Na'Vi did to them in the first half. Catch that timing, walk out. As soon as they get spotted, cancel. Cancel the strat. You don't have to commit to something. You had an idea. You want to try to catch a timing, get out without being spotted. You get seen, you cancel it, you back off, you change your plan.
So everyone else rotates back towards middle. It's down. He'll hold. He's got the Empress in his hands, but will he impress us with the AK? For now, he's just going to wait and see if they fight towards him. Meanwhile, Electronic sets up with a nade towards middle. This could do a ton of damage.
Does onto refresh as well. 33 damage done. The A-split is coming. They smoked off jungle. They're scaling forward. Boomich dies. Trying to aggress inside of Palace. He had the MP9. He knew he was getting split. Tried to do something aggressive. Electronic with the FaMOS tapping away. Not the weapon you want in the situation as Shush finds the head of Bit. versus 3 now. They still have the M4 of Simple, and he's still alive here in CT. Finds the first. That's the bomb drop, Jack. It's 1v2. It's Simple. This is exactly the player you want in this situation.
Dealing so much damage. Half commits for the frag, and as they peek into him, he flicks his crosshair down, makes it look easy. Boomich blown away, always impressed by his teammates' ability to save the day. And Simple lives it large in a round like that, Davey. It got close, but if Simple's alive, it's not over.
Just when you think you have him beat, just when you think you've got the round in the 1 versus 3, the bonus round from Na'Vi. They secured, and look at that. Boomich is like, man, I'm so glad he's on my team. I'm so glad I don't have to play against this guy.
Unbelievable.
You would just have that thought every day. In practice, in matches, everything. You're just like, man, I'm so glad I don't have to play against Simple.
Just every time you wake up, it'd be the first thing that goes through my head. Oh.
Just thank God. Thank God he's on my team.
Easy round here as well. No
plant.
bomb plant, man. Ugh. Could have been the one saving grace, but they don't even get that.
No. And that actually does make a big difference, because that extra 800 would have been leftover cash, right? They're still going to be able to fully buy into this. They're going to have the full nades. Cadian will have the op, right? All of that's still there. But that extra 800 is just that bonus cushion, so that if you do lose the next round and you don't get the bomb plant, you have that extra money so you can still buy into it. Now, because of that, because they didn't get that bomb planted, you can see the money 150, 100, 0, 400, right? They're not going to have that extra cushion. So if they do drop this one, if they don't get the bomb plant, they're going to be on eco for the next, and Simple. He hasn't even upgraded to the op yet. He's still just rocking the A1S.
And it's working wonders for him. Mauls them at middle. Opening frag onto Tessus instantly. And he had a great start into the game. The pistol round, it looked like he was getting into his groove, but he has been silenced throughout most of this matchup. And that's not a player you want on the back burner for Heroic. They need him to pipe up.
Ooh, and they would have heard all of that as well. The player off of short, that was Bit, would have heard all of that information on the play towards B. And I wonder if that window smoke in middle, if that was a missed smoke by the T's, or if it was blocked by somebody on the CT side, because their window smoke landed underneath. As now Perfecto, from underneath, needs to find these kills. Bit's rotated in. He's here to help. They can't cross the site. Bit's got it locked down with the M4A4. Lands the tags, lands the damage, and there it is. Perfecto finds it. Cadian trades one back, but he's got 8 HP. He's running away. There's 50 seconds left, and this might just end up being a free op for the side of the CTs. Navi's not going to even have to buy one.
Electronics ready in a prime time position. Cadian's body goes flying out of the map. The Danish space program there on display. There's Na'Vi picking up all the rounds. And the difference in body language alone, right? You can see they look uncomfortable. They're frustrated with how this game's going on the T side now. Na'Vi, they're hyped up. They're a happy Na'Vi, and that's the good Na'Vi. That's the Na'Vi you want to see.
Yep. And especially right there, if you're the player who died at top middle at the beginning of the round because your teammate missed a window smoke, you are just livid. You try not to be upset about it, right? You try to be like, it happens. People miss window smokes, but it's like, nah, you don't though, do you? Like, you just can't. You just can't. But Bit might have gone for the jump up onto short and blocked it. He had full HP, so I'm not actually sure. I think you would have lost one if that was the case. Maybe Simple just stood on the ledge and blocked it as well. You never know. You never know what happened. But either way, the smoke landed under the window. It was missed. So,
Devil in the details there. Coming back to bite them in the bottom. And Heroic, it's really rough. Cash at an all-time low. Tech 9s, Deagle, Glock, AK. Tessus has the AK in his palms, but he needs to get into the round with it. If he can find impact, at least wake up a bit, it'd help them out the longer the series goes on. Nade goes rolling by. Tessus loses 9 HP. They force the CTs back deep in towards spawn. Simple. Oh, he gets rinsed by the Tech 9. And the Tech 9 is causing turmoil now as they push up. They keep committing to it. Issue is Tessus, he wields the AK, does get a kill, but it's on his own team. Now things are starting to go wrong. Cadian and Stown, last alive with just the pistols. They're not in a position to really contend against this. They're outnumbered. They're outgunned. And Na'Vi, they're pulling up. They're ready to rumble. Down with the Deagle, misses the shot as Electronic will switch him off, and it's all on Cadian with just the Glock, the candy apple. If he can get him off the bomb, it still wouldn't matter. As Bit, he's primed for it, and Na'Vi take the round.
And it was looking so good for Heroic there. They found both opening picks with the Tech 9. Refresh going forward, running them down in CT spawn. Lands the headshots. finds both kills, but they just can't capitalize on it. They try to aggress even further into CT, and I believe it was Perfecto there and waiting. It was either him or Electronic with the AK. They're able to find it, and look at the bank that Na'Vi has built up now, too.
Yeah, they are loaded.
We should actually see the op from Simple now. Yeah, there it is. And for the first time in the second half, he just hasn't died. He's just been holding on to the A1S, been vibing. He's like, oh, this is working. This is fine. Now we do finally see the op come out. Remember, Simple 26-9 at this point in the game. It's so easy to keep talking about because he's just so good.
It's just what he does. Rinse and repeat. Every round. Finding barrels of impact frags. Heroic. A position here where if they concede one more round, that'll be match point in this series for Na'Vi.
Massive nade onto Shush as well towards top middle. As soon as Heroic start throwing that mid control, counter nade comes in, deals a ton of damage. As we can see, they've reacted. They've gone aggressive towards ramp. Bit wants to get into ladder as well, and that's exactly where the play comes in, but the flash blinds them both. They missed their opportunity to catch Bit.
He's going to play on top of the ladder, waiting for them to come round. If they clear this, they have to get the flick up. It's an awkward vertical angle to hit, and Bit, he just unloads, sprints his way into the next man, and Tessus does trade. But look at the damage already done. You're in a 3 versus 4. You're at a huge disadvantage, and you feel trapped at middle.
And the flash from Electronic there was perfect. Full blinded that player going into the ladder, allows Bit to get the first one for free, and once he lands the second, they knew where he was. They closed down on him, but he had already done his job. 2 for 1. As now Heroic, they're just split up. They're just trying to see if they're going to give them anything, and they do. Stown actually gets the pick onto Boomich going aggressive in connector. The only player here is Simple, and he's inside of Palace.
Perfecto. Pushing up on short. Tessus is here. He just holds the angle, but he's going to be walking into him. That's the bomb dropped with a headshot connection. 10 seconds on the clock. There's nothing that you can do. It doesn't matter what they hope for, what frags they can find. The matter of a fact is that Na'Vi have got 15 locked in.
And Tezes with the bomb and ladder, a massive misplay from Heroic. Tezes doesn't scale up into A with his team. He's staying on short with the bomb, and Perfecto was just waiting. Forever patient, man. Perfecto is such a patient player. He doesn't swing out. He knows Cadian has the op towards middle. He's worried about that peek from connector, so he just waits. He takes his time. He bides his time, times the peek to perfection, and that's the moment Tezes swings around the corner with the bomb. The headshot is found, bomb is dropped, and Heroic had no way to get into it.
Nothing that you can do. Physically don't have the time. They would need a really long step ladder to be able to get over the short. Instead here, they go for the early boost, put Cadian on top of the totem pole and see if he can find a pick out towards middle. They jump him out. They have conceded the hold towards mid, so he's going to be running up a bit. He's seen the top of his fringe.
Yeah, he spotted him. He knows the aggressive play was coming out towards middle. Again, the nade lands right on top of Cadian. 59 damage done, and Simple's boosted in the back of the B site. If Stown goes forward, he's going to be walking into the op of Simple. Now he jumps up. He's posted, and the aggression from Perfecto here might end up costing him his life. They would have heard the scope. Perfecto clears it. The pre-fire's in. Refresh finds both. They line up. Gets the double headshot. Will he expect the third? That's the question. There's one more man here. It is Bit. He lands the headshot. Electronic answers onto Cadian towards middle as well. And it is the 2 versus 3. But Electronic walks into the crosshair of Tezes. And the T's are split, but so are the CTs.
50 seconds. 2 versus 1 towards the B site. Bit though, he's reading it right. He's primed, he's ready, but he flicks off! The timing goes the way of Tessus as he hits the shot. Upgrades onto the orb, and Shush dives out onto the site. Hard commits for the plant. Boomich is all the way over at A, and this should be a round for Heroic.
It is going to be the round for Heroic. Boomich has no way to retake this B bomb site. May just go try to recover that op if he can and mark it. Not even going to bother with that. He's just going to hold on to the AK. So Heroic, right now, Na'Vi is on map point, and they still have so many more to play with. This was their first one. Heroic deny it. They deny Na'Vi picking up their opening map pick. But they have to do that time and time again. And this one all came down to that timing again from Bit. The second he flicks away from the door is the exact moment that Tezes walks in.
The definition of the unlucky timing, man. Tessus there pointing at his stopwatch. And for Tessus as well, he needs to get back into the groove of the game. Inferno coming up after this. If he's going into that in a bit of a bad mental space off the back of how this game's gone for him. You can't be having that, man.
No, you're absolutely right. He's had a rough game so far. And like you said, they need that mental reset going into Inferno. Any rounds they can string together here, right? At this point in the game, you take it one round at a time. You play each round as its own thing, and you just use every single round as a way to try to build some confidence, build up some momentum going into the second map. As actually Simple gets tagged on the cross by Cadian. The boost working, and he tries to go running out middle, but Tezez is already there. So Simple drops the tag from Cadian, the kill from Tezez, and Heroic get to start off this round up 5 versus 4.
One of the few rounds they've been able to get an opening pick with no trade instantly back. Tessus, he's waiting. Holding on for the push through connector. The smoke is there and they are going to be looking straight by one another. Hard commits to the spam and rips his way through Electronic. Perfecto now playing towards the arch, ready for them to come barreling into his bomb site. He's got to hit him with a swift backhand, but he's pulled. Expected the face coming from short, so he looks away. Refresh gets the kill, and Bit and Boomich both have to save.
They do, and they actually need to hold on to these guns. Bit drops, and that is massive, actually. Boomich with 6,500 will be able to drop 2 guns. Simple will be able to buy himself the op, and Electronic can buy. So they will have the 5 rifles. They will have the 5 guns into the next round if Boomich can save. Ooh, but he doesn't. Now this is where it gets interesting. There's gonna be one player from Na'Vi relegated to an inferior weapon. Maybe, I dare say it, the FaMOUZ.
Ooh, don't say it. There's no need. It's
gun
like
that
Voldemort.
yeah, exactly.
Don't say that name. You don't say that name.
It might happen. It might happen here into this round. It's definitely a possibility.
But this is way better from Tessus now.
Yes.
Like, he's back in the position he should be. He's hitting his shots. He's starting to get into the game. Obviously, for Heroic, like you said, though, you've got to just take it one round at a time. They would have to force this game into an overtime if they want to win it. That's the only way you could upset Na'Vi here on their map pick. If not, we're going to go into Inferno with Na'Vi 1 map up.
And the A execute is going to be coming out. The rotations aren't really nearby. You do have Electronic inside of window. Simple with the op towards triple. He's going to have to be immense here. This is just the 5-man execute. There's no lurk. There's nothing. All the smokes are coming. Simple's tucked away, and he needs to come up huge.
Simple towards triple. Could he be on for a huge frag into this round? Flashbangs go over as he peeks out. Cadian will shut him down. Boomich hot under pressure, but still hitting shots. He's slaying his way through too. Goes up the ladder, and he's out of dodge in the round. We're into a 3v3 with 50 seconds still to work with.
And Simple tried peeking out the left side of the triple box there, but Cadian was posted. He was ready. And now Electronic, he's slow clearing. Hasn't peeked under Balk, and that's gonna be the death of him. Bit does answer back, but Stown is there on top of Tetris. So now it is just Perfecto. He's on the MP9. And Heroic, they're just running away. They're just gonna run all the way over to B. No. Ooh, the quick turnaround back into Palace, the old switcheroo.
Yeah, they've played AB before, and they will go back towards the A site. Perfecto, he stayed tucked into CT this whole time. He is going to stick his face out on the site, see if he can catch whiff of them. And maybe there's a play to be made. Problem is, just as they arrive, that's when he turns tail and starts to run. They won't make any noise. They'll try and keep quiet. Cadian posts up for it and hits the shot. So suddenly, the game that looked really unwinnable for Heroic now comes down to, can they win 5 rounds on the spin?
Yep, exactly. And that's what it comes down to, right? That's when you play the 1 round at a time until you get that distance closed down enough where you've built up enough confidence where you're like, hey, guys,
we can do this.
I know it was bad. It was 15-7. It was bad. But now, all of a sudden, now Na'Vi's on eco. Then it's 15-11. They win the next gun round, it's 15-12. Na'Vi's on eco again. And then all of a sudden, it feels like a game that you're able to win. Oh, but they're running into the stack by the looks of it. No, they do drop off. I thought it was going to be the fast short play. Instead, they're making their way up connector. There's only one player here for the CTs. That's Boomich, and he's about to get found. Shot in the side of the head by Shush. So the A site has been taken. The gamble stack from Na'Vi not working out on this occasion. But of course, it was just the eco. Simple's actually invested quite a bit into this as well. Down to just 1,100. So if he does want an op into the next one, he's going to need that dropped over to him from either Bit or Boomich.
Potentially, if he finds a frag with the Deagle, he could get one stolen straight from the corpse of Cadian, but they peek together. He basically nutmegs them with a bullet straight down the middle. Cadian gets the kill. And now it's just onto the save game.
They are walking up underpass. Stown is about to find him. They obviously didn't hear him. He jumps up. So it doesn't look like Navi's even going to be able to find anything. With just Perfecto left alive, just the Deagle. If he can maybe grab one kill here towards middle, that would be like pretty cool.
Ooh.
See, that was pretty cool.
That was pretty cool. The flick as well. Never in doubt, man. Perfecto can always do some really, really dirty stuff with that Deagle. So the fact he got the flick off, all right. But they stop it, and they get the round. That's what Heroic wanted.
Yep, exactly. And like you said right there, the swing out was perfect. They peak together. Heroic go up 15-11, and Navi's money actually not in a great spot. We haven't been able to see it yet, but it's not great. It's not in a very, very comfortable spot at all. If they do decide to force into this one, they lose it, they're going to be on eco again. And they're not going to have a great buy in this round if they do decide to force it.
It all comes down to the decision-making, really. Everyone taking their time here, staying hydrated. And this has been a really close map now. Heroic have actually been getting back into the game massively. And obviously, the 5 rounds is now 4. If Cadian keeps getting some impact here and there on the orb, if Stown can carry on with the plays he's been making.
Oh, and the boost into ladder might be huge. If they peek out, they might catch Cadian here. Bit just decides to hold it. Doesn't want to go too aggressive. The flank is going to be in, and Electronic is going to get found by Tezes. The flank working exactly as intended. Boomich is in CT spawn, and Kenbit find the opening he can. Simple here as well inside of the ladder room. Answers back onto Stown. It's the 4 versus 3. 2 players are out on the A site. They've made their way across Sandwich. Can they get the bomb down? Tezes finds Simple from under window. Didn't know he was there, and now Bit has to answer.
Bit's got to get this kill. He will be able to find the frag. So Refresh and Shusu, the last 2 left alive for Heroic. It's all up to them in the 27th round. Refresh walks out of Sandwich, starts backing up towards the ramp. They've got utility to play with. Shush, watching the angle into jungle. But Bit, he fast flicks, hits the headshot, and it's all on Refresh. He's at 21 kills in the game. He's about to be peaked towards triple. He's watching towards jungle. There's the hard commit from the first. Bit on the reaction, hits the shot. Na'Vi eventually find their way to the finish line and get the victory 16-11 on their map pick.
And in the end, it was a relatively comfortable win on Mirage. They got up to the lead early. Some big rounds early in the game, some big clutches going the way of Na'Vi, and that's what you need. And there he is, the best man ever to play CSGO in the server, coming up with a massive performance again, as now, like you said, Na'Vi pick up their map pick, but we're going over to Inferno, and lately, Na'Vi has not been performing well on it. And their last 3 times playing it, they've only won once, and they don't play it very often.
And it's a way better comeback from how the scoreline was going for Heroic, right?
Yeah.
If they finished that game off struggling to get into this, with Testus not really having the best game, that couldn't be great for them. That might mean that it's a bit of a knock-on effect going into Inferno. At least there, they woke up towards the end. You were getting rounds back and they kept it close, Davey. So in a lot better position than they could have been. But of course, we'll see how it goes. We'll get back over to the desk and we'll start to set things up for the next map.
Thank you so much. Indeed, Heroic can have a little bit of a tendency of being a streaky team. Maybe it will help that they got into it a little, but it was still not enough on Navi's map pick. And it was one of those where it's going to be the segment of how many times are you guys going to mention Simple, but it is just incredibly deserved. I think ever since yesterday, he has been shining. What was it about him that gives him another accolade for this game specifically, Bleh?
Simple is just, I think Davey said it best, the best player to ever touch CSGO. I'm going to say the best player to ever have touched the Counter-Strike franchise as a whole over the past course of 20 years. The guy's insane, and he can easily overshadow how the game could be. Are you disagreeing with me here?
No, it's all right. I was taking.
If you bring up some source players'
you have
name.
it. But I mean, if we open, the Pandora box of all the versions of Counter-Strike, but I'll let you have it. He's
Okay,
the
fine.
greatest.
He's probably the greatest ever. But yeah, jokes aside, great showing coming out from Na'Vi over there.
Yeah, let's take a look at some highlights, Maniac. I know you had your eye on some rounds in particular.
Well, right now we have a bit of a highlight reel showing some of the kills from Na'Vi. Before we get to there, I just want to echo the caster's sentiment. I think they were on point when they talked about the last few rounds of Heroic. I think it matters a lot.
Yeah.
It matters a lot for Heroic. It matters for the competitiveness of that series, the fact that they could find some footing towards the very end. Because if it wasn't for these 4 rounds, that would have been a very clear affair, for Na'Vi fully.
I think the scoreline, if you just, someone just tuning in later on and not having watched the game, at 16-11, yeah, Heroic could possibly have closed it out, maybe made it closer. I don't think that was the case. It was both the pistol rounds being won by Heroic, and it was still a 15-7 scoreline for Na'Vi. And at the end, it kind of felt like they were just delaying the inevitable.
Let us break it down then maybe into kind of the two phases, and we can use this graphic in Ston versus Simple, which we also highlighted in the beginning, right? Because Ston is a great opper, right? A great player for that side of Heroic. And usually we've seen that he gets Heroic going, right? He secures a couple of rounds early so that they have a little cushion to work with. How was that worked against by Na'Vi? How did they avoid that from happening as Heroic started on the CT side?
Yeah, I don't believe they actually managed to avoid Ston. I think he did pretty much the best he could. I'm not going to fault him. I'm not going to put the pin on him. He was the main force behind the comeback of Heroic in the first half. Remember, it started with Na'Vi 0 to 100 real quick, 5-2 scoreline, and then Ston was the one in that connected position trying to find kills, pushing back the waves of attack. So at some point, the man has done enough. I'm not going to ask much more from that.
Maybe let me put the spotlight then on the bigger team, because I feel like this is the question we've always been asking for Heroic as of late, being like, Saad, yes, we know he is really, really good, but is the supporting cast of the Riflers going to step up? And actually, Refresh had a good game as well, right? Why is it that Na'Vi is then so difficult to beat, especially when they move on to that CT side on this map?
I'm going to take an example to share the tears of the Heroic fan. Let's talk about round 18.
Wow.
Okay.
Round 18 is the story of this map and the story of playing against Na'Vi. What we're about to see is Heroic building a round that is almost pristine, honestly. It's like a very much few steps into an A split. We see players finding kills left and right. They've done everything they have to. They trade each other, they cover each other, they get the side. And suddenly, it is so unfair that they have to 1v3 against Simple. And I promise you that mentally they know it's Simple. And at the time, they realize he's got 20 kill plus, because the way they play this 1v3, at no point, I'm sitting in the green room and I'm telling you, he's winning it.
He's winning it.
I can see it about what's happening. I know he's gonna win it. And this is painful. They built this round almost from scratch. It's beautiful. And then Simple just stops on it.
And the
That's
fact,
a great way to explain it.
And the fact that there were three of them, and like he was like multiple steps ahead of that clutch, right? The 1v2, he peers out, he knows there's a player in Palace. He knows a bomb just got planted.
he's in the clutch.
He's in the clutch mode. He's in the zone, right? He checks, he just peeks out. As he walk towards Connector, as he walk towards Sandwich, he knows where both of them are. He's like, all right, you're going to peek me together right now? Let's go, buddy. Bam, bam. The round's closed out.
It's just the altitude at which Simple has been flying for a few months now that is just magical, honestly. He was always one of the, or not the best player we ever had in Counter-Strike, but ever since late 2021, the Major, the man has just redefined the limits and just the margins in which he's playing. Look at this event already. We have 3 maps, 3 back-to-back-to-back miracles being played by Simple in a moment where Na'Vi is definitely not in the best of shape. He's just putting them on his shoulders and doing whatever he wants to his opponents. It's gross, but I love it.
It's gross.
It's gross, but I love it.
It is a little disgusting, because when you talk about Simple having, he had an okay game, it's like 25 kills.
Yeah.
For most teams, that's like, oh, that's an MVP performance right
It's
there.
a really good game, right?
Yeah,
There we
it's a
go.
great
It's
game.
a basic game.
Yeah, but Na'Vi not letting anyone down in this one, and actually, if they win the next map, which is Heroic's map pick, they could secure Legend spot at the Major. Let's start by talking about Inferno just a little bit. We heard it from Jackie there. Not the best time on it for Na'Vi. They did play FaZe on it, for example, right? We had a better score when it comes out of Heroic. That's why it was also their map pick. They played it last versus EG and EPL as well, 16-6, but after what EG throwed at the NA. Or maybe we don't have to think too much about that match, but obviously, what are the chances here for Heroic on their map pick, Inferno?
I think they have a pretty decent chance. Ironically, both these two teams have lost to FaZe, who I guess most people would consider the best team with Inferno right now, right? Same scoreline as well, 16-11. That being said, the loss Heroic suffered against FaZe was a while back in IEM Katowice. Heroic are a really annoying team to play against on Inferno, especially the CD side. There are rounds, in full buy rounds, 5 versus 5s. They'll just go for a full A stack with no info. They will just keep poking and prodding and making life very, very uncomfortable for the Na'Vi side.
The problem that I have with this theory, and believe me, I would love to see Heroic pull back. I would love to see a third map. I think we deserve it. I think the broadcast deserves it. But the problem is, Heroic have played 3 times Inferno against Na'Vi in the history of these 2 encounters, and they never won it. That's my issue. So today we have to try and sell to the people the idea that no, this time around it's gonna happen.
It's gotta happen at least once, right? Or
statistically, it has to work at some point, right?
We're seeing a nuke.
Oh, you're putting all your money on it.
We are seeing a nuke. I think Heroic takes Inferno.
I like this. We have 2 different points of view, because I think maybe, let me go even a little further then. is this Na'Vi ever going to lose to Heroic? Not maybe just on Inferno, but on an entire match?
No, I don't think this Na'Vi is losing against this Heroic.
Why
no,
is that?
Not in best of 3, because I believe that what Heroic usually, or the difference for Heroic when it comes to other teams is how they thrive in chaos, and the problem is Na'Vi, they were born in it.
Oh, that was such a great one-liner. Bleh, you do have faith.
I don't even know how
Sell
to.
it to me.
I don't even know how to lay out onto that, but this I will have to agree with Matthew. I feel like Na'Vi just have too much, and I think that the fact that you bring up like about Ston being the primary operator and everything, and Kaden really not being the server, in all honesty and simple, it's just not good enough.
Okay, so we know that Heroic, as you say, they love the chaos a little bit, that aggressive mid-round calling. They can thrive in that, but do you think they identify here, well, hey, we've run into this wall a couple of times, specifically on Inferno versus Na'Vi. Are they a team, you see, that is flexible enough to change up the way they go into this map specifically, knowing what is on the line, Maniac?
I think the issue now when you play against Na'Vi is that you have to accept some rounds won't make sense, and you don't have to follow the rules of Counter-Strike, right? Sometimes throwing out the window, cross smokes, that is the problem that you have, because by the logic, it is very hard to define a game plan. I'll give you an example. Simple's probably going to have 9 or 8 different beginnings of rounds on Inferno.
Right.
Like, you can be the analyst, you can be the coach, and you can say, listen, here's where Simple is going to be. Banana, top mid, smoke, long, apps, boiler,
Everywhere.
peeking down. How do you even devise a plan for that, right? So you have to take risks at time. You have to gamble a little bit, and that's the strength of Heroic, but you also have to have all your players shooting.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like this Heroic style could actually work there, right? Because they're not going to be working around what Simple does all the time, what Na'Vi's going to be throwing their way. They're going to try and just play their game style, which is one of the most annoying CD sides on the planet to go up against. So as long as the players continue to deliver, I think Stan's been great, and as long as the players, as we saw in the previous map, like Tessus, Shush, really starting to wake up, we see that happen. Yeah, I can see Nuke taking place.
Okay, who is it going to be that's going to step up and have a monster game next to Stan for Heroic?
Oh, I'm going to with Shush.
Okay, let's see what happens. So we're going to throw to a little bit of a content piece before we have a break, and then we'll get into our second map. Don't go anywhere.
We're here at the PGL EU RMR, and I am joined by Shush of Heroic. Happy to have you, though, Shush. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing complete the sentence. So I'm just going to start a sentence, and you finish it with however you want, okay? All right. First one is, my favorite map is...
Vertigo.
I started playing CS in...
2015.
Wow, that's pretty recent, actually. Okay, yeah. I didn't know it was that recent for you.
No, I haven't really played that much.
My biggest rival is...
Probably Astralis. Yeah, you know,
Okay,
Danish
yeah.
team.
That's fair, that's fair. My favorite position to play on any map is...
I don't actually know. Like, I think that's hard. Because I like Vertigo because I have freedom to do like whatever I want, pretty much. But there's... Like ST, I just do my own things, you know, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Proudest moment in my career was?
Ooh, probably the major, sitting on stage. And I did really well against G2. Sadly, we lost. But I feel like I had such a good map, a match with good clutches and situations.
I spend my tournament prize winnings by buying...
I bought a car after Flashpoint.
If I could delete one map from CSGO, it would be...
Dust 2.
Okay, all right. When I'm not playing CS, I love to...
hang out with friends and family. Yeah.
YouTube keeps showing me videos about...
Nades.
Nades.
Not out here, you know.
Oh, yeah,
boy.
Nard out here.
Yeah.
Shouts out Nard out here. Shouts out, great content, great content. I couldn't go on a plane ride without...
in-ears or like AirPods or something.
Yeah.
Like, it's so loud. Yeah, noise cancelling.
Well, thanks a lot, Shush. Appreciate it. Okay. And yeah, that's been completing the sentence with Shush from Heroic at the PGL RMR event.
Map 2 between Na'Vi and Heroic. If Na'Vi take the 2-0 on Inferno, we know that they're going to the major, Davey. It all rides on this. If somehow, some way, like the analyst said, Heroic can somehow finally shut down Na'Vi on this map, we will go to Nuke, but that's got to be history in the making.
And the problem is, Maniac and Bleb both made such good points, right? Maniac's like, how can I predict them to beat Na'Vi on Inferno? They've never beat Na'Vi on Inferno. And then Bleb's also like, yeah, but they kind of suck on Inferno right now, and Heroic is kind of on a heater, so there's so many like aspects to this where you just really don't know who's going to be able to pick this one up. If you look historically, you have to favor Na'Vi. If you look on current form, I can understand why you would think that Heroic's going to be able to win this one, but regardless, we have the second map coming up, and if Heroic does win it, we will be going to that map 3 of Nuke. But if Na'Vi can pick up this map, take Heroic's map pick, they will be locking in their spot for the major.
We will know, no matter what, Na'Vi will be present at the PGL Major in Antwerp. And that is the crown jewel of CS for a team that has been at the staple of the game for so long. They want to make it there, and they're going to be huddling up before we get into this one. In terms of the prior game, if you missed it, it was quite a close affair on Mirage. Na'Vi had a close grip on the game for the majority of it, but Heroic made a comeback. They started to wake up. Some of the names that need to perform for them went from struggling to hitting their shots. They just need to display that now on Inferno.
And especially you're looking over at TeZe, right? Had a really rough start to that game. At one point, I think he was 5-18 or 5-19. Started to wake up a little bit towards the end. Like you said, Heroic, they battled back. They got some rounds together. They built up their confidence just that little bit, right? Instead of losing 16-7, they end up losing 16-11. It's a small thing, but it does make a pretty big difference mentally, especially if you've won a bunch of rounds in a row and then you just lose one to end it, right? It's like, okay, we were on kind of a streak though. Like if we just had one more round to play with, or if we didn't make that one mistake, we could have come all the way back, right? And those are the mental sort of gymnastics you have to do as a player to convince yourself that you still are the best player in the server, because everybody has to go into every gunfight thinking they're going to be able to win it.
And more so for them as well, you know, forget everything. Heroic now just have to think about this more so as a best of one. Go into Inferno, you know, just going, look, we'll commit to it as what it is. If we win on Inferno, we can talk about Nuke when we get there. For now, we just focus on playing RCS on this map. We know we can be effective on it, and they've just got to play the game to win it.
Yeah, exactly. And it is their map pick, so they would have known coming into this that they were going to get to play Inferno, right? They would have predicted Na'Vi's ban. They would have been able to come into it with a game plan for Inferno, and maybe those 3 losses in a row against Na'Vi on this map have sort of prepared them all for this moment, right? This is their arc, right? This is their redemption arc where they are going to finally get to shut down Na'Vi on Inferno and pick up the win as we go into map 2 of this deciding game. Winner qualifies for the PGL Major in Antwerp. Loser still needs to drop down. They're not out of it yet. They're going to drop down to those 2-1 games. They still have a chance to qualify, but the winner's going to lock in their spot.
It all happens here as we get into the action. Na'Vi on the CT side, crunch towards middle early on. There's a peek from Cadian towards second mid. He's been spotted, so immediately backpedals. His teammates fire off the warning shots. Na'Vi recoils, and the opening gambit turns into a bit of a stalemate.
And somehow the only damage done is 15 onto Cadian. As simple. He's at the sandbags. He has these dualies. The nade here might be massive from Boomich. The nades come in. They counter nade on top of him. Simple's tucked away. He finds the first. Can he get the second? No. Cadian with the trade. The nade damage onto Boomich as well, as he's had to fall back. They don't have the kit, so they have to commit to these fights. And Heroic, they're just going to back off with the 1 kill that they got and expect to see Na'Vi re-aggress here. They can't take the risk of giving this up. They simply don't have the kits or the utility to play retake.
It's down. He's waiting for the push to come towards him. Glock in his hands, ready to strike. Hits the headshot straight away onto Bit. Follow-up frag as well. That's astounding from Stown. He's now opened up the B site. They can push straight back in. He's playing gun game as he grabs the USP and has so much impact on the Boomich. Back over at the A site, though. It's on Electronic to deny the push, and he can't. He's left dead in Graveyard.
And the headshots from Stown over at B. Na'Vi re-aggresses. Heroic expects it. Stown waiting in the corner, and he lands every single shot, and he was the highlighted player coming into this series for Heroic. Showing why here on the opening pistol of their map pick. Again, up at the top of the screen, Na'Vi did pick up that first map. It was 16-11 on their pick of Mirage. So Heroic starting off their map pick very well here with the opening pistol, denying Simple the multi-frags with the dualies.
And he was revving up for it.
Yeah.
The second he gets one, you're like, uh-oh, here we go. Simple going to be on for a showstopper. Instead, it'll be the SMG of Shush that comes in and sideswipes his way through one. Dooley's in play, not on Simple, but still out to have some impact. The Shush will buckle after finding the opening pick towards top banana.
And the counter smoke landing on the other side of the half wall as well, just denying Heroic that information. They don't push forward. Flash comes in. They just clear out the back of the car as Bit grabs that MAC-10. He's tucked away behind the smoke that allows the rotation, but that extra smoke of Boomich actually going down banana, so they weren't able to recover it. As Heroic respond by taking top mid control. The push and pull here very much in effect, as both teams going back and forth between the two bomb sites fighting for map control.
Bit close towards Arch. He's got support from Electronic on the CZ. Cadian swings round the corner. Takes a few bullets and decides against it. He'll backtrack down middle. The rest of the team now on the brim of banana.
And it's just Perfecto here. He doesn't have any utility. You can see Heroic. They were just thinking about walking all the way in. Perfecto, he's not going to be able to get to the site. They do have two smokes. One comes out towards CT, and I think they're just trying to bait rotations, and that's exactly what they've done, but Perfecto finds the opening. That's down dropped. Heroic, they're going back to the A site. There's only one man here. That is Simple, though. You can't count this man out. The one player going up towards long. Simple's going to need the support of his teammate in Library. He comes around the corner. Electronic gets the tags, and Simple can't find the kill. Tezes with the Galil jumps up on top of the barrel, lands the headshot, and Na'Vi, they're out of the site. It looks like they might be out of the round.
Bombs planted. Na'Vi starting to back off, calling it quits here, realizing it is going to be an unfortunate retake to go for, not worth the gamble. Electronic was only on 1 HP, so they'll scavenge whatever they can at the end of this round, hard commit to the save, and keep 3 players alive, giving up the second to Heroic, as they will take the game 2-0 now.
They go up. They secure that second round. It got a little bit, I was slightly worried about it there. For the side of Heroic when Simple was tucked away behind the hay cart. I think he maybe jumped the gun a little bit on the wide swing. If he had maybe just stayed tucked, waited for the swings to come to him, made sure it was a closer angle, and potentially might have been able to pull that one off. Instead, he swings out, doesn't land the kill. Tezes finds the headshot, and this is it right here. So he's just a little bit too early on the peak there for Simple. Yeah, he's disappointed with himself for that one. Maybe the sound wasn't perfect. Thought they were a little bit closer than they were. So now it is just going to be that eco. Obviously, Electronic brought the AK over. They do still have some armor on everyone as well. Simple with the CZ head armor. Bit going fast through the halls. He's pushed all the way down. He's pushed all the way through. Electronic can't find the opening. Does get a ton of damage as Simple just tries to grab that AK and get away. But Bit has made his way all the way into the back line. He's pushed through second mid. And now it's going to be Boomich here at B. Needs to drop this smoke, deny the information, and we need to see some rotations coming out from Na'Vi. Heroic's just going to go into the site.
Spam on a Doolies, but it's not going to work well for Boomich as he has gone down. Perfecto starts to weave his way around into the back line, and Bit, he's coming up banana. The T's are prepared for this, though, and they do have the far better firepower to work with. Cadian, depending on the timing, might actually be caught out though. There's the face from the 5-7, fires off the shots, and does get him down.
Simple just needs to save this AK, really. He has the head armor, he has the smoke, he has the AK. You just got to save this. You're not going to be able to win this one. You don't have the kit. The retake's not going to be an option for you. Hold on to the gun, as Refresh is going to try to find him. And he actually finds Bit straight through the wood. Finds him, gets the kill. Perfecto looking for a second. But he's only able to get the one. All of Heroic's going to exit through CT spawn, so Simple is going to hold on to the AK. Bring it into the next round, potentially drop that one over to Perfecto. He might be able to get him an op. 5,500, so Perfecto could drop it op over to Simple here if they want to do it. Wouldn't be a bad idea on the CT of Inferno, that's for sure.
Oh, not at all. Specifically when, like, back into Mirage as well, the amount of rounds Simple just stayed alive with the M4, he couldn't even really bring the AWP out on CT because he just didn't need to, didn't want to buy into it for no reason. So if we see him on the AWP here, could be getting lively. Looks like it will just be the rifles on arrival for Na'Vi. But good start from Heroic on the T side.
And he did drop the AK over to Electronic as well. He's gone for the A1S. Very strong on Inferno, of course. Lots of smoke spams. Very good as Electronic gets caught. He swings out, he tries to drop that molly inside of halls, but the aggressive play from Refresh finds him. They were already up into the halls. Again, they have the read on Na'Vi. And right now, Heroic, I mean, they're up 3-0. It's very early in the first half, of course, off the back of the pistol. But this opening gun round starting off great for them as well.
HE gets dashed towards middle. Sliver of damage done onto Shush. He's going to lose 5 HP. The T's are grouped up. They're ready to battle towards brackets. Boomich, he's playing on the bomb side, but he's so low. This relies quite heavily on Bit to hold back the line, be the human blockade. They're going to be running up towards him, they're blind. Flashbang dancing, but Stown still hits the flick back off with a Galil. Simple burning alive, forced to face, and Refresh will send him off to the Burns ward. Boomich on 8 HP, he's got to hit his shots, gets one, drops into the site, he's being a nuisance, but Refresh from the sidelines does hit it, and Perfecto not in a position to do anything.
Yeah, crucially there, Bit needed to get that multi-frag out towards long on the blind players. Just couldn't connect the second shot. Found the first. Simple gets mollied. And they knew Boomich was there because Boomich got the flash assist. So once they kill Simple, they kill Bit. They're like, all right, Boomich is here somewhere. Flashes come in towards Graveyard from the player inside of halls. Full blinds anyone in sight. Doesn't blind your teammate scaling through Moto. And Boomich drops. It is the opening gun round going the way of Heroic. So they're going to be up 4-0 now. Na'Vi's not going to be able to buy into the next one. Now, maybe if Na'Vi wants to get a little creepy, a little freaky with it, Electronic will have the money to drop an op to Simple. They may go for the hero op play and gamble it towards one of the sites. And then if Heroic take the other site, you just save the op for the next round, right? That could be a potential play here from Na'Vi. I'm curious to see if they're going to go for it. Might not be a bad idea to call attack here as well. Get Blade's input on this one.
Could be the time to use it, but yeah, no drop on the orb, so don't go for the risky maneuver. No pause either. So they just keep straight in the game. They go back into it. They go next. So Na'Vi with just the 2 rifles to contend against Heroic now on the 5th round.
Ooh, and they missed their smoke. That smoke is supposed to land towards top middle, which would allow them to drop the... Oh, Boomich just about gets away. Counter molly from Perfecto as he goes through the smoke. Doesn't spot anybody. Sound cue's given away of him running away as he stays over here towards long. Heroic, they are going to walk up middle off the back of their smoke. They get top mid control, and they're not really giving away many sound cues, right? It's just the one flash. Now the deep molly to push Perfecto off. And Heroic, they're taking a lot of map control right now without actually using a whole lot or giving a whole lot away.
This is working very well for them, but Bit's here. On the initial wide swing, he gets so much info. Perfecto can peek off the back of his contact, and it is brilliant from Perfecto. He gets 2, but Refresh hits the headshot. Down to a 4-on-3 in favor of Na'Vi.
Simple's here on balcony. The T's, they're going back over to B. Boomich is up on top of second. He has that CZ, but just 4 HP. Electronic also boosted up at the new box. 35 seconds remaining. The T's are going in. They only have the 1 smoke for CT spawn, 1 Molotov. Where do they decide to throw it?
Flash out for the CT peak. Refresh does switch to the Molotov. It will go back towards new box. Should force the face from Electronic. He's going to be burning, but he gets impact off. Still 1 frag. Boomich goes undetected as well. Doesn't matter how low he is. If he denies the bomb plant, that's all he has to do. But it still is a follow-up frag as well. Oh, Boomich making them feel ill, Davey, as he grabs the AWP, grabs the round, and shuts them down.
The Molotov goes out towards new box. Electronic delays his peak, and both of them, you remember, they were up on the elevated positions. Boomich was on top of second. Electronic was boosted on new box. They both drop. They both drop into the site. Electronic gets mollied. He delays his peak. He swings, finds the opening, and because he delayed so long and there was no reface from Boomich, they assumed he was the only one on the site. They don't clear out Boomich behind second, and just denying the bomb would have been good, right? That would have been enough. It would have been a problem for Heroic. They still would have been able to get the bomb down, but it would have been made much easier for Na'Vi to end up securing it. Instead, he ends up getting the flick as well, finds the second, and they've silent boosted up into the window. And luckily for Na'Vi, they fall off of this Hull setup, because if Simple stayed posted up on the stairs, they didn't hear the boost into window, he would have got peeked from the opposite side, and he would have gone down.
It's down. Spams into the smoke towards top banana. Boomich is playing just behind the sandbags. And they're walking up onto him as well. Stound's going to be first contact if they do commit. He instead jumps up and he's ready for the fight. The Molotov will be dashed. So he'll just play anti-flash towards the wall. Wanted to peek in, but does have to back off.
And the Molotov comes out towards the sandbags as well, so he is able to get away. If that Molotov came to the corner, would have been a lot more of an issue for him. But now they're setting up for the B execute. They have one player towards middle, just holding the flanks, as the nades are going to rain out into B. And honestly, this CT setup isn't great to stop this. They're out of utility. They're kind of in the open. It's going to be hard for them to play off of each other. The nade is going to do some decent damage onto Tezes, but even still, this round looking very good for Heroic at the moment.
Boomich has to drop off, but the problem is he's burning alive, and Tessus will hard commit for the kill. Saves his team as well. That's massive.
Oh.
Shush on the Deagle. Takes down Bit. Blows his brains clean out there. An Electronic and Simple tucked in towards the A site. Fingers crossed, hoping that they just get a save out of this, because the round, that's hammered in as Heroics.
And I could just see the setup from Na'Vi there. It was going to be a problem. They were out of utility. They try to flash through the smoke, but they don't get the timing right. The rotation just wasn't there in time. You could see Simple tried to pop flash them through it as Perfecto swung, but it was just a little bit too late. And that caused a ton of issues, as now Cadian baiting out the shot from Electronic. They know he's tucked away. They're both here. They time the peaks together. Cadian and Shush on the wide swings. And now Simple. He's alone in the pit. He's been spotted. They know he's here. The flash is good. And Stound, leaping from above, falls on top of Simple. Finds the kill. No guns recovered. And Heroic on the T side looking very, very strong. This is very much what Na'Vi did to them on their T side of Mirage as well, in the early rounds at least.
And this is the dream scenario for Heroic. You come out into this game, the players we were highlighting on, the players that the people on the desk were highlighting on as well, and Blair was saying we need big rounds from Shush, right? We need Tessus to come in. They're waking up. They're getting into the game. And Heroic, picking up round after round. Complete difference in body language as well. You know, back on Mirage, they looked so somber the entire time. We weren't seeing any giggling. There was no rounds where they could really hype each other up. Here, even on this little pause, you can see they look a lot happier. It does seem like Na'Vi have taken a pause as well, potentially for Blade to give his input.
Yep, and you can see right there, check the notes, pass over the information, try to help out Boomich as much as he can. They're down by quite a bit now, and of course they are on the CT side of Inferno. It's only going to get harder from here. They need to get as many rounds as they can. And also that man right there has not been able to get into this map at all.
No, he's been fairly isolated. And if you can keep doing that, if you can ice out Simple,
yeah,
that's like, you know, hands down, that's how you win the game.
Yeah, and Inferno is one of those maps where you kind of can too, right? The Oppers have potential for a lot of impact, but there's also, you know, it's kind of hard to explain, but a lot of the early round nades for the T side are entirely, they exist for the entire use of stopping early op picks, right? Those early nades towards banana, the early nades towards top middle, right? Those are all nades that exist specifically to try to stop ops from getting early picks. And Simple, he hasn't really had the op all that much, and when he has, they just haven't gone to where he is. They've managed to find the openings where he just isn't there. He's not even been able to have any impact at all.
Pause still in effect here. Cadian coming across, getting him back into the game. Small fist bump. But this is good. For Heroic, this is exactly what you want. You're winning out on the half. You just got to keep it going. The bigger scoreline they have getting onto their CT side, the more confidence they're going to have. And it looks like we are back into the action now. 5-1 being the split. As we said, Na'Vi took the win on their map pick. Heroic, if you can bring this back, we will go to Nuke. This series decides who gets the guaranteed spot at the Major in Antwerp. And again, they open it up with the early nades towards Banana. Boomich backing off, taking 9 damage.
And now again, we see the op from Simple inside of the apartments, but Heroic's just not going there. They have 3 over towards B. There's 1 man holding for that just any sort of aggressive mid or Hall's push. That's Refresh tucked away at the bottom of the stairs. Heroic, they've taken full B control. The setup here from the CTs again, it's Boomich and Perfecto. Perfecto playing close with the UMP. Boomich, if he re-peeks, he might be in trouble. Stoun's walked all the way across. They have spotted him. They know he's here, so that's the first smoke dropped. And now with Na'Vi having to use their utility at B, don't be surprised to see something aggressive here in response by the CTs. Oh, and this is going to come down to this. If Simple misses this shot and Refresh finds the pick onto Electronic, that could be nightmare fuel. He swings out. He does miss it. He actually drops, but Electronic gets the trade. It's still the 4 versus 4. And those fights just feel so T-sided in those moments. Flash is going to come in. Bit needs to find this one. Shush actually got into the arch before. Oh, he didn't get spotted, Jack.
He got a huge timing to work with. So now he's back into CT. Boomich has to clear it, and he will be able to get the flick off. Shush nearly reacted, but doesn't do it in time. Bomb on the move. It's on the back of Cadian, and he's running over towards the B site. The attention of Boomich being pulled on Speedway as well. So the one player here to deal with this is just Perfecto. He's tucked in with the UMP, and there's 2 Ts coming into his domain. They've got 10 seconds. If he goes unseen, all he's got to do is deny the plant, and that could be the round, but he can't quite get an angle to peek onto him. They still don't quite know. He's going to hard spam now. They're fully aware of this. Cadian's attention pulled between 2 different positions. Boomich walks up, hits the headshot onto him. The rotate into Banana has finally arrived. That's Tessus. But he's got to do something criminal and steal the round away. With Stoun falling in ruins, the whole round is getting ruined. And Tessus, they spring out onto him, they overwhelm him, the defuse is there, and Na'Vi get the second round with just 2 casualties.
And that's an example for Perfecto there. If he hard commits to fighting those players planting the bomb, he realizes he has the UMPs, realizes he's at a disadvantage. He knows they're going to be looking for him. He jiggles it out, spots the player covering, and he knows, okay, I'm not going to win this fight, right? So instead of taking the fight and losing it and giving up his position, he just tucks away. He just stays alive. He tucks behind the new box. They have no way to get to him. They're too scared to push forward because they don't know if there's another player in backhaul. They don't know if there's somebody else hiding inside of the site. So they just get that bomb down. And by Perfecto staying alive and just causing problems, just his presence, right? Just his presence on the map, causing so many problems for Heroic. As Na'Vi do eventually pick up their second, and again, Simple goes back to this angle.
They're trying it again. Refresh. He seems like he's ready for this one on the face, but the difference is this time Simple hits the shot. You won't be getting those for free time and time again. Boomich in a prime position to punish though as Tessus comes walking up towards him. Oh. He slips into the back. Easy shot into the cranium.
Perfect timing. And now they know one more is lurked up towards Hall. Simple just wants to take that fight. Cadian's going to be walking into B, and Perfecto's jiggle peeking from the coffins did spot out Cadian. They spot each other. Counter smoke comes in to slow everything down. Molotov as well. Just going to make it more difficult, and the nade damage. Shush gets popped down to 21. Simple finds a kill towards middle. That lurk, not going to work out. Boomich is boosted. Shush has been spotted. Both players are spotted now. Shush is so low, but Boomich can't connect the shots. Heroic in the 2 versus 4. They have the sight. They have the op on Cadian. Can they find the frags?
Shush with 1. Gets the headshot off onto Perfecto. He's still holding towards Garden as well. Flash over the top, but as they come into him, his vision is crystal clear. And this is looking awful for Na'Vi. They've been giving them the 1v1s. They're again going to go for the same sort of attack, but Electronic does hit it. Cadian holds his own with the AWP. It's a battle of the AWPers, but with no time left for Na'Vi, this can't really be around for Simple. Best case, he kills him on the cross.
And he is going to be able to do it. He gets the kill, but Heroic get the round, and that's going to be perfectly fine from the Heroic point of view. Shush with 20 HP, finding 2 kills aggressive in backhauls. Like you said, they peeked him 1 by 1. They took their turns fighting him, and Shush landed every single headshot with the AK. And that's exactly how you lose a 4 versus 2. You don't group up. You can see they tried the flash for the second peek here. I mean, Perfecto dropping here again. That flash just doesn't land. Shush is in the open. He's in the perfect spot. If the flash lands, he would have been blind. They miss it now. Blade getting into them, getting into their edges. He's talking to the in-game leader of Boomich right now. He's really giving it to him too. He is not happy with what he's seeing.
No, hammering home the problems here. The Danes talking it out as well. 6-2. Monstrous T-side performance so far from Heroic. you just got to maintain pace. Obviously for Na'Vi as well, you're looking at what they're working with going into a round like this, and it's not fantastic. Yeah, you've got the AWP on Simple, but he's had limited opportunities for success. The one pick towards Apps, other than that, he's been really isolated. Here towards middle, they flash him early, and they're going to be running into him. They want to try and hit hard and fast. The Mac 10 could turn this round into a fast, but he turns, hits the shot, and keeps himself in it.
And he wants to play close to the smoke as well. You know, Simple loves his no-scopes. Doesn't want to give up the map control. Didn't want to give up long there. He found the opening, and you can see the reaction. They start dropping the nades towards middle, and Electronic, the wide swing with the MP9, potentially the mouse jump doing him dirty. The flank is coming out as Heroic's trying to commit up into the site. Simple's now repositioned in with the off as well.
Headshot from Refresh, but Simple, he's tucked in on the tight right. They need to isolate him, and they can't. He's able to get into the back line, and Simple's doing all the damage on the scope. Finally, Shush will silence him. Hits the kill, but Boomich is coming. He's tiptoeing his way through the apartments. He's just waiting, listening out for the opportunity to punish. Shush tucks directly underneath him inside a pit, worried that he's going to be coming swinging out through library. Sets his crosshair up onto the balcony now as well. 45 seconds. He's got to get the bomb and get it down, or Boomich needs to give him an opportunity. He's peering onto the site. Just the CZ and the HE.
Oh, finds the timing as well. Shush just waiting it out, and the fact that he hadn't seen anything from Boomich at that point indicates he's probably inside of halls, because if he was short, he would have been jiggling out or something. Same thing if he was towards long. So because Shush saw absolutely nothing from Boomich, there was just too many places that Shush could have walked to. He could have walked to, right? If Boomich was on short, he would have jiggled, peeked out, saw the bomb, and been playing around it. Similar situation towards long. And so Shush knows exactly what his win condition is. And he waits, and eventually finds the timing onto Boomich to get the kill.
Risky maneuver early on towards middle. Simple doesn't fancy his chances, so plays it slightly more passive. Utility primed and ready. Heroic pushing their way up into the apartments. Refresh, he's had a good read on this. They are being able to contend for control towards brackets. Bomb's gone unseen as well. And Stown holds for any aggressive plays towards Banana. Flash thrown out, bomb on the rotate back around. They're going to be scarpering up towards the B site. Lots of noise has been heard from the CTs, but they haven't seen anything yet. And Tessus, he's trying to take the fight.
And this is just an example of Heroic wanting to put pressure towards A early, fall back, make sure there's no B aggression from Na'Vi, keep them honest, keep them playing. At the very least, 2 players over to the B site. And you see Simple's rotated over now too, so they've got 3 there. This has worked perfectly for Heroic. Simple does block the smoke, allowing him to play on top of it, and if he finds this opening kill, it could be a problem. Stowns runs straight through into CT spawn, the flash is perfect. Boomich is blind, Bit finds the first one towards top middle, second player there as well, needs to get this kill onto Refresh, and they're turning around, they're going back to B. Stown is in the back line, they haven't spotted him, he got the kill, but they're not looking for it as Perfecto gets one, and that's all he's gonna get. Stown flanks out onto Simple. The B bomb site is taken, the bomb is gonna go down, and the 3-man play from Na'Vi not going to work out for them. Stown, aggressive in CT, gets the 2 kills and wins the round for Heroic.
That's massive. Really nice round. Played it perfectly. Knew that he had that opportunity to create space. Pushed in whilst the flashbang was up. Cleans up against the SMG. And then finally takes out Simple. So Heroic, 8 rounds. They've won the half and then some now on their T side of Inferno. And they're not done with this either. They want to keep this going.
It was just a great round from Heroic overall. They put that presence towards top mid. They turn around, make a ton of noise clearing out top B. Pulls the rotation from Simple. And they planned on faking B. Right. This was supposed to be a B fake. Where Stown was just going to run in, go for the fight in CT spawn. If he gets that kill, you know, that's great, even better. But they were going to plan on going back to A. But once Stown flanked around into backhaul, he realized no one's contesting me, guys. Come back to B. I think that's it. I think there's only 1 more in the site. He was, you know, there was 2 in the site, but Simple was in such a tough spot because he was getting flanked from from Banana and from Backhaul.
Boomich playing inside of the smoke here. Lots of damage being done, but Tessa still fights his way through him, acting like Daredevil. Even when he's blind, he's still going to hit the shot with a FAMAS. So it's another opening pick, falling in favor of the T's of Heroic. They retake Banana control, but the T's, they've already gone. They're grouped up back towards brackets now once more. And there's no warp in play this time for Na'Vi. It is just the rifles that they've got to contend with. 3-man setup on the site.
And they are just leaving Perfecto towards Banana at the sandbags, just to make sure that no one from Heroic is walking up. He can get the sound cues, but really, they're just gambling over towards the A site. And Simple's here in the arch. He's going to see these smokes. If he peeks out into mid, he might call there's nothing here, but it's the Halls play, and it's Electronic to find the first.
Shuts down Testus. The push gets fragmented. They're slowing it down, and Electronic's able to peek again and again. Bit, he takes the bombardment. Full frontal assault onto Refresh. Wins out on that one with the AK, and with just 2 Ts left alive for 35 seconds. They're stuck in awkward positions. Perfecto, he's pushed down Banana. Cadian turns to try and get the shot off, but he's got away. And this is going to be really rough. You've got 25 seconds. Shush does find an opener. And he's peeking back in for more. Now Cadian's starting to work his way up as well. 18 seconds, you've got to be swift about this. And Cadian, through the wall, says goodnight to Electronic. Bit takes the head clean off, ready for a rapid response as Shush sprints up for Bit. He does everything. Hat-trick into the round, and the AWP's going to be carried over.
And Bit saves the day there, actually, because Simple drops, seemingly unaware of the potential flank from Long. He goes down, shot in the back of the head. The Molotov forces Electronic forward as Cadian lands the kill on him through the wall. And if Bit doesn't find that kill on Cadian, if Cadian peeks out, remember, it's like half a second, maybe at most, not even, probably 0.2 seconds right there for Cadian. If he lands that shot, if he gets the shot off even, right, if Bit doesn't one-tap him, Cadian kills him. Straight up, Cadian just kills him if Bit doesn't land the one-tap. So, very, very huge round for Bit to land that headshot. Otherwise, I mean, Heroic would have been completely running away with the T-half. Now, they actually don't grab the op either. They didn't get it. So there's no op on the CT side. The money from Heroic wasn't great. Obviously, they did have a lot of players die in those round wins. As Boomich is pushed all the way down, and he can't find his timing to tuck away, but he is able to find the kill. Has a smoke, drops it down, jumps across, avoids the molly damage as he's across to the left side. Has some support, and he is going to be able to stay alive. Little team tag as well there, just for... Oh, no, never mind. It didn't happen. I thought he just clipped his knee there.
Love tap.
Yeah, little love tap.
Hype his team up. Flash round on Arch.
And that flash is to bait that there's a player playing in Moto. Simple's tucked away in the corner. And if Bit baits for him here, this could be huge.
Simple playing empty. They're going to peek past him. He'll be able to spray. Reveals himself. Boomich capitalizes as well as they converge together. Refresh, the only one in position to try and slow this down. And he does pick up 2 frags. He's only on 6 HP, but he's hitting his shot. The bomb is dropped. There's a kill from Shush for free on the re-aggress from Bit. And this might be a mistake, Davey. Now we're in a 2 versus 1 towards the A site.
And the bomb is down at Long. They recover it. You can see Perfecto, his reaction is to go aggressive in Banana, but he always has to be worried about the CT play, so he can't rotate. It is going to be all in Electronic. He has the smoke, he peeks out, finds the headshot on Refresh. Hello. Shush, down to 52 HP. He is going to be able to get into the site. He may be able to get this bomb planted. Electronic wants to wait for his teammate. Bomb is going to go down. Smoke towards Moto to isolate the 1 versus 1. Electronic trying to find the information. He got the information, but he also got a bullet to the brain. Perfecto, 1 versus 1. Throws the lurk smoke, trying to play around it. Shush is ready. He's waiting. Can he find the kill? Perfecto made a lot of sound cues, and you can see he's worried about the play in the smoke, but Perfecto playing it to perfection. Backs away, makes the sound cue towards Graveyard, and walks all the way back to Long through the smokes, and the clutch king of Na'Vi comes up massive yet again.
He was in his head rent-free, playing around the smoke. He backs off. He walks into him. Gets a free kill because of it, and most importantly, the round. Refresh did everything he could to try and keep him in it here. The 2 kills, we saw the re-aggress from Na'Vi. Shush gets into action. But Na'Vi take the round, and we do go 8-4. So close. The minutest of details time and time again, man.
I think Perfecto missed his jump, and then once he missed it, he recognized he had like a different win condition now, you know? That's the sign of someone who's great in clutches. As soon as he missed that jump, he's like, okay, I'm not going to be able to look over this smoke anymore, but Sjuush is going to be thinking I'm playing around it. So I'm just going to back all the way up to long and wait to see if he pushes. And that's a ballsy read to make because he was low on time. If Sjuush doesn't push there, Perfecto's lost.
Ooh, Electronic can't repeat the heroism he had into the prior round. It was a filthy shot. This time it's just a spam. And he gets brought down to 46 HP. The T's in the push and pull towards quad. They're going to weave their way up. The smoke is dropped. Simple's here. He's looking for an opportunity to strike, but tested some refresh. They walk away with some delight. 2 clean kills. Electronic still on the site. Playing posted up on the box. Perfecto
Massive.
just lets it rip like a Beyblade with a spam, but Sjuush will be able to sideswipe him. And it's all on Boomich. He comes booming into the round with the opening. That's the molly dropped as well. The spread forcing the face, they peek into it, and they do trade 1-for-1. The round given up to Heroic, Cadian pumped up as they get 9 on the T side of Inferno.
And crucially as well, that was the force in from Heroic. They knew that Navi's money was bad. All those kills in the previous round, they knew that they had Navi on the ropes. They go for the force, it's a bold call, and it works out. Right there, Perfecto with the double kill. If Electronic was able to find something from the site, if Simple was able to find something from the site, it's a totally different round, but neither one of them able to get anything done. The site players from Navi there at the A bomb site just not able to find any kills. Fast B control being taken, but a ton of damage being taken as well. Refresh and Cadian down to 22 and 39 apiece.
Softens them up. It makes it look doable with the pistols now. The CZ could have so much more success. Good angle from Stown. Headshot onto Simple.
Man, he just hasn't been able to get into the game at all.
Oh, and Stown, he's just having a hell of a game, isn't he? 11 for 7. Multi-kill in the round already. That's B-site open. Navi have put down the welcome mat and said, come on in.
Yeah, they're just going to gamble towards A. I mean, Boomich has invested heavily. He's down to 1,300. He's not going to be able to buy next round, so you can see Cadian down all the way in T-spawn, just holding that flank. Any aggression towards second mid, anything down middle to flank Banana, he's going to spot it out, give them the info. He's not actually at an angle where he's going to be able to likely get the kill. But it's just about the information. You know, he's got the MAC-10. He's all the way at the bottom here. But it doesn't matter. No one's going to push him. The bomb's going to get planted in B. Navi's going to save over at A. It is just yet again another Inferno moment.
The old classic, the old faithful.
Yep.
But this is not vintage at all from Heroic. This is very different. 10 rounds now at a bare minimum on your T side. And think of how cocksure of himself Blair is going to be feeling if this is the one game where Heroic finally get it over the finish line and take the win against Na'Vi on Inferno. Oh, mate.
Unlucky, bud. Unlucky. And Simple down to 39.50 as well. If he wants the op, someone's going to have to drop it to him. And I didn't see all the money. I don't know if anyone has the funds to drop it and not be Glass Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also the point of kind of what we were talking about earlier with James. It's like, do you really want to invest in dropping the op? He hasn't been able to find any impact. There was actually the one round in the A site with the op when he got the 3K playing around the smokes. That was the only real impact round we've seen from him. And no, they decide not to go for it. He's relegated to just the M4. No kits for the CT side either. As Heroic, they want to respond with fast middle. Boomich finds the opening onto Tezez. Electronic spots the aggressive mid play. Doesn't drop his counter utility just yet.
Simple. On the poised position. Up top. Here's the headshot. Peeks out. Sees the second man running into the smoke as well. Comms this across to his teammate, but Bit will do the damage. That's down falling. And only 2 Ts left alive. Cadian burning. He's got to run away. He'll link up with Sjuush. But you are so outnumbered. And your HP is in a really horrific spot in a round like this.
Yeah, it's not a good situation. Obviously. I mean, it's 2v5, so not how they saw this round going.
Not what they wanted.
No, but overall, I mean, 10-5 half on the T side of Inferno is fantastic. What a great half from Heroic. They picked this map. They clearly came into it with a game plan. You could see very early on They were countering Navi's early setups. They've been shutting down Simple the entire game. I know they were talking about on the desk how Simple, he's going to have a whole bunch of different looks, right? He's going to be able to go for aggressive B picks, mid, hulls, whatever. We actually haven't seen that a whole lot from them, and partially because Navi hasn't been able to get the op out a whole lot, right? They've only had it a few rounds. If I had to guess, maybe 5 rounds in this half, 4 or 5, Simple had an op. It might not even be that many. Nah, there's no way. Nope.
It can't happen.
Nah.
13 seconds,
He mollied
man's on
himself
12
off even.
HP. Yeah, he can't even get into the
No,
site.
No. Okay.
All right, so there we go. 10-5 half. Big display from Heroic. Exactly what you want. Now, if you get into your CT site, get a huge pistol, everyone's lively, you're all vibing, it could happen. Keep in mind, it's a best of 3 as well, and this decides who qualifies with that guaranteed spot to the PGL Major in Antwerp. So this best of 3 means so much to everyone in the server. Nuke's the decider if we need it.
Yeah, and this is the second map as well. Remember, Na'Vi picked up that first one, their map pick of Mirage, 16-11. Now, we're looking here at the T side of Inferno, and it's one of those moments where it's very cliche, it's easy to say, but it's always going to reign true, that this T side pistol is absolutely massive for them. If they get this pistol, they secure the second round, you know, Heroic potentially gets put onto the back foot just a little bit, and maybe they could bring this one back on the T side. Now, Simple with the P250, got the tag onto Shush to start that one off, so he's down to 74. The counter utility as well. How many teams run this exact pistol on the CT of Inferno? Usually it's the dualies at half wall lately, but this time it's the CZ from Cadian, the nade as well, and they're making noise, so the sound cues should come in. The nade is going to be dropped. That's going to do quite a bit of damage onto Bit, puts him down to 57. Now they know the CZ was close. Bit may not have heard them fall back either, because remember that nade cancels out your sound. So he may not have heard them fall back. Oh, and look at this. Look at this call from Heroic. All 5 going over to the A-bomb site.
They have read it like a book. They've stacked, prepared for the site, but there's 2 frags falling in favor of the T's. Perfecto as well. Wins out in the 1v1. Boomich comes off the bomb and repositions, trying to get into a better spot to secure the plant. Cadian runs up with a CZ. A critical headshot to connect, and he will be able to take him down. Simple. He goes down in Boiler, and it's all on Perfecto in the 1v2. 37 seconds to work with. Stuck in the pit. They're swinging onto him. The Dink will deal the damage, and Stown will walk away with a round. That's the 11th now picked up.
And what a pistol from Heroic as well. They gamble 5 over towards the A site. They show presence at B. They know that Na'Vi is going to take that. They're going to take that information and say, hey, there's 3 at B. Run up mid. Heroic's like, yeah, we know you're going to run up mid. Guess what? We're running over there too. They completely give up the B bomb site. Na'Vi has the site control, but they can't get the bomb down. Boomich is getting flanked on short. Has to cancel the plant. Runs into the site, and Cadian, no fear, no hesitation, Wing at the in-game leader of Na'Vi with that CZ, finds the kill as the second round starts. Simple gets the opening pick with the Deeg.
Simple's had enough. He wants to take this game into his own hands. And in his palms is that Deagle. Player being spotted as well towards Boiler. That will be Shush who's got to back out. They've taken the control off of him. And they're grouped up inside of Apps. They are also holding for the push towards Banana, but it's not coming in. They've got the smoke at the bottom.
And Simple communicating a lot here in this round. Look, he's just been talking nonstop. He's trying to organize some form of play towards A. The bomb is here inside of the mini pit, and it's Boomich who has it with just the Glock. If this aggression from B comes out, if this materializes, and the bomb gets dropped, it's not going to matter what happens at A. Electronics pushed up. There is that player over towards Moto. It is refresh with the M4, and they are going to try to find him. He's jiggling it out. The timing's going to be everything. Electronic finds him, looks for the second in pit as well, spotted the player. They're all the way up, but the flank in mid is already there.
Flashes out so he can peek. Trying to deal damage with a Famous. Will be able to grab 2 frags. That's a huge play to be made. Tessus comes running into the site with the MP9. Simple will go down. Stown finds 2. And they grab it. They hold on. It looked awkward. It looked scary. Monstrous play with the Famous. Oh, the MP9 as well. I'm going in. Just
It's
runs
happened
out.
again. Same thing as the pistol. Boomich trying to plant in the site, just gets run down by the flankers of Heroic. They go in so fast. And there, Electronic almost finds both kills, puts both players down into red, but cannot find the headshots, cannot land the kill. The utility comes out. That Molotov just not spreading.
Ooh, close spam, but no
Oh.
frag. Instead, it will be refresh to punish Perfecto. And Heroic are dangerously close to a 13th round already. Na'Vi, 2 players inside of the apps, rotate off from the site. They just leave Stown holding towards the top of Banana. They're going to group up at A. Electronic, he's in for a rude awakening if he peeks out onto this. Shush tucks underneath quad.
The timing is just working out in Heroic's favor there. Shush was the only man on this A bomb site. 15 seconds ago, he was here by himself. Now they're walking out towards middle. They're right on top of each other, though. And the spacing is good. Bit lands the headshot. Counter utility comes out. They're looking towards long, and that's the moment that Refresh strikes. Peeks out, finds 2. His only man here is Stown. He's tucked away behind the car, but the kill actually goes the way of the T's. So this is going to be bomb down. Boomich with the missed smoke ever so slightly. Bomb is still going to get planted. It's a 2v3 post plant, and Simple's gone aggressive into CT.
He dives through the smoke. Posts up on the ankle, but Boomich, he's been blown out of the server, and it's all up to Simple to slay them. Can he skeng him up with a Kalashnikov? Peeks in towards Banana, but no. Cadian's ready for the engagement. Will win out on that one. And Heroic take the 13th round.
Heroic landing all of their shots there, and that missed smoke from Boomich, you can see it just spurred Simple forward. He wanted to land that deep smoke and try going aggressive into CT spawn, but as soon as Boomich dies, it's a problem. And there is a bit of a misplay there from Na'Vi as well in the 2 versus 3. Simple going aggressive in CT. I mean, you don't want Boomich going aggressive Banana at the same time, right? He needs to either go towards back site, play to stay alive, potentially walk into the back halls, right? But he needs to go somewhere closer to Simple. Him dying at Banana puts Simple in the worst possible scenario. Then he's responsible for so many things. If Boomich goes towards back site, they potentially have a crossfire from CT and site, because if Simple finds the kill on Cadian and CT spawn, then the CTs, they're retaking B with the crossfire from site and CT, right? And that is a much better situation for Na'Vi. Boomich re-aggressing on Banana and dying pretty much secured the round for Heroic. And he only had the Galil. It's not a great fight.
Heroic making the impossible looking plausible here. Could be the first time we see them take this map away from Na'Vi, put it back into a split series, 1 map apiece, push us onto Nuke and have the opportunity to grab that spot at the major. We'll stay in the present for the meantime. Again, aggression towards Banana. It doesn't work well for Heroic here. Simple, ready, assaults with the AK, and slays the IGL of Heroic.
Cadian tries to go aggressive on B, but the spam through the smoke. Lands Simple the opening frag. And again, look at this gamble stack from Heroic. 4 players towards the A site. Just now, Tezes is rotating back over. Does have the smoke in his hand. Na'Vi is retaking the bottom of Banana. That bomb is still down there at the bottom of the ramp, so what they want to do here is they want to fight for top B control. That flash trying to bait out that there's 2 inside of B, right? That's the idea. And if there is 2 inside of B, the general reaction from the T side would be like, okay, long is weak. We're going to go up long. And you can see that's exactly what Heroic is hoping happens. They have 2 players here, 1 player tucked away in the cubby as Stown takes the fight, and it actually is Refresh who wins out on it. So now Na'Vi knows there was 2 players towards long. Both of them are low, but the kill goes the way of Heroic.
The 4-on-4 head-to-head. Walk through the smoke. Perfecto does hit that one. Stops Refresh. Cuts back the numbers. Stown's only got 10 HP as well, and he's wrapping back on B. So this comes down to Shush purely. In the 1 versus 4, he's about to be overwhelmed. He's got a multi-frag. He's got a punish. Only gets 1 before Bit will be able to buckle him. And that's the round gone, really.
Just make sure you plant the bomb. Ooh.
Ooh, 1 second. Ooh.
Look, man, I've seen some things, okay? You never know. You just never know. Cutting it down very close. Boomich does eventually get it down, though. So Na'Vi pick up their first round here of the T side. 13-6. It's a big lead for Heroic, but nothing's out of the realms of possibility. Heroic's money not in a great spot either. Cadian will be able to rebuy. Drops won't be able to come in from Stout and Tezes, though. Remember, it's only the 1,400 bonus right now. So we are going to see some SMGs. We're going to see some pistols. Stout could drop a MP9 to refresh, probably. If they want, yeah, because he's already got the armor, so he can drop the MP9. That way Refresh can get the gun, all the nades, you know, etc., etc. Maybe a Mag 7 half wall, you know? A little bit of fun.
Ooh. Maybe. Could be coming. The Professor Chaos play.
No, he'd be in halls.
Oh, there you go. That's the difference.
Yeah, yeah.
Only when it's game slow.
Exactly.
But this has been a fast game for Heroic with the stature they've been building. But you're not out of the woods yet, no matter how big the scoreline is. Na'Vi can always bring this back. A little bit of an extended pause on this one as well.
Yeah. I think these teams are taking back-to-back pauses, right? Like, I think if Na'Vi takes one, Heroic responds with their own or vice versa. That's what it seems like, because the pauses have definitely been lasting longer than 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Oh, obviously, yeah, 30 minutes, yeah. Obviously,
it's a really long pause.
It's a very long tac pause. It's more of a tactical meeting than a tactical pause.
Have a little mothers meeting in Spawn.
Yeah, but it does seem like they've been going back-to-back because, well, it's just been like a minute long instead of 30 seconds every time.
No, you are right. It does make sense as well. It's a way to counter it. But we are into the 20th round. And look at this. Electronic straight up onto quad. Problem is, he's taken a bullet to the head. Shush. Will be taking him down. And Bit peeks out through the balcony as well. Tessus sends him off on a date with the coroner from Graveyard. And this is worrying for Na'Vi. Now only 3 Ts. The triple threat left alive towards Banana. And there's close contacts down. He's playing in the smoke. He had a huge gap in it. He takes down Boomich and backs off. No room for a trade.
Yeah, the one-way smoke from CT Spawn. And look, he wants more. He decides to peek back out. The counter smoke from his teammate in CT just going to slow Na'Vi down completely. They're already in the 2 versus 5. Bit of hopelessness coming out from Simple there. He's like, I'll just spray my bullets into the smoke and hopefully someone is just there, right? It's just desperation. Desperation for the Ts. And they might just walk away and save at this point, Jack, because it's a 2v5. They don't really have any entry to the sites. Simple has the AK, he has the nades, and Perfecto actually given the kill onto Shush. So that's just going to back Heroic up a bit. They're like, okay, wait, whoa. Let's not do anything crazy. Remember who we're playing against right now, okay? Let's not be giving up anything. And so they stop. Any aggression they were thinking about immediately ceases once Perfecto gets the kill. And he could drop a Galil now because, yeah, the 1950, he's not going to have any bonus, obviously, because they're saving the guns. Simple already has the AK, the smoke flash, so he doesn't really need anything else. You'd like more utility, but in the end, not that big of a deal. What's the money like? So Electronic can buy Galil full nades for himself. If Perfecto decides to drop one over to Bit, then obviously Perfecto's going to lack the utility, but Bit will have all of it. It just depends on how they want to go about it, really. But dropping the Galil to Bit just means more rifles on the server, because Boomich can buy his own. Now, the main question is... Yeah, okay, never mind. They're not going to go for the op.
That is a loud chicken.
That is a very loud chicken. That chicken is excited.
He's really, like, fired up. He must be a Heroic fan.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. He's trying to throw Na'Vi off and spawn.
Calling him a chicken. Oh, man. Right, well, who's going to have the secret herbs and spices in round 21?
It's like, and they called me a chicken. You're the ones who didn't even go for the round. That's what he's yelling at him right now.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Simple. On a close range connection, they got their back turns. They walked into him. They wanted to be flashed out. Instead, it's a double kill for Simple and Tessus. Quick on the response. Hits the headshot. Smoke drop. Molly thrown out as well. Tucks in. Playing on the lip of the smoke. Waiting for the push to come out. His teammates are rotating over. He sees the headshot towards Pool, but he will be punished by Electronic.
And the spam coming in, doing so much damage. You can see Bit just dancing around, jumping up and down, jumping everywhere, trying to avoid that damage, and Electronic finds the headshot onto Refresh. That is going to be the save. Shush just running away with it. And Na'Vi, okay, I mean, they answer back 14-7. Now remember, last game, when Na'Vi was up 15-7 is when Heroic started to sort of bring those rounds back, win a couple rounds. Now, at 14-7, Na'Vi doing a good job winning this one. I mean, the pop flash comes in, but it was just at a really unfortunate time. It was the exact moment Simple peeks around the corner. So he finds the double. The money for Heroic as well, in a very iffy spot. Stown, Refresh, and Tezes should be able to force into it, but it's not going to be great. Yeah, 37, 34, 39. This should just be the eco now. This should just be the eco for Heroic. Play with the one gun, save for the next round. You'll have a good buy. You'll be fine. You're on that 1900 bonus. If you don't invest into this, you're fine. Now the problem if they go for the force and then they lose, then they're full reset. They're going to be on the 2400 bonus the next round, which means... So let's just say they force into this one, which they did. Okay, so if they lose this round, they still have 4 M4s, so it's not terrible, but the utility's not there, and it's CT Inferno. You have to have the utility.
You got to have the nades.
You got it. So if they lose this here, then they're on full eco for the next round, but they're only going to be at about 2K, only at about 2,000, which means the round after that, they're going to be looking at 44, 4,500 average, which means they're not going to be able to get the op, they're not going to be able to get the rifles and the utility, and they're giving Na'Vi a chance to close this gap. As Simple finds the opening, the boost. Oh, and Electronic got the timing. He swings out, finds the booster as well. Bit with the third. That's Shush going down inside of the A site, and the force buy, they have to hold on to these guns. They absolutely have to.
They're not going to.
No, they're not going to.
Tessus is dead on Arch, and the only player still alive is Cadian. He's stuck at the B site, and they need to track him down. They can go full John Rambo, perfecto. He sees him, comes across exactly where he is. They can flank him from either side. He's stuck in a really dire strait now. Just got a hard spam onto CT, connects one on Electronic, but the problem is the second he falls, their buy is going to be out of this one. Although Cadian does actually get 2 before he buckles.
Yeah, but for Na'Vi, I mean, Heroic has 14.
Yeah.
So there is no resetting them at this point, right? If they lose one round, they're going to be able to buy the next one. And if they lose a second one, it's game over, right? We go on to nuke. So it doesn't matter to them at that point. They can lose guns going for those hunts. It's not an issue. And this is what I'm talking about now. So once we get back into this next one, you're going to see Heroic's money is going to be right around the 2K mark. I think Refresh had an extra 500 in the bank, but he might invest into it because of it. Exactly. So he's got the Deagle, the Smoke Flash, and they've half bought. So, okay, actually, this is interesting. So they're going for the investment here with the Deagles and the nades. If they lose this round, they're actually going to take another eco next round. They're not going to buy into it just to get that full gun round coming out when they finally decide to go for it. Because if they full ecoed here, the next gun round they had would have been a bad one, and then they potentially lose that, and then Navi's totally back into the game. So they just go for the Deagles, some light utility, and hope, hey, I mean, if we hit our 1 Deags, great. If we don't, that's fine. Eco next, and then we're going to have a really good buy for that gun run that we want.
But Na'Vi are just taking it a round at a time. And they're getting the game closer and closer. Here into the 23rd, aggression comes out towards the top of Banana. They do have a boost. They've got the smoke as well. Backup from Teslas playing towards Garden. And Na'Vi, after the initial contact with the smoke being dropped, they start to double back.
Cadian?
Oh, hello. He dives around the corner. He's got the info. He drops the smoke as well and plays on the side. He's the Lone Ranger at the A.
And that smoke being dropped as well does give quite a bit of info to Na'Vi. If this was an A stack, that smoke's not getting dropped, right? So Na'Vi's like, okay, I think they're heavy towards B because the only reason that smoke gets dropped is if there's a man by himself on A, right? That's the only situation where that happens. So you can see the reaction here. Boomich going up long, looking for the info. He's just spraying the smokes as the play comes up towards short, and that is going to be the A site taken. Heroic, they're just going to back off. No armor to save. There is a couple pieces of utility which could make a difference, right? Shush and Tezes with the flash apiece. And they're just going to save all the way back towards the B site. And now it's just a matter of how bad do you want to eco hunt. Simple. He smells him.
He's caught a whiff. He's got the knife and fork out. Can he make an incision towards Banana? Ready on the angle, back up a bit. He knows one player got past. If he peeks into this, the Deagles are honed in on him. Instead, he's just going to hold. No reason to overcommit. A little bit worried about the T-step space. And that's actually the 1 Deag from Tessus. Woo! Slumps him.
Ooh, and the flash is good. Bit's blind. They want to try to recover that AK. Second flash coming in. That one actually misses. It is going to be Boomich and Bit fragging out on the ecos, and Boomich wants more. In the end, again, not going to matter. It's just kind of fun. They get to have the ecos. And you can see this is the money situation for Heroic now. That small investment, they planned for this. They're totally okay with it. Here, we might even see a little bit of pistol light armor, maybe a 5.7 light armor, a flash. They have a little bit of extra money to play with now. They're not going to go for the armor by the looks of it. Just a couple upgraded pistols, the smoke, and that means this next gun round from them is going to be the full buy. They're going to have double ops if they want it. They're going to have the full utility. Last round was just a small sort of gamble. They realized they didn't want to play a gun round with low utility or low weapons, whatever. They just didn't want to play a bad gun round, so makes sense to go for the double eco.
I do prefer that, at least. You make the smart economic decision. We've seen times where, you know, you get stuck in a rut, you keep forcing into it, you go on to lose the game, there's no point. Here, you know you can afford to concede a couple of rounds, have a healthy buy, and then attempt to shut the game down. It's down, looking for the 1 dig, misses the opening shot. He's now been spotted out by Boomich. And Simple's just running in.
It's like, come on.
Give me the kills.
I want them. That's what he sounds like.
He does indeed. He's a cockney.
You're right, mate. Going up here for kills, yeah?
Going to be having all the frags, actually, mate.
Many people don't know that about him.
It's from the streets of London. Na'Vi taking the bomb back up towards the A site. All right, it's down.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, good night to Boomich. That could actually be the saved AK as well. He can grab that.
Not bad.
That makes the buy a little bit easier.
Just giving you a little bit of extra money. It's never going to hurt. They are going to get the bomb down, but as you can see, yeah, Heroic, they're just backing out. And now the save game, yet again.
But this is what Heroic have been building up to. Let the rounds tick by, get the money back up, then have your happy investment. And they are 1 round away from match point. Na'Vi are up 1 map in the series already. So Heroic, they need to win here on Inferno. You can't afford to let this slip through your fingertips. If Na'Vi somehow went on to close this game out, that would be them taking the 2-0 and getting the spot at the major.
And that smoke just to deny. They could see what they were wanting to do there. Na'Vi's like, nah. Drop the smoke in halls. Shush is going to try to run through, but it is just going to be the kill for Bit. Cadian drops the bomb as well. They don't lose anything, really. They didn't have any armor. No utility, no kits, nothing like that.
Oh, the decoy shot, man. Look at him.
Oh!
He's in mid-air.
Oh my, it was Stown who got it.
That's what I was saying.
I thought Stown was like the Coffins player or something.
No, he just dived around the corner. He's an acrobat.
What on earth? Because I saw the man jump in front of him, but there was also the guy peeking from Coffins at the same time.
No, that's gross.
So I just assumed the guy Coffins got the kill. Oh my god.
Yeah, that is
freaky.
Ridiculous. Disgusting kill. Okay, 14-10. Buy finally out. This is where the game's got to come alive. Heroic, you need to wake up on the CT side now. No more sleeping. Double nade thrown over the top. Stown, he's so low. He's on 30 HP.
Yeah, big damage onto Stown. He's taking quite a bit. He backs up, drops the nade. Ooh, he actually backed into the molly. Did some counter damage onto Perfecto with the HE. And you can see Na'Vi, they do think that Heroic's playing 3 towards B, and they're right. They get top middle control pretty much for free. The peek out from Bit indicates there's nothing towards short. Lurk smoke towards long is just going to apply that bit of pressure. But Heroic, they're actually committing to 3B. The bomb is down at the bottom of middle, and it's coming back up mid now.
They're going to be rotating round. Take CT control, get back towards the A site. Boomich. He's starting to edge slightly more. Taking the fight round, peering into pit and seeing if he can find an opening pick for the T side, but Refresh makes the adjustment, hits the shot. Here comes Bit, the balcony attacker, bombards his way through 2 of them. That's the hat trick as well. Monstrous round from Bit. Heroic, they've been biding their time to finally get the buy out, and they have been slaughtered on the defense.
And look at Simple. They want to go on the hunt. They don't want to let them hold on to this op. They don't want to let them bring this one into it. You can see they are fast. They're fast on the chase. Cadian, oh, he might have just got timinged. He's going to get over into the backhaul. He's posted up on deep CT. There's no way he expects these two players close. He's moving around. Oh, and he keeps moving. They heard the scope, so they're a little bit careful about it. Oh, and Cadian. No. He just keeps bunny hopping around. Please. Oh, I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. Thankfully, it's over now.
Yeah, they will shut him down. Orb taken away. Tesla's the only one that's still alive. This could be a clean house, but in the end, Simple will buckle under that one as Tessus hits the shot with the M4. He's trapped in Banana, though. Easy cleanup crew action from Electronic. Na'Vi, round after round, they have been grooving on their T side.
It's down. Yeah, he goes for the hero op, drops that over to Cadian. They might be fully buying into this. I was watching, I saw lots of armor being purchased. Now they are on full bonus, so it could have just been the SMGs. No, look at that. They go for the force. Cadian gets that op in his hands. Doesn't invest in the kit though. No kits on the CT side. So they're committed to wherever they're playing to hold, that's where they're gonna have to be. As they fully bought into it. And now the op shot rings out, which means Na'Vi knows the force is in. Stown again taking a ton of nade damage, but it's Perfecto creeping through. Stown blind, finds the kill with the MP9. He wins out, he recovers the AK, and he's still going forward.
Pushes down towards close Banana. He's in a prime position. And will hit the headshot. Simple, stunned by what's just occurred. Reface doesn't work. Electronic stop this round from getting any more absurd. 4 versus 3, Heroic. They have an edge to work with finally. Tessus is the only player stationed towards the B site, though he's got the smoke.
And crucially, Na'Vi have been conditioning Heroic to be worried about those long plays, worried about A. This time, Na'Vi walking all the way up into B. Tezes spots him, drops the smoke, and they need to get in front of it. They drop the HE right on top of him. Sound is gone. Do they spam it? No, Electronic doesn't commit. Boomich gets tagged down, but the bomb is going to go down. And Heroic, they have to play the retake. And remember, they don't have the kit, and they don't have any Molotovs.
Backups arrived. The cavalry's here. HE passed on to Shush. The AWP posted up towards deep CT. All comes down to the post plant here for Na'Vi. If they lose this, that'll be match point taken. The retake has to be huge. Nades go in. That's the swing from Tessus. Chops his way through the first. Electronic waiting for the swing. Unloads with the AK. Does shut down 2 of them. There's the dive round as well. Time ticking away. They've got to get on the ball. He's in the fountain and it's dead and gone.
Electronic and Boomich from the back of the site. The crossfire is perfect. Electronic gets 3, Cadian gets 2, but it is just a consolation. The round goes the way of Na'Vi. No kit being invested. They weren't able to get in. They weren't able to get the retake off. The spacing just wasn't there. They found the opening onto Bit as well. The flash was perfect. Full blinds him. And you're looking 2v4. Boomich on just 10 HP. Electronic has to come up huge. And that is exactly what he does.
The fact that they've been able to bring this game back from the brink of defeat to now them sat in a position where Na'Vi, they might actually make it to match point first if they can keep this up. The only thing they get out of it is the AWP on Cadian. Yeah. Everything else goes the way of Na'Vi.
And Heroic, I mean, they're on the full bonus, so it is okay. Right? It's not, they're not completely screwed out of this one, but Na'Vi have just been slowly running away with this.
Round 27. 2 rounds of difference. They're starting to push their way down mid early as well. Playing close on the smoke. That's actually going to be Tessus that's wading his way through it. Electronic jumps up on the balcony. He's got a clear line of sight onto him. And they get the opening frag. He gets away critically as well. But inside of the apps, Bit, woo, hits the headshot onto Stown. Survives with only 2 HP. And they're back into the 4v4.
And that trade back is massive. Remember, they have forced into this one. Off the back of the hero op save from Cadian, and he wants to walk forward. He's going to get control of Banana. It is just Perfecto here. 57 HP. He's behind the half wall. There's 3 CTs, and now he might be hearing this rotation. The op is going to go over towards A, and Perfecto may have heard them run away. Smoke towards the top of B. So Tezes, he's in front of this smoke. Perfecto would have heard the re-smoke, but does he expect Tezes in the advanced position? Crucially, if Tezes drops, he is the only player on the B bomb site.
He has to hold the line. He's got to put his foot down and walk away with a tenacious defense. Big tag, follow-up headshot onto Simple, but he's still alive. 22 HP for Bit, 9 for Simple. Cadian. He rotates over.
Oh, the HE.
He's got a nade.
He sees him. Yeah, this is going to be the kill on Bit. Bit's going to drop here.
HE off the wall, stops the bomb plant. Simple will grab it, and he tries to get the follow-up off. Cadian diving round, but the Molotov stops him from going all in. He has to tuck off. Hold. Playing on the close corner, watching towards Garden. Simple's only got 9 HP, but he's in a headshot angle with the AK. Refresh. Comes over. All three CTs working together, trying to make this play. They need to bait out, take down Simple, and then it's just a 1v1 against Boomich at that point. But he swings into them. Cadian hits the shot. Peek on CT, and Shush will stop it. Oh, Heroic. They finally make it to match point. It's taken them so long to do it, but they grab 15.
And if Cadian doesn't land that shot, they are both dead. Refresh had just thrown his Molotov. That's what got Simple to swing. That Molly coming out, he hadn't pulled his gun back out in time, and they lined up. They were both lined up for Simple on just 5 HP. If Cadian misses, that's the double kill, and that's the round for Na'Vi. The in-game leader from Heroic with a massive shot, the round-winning shot, the map point securing shot. As Heroic finally get up to 15, and Na'Vi, the response, Simple gets an op of his own.
The Big Daddy bringing out the AWPer here into the 28th round. Na'Vi have been showing that they still have so much life left in them on their T side. But now they have no room for error. Has to be 3 rounds back-to-back to force this into overtime, or it will be Heroic shutting down Na'Vi on the map, getting a big upset win on Inferno, and taking us to Nuke.
They boost Simple up. They're really trying to boost Simple up onto the half wall. Okay. That was pretty funny.
That was pretty
They missed
good.
it about 5 times.
Yeah. Not really ideal. Ooh, Boomich as well.
Oh, nade.
Oof. Look at the utility damage alone here.
Yep.
Everyone's in such a rough spot. Oh, the nades just keep coming. Boomich is on 3 HP.
But how has he even survived?
I don't know.
Oh, tell me there's not another nade coming. No. I mean, Stown has one.
They flash it. They're going to be pushing up. They want to go straight into the bomb site. Cadian's got to back off. Critical kill to find for Bit, but in the back line, Shush! What? He goes down! Simple and Bit! Oh no! It's all onto the 2v3 now. 20 seconds as the bomb is planted. It's down. He comes over. He's got the HE, trying to line up an opportunity to strike with it. Dashes it off the wall. It'll land right in front of Electronic. Doesn't do any damage. Follow-up HE goes out as well.
How many HGs are they going to throw at them in one round? The 2 from Stown not finding any damage, not able to find anything, and Heroic really, with the position their money's in, they should not be going for this. They have the 1-op and they call it off. It's a good call. He gets away. They don't actually get the exits, which could have been significant. Navi's money's not in a good spot. And Na'Vi needs to get out of there. I mean, Bit and Perfecto might drop here. They're both so low. Jump around the corner. That is a nice shot from Stown. Very fast, and Bit does go down. Can they recover the op? They do. Electronic should be able to get some drops out. Navi's going to be fine. 15-13, though, Jack.
A hair of difference between these two teams. It took Heroic so much to get match point on the board. And this is looking terrifying. Round 29 is live. Simple, still on the AWP as it was salvaged for him at the end of that one. The amount of utility damage done to Banana in the previous round, the fact it still went on to be a Na'Vi victory is so ludicrous.
Absolutely ridiculous. So many HEs draw. I can't believe Boomich survived all of those grenades, honestly. Nade comes out, more HE damage onto Electronic. But Boomich is pushed up close, and the flash is there. Counter flash is going to come in from Heroic. No, they change it up to the Molotov. They isolate the player at car. Flash comes in. Smoke's there. And even more HE damage onto Boomich. Heroic just dropping the nades on top of them. Pop Flash is perfect. They've caught 2 in CT spawn, but they can't take advantage of it. They can't take the space. As Simple, somehow, that shot doesn't land. Simple takes some damage. None returned for Heroic. And they are running out of nades, but they've done a ton of damage with them.
They slow the round down. Send the bomb back towards brackets. They hold for the aggression towards Banana. Cadian, scoped in, playing towards Arch. Electronic, he could be walking into this. If he faces it, he's got to hit the one tap straight away. Cadian misses the shot, takes 40 damage because of it. 30 seconds on a timer, Davey. The bomb's been left at middle. They're going to be wrapping up for this and trying to make their play out onto the A site. There's a pick from Shush as well. It's Electronic. He goes down. Bit. Close here on quad. P coming round from Refresh. Oh, he spams his way through 2 of them. Lines up the 3rd. Simple. Finally gets that shot back. Switches to the AK and pushes up. Got to clear out Pit. Hits the headshot, but it's too little. Too late. 16-13. Heroic. Get it over the finish line. It took so much from them. But they do upset Na'Vi here. They get their map pick. And we are going to nuke Davey. A best of one between the both of them now to decide who goes to the major.
That's right, in that final round, Refresh with the swing out from back at default. Only 2 players inside of the site. The fake from Na'Vi worked to absolute perfection. They got all of the rotators. You saw Cadian. He was running over to B. It was going to be, it looked like another round for Na'Vi, but instead Refresh swings out from back at default, finds 3 kills on the spray, and in the end, Simple, the last man standing, he finds 2, but it's not enough.
It was not enough at all. All tied up. Shocks dissect this one because that was carnage.
Thank you so much. Not even close, baby. Yes, it was in the end. It really seemed like maybe Heroic might give it away because Na'Vi put up some huge numbers there by the end of that game. But Heroic did it. They beat Na'Vi. They beat Na'Vi on Inferno. They now have a best of 1 to win. I will go to the non-believer first so that I can go to the believer after. Maniac, you said they would never beat them. They would never beat them on Inferno, let alone in an entire match. So, how did they?
Never been happier to be wrong. I've never been happier to be wrong. Oh my god, that game from Heroic.
Oh.
And you can look at it from multiple angles. You can start talking about the first half and the explosive playstyle they put together, how they were basically losing Na'Vi in the first 20-25 seconds of the game. And you can think about this comeback that is starting from Na'Vi, and everyone, we included, watching this thinking, oh god, Heroic is about to drop it. They're about to drop it. And Refresh with the ace, or the multi-kill story at the end to close it. Oof, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for Heroic is that first half was a masterclass, right? Like, we talk about, I kept praising them for the CD side and how good it could be. Actually, it was the T side. And a couple of the players I wanted to keep an eye out on, I'm talking about Shush, but Refresh as well, stepped up to the plate, enabling Storm to really pop off there. And we spoke about in the first map how Na'Vi were born in chaos. Well, this time around, Heroic, they came on top of some of these chaotic rounds. Go back to the pistol round, second half. It's a 2v3 bombs on a bomb set, and Cadian, like a speed demon out of hell, just runs into the side, clutches it out. So, what a game from Heroic. Although, I gotta say, they maybe needed a little bit of Heimlich maneuver at the end to close it out, but they got it done.
I know, because it makes us all scared, right? Because, you know, we talk about land years and whatnot, right? And it's not all true anymore. They do make deep runs, but you still feel it a little bit, right? When it comes to these moments. And I asked you who's going to step up. You said Shush, but Refresh as well. Those are kind of the power lads that we need to step up alongside Ston.
That's the very good Heroic. This is the best version of a Heroic. When we have a tri-cast of player with Shush, with Refresh, with Ston, actually putting out really great numbers and having the impact all across the map, that's where they are the most dangerous.
And there's a couple of rounds that we wanted to look at that were specifically interesting, starting with round 10 specifically. I think, Maniac, you love just the setup coming out of Heroic, putting Ston in a position where he could do some damage.
Yes, indeed. Blaze talking about chaos, and I am talking about Heroic really going into new adventures, new places. Look at this. They are actually flashing Ston into CT spawn, but at the same time, they have 2 players clearly fighting Bit on that short area. So if you're Na'Vi, it's really complicated to paint a picture as to what is happening in the round. You're getting multiple and kind of complex information, so much so that Perfecto is out of position and Simple forgot about Stone. In this round, they had so many different paces and so many different timings that Na'Vi actually completely lost the plot.
Beautiful setup. Is that something that you're used to seeing? You said, okay, sometimes they like to create chaos, and and whatnot. How good are Heroic generally at setting up these set pieces and these, both on the CT side, the defense, but especially on the T side, like the plans to get into the site?
I feel like for Heroic, yes, they do have a few, set takes as well. But it's what I like about them is how they're able to really kind of throw curveballs in the middle of a round. And this is one thing about Heroic I love a lot. When you talk about chaos, they thrive in it primarily because of the comms. And I try to compare that to kind of like a hive mind, right? It's almost like, it's insane. It's almost like they're not talking to each other, but they know exactly the perfect timing, when to strike, how to trade efficiently. And that was a perfect example, like Star in the lead, but then everyone else just kind of taking fights on multiple fronts at the same time.
Yeah, being on the same page completely there. There is also another replay I want to call out specifically in round, let me cheat here, 12, because we called Perfecto a genius before. I think it's because Simple said that in some interview. And Maniac, you said, this is why, this is why.
That situation made me. And my little analyst heart absolutely melts here. It starts here, obviously, with the take from Heroic onto the A side. We'll see a very well played CT staying alive in pit. That is great, he's staying, but look at this. The situation is very complex to analyze. If you're the last Heroic players, you have multiple information. He finds Electronic, and that should be it. He knows the position of Perfecto.
Yep.
He has the time playing with him, and he's got the smoke. What does Perfecto do? He extends the smoke.
He's jumping.
Exactly. Makes a noise cue, and then he lets Shush get on the hook. He was trying to get behind him, but the genius
hook,
strikes.
line,
that
and
is
sinker.
so beautiful.
It's beautiful to see.
Beautiful,
Perfecto's done it a couple of times, I think, in these last few
not a
days,
joke.
right?
He's a
In
clutch
general, he
player.
really does pull it off.
He's just born to clutch, right, this guy. Like, we talk about Simple being, like, obviously Simple kind of like overshadows everyone in this team, but you have Bit kind of like with all the headshots he pulls off. You're talking about Boom, which is the IGL, but Perfecto, he might not drop all the 30 bombs, they have the crazy moments, but when you're in a clutch situation, the way he just outplays his opponents without even having to really move his mouse much, that is impressive.
It is nice that you mentioned Bit, because he did have a great game as well, right? Very important moments for him, but it wasn't enough for Na'Vi. That now brings us to a final map for Heroic and Na'Vi. And Heroic with, I think, an exceptional chance now to make the kind of statement that I think they've been looking for a very long time, specifically against Na'Vi, right? With that momentum now, we like to talk about with Heroic being a streaky team and whatnot. The fact that it got close there, do you look at that from the side of, oh no, they shouldn't have let it come that close, or oh, they kept their cool and they still brought it home to bring us into Nuke?
That's the angle that I like.
Okay.
That's the one I like. I think Heroic across the board must have felt like they were kind of letting it go, and it's a horrifying feeling when you're up against a favorite and you feel like you changed the sleeping owl. But the fact that they could close it here, I think it gives you that sense of confidence that even if the game gets a bit hazy, a little bit complicated, you will close it anyway.
Absolutely, and I think it's also a little bit dependent on which side they were. CD side economy always rough to maintain, right? We saw the couple of rounds where like you lose it, you're losing a couple more rounds after that. So the fact that they're able to kind of show overall calmness in the team, they're still a very young team. You got to bear in mind the fact they're able to close it out might be that extra moral boost they might need, because they're going to need it if they want to take the series.
A little oomph, right, that they may need. So let's talk a little bit about Nuke. Now, there was once upon a time last year where Na'Vi were not quasi. They were practically unbeatable. That's the same word I used twice. But it was really hard to beat them on Nuke, specifically because of their T side, but also the fact that against Simple on CT, it was unplayable, Maniac. But this isn't 2021. This is 2022. What is this going to bring for Na'Vi?
Indeed, I believe the context here matters a lot. If we had a time machine and we jump back 6 months, I wouldn't give Heroic a chance at all. Na'Vi had this streak, you talked about it, coming to the PGL Major in Stockholm, where they were unplayable on Nuke. They won 19 out of 20 games, and they maintained that hegemony during the Major. Now, they've had a couple of losses very recently. They were surprised by Snappy's ends, and I think that is something that we have to keep an eye on. The comparison that can be between Cadian's IGNing style and Snappy really fast and pacey Counter-Strike, how much of that do we think that Cadian is going to bring into a chaotic T side? Because that for me is the key.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that loss to Ends for me wasn't just the loss, it was the way they lost. The 16-4 was, I think, one of the worst losses this Na'Vi team, this lineup has had, I think, in its entire duration, right? So the fact that it lost to Ends, especially in such an important tournament like IM Katowice, that now you start to see the chinks in the armor for the side of Na'Vi. But like you said, the T side is definitely going to be something I'm sure Caden's going to be picking up from Snappy's playbook. But for me, it's that CD side. Na'Vi have historically one of the best CD sides in Nuke, and Heroic have the most annoying.
Yeah, I've read that many times, the annoying. What does it break down as for Heroic? Why are they so annoying on Nuke MCT?
They're just going to keep poking and prodding. They're never going to make you feel comfortable at all, right? They're going to keep trying to mix things up. It's not going to be the same player aggressing. You're going to have Kaden, for example, pushing up ramp. The next round is going to be towards Secret. And it's sometimes it can fall apart. Sometimes there are certain rounds where you take it a little slow.
Sure.
That can be punished.
And that's because they don't always weigh the risks very logically and objectively. You could argue if you want to play the beautiful theoretical Counter-Strike that, oh, you should never have pushed here, you should not have aggressed here, this was not like a 50-50 play, but they don't really care. And that's what I like, and I think that's what you need to do sometimes to create an upset, is you have to take that extra chance. The round we talked about on Inferno is a very good example. Who does a 3-man take on the B side while having 2 players taking bracket control? That doesn't really follow the normal rules, right? But great, just go ahead, find a new way to play Counter-Strike. Surprise us. Surprise Na'Vi here.
Surprise Na'Vi, right? Is it specifically against Na'Vi that you want that? Because you want to have multiple points of pressure just because you know, because of the individual class on some of those players, they really only need half a chance to shut you down.
Yeah, and I think if you just play the game by its rule, then you'll go from the premise that your players are better and that in these late round clutches you get the best of Na'Vi, which is a dangerous precedent to set, mentally at least.
Absolutely. And the thing for Na'Vi is, like, you can never discount the individuals. You're talking about Simple. I'm sick and tired of calling his name out.
You can talk about Simple. It's okay.
It's okay, right? I'm allowed, right? But you have Simple, you have Electronic, you have Bit, but one thing Heroic really do have is that wolfpack mentality, right? Even though they might be splitting, like Maniac said, working in 3-2 pairs, they work perfectly in pairs. The trade game is always on point as well. I think they have one of the highest trading percentages thus far, even though it's a bit of a smaller sample size in this tournament. So, yeah, that is what we're going to be seeing from Astralis here. And I agree with Maniac. Some of that little bit, throw the logic out the window sort of style of Counter-Strike might actually work. It is the antithesis of what Astralis showcased a couple of years back.
I say what you did there, you have to be the Astralis of Nuke of yesteryear. That's what you have to do if you're Heroic. And also you have to maintain the skill. I mean, it's not something we mentioned too much, but look at how quickly they were to trade. The time to kill was insane. Refresh, shush, all of that. You're playing against Na'Vi, you're put against the wall when it comes to the skill, and they have to maintain that level.
That's going to be super exciting. I'm going to put you on the spot one more time, right? Who makes it to the major after Nuke? Is it Na'Vi or is it Heroic?
Are you about to turn your shirt again? I can't turn my waistcoat though.
I only said Inferno. I didn't say the entire series.
Cool. So you just come back into the light.
Roll
you're joining me into the Na'Vi camp.
I believed Heroic would take Inferno.
All right.
Na'Vi's going to take Nuke. It's going to be 2-1.
I'd love to be a contrarian, but I have to follow.
You have to agree. Logic.
I still have Na'Vi personally, but I hope we're going to have a good game.
All right, let's hope we have a good game indeed. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, it is that decider between Na'Vi and Heroic for the major.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
The third and final map has dawned on us. Both teams take their respective map picks. And going into Nuke, Davey, it's all on the line. Who's going to the major? Will it be Heroic? Will it be Na'Vi? A massive question mark.
Those are the massive question marks. And the desk picked Na'Vi. Now, I'm going to be the contrarian that Maniac didn't want to be. I actually think that on Nuke, Na'Vi, I was talking to Launders outside, and he was telling me how lately Na'Vi's actually been dodging Nuke in their vetoes on LAN. It's been a couple games in a row now where they don't want to play it. And I think that Heroic is going to have expected this Na'Vi play, or this Nuke play to come out, and they're going to be very prepared for this one. And I just have a feeling, man, that off of the hype they just got from winning Inferno, they're going to carry that over, and they are going to take down Nuke.
If it happens, it would be history. In many, many ways. You get the spot of the major. You'd finally best Na'Vi in a best of 3 like this. All of those storylines could occur. And what a feat it would be for the Danes of Heroic. Obviously for Na'Vi as well, though. We know when the going gets tough, Simple, he tends to wake up and go gargantuan.
Now that is one thing to point out, is that there is no better Opper on Nuke in the world than Simple. There's no better Opper in the world than Simple in general. But Simple on Nuke is a terrifying prospect.
He can be this unfathomable creature that just destroys you round after round. Oh, mate, I wouldn't be surprised if it starts to happen. The difference is, though, as you said, right, Heroic going into this, they're going to be fired up. They're going to be so confident and so excited for the prospect of this map, whereas Na'Vi, they're looking a little bit deflated. Get the huddle in, wake everyone up, because Boomich, he doesn't look too happy.
He's just kind of got that look about him, though, doesn't he? There's times where he looks like kind of happy, you know, he's like smiling and stuff, but he never looks like excited. You know what I mean? He just never got the excited look about him. Whereas Heroic,
like,
they do.
You've ever seen Boomich probably at his happiest was when he did that Christmas song that one time.
That was
you remember that?
Fantastic. I did forget about that. What team was he on? Oh, that was QBF, right? Quantum Bellator Fire?
It might have been, or it was Windstrike. It was one of the two.
Windstrike. I think it was Windstrike, yeah.
But yeah, he really has a good singing voice on him.
Oh, he does. No, he's
good set of lungs.
He's a singer, that man.
Oh yeah, we've always seen him blowing them away in CS, but he could certainly sing a good song outside of the server as well. Headsets going on, players revving up. Nuke Davey, what a treat! What a best of 3 for the viewers at home, for everyone that's invested in Counter-Strike. What a matchup we've had, and now for this to be the exclamation mark at the end of the series, the full free mapper. Everyone needs to tune in for this one. Let your family know.
Yep.
You know, grab your nan. Grab everyone. Bring them into the room. Get the family dog, because they all need to be watching this.
And like I was saying, I think Heroic are going to be able to pull this one off, cause the upset, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get an overtime here on Nuke. This is going to be a tight game. Unless something crazy happens, if Simple all of a sudden decides, he's like, oh yeah, that's right, I am a living god, I forgot about that, and just shuts Heroic down, maybe. Map 3, surely there's going to be a knife round for map 3, so whoever starts on that CT side could be a serious factor. His chair's really far back. You saw that?
Yeah, Bit needs no back support.
No, he's like, this is fine. In fact, he's like, get this chair away from me.
He doesn't want anyone touching him. Nothing holding his back.
That's pretty funny.
That is hilarious. It's kind of like the JDM, but not really. Rather than the lounge, he just doesn't want the chair near him.
Yeah. Oh, no, come on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No.
This is a bad omen.
No. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Exist had to put the fist down in his face. Like, excuse me, I will hit you.
You got to have the fist bump. The pre-game fist bump needs to come out.
Gotta.
But that's how focused they are, Davey.
Yeah.
Doesn't even see the fist coming.
That's how they get you.
That's how they get you.
That's how they get you.
They sneaky fists out of nowhere. And will this be the 5-finger death punch that comes in from Heroic, man? That's the big question. I'm just excited. At the end of the day, I'm just really happy that we get this series, that everyone at home gets this series. This is just a treat.
Yeah, he pulled the chair up as well.
Oh.
I don't know if you noticed, he
recoiled.
He unreclined it.
The decline.
Inclined?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
I don't really know how
if
words
it was
work.
Down, I think if that's an incline, because if it was down, like the more flatter it is, right? A flat has no incline. So if it's 180 degrees, there's no incline. So to put it all the way back up to 90 degrees, you would be inclining it, probably.
And see, this is the job of a caster.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk about absolutely nothing.
Yes. No, to break it
but
down.
make it sound really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. That is the pregame job while we wait here for the teams to get into this one. Simple's going over the notes too.
And that's one of the things that we saw in that prior game as well. Whenever there was a pause for Na'Vi, Blade was really drilling in the facts because it meant so much. And we're here. We're ready for it. Third and final map. One of these two teams off the back of this game. of CS will be going to the major. It all starts now. Na'Vi on the T side. Heroic are your CTs for this one, and we are into the action.
And Bit drops the HE on the door. Flash comes out as well. The smoke drops from Boomich. Shush, he's watching for it. They're running into each other in the vent. They don't know what's going on. Boomich, his vision is impaired. He was inside of the smoke. He doesn't find Shush. And now the bait set up towards ramp. Finds the first contact, runs down, and it's all on Cadian. He's behind the box. He needs to find his moment to peak. He is going to be spotted, lands the headshot on Bit regardless, and now the backup is here. But it doesn't matter. The kills go the way of Na'Vi. Perfecto with 2, Simple with the Glock kill onto Stown, and it's 3 versus 2 now. It was looking so good for Heroic, but Na'Vi have pulled it back.
A cacophony of errors to start the round. But problem solvers, that's what Na'Vi are. And they bring this back into a good position. Shush, he pushes out through Squeaky and tries to get the info. He does double back. Electronics got the bomb. They're going in through Hut. 50 seconds on the clock. They're going to be diving their way out on towards the site. It's a 2 versus 3. Refresh, back down the ladder as well. Bomb being planted.
And Refresh, he just wanted to clear out ramp, make sure there was no late flank coming in. They don't have the kit, Jack. I don't know if there was even one purchased. I don't think so. So now they have to try to go for this retake. You can tell they're worried that Na'Vi split up. They're worried about anything coming forward now. Is Simple. He has to tuck away. Headshot comes in, but Shush lands one and Refresh with one of his own. The last player standing inside of the site, it's Electronic. 1 versus 1. No kit for the CT. No kit for Shush. He's pushing forward. He's not being quiet about it. And Electronic rains out with the Glock, lands the headshot, and Na'Vi on the T side of Nuke start this one off.
It looked dicey. Awkward opener. Stuck in the vent, couldn't get down. And this is it, the first play that was made. Boomich just trapped on him. They both got their legs there. He's trying to trip him over. Oh, man. Good response from Electronic, though. Holds his own on the site with the Glock. Switched to the burst fire at one point as well. I thought he was going to go full gangster. Yeah, man.
Based. Oh, the play from Top Hut. Shush, he spotted them go down. He's now blind. That Molotov going to do tons of damage to him. Down to 37 HP, but Cadian, he's rotated down. Can't land the shots with the Deagle. Bomb is going to be planted. Refresh is here as well, and that actually means they have to cancel the plant. 2 CTs down. The vent drop here as well from Tezes and Bit. They're scared. Now they just need to hold this down. They can't go for the plant. They just need to make sure they can't get flanked. They have to wait as Electronic drops. Boomich finds the trade back onto Stown. They're waiting here inside of the single door. Now they're going to make their way out, but the flanks are coming, and there's 2 CTs right on their heels, right on their backs. Door gets closed, but Bit's still going to be in trouble. And the second player here as well, Perfecto. He's struggling. Shush finds them both.
The MP9 has mauled its way through them. We're still into a tight 2 versus 2, though. 50 seconds on the clock. The Deagle of Stown, he misses his shots. He's giving them opportunities, but Refresh on deck. Hits one back on the Boomich. Simple, left with 11 HP. This is dangerously close. Stown still peeking. Hits the shot on the wallbang with the Deagle. And Heroic, they fight into that round. Scrappy, but it's theirs.
And everything fell apart for Na'Vi there. Once they didn't get that bomb down, they were just holding for those flanks. They sat and they waited. They still go to plant the bomb. And in that exact moment, the double flank comes in. They made too much noise, and this is it. This is the one. Shush with the MP9 from the single door. Swings out, finds 2 kills. And then they had to rely on Simple in the 1 versus 2 to secure the frags. The spray wasn't there. It wasn't able to connect. The dink comes out right before he got that second kill. And that was enough. That was enough for Stown to play aggressive. Take the fight to him with the Deag. Lands the shot, gets the kill, and Heroic, they answer back immediately after Na'Vi pick up that opening pistol.
Oh, mate.
And he's fully invested into it. He's the only one. The rest of them are saving, and Simple's like, no, I'm full buying.
It goes to show why. The sheer confidence on that, man. Cadian had the pin pulled on the HE, wanted to dash it outside and deal damage. But he's blown away. Head split like a watermelon. And Perfecto might be repeating the performance as well. Pinstripe prepared for the push. And they have to back up on this. You can't play too aggro at the minute. You're in a disadvantage. Pushing into the pistols would be worst case scenario.
Smoke towards the door. There is that huge hole in it. It's Just comes down to where are they going to be able to find these kills. They are going to group ramp. There's 2 CTs here. Will they expect them both? That's the question. Perfecto gets the kill with the Deagle, and they run straight into Shush, but Simple with the Deagle. The swing out finds the headshot. And they are going down into B. No, they've stopped. They want to walk up to heaven. Electronics now through main. There's one player on the site. It's Refresh. At some point, he's going to have to worry. They need to get the trades out. They're all here. Simple runs in. The jump from Boomich is perfect. It gives them the opportunity that they need. Boomich, the in-game leader, with a massive play there, jumping out through heaven, dragging the crosshair from Refresh away, allowing his teammates to find the trades.
The second he flicks off, the rest of them can push out. So much harder for him to reset, watch back up towards Nest. And the Deagle kills, man. So disgusting. The way Simple opened up the round, the fact that he goes on for a second back at ramp as well. Huge plays.
3 kills for him on the round, just absolutely massive. The investment from him, totally worth it in the end. And now Na'Vi answers back again. Back and forth CS. Stown wants to go through this smoke, doesn't have a flash, rings out some shots, doesn't find any damage. And they've already rotated down to B. You see there's 2 of them here. Electronics going to be the first point of contact, and it's happening again, Jack. Tezes opens it up with the Deeg.
Oh, they're rolling back the years to Counter-Strike Source. It's all about the Deagle, apparently, but Simple's here. He's living in the moment with the AK, but he's not going to be alive for long. The pistol prowess doing so much for Heroic. Perfecto's on 4 HP. He's going to be stuck here. And look, his teammate in Bit, miles away towards outside, peering out. He's got the range advantage. We'll find one. But they've got into Secret, and that's down with a follow-up frag onto the low HP of Perfecto. Just on Bit now. Never a good position to be stuck in.
You can see he's worried about this flank and T-spawn, and he's right to be so. 47 seconds left. He is burning in the molly, down to 38 HP. He's tucked away in the corner, but the flank is on the way. There's 2 players down below him, and he's going to run into a world of hurt here. He's spinning, he's looking, catches the timing down the stairs. They're both here, they're both waiting for him. There's no way for him to frag them out. And Heroic answer back to Na'Vi, and this is going to continue. Take a look at the money. Electronic and Simple are going to be able to buy the AKs. At some point, this has to stop. We can't be going back and forth the whole half.
The Eco Wars, the Deagles of death, firing out. And instantly, Na'Vi, they do the smart thing. Take a pause, stop it there, ice them out, and just reset a little bit. Because this is not a normal game as CS. This isn't the way Nuke should be going.
Absolutely not.
And like one of these 2 teams, if you want to go to the major, scan that QR code, grab yourself tickets whilst you still can. Because this map decides if Heroic or Na'Vi are going to get their spot in the second day of the EU RMR.
And you will see one of these 2 teams at the major in Antwerp. Whoever wins this one goes up 3-0, and they do secure themselves that spot, that legend status. Simple goes for the hero AK. Everybody else on the save. So they're playing for the next round. And can Simple repeat his heroics from the previous rounds? Of course, that Deagle investment in round 3 made all the difference. Now this time, can the AK do the same? They're walking up. They're just trying to find contact. There's a player down in Secret. That is Cadian. And they're stacked heavy towards outside. One player towards CT. He's going to be found from Simple. Can he land the shot? The spray doesn't connect. He's not able to find it. The trades come in, but that's all they're going to be as Refresh, Cadian find kills of their own, and it is just Bit. He has the P250, but he's been spotted, and he is going to drop. Simple couldn't connect the shot. The hero AK not paying off on this occasion. And Na'Vi's money still not great. Most of them can buy. The question is pretty much, okay, who's going to give Simple the AK? Because somebody's giving Simple an AK. It's just a matter of who.
You need to feed the hot hand, get the weapon in the big baller of Na'Vi's palm straight away.
Oh, he's gone for the MAC-10, actually.
Ooh.
Did he have a... Maybe he had the really good spawn to try to go down vent? He has the bomb. No, he's going up top. This is strange.
It's going to blow the door off of Hut early on. Perfecto. He'll post up with a backup of Boomich. There's the flash out, so you can try and get out through Hut. Turn on the flash, but Shush, fully blind on the elevated angle. Not going to work too well for him. He's the first to fall. And the T's have taken control of the A site. Bomb being planted instantly into the round.
And great call here from Na'Vi. They recognized Heroic was playing very heavy towards outside, trying to counter those nades, counter them, going down into secret. The response from Na'Vi is the fast A-pop. Electronic now is going to spot out KD and lands the shot, down to 28 HP, but the kill is what he was looking for. It's what he found. Stown stuck here in the corner. He drops the smoke to try to get himself out, but he's still in trouble. Look at him. He's hopping up and down. He's dancing, dodging the bullets. Boomich lands a couple more, and if Stown gets away with this, he'll be a very happy man.
That's all it comes down to, really, if they can just save the weapons that they have in their hands, because the round is dead and gone. So the consistent back and forth is still occurring. We do go 3-3.
And one drop can come in, so we should see the full buy. Cadian actually goes for the glass cannon as well. Can't afford the armor, but buys the op anyways. So where are they going to play with that? Where are they going to put him? Is it going to be the outside play we saw earlier? Maybe straight down into secret, expecting Na'Vi to go back to their sort of defaults? That's the question that Heroic needs to answer. They put him in ramp. So he has the op. He's actually gone straight down into B. So yeah, he is going into secret to start off this round. Electronic's gotten down as well. Hasn't been quiet about it. They know he's here. And Cadian's here and waiting.
Electronic. Scared to overcommit to this because we've seen just how aggressive Heroic have been. Cadian posted up like a gangster. Ready for the FaZe to come towards him. Wants to smite him with a bolt action and then quickly get out of there.
And he is playing the off angle, but he doesn't have armor. So if he misses the shot, he's just dead, right? Even if he lands the shot, if the spacing from Na'Vi is really tight, it's going to be hard for him to get away. Jiggles are going to come in, and that's the shot he was looking for, but he misses it. Somehow threads the needle between the two players. Doesn't land it. Now they've seen the bomb in secret, and that's going to create space for the lurks.
Tatsus wins out on the first peak. Stown will help him out a little bit as well. He does commit for the frag against Simple, but doesn't quite get it over the finish line. So we're down into the 2 versus 2. Both of the CTs running over towards the ramp. Na'Vi is set up for the post plants. And this is looking really rough. You do have the one kit to work with. Double flash and a HE. They're going to flash out through the window as well. Perfecto covering for the support is Simple. He's going to be blinded. They're starting to weave their way in. They're coming down on the right side of ramp. Window needs to be covered. Simple should get contact soon. There's the hard commit onto the first. Back up from Perfecto, but Simple takes both.
He saw both of them when he peeked out on the right side. Manages to find both kills. And again, the off angle from Cadian. It's just so unlucky that op shot didn't hit. It somehow managed to miss both players peeking in front of him. But you can see Na'Vi, even if he did land the shot on one of them, he would have got traded immediately. They recognized that Heroic liked to put that op down in secret. They liked to start that player in secret, and their spacing was so tight on that peak that if Cadian, even if he did get that first kill, would have immediately been traded. And that's the small things that matter so much as Cadian and Shush. It's not that they don't have any weapon, it's that they actually have tasers. They have the Zeus. It doesn't pop up on the overlay, but they do have 2 players here on the CT side with the tasers. Looking for some form of cheeky kill.
Can they make this round an electric affair? Doesn't seem likely so far, as all the kills are being cleaned up towards outside. Na'Vi with the first 2 picks, going exactly how they would want it to. So Shush has got one towards secret, and Cadian's got the other behind the box on ramp. Ooh. Simple. Outside with the AWP. It's up against just the USP of Teslas. Shouldn't really be much for him. And the cleaner Na'Vi can take this round, the happier they'll be with it.
This is just so annoying. He's like, man, stop. Does land the tag on him. Puts him down to 38 HP. But the bomb, it's over towards A. They're just walking all the way out. They're not going to find any contest either. It's just going to be the A bomb site. Going for Na'Vi. Going to be able to walk in, get that bomb planted. Boomich clears everything out. Molotov towards heaven for good measure. Oh, Electronic finds Tezes hopping away. And now it is Shush moving forward with the USP. Electronics posted on it. Looks away at the worst possible time. Does land the gush on him through the floor. And these fights are so awkward.
The cheeky little headshot peek won't matter as the nade comes in. So Perfecto finds 2 frags in a rapid response, all on Cadian now. Round's not going to be going his way. It doesn't really seem like he's set up to find a frag at the end of this either. Does still have the taser in the back pocket, and he will play for the exit.
I just don't think there's any way anyone comes into lobby right now. It would just not be worth it. It wouldn't make any sense. And Boomich swings around and puts it down. Stown has the extra money for the op as well. Can drop that over to Cadian. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to trade it up. And Shush, he's invested in the FaMOUZ to make sure he has that extra utility. The buy wasn't great for the CTs. No kits for the CT side. Again, important to point that out for the late rounds. Because if it does get into those retake situations, your 2v2s, your 3v3s, just puts that added pressure onto them. They have to do everything quickly. They don't have as much time to play with.
Spam as well towards Squeaky early. Refresh going to take a tag of damage. Licks him down to 75 HP. Simple. Poised towards Hut. If there was a push from the CTs, he'd be prepared for that.
Oh, just shoot, forehead.
Cadian, in the battle of the Orpers, will he be ready for this one? Simple, watching on the close angle, going to be peering into ramp now. He finds the first frag, Cadian. Dips out of there. No room for a response.
No, Perfecto goes down, trying to bait the shot for Simple, but Cadian running away so quickly, there's no chance for Simple to react in time as Bit's gotten out towards the vent. He spots the player towards Heaven, would have just seen him drop, so there is 3 players here on the CT side towards A. Make that 4 as the player rotates into Heaven, refreshes there in main, and Bit tried to make something happen, tried to respond to the death of Perfecto, but he wasn't able to find anything, and now in the 3 versus 5, Electronic has outside control. If he can get down into Secret, open up the door, make some presence, force some rotations here from the CTs, then maybe they have a chance.
Flash out.
Dive.
They go straight down the vent.
Nice.
Simple. Ready for the reface as well. We'll hit that one. He's now seeing the side of Tessus as he dives up on top of the Hut. 20 seconds on the timer. Shoots into the head. And Simple's left dead. But the bomb has been planted. And Na'Vi, they're still back for blood in a round like this. You might be outnumbered, but it's all down to the positioning. Electronic, ready for the face on ramp. That's the peek out. It's down. Will hit one. Boomich can't quite hold on to it as Cadian trades it back with the AWP. The defuse will come out and we will go 5-4.
It was a good plan there from Na'Vi. Throw the flashes out into A, get that bomb down into the B site. They knew they had Electronic down. I thought maybe they might try to use Electronic as bait for the rotations, but the drop down the vent was the right play. See here, this was the opening. Perfecto just walking straight into Cadian's crosshair. And there again, Simple. He found the pick on the one player rotating, but still down numbers and kind of out of position. He tried to make a hero play by walking out of the door. Instead, Tezes with the reposition. Simple again, didn't hear the jump ups onto Tetris, didn't hear him jumping onto Hut. That is the difference between LAN and online CS. Those little things, sometimes you just don't hear them.
Cadian, straight outside, aggressive towards T-Red early.
Electronic hears the scope though.
The audio cue giving him away. It just depends if they can actually find the early trade. Instead, it's refresh towards the vent that comes away with a squeaky clean kill. There's Cadian getting the best of Perfecto as well, but Boomich and Electronic, they get a frag apiece. So we're into the type 3-on-3. Boomich towards CT vent. Tags just down to just 19. Drops the molly, but it's not going to work well. Refresh is allowed to peek and hold the angle onto Boomich, so it's just Simple. Down on the B site with a bomb.
And 2 players very low. Shush and Refresh down to just red HP on both. Simple, he's going to go for the bomb plant. Refresh hears it. Door is going to be opened. He's so lit though, and he goes aggressive. That's a mistake from Refresh. Gives the kill over to Simple, and now, he smokes off the door, but he runs right through it.
Simple is 12-5 in the matchup already. Up towards window, breaks the glass, but it won't work well. Tessus, he gets the response off, stops a clutch from developing for Na'Vi, and they do tie up the game 5-5.
And they're going to go grab the op as well. So close there from Simple. Almost clutches that one out, but it was Tezes to shut him down. The headshot with the A1S. And Refresh got a little bit over antsy with that one as well. He went a little too aggro off the plant from Simple. Maybe if he went the exact second that Simple tapped the bomb, then maybe you have a chance to kill him planting, but he still would have heard you in that situation. Either way, Doesn't really matter. They win it in the end. It was a nice try from Simple. It was a good play also from Na'Vi. The reaction out hut was good. Boomish just wasn't able to find the shots. In the end, that cost them. The missed Molotov didn't help either, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Did sort
not
of
quite.
bounce straight back at him. Not ideal.
Nah, not what you want. Not really going to help him. And this has already been such a close game. Refresh has been getting away with murder towards Squeaky as well. The frags he found into this round make all the difference. And he's happy with himself.
Yeah, did still pick up the 3K on the round. Down drops trying to cross the secret. Electronic finds him. Opening pick for Na'Vi. Remember, score 5-5 right now on the T side of Nuke, and these rounds are so close that Heroic's money is in a really tough spot. Boomish Electronic, they're going to swing on the main player. That's Cadian dropping. They knew where he was. They swing out. They find it. The A-split is on. Perfecto with the headshot, and that's A-site gone.
Nothing you can do. Tessus and Refresh completely isolated. The sheer pace from Na'Vi into round 11 will be the difference maker. Cadian was complete off guard. There was nothing that he could really adjust for. You're just stuck there isolated with the AWP. As soon as he falls, that's A site taken, and you've just got to save this.
And this is a desperation save too. Na'Vi, they have a little bit of extra money to send 1 or 2 players looking. But these positions in Secret are just so strong that without the overwhelming numbers that Na'Vi just isn't going to have on the hunt, Heroic should be able to get away with these guns. There is 2 Ts going over towards them, though. Boomich is here. Molotov, that could be annoying.
Oh, he dives around the corner, hits one, actually forces the response from Refresh as well, and takes down both of them. That's huge. That's both guns gone. Boomich knows how important this is.
Yeah, I'd be absolutely hyped if I was him, too. That's a full reset there onto Heroic. Remember, they had won a couple rounds in a row, so their loss bonus was gone. Taking those guns out of their hands means that they're on double eco territory. And Heroic's in a really rough spot financially. They have to make big decisions here with the economy. The same big decisions that they made on Inferno that are now in the exact same situation here on Nuke.
Outside has been such a fickle mistress time and time again as well. Na'Vi have had Heroic's number in a fair few of these rounds.
And what's the change-up going to be? Both of these teams now, there's going to be the mind games, right? Because it started off the game with Na'Vi trying to go outside, get down secret, do all those things, and Heroic was countering it, right? So then Na'Vi counters that with the fast A-pops, right? Then Bit starts getting taken down trying to get outdoor, so that's not working anymore. When they tried to send people to ramp, Cadian was there, and the mind games are really at play now. We see the full force coming out from Heroic. 2 MP9s, a Deagle on Tezes, the sad FAMAS on Shush, and Refresh with the 5-7. No kits. Full force. And Na'Vi, where are they going to go with this? Remember, they lost rounds like this earlier in the half. Definitely don't want to repeat that. As the smokes drop for Perfecto, means he gets to throw all of them, so the whole team gets to be pushed further forward. As the wall of smokes is there. Now, are they going to commit to secret again?
Cadian, this time on the response, only has the MP9 to hold back the line. He's tucked in.
Ooh. And he might not know this, but Electronic died from this exact spot earlier in the game, so wouldn't be surprised to see him clear it this time as he swings out. It was actually his teammate who took the face first. But Electronic was the one to get the kill. And now, are we going to see the response from Heroic? Are they going to push into lobby, knowing that there was at least 2 players down secret?
If they do push out through Hut, Bit has got it covered. Tucked in towards the back of Squeaky. 45 seconds on the round. And the CT still just holding for this one. Bit of a peek out. Suspicion from Shush.
Yeah, ooh, I think he might have seen the gun barrel. He pushes forward, and that is going to be the kill onto Bit. The lobby lurker down. Perfecto has the bomb outside of lobby, but Refresh finds Simple as well, trying to walk into main. And Na'Vi, they lose 2 players. There's 20 seconds left, Jack. This is a serious problem.
This has gone from a round that was in the palm of their hands
are they saving?
Everything going wrong, and yeah, this looks really risky. I mean, at this point, what do you even do? They're going to be converging out through the heart and trying to make the execute out onto the A side.
No
Big
way.
frag. Both kills going their way. Stavn, though, if he can deny the bomb, that could be the difference maker, but the problem is he can't actually peek into the site. His teammate comes sprinting up through the vent. That's Tessus with a deagle. They drop down onto the bomb site. Electronic has 2 HP, and it's all on him. Hits the shot into the 1v1. Oh, he's got the flash as well, Davey.
Smoke for the bomb. Now that does change the entire dynamic here. He hasn't tapped it yet. He's going to expect that he doesn't have a kit. Electronic, if he commits too early, he does. Now, does he have the time? Absolutely.
Oh, man. These rounds are pulling at the heartstrings, and it's still such a back and forth game. 6-6. Heroic. The desperation plays. Na'Vi. They look terrified at a point like that. They push out through heart. They had to get the kills. Boomich was a bit of a difference maker, and in the end, the 1v1, 1 out. Electronic frustrated.
Yeah, it's just such a tough situation for him because also, if they don't have a kit, there is a significant chance that he just sticks it out, goes for the 10-second stick inside of the smoke, right? It's always a possibility. Where that bomb is planted makes it so hard to spam from main. And with just 2 HP, he really didn't have a whole lot he could do. Still, though, the money is bad, and they go for the aggressive lobby crunch. Bit answers one back, but Refresh finds him. Simple's here. He's outside. As Boomich looks for the play towards heaven. Now, is he going to walk through this? If Stavn walks through this, Simple is waiting, and he finds it. Headshot immediately onto Stavn. 1 hit onto Simple. But that's not enough.
Tessus.
Oh, timing.
Oh, he sees the shadow. He knows exactly where he is, and he'll swing onto him. But the problem is that Electronic saves his mate. Was in a great position to bail out Boomich. And now we're down to a very tight 2 versus 3. HP is in a bad spot for Refresh. He's only got 19 health to work with. Cadian towards Secret with the MP9 creeping into the backline, but the angle's being watched. Simple's there, taps out a few shots, but he's been dinked down to 11. Electronic takes him out.
Again, Electronic is the savior of the round. Twice now he's bailed out his teammates from rough spots. The Molotov into the vent is going to cut the rotations, but Refresh, he's gambling. He's not going to go down. He's going to stay towards lobby now. The kit is in front of him. He hasn't actually grabbed it, and he's walking towards ramp. If they decide to come up the vent now, oh, the door is open. I mean, Refresh, all the timings on this round are absolutely ridiculous. Smoke towards the door. That's going to be important. 2 players inside of the site very low. I mean, Refresh, if he finds Boomich here, spam onto Simple could be the play. And that's it! There it is! He gets the spam! 1 versus 1. He's 19 HP. Electronic recovers the bomb. And where does Refresh go? He's going forward. He wants to peek out of hut, but he also needs to make sure that Electronic is worried about the reposition to door. And at this point, Refresh could have even walked towards heaven. So Electronic tucks himself away in the corner.
The mind games at play. Refresh, he has been huge for Heroic so far into this matchup. Still into a tight 1v1. He's going to reposition once again. He's got the kit. He has a smoke and a flash, but he sticks to his guns, walks his way out. Does he clear towards main? That's the big question. The problem is that he's going to be spotted first. Headshot from Electronic, and Na'Vi do win out that time.
Refresh made that just about as interesting as he could have. From inside of the hut, I was saying, if he kills Boomich, there's no reason not to go try to spam the bomb. You don't know Simple's HP. You know that one player is dinked, right? You know Boomich is low. You know Simple's low. You might as well take the risk at that point. With 19 HP, lands the spam, but Electronic in the end. The reposition was perfect. He plants the bomb, and there's too many things for Refresh to look at. There's no way he's clearing that corner in that situation. Oh my God. What a game of CS, man. What a game of CS.
This has been a 6 series, and even this alone has been an incredible matchup just on Nuke. And this is still the first half, Davey. It's down, outside. He's got himself into a magnitude of different fights. Shoots up towards Silo, gets a couple of tags out. Boomich and Electronic both down to sub 50 HP.
They have got the player across. It is always Electronic getting into those positions. It's been the case for a while, and you can see Heroic. They want to collapse on outside. 4 players now, all collapsing from different angles. One inside of the back of Big Garage, one towards main, one in CT. Electronic finds the pick onto Shush, and Simple reacts with the kill onto Stown. He's looking for more. Tezes from CT spawn with the 5-7 actually gets the kill onto Simple. They've worked into main, they've lurked in, and where are the CTs? That's the question. There's 2 towards ramp, 1 in secret. The A bomb site is Navi's.
And they're pushing up through trophy room as well. Bit.
Oh, look where the bomb is.
He's defending. He has to get this kill. Like you said, the bomb's in a bit of a risky position. Oh, he gets out of there. And he can now wrap around and grab the bomb, but time is going to be dangerously tight. Cadian with a 5-7. He's in for Delight in the background as he will hit one. Switches out to the AK as well. Electronic hard commits to the spam and stops him there. But again, it's Refresh on the A site in the 1v2. They're running at him and he's tucked into the vent, gets both of them as Refresh will stop it. And they go 7-7.
This is one of the most back and forth games of Nuke I have seen in so long. This is such exciting Counter-Strike. Refresh with the constant repositions. First he's outside, then he's in ramp. He fights Bit in lobby, and by the time they're going through main, he's tucked away at the CT vent.
Refresh is just having such a game for Heroic. The frags, the magnitude of plays that he's been making. He's 16 for 12 at the minute, top fragging on the server. And the clutch potential on him is out of this world. Na'Vi changing pace into the last round, though. They want to go fast down ramp, and Tess says he's here, putting up a blockade, denying the entry.
And their own flash is full, blinding them on as they move forward. So lots of damage being taken. Perfecto loses his life. Electronics down to just 21. Simple again has the hero AK. Bit also gets tossed to Galil. That was in Electronics' hands, but with just 20 HP. They don't want him to have that one. Heroic has responded by taking lobby control. So at this point, they only need to watch a couple things, right? They need to watch Hell. They need to make sure they can't fall back to lobby, and they don't want to let them just walk into the B site. But Cadian, tucked away deep CT here, he's gambling that Na'Vi isn't just going to go up the ladder because there could be anybody up there watching it. So he's going to play towards CT spawn and gamble that they're going to clear him out first before they go up the ladder. That's exactly what's going to happen. Bit does land the kill, but he gets headshotted for his troubles.
The wrap back around from Shush. He's coming up towards ramp. And Boomich.
Oh, he didn't spot him, though. He didn't spot him, and Simple drops because of it. The AK of Simple goes down. Tons of damage done, but Boomich got timinged. Couldn't spot the player, and there's one man in the back of the site. That is Tezes. Player in the window. Crossfire's in. Can Bit land these headshots? It would have to be insane. And no, Heroic, by the skin of their teeth, win the CT half 8-7 after one of the most back and forth games of Nuke I have seen in a long time.
No, absolute shenanigans time and time again. Refresh towards the A site was the difference maker for them. But the amount of fights we saw that would just flip-flop constantly, it's crazy. It's not standard CS. It's not anything that we can expect out of this series. We've gone the distance. We're in the third and final map. One of these two teams is going to the major from this, and you can see the amount of pressure affecting everyone differently.
But now, Na'Vi go over onto their CT side. And this is where Simple comes alive with the op. Time and time again, you see him, and his style of opping on this map is very different to the way most oppers play. You saw Cadian, he was towards ramp, he was inside of secret, whatever. Simple likes to play heavy towards that heaven and hell area and constantly be moving back and forth between ramp and A. That's where he has his most presence. Because this time, ooh, Stown spotted Simple go down the ladder, and he's holding for this drop. He has the knife out, wants to go for it, but Stown spotted him. So he's just holding for Simple to come back up as Cadian runs into ramp. Bit's been gushed. He's going to try to escape. And Stown should just hard clear Simple, but Bit's answering back. He gets the headshot onto Shush. Tezes finds Boomich in hell, and that's likely going to mean that they're going to reposition up to the A site as Stown does eventually get the kill onto Simple with the headshot from the Glock.
Perfecto completely isolated with just the dualies. Heroic. They're going to be so happy with how this opening pistol has gone from on their T half. You get the bomb down, you've got the round. And for Na'Vi, is there really anything that can be found? The dualies are out, he's taking them to ramp. And Tessus, he's waiting for this one. He wraps off back towards the ladder though. There is a player close on the left. That'll be Cadian with the Glock out. He sprints back down the ramp. Opportunity to strike on the Refresh. Does get one kill. Hard commits on a peak as well. That's 2 frags. And he's making it costly. but it still can't be the round for him. Hungry for the third, as he will see him. Surely it's not going to be anything more than this. Tessus just holds, waits for the time to tick over, spams on the close corner. Oh, he gets up in his face, but it won't matter. He'll steal away the doolies, and Heroic has 9 in the bank.
Yeah, Perfecto puts just a little bit of extra money into his pocket, but that's really all it is. Heroic pick up the second half pistol. And what's Navi's response going to be? Are they going to buy into this one? You see Perfecto's dropped the scout over to Simple. Should see, oh, an MP9 going the other way. Interesting. Usually you do that so that the opper can keep some extra money to make sure he can buy that op into the first gun round. Instead, this time, Simple drops the MP9, so they're committing to this. Electronic creeps down the vent, so now he knows there was no play from Heroic down vent. They don't have anybody down. Important information for the CTs as the tag from Simple comes out on TeZe's jumping across.
Spamming into the smoke, if there's anyone there. Simple wants to rip his way through them. Instead, Heroic, off the back of the early contact, do start to deviate from their outside plan. Group up and head together.
And the question is this going to be the play towards ramp, or are they just going to go out A? Simple, with a ton of information here, and Electronic, he doesn't want to go up the stairs. He doesn't want to fully commit to clearing out Secret, but he knows that there hasn't been any presence shown down in towards B yet, and that's going to allow the CTs to play heavy towards A if they want to. There is 3 players here now as Simple rotates up to Heaven. Perfecto's close with the MP9. And this is going to be the A play from Heroic out the door.
It's got to be clean. Any mistakes could be grave for them. Perfecto, he goes swinging out. Shush will be able to cleave his way through him. Lots of damage done on the close range angle with a pistol though, so it does soften up all the T's. They don't have much health to play with, and they don't have a lot of time either. 30 seconds, Tessus coming up the back line, gets the headshot off on the Simple. Oh, you'd be fuming.
The flank from TeZe working perfectly. Electronic now trying to catch a timing up the vent, but sadly for him, he runs into the one player that has HP from the side of Heroic. That is Refresh. Bit taking a ton of damage from Heaven, but both players inside of the site. Just one bullet will be enough as TeZe does eventually get him with the MAC-10. Electronic rotating around outside. Gonna try to recover anything he can get, any kills, any guns. And he's going over towards T-spawn, and this is where they're exiting. The last they saw him was inside of the vent. They may not expect him to be out here so quickly. They do, and Stown swings out, finds the headshot. Heroic survived the force buy from Na'Vi.
10-7. Very close game. The entire first half was just swinging. There was no clear-cut winner. And now here, anything that Heroic can get, any momentum they can build up, they're going to be so happy with. And winning a round like that will work wonders for them. Na'Vi don't really have the funds to support themselves with a healthy buy, so Heroic could take the game 11-7. And that would be a big stature for them on their T side. Cadian, straight away into the round. He posts up, ready for the fight towards Hut. The Molotov to force them off, but it hasn't spread far enough. Here's the aggression towards ramp as well. Bit going on an absolute tirade with the doolies. And Cadian's hand might be forced as well. He's pushed close up towards Hut. It's an awkward angle. Flick down with a 5-7. Perfecto gets one. Spams out. And now the T's looking a little bit confused off the back of this. Wide swing in with a deagle, but it won't work as Tessus causes turmoil.
You could see Na'Vi was worried that the T's were going to run away. Worried they were going to get away. So they tried to go aggressive. They tried to answer back. Instead, it's both of them losing their lives. The setup on top Hut almost working. As Stown now pushes forward, he is going to find Boomich. That's the kill, that's the round. And the investment from Na'Vi was heavy into that last one. If they want to get an op here, someone's going to have to drop it to Simple and B Glass Cannon. They don't have the money for armor. No one can afford to buy the op and the armor. Are they going to do it? No, they are just going to go for the 5 rifles. Huge thing for Na'Vi because Simple, like I was saying in the pregame, it's just unbelievable what he can do on the CT side of Nuke with the op.
It's such a big set piece for this team that if they don't have it, it could be a massive detriment. And you need something to change the pace against Heroic here. If Na'Vi don't get this round, things could get really risky. Simple, outside, on the elevated angle, looking for the firefight. Refresh, crouching in, walking up, but Electronic will win out on that one. Bit here, he's going to be pushed, spams between the both of them and doesn't actually get the frag because of it. So Shush, he gets the trade back, and they are barreling down into B.
And because they were heavy outside, Heroic thinks that they're not down in the B site, but Boomich runs up, peeks the window, lines them both up, and puts them both down, looking for a third.
Boomich ready for response. All the frags going his way. Perfecto with a final kill onto Cadian and Na'Vi. They stop it then and there. The full stop put down on the B-bomb site. Great response. A much needed round. They had to get one. And that's the way it goes. The spray from Boomich. And if we're looking at things in terms of kills, right, Heroic right now, Tessus, he had a shaky start to this series. Hours ago, back on Mirage, he was struggling to get into the game. At one point, he was like 5 for 15 or something. Here, Davey, 19 for 10. He's been a difference maker in some of these rounds.
Oh, yeah, absolutely he has. Absolutely massive so far. As Na'Vi still not able to bring the op out. Did survive with quite a few players alive. Does make a big difference. But still no op. As the score is now 11-8, Na'Vi pick up the first gun round on the CT side. Off the back of Heroic's 3, following the pistol. Smoke's going to come out towards main, and Simple sees it, so he's going to back up into CT. From CT spawn now, he can watch the heaven flank for his team, and that's exactly where Heroic is going.
Simple. Sitting pretty, biding his time to strike. He's going to see them boosting up. He's going to have the clear line of sight onto him. He's just got to hit his shots and at least commit across. We'll be waiting to see that one pixel, the little glimpse that he wants to hard commit. There's the first headshot. There's the follow-up. Beautiful play from Simple.
And bomb drops under heaven as well. Down into those hell stairs. And Simple with such a good read. As soon as he sees that smoke come out towards main, he just falls immediately back into deep CT. And now he just tucks. Right, he just doesn't want to give up his life. Knowing that Heroic can't go up into heaven because they have to worry about him fighting them, so they can't go up through heaven unless they go up the ladder. And Stown, he has the bomb. And look at, he's terrified. He's terrified to go up. They're all frozen. The T's are frozen. This might just be the save.
With no time, no opportunity to get around out of this, like you said, best case scenario, if all 3 of them can clutch onto their guns and not die after time, that's all you can really do. That's the only hopeful play that Heroic can make. And Simple, the difference that one position makes. Ooh.
Risky.
Yeah, that is rough. If he dies after time there, Stown would not be a happy boy.
No. And off of the 3 saved guns, the 2 T's that did die should be forcing into this one. So we will see the force buy. We will see pretty much a gun round. The one thing, though, that is important is all 3 of the T's that saved their guns don't have money to buy smokes. So that means max we're going to get 2 smokes on the server from the T side. And on Nuke, that means a couple things. You're either going ramp or you're going out A.
Blade hammering home the points as well. The experience from the coach coming in there, Boomich coming it across as well. Everyone being so vocal because of how much importance this game has, with how tight it's been. Any small difference can be the game changer. The AWP is again in the hands of Cadian. We head into the action here. Round 21, 11-9, 3rd and final map in the series. One of these teams is going to the major, and it all comes down to this. Some huge plays have to happen. Outside control being fought for. Refresh brought down to 27 HP.
Okay, they actually did get that 3rd smoke out, so somebody must have had more money than I realized. Because they did have 3. They used all 3 of them. The reaction from Boomich, he tries to go aggressive up the stairs, and he's just found by Refresh. The headshot with the MAC-10. Electronic drops the counter utility, and that freezes them. They're stopped. They have to fall back. They don't want to commit through it. But all 5 of them got down into the secret stairs.
Quick change on the weapons as well. Back up the vent.
Ooh, and they're both going back up. So they've given up secret completely. They're gambling A. And right now, all of Heroic is down inside of secret. So Na'Vi, this gamble stack towards the A site doesn't look like it's going to pay off for them.
They'll take their time on this one. Clear the angles bit by bit, but look who's starting. to arrive on the scene. Simple. He can be hugely impactful in a round like this. Wants to decommission the round if they come sprinting out through decom. They're all grouped up. Stan will drop the bomb back. He's got 10 HP. He'll run out on the mat 10. And the rest of them will follow. Door open. Simple. Here's the audio cue. He tries to post up, but Cadian hits the shot on the AWP. And now the CTs are in a really risky spot, with just 3 of them left alive. There's no opportunity to get the round. You've got to give it up. And Heroic will take 12.
And off the back of those saved guns as well, Cadian with the AWP lands the shot onto Simple. He was the one who could have potentially brought this round back for Na'Vi. But Cadian was posted up. He knew where the danger was. He finds the kill. And Heroic are going to get their 12th. Na'Vi have to hold on to these guns. They will be able to buy into the next, and crucially as well, should be the first time we see the AWP come out on Simple here on the CT side.
And that's where things will get even harder for Heroic. Suddenly, Na'Vi's CT half will become a lot more dynamic. All 5 alive. But no room to breathe, no pressure relieved for Heroic. Each and every one of these rounds has so much weight to it. Na'Vi looking frustrated as well with how the course of the game's been going. Blade, again, vocalizing. And this has just been a ridiculous game of CS, Davey. This map alone has had so many plays that have been just earth-shattering. Specifically from the man on your screens right there, Refresh. He had a hell of a game on CT.
He did. Yeah, he was one of the main reasons why Heroic won many rounds on their CT side. Remember, that first half was the 8-7 scoreline. If you are just joining us for some reason, map 1, Na'Vi's map pick, went the way of Na'Vi. 16-11 on Mirage. Heroic answered back with the 16-13 on Inferno. And here we are on Nuke. Heroic took the first half 8-7. They won the second half pistol. They built up their lead because of it. 12-9 for Heroic. Na'Vi do have the full buy-in. Simple has the AWP in his pocket as well. When he pulls that out, when he gets that into his hands, it is going to be becoming a very big problem potentially for the side of Heroic.
But he's been trying to switch it up with the way he's been playing towards ramp. This time with a silence M4 close towards the smoke. He does back up.
This is the second time they've done this to him as well.
Oh, shush. Wow. That is a big frag. Opening onto ramp. You can now hard commit off the back of it. And Na'Vi, they're going to be torn between 2 different positions, trying to decide how they want to play this one. Boomage suspicious about a player towards Secret. Perfecto will hit the shot onto Stown, so he can't lock it down on the flank. Electronic now advancing out as well, but Refresh hits the adjustment shot on the AK.
Absolutely massive for Refresh to win out on that one against Electronic. The nades are coming in towards the doors. They land right on top of Boomich. They blow the door open for Tezes to find the kill. Simple knows he's planning, misses the second shot. Cadian with the swing, trades it back. Simple had a moment where he could have got both frags. He could have got the kill onto Cadian, put them into a 2 versus 2. Instead, he misses the shot. A crucial miss as Heroic are going to go to 13.
Nothing that can be done for Perfecto, and as you said, that'll be the 13th round chiseled in. Heroic 3 away from the series point, from the major point, knowing that they are going to the major. Perfecto does cut his way through Cadian and Shush on the save, but it really won't matter in the grand scheme of things, even if he's fragging out. It's about the bigger picture, Davey. It's about the hot commodity, and that's the rounds. 13 built up. Heroic dangerously close to match point here.
They are. Then they've been building it now on the T side as well. The pistols playing such an important role. Such an important factor. And what has that man got in his locker? What is he going to say to his team right now? They're down 13-9. They are on the CT side of Nuke. And that right there, that was the moment in the round. If Simple finds that one onto Cadian, it's a 2 versus 2. Simple's down in B. He's causing problems. But he wasn't able to land it. Refresh goes out. Ooh, okay, he does get down. Makes noise, so they know he's down there. They know he's in B. And you can see the reaction from Bit. He's rotated down into the B site. Perfecto's taken a ton of tags over on the A site.
He's in a horrific position. Oh, Simple!
Bye-bye.
What? All right. That AWP save from the previous round with Perfecto. Already finding opportunities for success. So Na'Vi, you get the first pick. And this bails them out as well because so much damage was done onto Perfecto. The A site hole was a little bit iffy. But with him hitting that shot, you're going to be thinking, all right, let's just bail out of A. I don't want to go anywhere near that.
And this is a good response from Heroic as well. They go and they take ramp. They know that the op of Simple was over towards Big Garage. So he isn't going to be able to, hold ramp. He hasn't rotated over. But now he's over in hell, and Electronic's gone aggressive outside. He's going for the flank into lobby. Refresh is still down secret. So the play for Heroic here is to go down into B. Bit is the only one there and waiting. Electronics on the flank, but it is just a little too late. He's not going to find anything until later in the round. As Heroic are going to make their way down. They have the one smoke. Two smokes, actually. No Molotovs for control, as now Refresh has spotted Boomich. He gets away. Damage has been done, though.
He's been lurking in the vents this entire time. Finally reveals himself a bit in the back line. Able to hit one shot onto Teslas. Cadian with a fast flick. Shuts down Simple. 9 seconds. Bomb needs to be planted. And there is an aggression from Electronic close towards the ramp. He's going to peek out. Cadian! Oh, he's just flicking into him. He doesn't give a damn, Davey. He's lining them up. He's chopping them up. He's a human hatchet, and it's all on Perfecto to just let this round tick on by. Heroic with 14.
And yet again, a similar situation to last round. This time Na'Vi with the man advantage. Bit inside of the B site, only able to find the one. The trades go the way of Heroic, and Cadian on ramp with the op, coming up massive for his team. 2 kills, taking down the flankers, who came in quickly on ramp as well. If he misses that shot onto Simple, again, the double flank would come in. It would have been a problem, but Cadian not only hits the first, but ends up getting the second as well. And 14-9, they've broken Na'Vi's economy. This should be and could be map and match point for Heroic at the end of this round.
The shot is even more disgusting from Simple's POV. Through the vent, through the smoke. Huge frag, but the impact isn't going to be there because this is the knock-on effect now. Na'Vi using their final pause of the game. The last one they had in the coffers to slow down this Heroic roster that has been going huge time and time again. The heroism on display from Heroic is through the roof.
What a performance they've put in so far. This whole series, the last 2 maps, Heroic have been battling this Na'Vi team. And now on Nuke. They do decide to force into it by the looks of it. Yeah, they are. They don't want to give up match point. They're going to play for this one. They've got the M4s out, the 2 FaMOS on Electronic and Bit. Simple and Perfecto have the kit. And what's the play going to be? They've gone for the force. They called the tack as well, so they got the call in from the coach. What is their response going to be? What is their play? Cadian going very aggressive outside, knowing they're not going to have the op. So he goes very far forward. He wants to take these fights. Simple long range with the M4. This isn't going to work out. If Cadian spots him with the op, can he find the first? He can't find anything.
Flash out. Simple. Dives through the window. There is a pick onto Tessus. That'll be the FaMOS of Electronic, but there's the instant trade as Shush re-aggresses on the close quarters engagement. Simple pushed up, but he's going to be punished as Refresh hits him in the head, and we're down to just 3 CTs left alive for Na'Vi. Can they do something huge in a position like this? Bit, he strikes back, shuts down Refresh, and leaves them hanging in the balance here on the 24th round.
And also, Heroic know that Bit is the ramp player for Na'Vi. So if he's outside, if he's fighting outside, that means he's not down in B, which is exactly where they're going. The op of Cadian, the rifle of Shush, they've gone into the B site. They know that this will be open, but the rotations from ramp are coming, and it's going to come down to who hits the shots. Cadian was the hero last round. Can he be the hero again? Bomb is getting planted. The cover's not there. Boomich lands the frag. Cadian answers back on a Perfecto. 1 versus 3. He's crept back around to the window. They might not know that he's repositioned. They might think he's gone towards the single door. They're clearing everything out. Oh, they haven't checked the window, Jack.
He's getting away with it.
They don't have the kit.
Cadian, all he's got to do is play for the time in a spot like this, and he's playing it perfectly. Oh no, this could be horrific. Match point, about to go the way of Heroic. He sees the peek onto the back of Boomich, dives down towards the double doors. That's 2 frags found into the round, and he wants another one. It won't even matter if he gets it, because Bit, you've got no time, you've got no chance, and now he's got no legs.
Cadian again being the hero. Look at the excitement from the in-game leader of Heroic.
He is hyped up and he knows exactly why, because now you're at match point, 1 round away from going to the major. Everything's coming up Heroic, and there is nothing that Na'Vi can do. They invested everything in that round. They thought if we force it up, if we pull out the FaMouZes, we can make a play that will make us famous, but no, denied by the IGL. The big brains from Denmark says nothing to this.
The reposition was perfect. He gets to the windows. They don't see him. They don't hear him. And now they brought out the MAC-10s. 2 Mac Daddies for TeZe and Sjuush. And all that they can muster on the CT side, a couple M4s, no kits, a FAMAS and an MP9. Bit, it's going to be the first point of contact. He's tucked away behind the box. He just drops.
Calls it quits. Backs up and tries to get down towards the stay alive. And just stay alive on the bomb site. Heroic have ramp control. Support from Boomich. The FaMouZ on close ramp. This is not going to be easy for them. When push comes to shove, they're going to try and overwhelm him. He backs off, drops the smoke out towards Dark Spot to try and trick him a little bit. Boomich blind, but still fragging. Hits the first. There's the follow-up frag onto Refresh as well. But Sjuush with a MAC-10 being a Mac Daddy in round 25.
And the smoke towards the doors is just going to isolate Na'Vi. It's the 3 versus 4. The bomb is going to go down. That is Cadian. He actually goes for the fake plant. Oh, and they might go back up the vent. They don't want to... Yeah, they have to get this bomb down. If they're going to plant B, they have to make sure it gets down while their smokes are still up. Cadian's holding for the re-aggression. Simple's tucked away inside of the vent. And remember, no kit for the CTs. No smoke. They have to make a move.
4 versus 3. It's all on this. Down. Will he be a pair of idle eyes, or will he be idolized for this play? Waiting, peeking, hits the first. There's the follow-up as Down's doing all the damage, and it's just on Perfecto and Boomich in the tight 2-on-2, but Sjuush, he'll sideswipe him. Cadian with a final shot, 16-9. They take the series 2-1, and they're going to the major.
Look at the celebrations from Heroic, Jack. They know exactly what that means. They have locked in their major qualification. They have finally taken down Na'Vi on Nuke as well, 16-9. They battled back from that back and forth first half. Only 8 rounds on the CT side, but they didn't care. They went into that T side. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they get the upset. They shut down Na'Vi, and they make it to that major.
That is a hell of a victory, a gigantic feat. You take down Na'Vi and you walk away with such a big win. You're going to the major, David. This is everything they've wanted, and they get it. They take it for themselves.
Everything they've wanted, they battled it out, 16-9. Not only do they finally break their curse against Na'Vi, they do it on Nuke as well. The desk, everyone was thinking, Na'Vi, Nuke, this could definitely be exactly what Na'Vi wants, but Heroic shows why they were okay with it going to that map.
Ridiculous game. Sharks, have fun with this one, because that was history.
Thank you so much. Talk about slaying your demons for Heroic and for Cadian in those last moments where it mattered so much for them to get that match point. I think we're all a little bit shell-shocked, right? Because it's not that you don't give Heroic the chance or the credit, but it's a whole different thing to do it in such an important moment and to close it out on Nuke versus Na'Vi, Bleb.
Absolutely, and you could see in Cadian's reaction, that 1v3 was the death knell for Na'Vi right there. Once he gets that round, he's like, this one's done, this one's over. And I won't lie, heading into this matchup, I'm like, yeah, it could be close, it might take a map, but Na'Vi should have this in the bag. And for, I think you said it best, Heroic finally slayed their demons. They finally make Na'Vi bleed.
I just didn't think they had it in them. I didn't think they had it in them to beat Na'Vi in the best of 3 in a moment like this, and they've made a liar out of me. Heroic have played a beautiful map of Counter-Strikes. We can look at their T side and we can look at how many explosive calls they had. We use the term flow state, we use the term hive mind. That's exactly what Heroic put together on that half of the side. Really together, trading, fragging, that was beautiful.
And we talked about the supporting cast. Well, they have deserved to be called headliners today, right? Refresh, Sjuush, just continuously stepping up in the moments where it's most necessary.
Absolutely. When you talk about the firepower of this team, like we said, even though Sjuush might be the star, it's not just a trifecta. Yeah, the trifecta of that support stuff. You talk about Refresh, you talk about TeZe, you talk about Sjuush. Looking at the scoreboard on Nuke right here, TeZe's 20 20 kills. Refresh, 20 kills. Stun, 20 kills. And just trailing behind them, Cadian and Shush. And even though they might have fewer kills overall compared to the top 3, the clutches they were pulling off. Cadian with the 1v3, right? The impact rounds from each and every one of these individuals, fantastic.
I love the fact that you mentioned clutches, because in general, whenever Heroic was so close to beating Na'Vi, you would have a couple of these 2 versus 2, a bomb plant situation, and something would go wrong. Someone would have a misstep, a misaim, a mistiming, and suddenly in this game, for some reason, all the stars cutting together, it's actually Cadian with that 1v3. He bamboozles them completely after the kill. Na'Vi lose track of him, and that's what they needed. They needed that extra oomph, as you say.
Yeah, absolutely. But you got to make it happen then, right? Does it go through your mind? You got to stop it all going through your mind then, all the times you miss those points and whatnot. I think we have an interview coming as well. I'm not exactly sure who it is with, Maniac. But in terms of the mileage you can get out of this for Heroic, right now you make it to the major. You get another chance at making this deep run. And the big question was, can you make the deepest run and win a championship, right? How far do you think this goes?
I think this is much more than just qualifying for the major, right? Because if you're Heroic, you know that you have it in yourself. You have to be a contender for the major. The job is done. But I think it's the psychological asset that comes with a victory like that over Na'Vi, a team that somehow you've never really been able to put to bed. You were always so close, but it never really happened. What a better timing to do it just before the major.
There's a couple of rounds, I think, or one in particular I wanted to look at, round 22.
There were a lot of rounds I really wanted to take a look at. There were a lot of them, but I had to pick only one because we have a little bit of limited time. This was a round where it was Heroic going for the lower bomb side play, and this was just back and forth. But you can see, we speak about the hive mind. We speak about how in the chaos they somehow seem to have such clean comms when the pressure is on, right? We can see over here, Boomich doing his very best. Was a top fragger from Na'Vi. I do believe he catches one of the lurks coming in from the side of the Na'Vi player over here. I think. Oh, never mind. Actually, no, this is a wrong round. This is a wrong round. This is a ratty play. I actually wanted to highlight how Na'Vi, it's not like they had a bad CD side. They saw the smokes coming in towards mini and towards outside. He saw the smoke for window, and it's like they're going to be going for the flank coming in all the way from heaven. And simple. The rattiest of rattiest angles, and he manages to kill them.
And what we see as well in this very round is Bit getting caught off guard ramp play. That happened time and time again, and that was an opening that Cadian found in that game.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, overall, listen, I could have gone into virtually every round in that second half, but just the fact that even though Na'Vi, they had a decent read and understanding of what Heroic are up to at times, the first couple of rifle rounds, Na'Vi won it very convincingly, but Heroic, they were able to crack it open. You kept mentioning this, that explosive, high-octane T-side from Heroic. For the very first time, Na'Vi faltered.
It's a game of details sometimes, right? When you have Bit in a position on that ledge ramp and twice he gets 1 or 0 kill, that is it. That's the difference. That's strong enough for Heroic to make the case. When they have the 5v4, they have all the protocols they need to cover that bomb plant and be safe. When Na'Vi beats Heroic, I guarantee you Bit gets 1 or 2 or 3 kills from that ramp position. But here, today, he struggled a bit.
Is there any side scribblings that we have to make as to, hey, Na'Vi wasn't this, Na'Vi wasn't that? Because we said before they were so strong on Nuke in the past, and it wasn't like it was a game where their fraggers weren't fragging, right? There were also a couple of clutches had from their side, but what, in the end, were they not able to replicate to get that success on Nuke?
Well, I mean, I think it would be intellectually dishonest to say that this is the 100% Na'Vi full force we've seen. That is accepted, that is acknowledged. Now, the thing is, in some of these high-pressure situations, in some of these very tight clutches, I would be so remiss to say that Heroic surprised me. They did surprise me. Cadian again pulling off the 1v3. You'd see Na'Vi feeling like they're 1 second behind the tempo instead of dictating what's happening, and that was the difference here.
I believe we have the interview ready. Cadian, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Amazing. Hello. Wow. It's such an amazing moment for you. I'd love to get your first reactions. Of course, we saw you jumping up and down, not only just making the major, but also doing it by beating Na'Vi.
Yeah, we played them many times, and there was a famous quote last year that we were the only team to beat them coming from our own side, and yeah, we just never managed to do it. Always lost 16-13, 16-14 on the last map, and finally we took them down. It's been a hurdle because they've always been the team that we could never beat. So yeah, super excited to finally do it, and obviously making the major. I mean, you can't take it for granted these days, especially not at the European RMR. You know, there's so many good teams, and making another major was important. And the style we did it in, I'm not complaining.
Firstly, Caden, congratulations. Really happy for you. But now that you said, you know, beating Na'Vi, finally kind of breaking that curse, I want to actually align that with what we've seen from you guys. So you had these deep runs. You have these deep runs in events. You finally reach the stage, and then you stumble a little bit, right? And you kind of know that's kind of been a thorn in your side. What do you think is the issue there? And how do you think things are going to be different this time around?
I mean, the last couple of tournaments we've been eliminated by Na'Vi and FaZe, and then we had one bad best of 3 against Liquid, and everyone is saying you can't play playoffs. I mean, if that's what you think, then it's fine by me, to be honest. Like, how did it all start? Like, Heroic couldn't play, I couldn't make the top. We made the top. We couldn't play on LAN. We made semifinals at the major. We made semifinals at Katowice. We've done it time and time again. Now you're saying we can't make playoffs? Or
no, I didn't say you couldn't make playoffs. I said you make playoffs, but you don't go for the finals.
Now people are saying we can make good playoffs runs. So that's what we are aiming to show. You know, we want to prove people wrong, and we have plenty of things to work on. We are nowhere near perfect. We are still inexperienced compared to the big boys, but also think like when losing to FaZe and Na'Vi, there's no shame in that. That's just how it is, you know. They're just better currently.
For sure. Talking about this specific Heroic Na'Vi matchup, when you played at EPL, things went really sideways for you guys. Can you give me a few pointers as to what you made different, how you approached this differently? Because that was a night and day.
I had a theory which I implemented to the boys yesterday, but I simply can't reveal it. Not even joking, but it definitely changed some things. I mean, we've been close before, but like you said, you're completely right. I mean, like, it's completely night and day from the last time we played them. But it seemed like that little trick at least gave us a little bit. And like you said, they are also under some very difficult circumstances currently with what's happening around the world and such. And I honestly just still admire them for staying together, being a group, still performing to a high level, because it surely can't be easy with how the world is looking at the moment.
Yeah, that is awesome that you call that out, and that is of course the truth, but you still got the victory on the board today. And I think what was so poetic is that so much of it came down to you, right? When you were fighting for match points specifically. Can you talk us through that moment and then the relief you must have felt as you secured the match point for Heroic?
Yeah, man, like, to be honest, I sucked throughout most of the best of 3. I didn't manage to get the groove going. I was missing some shots that I maybe shouldn't. But to all my matchmaking heroes out there, that's just a true sign that whether your score is 8 to 19 or whatever, whenever you have the chance in the game, you can still change the outcome of it, you know? It doesn't matter if you had a bad game. The round which is ahead of you is your chance to be a decision maker, a guy making the impact, you know? So, yeah. The boys also said it's just so typical of you to have that kind of game and then make a 1-on-3 when it really matters.
Did you, at any point, you know, you just said you individually had a couple of rough patches in the game. Were you scared that you were maybe going to be the difference maker for the wrong reasons? Were you scared that you had to step up and you wouldn't be able to?
I thought to myself in the middle of the T-half, if the game ends badly, you're really going to look at yourself and be like, you need to do way better. So I had like a switch moment, you know, where I told myself like, let's fucking step up this game right now. And to be honest, like, maybe individually it wasn't such a good game, but calling-wise, if you look at the Inferno and the Nuke one, we got so many T-rounds, so that part was on point. But it seems like I still have some difficulties playing individually really good when it's against like top 5 teams, because I put so much effort into making the right decisions as a team. So that's something I definitely still need to train. And yeah, I thought that this is not a good look if we lose. So yeah, I was happy that I got some help in the end.
Yeah, it's never a good look, obviously, but so much to be proud of for you and for Heroic. We'll see you at the major.
Yeah, we will, and it's fucking awesome to have you at CS. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you so much. That was great, and I think I expected him to be a bit more elated, but I love the fact that he also, as an IGL and as leader, said it wasn't perfect, right? We did need to step up, and we do still have work to do. That's what you love to see, right?
I think this is a bit of a more mature Cadian, so to speak. I'm not saying he wasn't mature earlier, but the fact that, like, you could see how elated he was, and yet the way he was approaching was like, we lost to the better team. We still have a lot of work to do. Na'Vi have some other issues as well around them. So Good to see Cadian. You know, even though he's won, he knows it's a lot of work to do. But yeah, a well-deserved win coming out from them.
Yeah, congratulations to Heroic for that one. One hell of a series also for us to watch. We're going to take a quick break, but then we'll come back with a switcheroo of the desk and the rest of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Heroic are the first team to qualify for the major from the European RMRs. And now we get to decide which will be another team that will join them between FaZe and Big Clan. An epic matchup with the #1 world in the team in terms of FaZe. But to discuss all this, to go through all the details, I've got good old Prof with me, Pimp as well. We brought Prof back to make sure someone could bully, you know. Blair wasn't really good enough at this.
Well, I think he did a good job bullying you yesterday.
Yeah, he did fire back at me, didn't he?
And maybe we continue firing in that
we team up
direction
today,
tonight. So we'll see.
No, that's not how this works,
Did
lads.
Navi
Come
just
on.
lose? Navi just lost to Heroic, didn't they?
You know how
do you feel about that?
You know what
It
they
happens,
say.
you know.
It happens?
Yeah, it happens every now and again.
Cool.
You have to kick a man when he's down. I
Oh,
think that's
thanks,
what they
thanks,
say.
boys. Cheers. Great
He does
fun
work
on
for
here.
HLTV, man. That makes sense.
It definitely does make sense. But this is a matchup, right, where you would say there is one clear favourite for sure in FaZe Clan. But I think that this big is probably the best big we've seen in a long time right now. So coming into this, is this a matchup you actually get excited about, boys?
I mean, I think you can get excited about it. I'm not sure we saw enough of Big to say, like, oh, this is a 50-50 or anything close to that. But I think there are some chances, and the way they played this tournament so far has been pretty good. I think the map veto is interesting, and I think that kind of makes it a more competitive best-of-3 series than maybe the teams are on their own, let's say.
I'd agree. You know, it's a big test for Big. I think this is the first time they get to go up against one of the best teams in the world. Both teams are coming in with great amount of confidence. FaZe have won 9 series in a row. Big have won 6, you know. When you look at the opponents, of course, Big Clan, they're playing some tier 2, tier 3 teams online and maybe padding a bit on their stats, you know. But that gives confidence to the lineup and especially to a guy like Crimbo. So, no, I still think there's a very clear favorite in FaZe Clan. But I think for Big to make this game just competitive would be a win in itself.
Yeah, obviously, like one team has a 9-win streak winning EPL, and one is like qualifying for IEM Dallas,
Exactly.
like the close qualifiers. So it's not the same.
But a win is a win.
Yeah.
A win is a win, and FaZe have been doing a lot of that winning recently. Now, the first piece, right, was FaZe finally getting Karrigan back. And then the final piece to make this great roster of everything that Karrigan wanted was the man you see on your screens right now. It's Rops, and he is looking incredible back under his almighty leader.
Yeah, I mean, you say Karrigan is the first step. Like, FaZe has always been a team that signed amazing players.
Sure.
And it's been a long progression of them kind of hunting that major title, essentially. I think with Karrigan, that the project restarted. And then we saw a different Brokey. We saw Robs coming in, Twist as well, just finding new form in Europe. And they're looking better than ever, and almost better than any international team ever, barring the old superstar FaZe lineup in 2018.
I would agree. I have to talk about the point Brokey. You know, we bring him up, right? We credit a lot to Karrigan. Of course, he's calling maybe the best Counter-Strike he's ever called right now. Bringing in Robs was perhaps the missing piece. Makes an awful lot of sense, and Robs is off to a very good start in FaZe Clan as well. But the way Brokey has elevated his game, the way he's found impact in more or less every single game, every single tournament he's playing right now, that's the real difference maker to me. He's clutching an awful lot with the AWP, and he has this, I guess, chaotic playstyle where he's not afraid of going into a duel, sort of like the Vice used to do it. Just pull out the deagle and do something unorthodox in order to win the round. He has a lot of different skill sets, and Brokey right now is a player we have to have in conversation about being, one of the best players in the world. So yes, it makes an awful lot of sense to get Robs. Yes, Karrigan is doing well, but Brokey is the guy who's elevated this FaZe Clan to be the best team in the world as of right now.
And the sad thing, their opponent, though, is that they don't really have one of these players that sits in there being around these players where you say, oh, they're one of the best players in the world right now. But let's take a look at Big Clan. Now, the thing for this team right now, though, they might eventually have a player who is one of the best in the world if Crimbo can keep up his antics. I've got to give this guy some credit, because it wasn't only the clutches, but for such a young player, he seems to have, at least for me, and I don't know what you guys think, has made this big look like probably the best they've been since Antara's left.
Yeah, it definitely helped. We saw him win 5 clutches yesterday, just in one day, 1v2s, 1v3s. That is amazing. He's currently the 3rd highest rated player at the tournament, Sirison being number 1. Actually, maybe this changed after the Navi game finished, right? So yeah, there is definitely potential in him. Played in Big Academy, played in Koana, played in alternate attacks, got back to Big Academy, and now into main big roster.
It's a great project, let's put it that way. We spoke about it yesterday as well, James. In the WePlay Academy League, when he came back to Big Omen Academy, he was doing okay, but it was not a player I looked at and thought to myself, that's going to be a star player. Now, he's been doing well, and especially yesterday, we saw in Dust 2 the kind of impact he can have as an individual. Now, that's my point, right? Right now, Big Clan is a very interesting project. They're being built up brick by brick, stone by stone, but now they have to take on FaZe Clan, which is one of the best teams in the world, which have one of the most stacked lineups in terms of individual skills. So can Crimbo hold up to his own when the opponent is Robs, when the opponent is Brokey, and not necessarily some of the tier 2, tier 3 players?
We can't even overlook the Faven signing. He's there on the screen right now. Signing of unprecedented size for German CS. Like, this was a big cash out to get him in from Sprout. We didn't get the effect instantly, but he is also a big important part of this. But also Sirison, like top 10 player 2 years ago, amazing opper, right? He needs to deliver for them to have a chance here. And we saw the veto come out. Dust 2, Mirage, and Nuke, and I feel like it's a really good veto for Big. I'm not saying they're the favorites, but Dust 2 is a great map for them, a good one for FaZe as well, but maybe not one of their better ones. Big banning out Inferno, their permaband, I think that helps a lot, because that's a map that's almost always going to come in a best of 3 for most teams, and FaZe are insane on it. So you take that out of the consideration, and Nuke as the 3rd, there is kind of a chance.
And there's a lot of overlap here, though, when you were looking at this veto and we're looking at the map pool for these guys. The thing is, when you compare them paper by paper, you go like, oh, who's going to have the strongest lineup? Everyone's going to say FaZe. So what are the positives here if you're a big fan right now and you're trying to say, how do we get this edge? How do we take away a map or so?
You hope for Searson. You hope for Searson to play well, right? It's been a conversation point for a long time, at least for me, that online he does better than he does on land. But lately, maybe starting to see some signs that he can perform to the same high level. And you said, there's no world-class player within the lineup of Big. I think Searson is the only one who can be, he's the only one who can take over the server and dictate the game. And I'm willing to say, without Searson playing well, there's no chance for Big.
Yeah, I mean, Tabsen is also, we didn't mention Tabsen. Like this big team is like packing on skill. Like they're adding on more and more. That we're talking about Big for 5 minutes, and we're not talking about Tabsen, of course, taking on the in-game leadership role, kind of a different player than he was 2 years ago, but like he is insane, and he still plays some of these important positions where you can expect him to multi-frag to bring impact for the team.
Well, let's see if that impact's going to pay off for him. Let's get ourselves into the game. We're starting on Dust 2. We're going to our amazing commentators in Hugo and Harry.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a real treat, man. It's FaZe taking on Big. I feel like the Na'Vi heroic game kind of lived up to the hype, so this one's got some. This one's got a precedent set. It's got to try and be even better, but this should be a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, exactly. Legend spot on the line. The true clash of clans. Harry, get your mobile devices out. FaZe clan, Big clan, and of course with that Legend spot on the line and qualification straight to the major in Antwerp. There's going to be a king crowned today, Harry, on the throne. The Clash Royale, I've got them both out, and of course, Big FaZe. This is a sick game. Obviously, FaZe coming off of an excellent year so far for Big. We know what they can do. This is a team that reached #1 with this core at one point in 2020. They've been at the top of the game. They know what it's like, even looking back to history of PGL majors as well. So, obviously, that was Krakow all those years ago. Whether they can do it remains to be seen. I think this is a true test for a player like Crimbo, who, this is going to be his hardest game yet of his career at this point. But he looked incredible yesterday.
Yeah, dude, it's one of these things where every single game you play, if you're Crimbo, is going to be the biggest game you've ever played, right? And that's kind of the trajectory that this guy is on. With every match that continues to rack up for Big, it will become his most important matchup, just kind of by default. Obviously, coming from the Big Omen Academy League, he had pretty big boots to fill, replacing Keto, and I think he's lived up to the mark. He was super exciting back in the Academy League, and it's been a real treat to see that transition into the top levels of Counter-Strike. On the other side of things, we look down the line, we look down the ranks, we have FaZe Clan sat right here. These guys are trying to usher in a Karrigan-led era, right? It feels like he's always been, and it's such a cliche, but with Karrigan, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That was how this guy was kind of known. Played in grand finals at majors, played in grand finals at big events, but would oftentimes struggle to actually lift the trophy. And, well, this squad, this iteration of FaZe Clan, this is the one that's looking to do it. And I think they would really sell themselves on this being their major to lose if they're able to go through 3-0 through the RMR on the back of a win at Katowice with stand-ins, with 3 different squads getting fielded, and then a win at Pro League as well, leading into an instant qualification to the major in the Legend spot. Man, that is just the creme de la creme for FaZe.
There's a lot up for grabs, Harry. It's creamy indeed. And yeah, with Karrigan now having, arguably, or maybe even unarguably, the most firepower in his roster that he's ever had, and even said on the desk, he's calling some of the best CS of his career, right? Especially around the time of age in Counter-Strike, and when you fall off, when your peak is. The one thing that everyone says, especially players in this position, is it's all about the drive. It's all about how much you want it. And we know that Karrigan doesn't want to leave CSGO without those major trophies in the pocket, without these tier 1 events locked down. And if there were any team to do it, this would be the team, the dream team of having Rops over from MOUZ back in this under the helm of Karrigan. What an exciting time to be a FaZe fan. Switching the story a bit back to Big, though, as well. Like, they've got a lot of firepower. We saw them yesterday on Dust 2. It's their map pick. It's the first of the series. They were up against outsiders. They were destroying. Like, Yakinda tried his best in that game, but it honestly felt like Big had even more firepower. We mentioned Crimbo and his clutches. To see a young player, 19 years of age and relatively inexperienced compared to basically everyone else in the server right now. Like, that's insane to see you hold your stuff this well in such an important tournament in a studio environment. Less pressure than maybe a LAN stage, but regardless, Big are looking to get there.
Yeah, I think a pretty cool kind of head-to-head bout here is going to be Brokey, who's kind of been in the conversation for Player of the Year so far, and his matchup in Searson. Because the way I kind of look at it is stylistically they're pretty opposite AWPs, right? You look at Brokey, you have like a real clutch player there. You have a real bit of clutch potential in this guy. Whereas Searson, he's more like the wrecking ball. He's the guy trying to open rounds up for Big. He's trying to get stuck in early with that AWP. I also love how they kind of, within the Big system, it's very much prioritized to get him on a scope at all costs, right? No matter what, whether that's the scout, whether that's the AWP. I mean, even yesterday, I think he was in like a clutch right near the end of the game and elected to not play it with the rifle, to just do it with the scout instead. That's all part of like this Big ideology that he's the scope man, and he kind of, you know, he's been playing up to that. So yeah, no, this is going to be a super sick matchup.
That's why I'm so hyped about having Dust 2 at the start of the series as well. Obviously, it's a very, very good veto for everyone involved. Like, I'm so glad we're ending on Nuke. It could have gone there or Ancient, to be honest, but, you know, I think FaZe is going to be very comfortable with this veto as well. But for Dust, you know, even though we have that new Tetris block added back in T-Spawn, it's not stopping T-AWPers from picking door-crossing players if you're quick enough, and we certainly know that Searson is quick enough. That's where Big will begin, folks. T-side start on their map pick, and they're heading B. FaZe, long take on the cards, 3 CTs there, no kit in this round. Double flashes for Karrigan.
Yeah, going to lean into one of these lower takes, right? They've lobbed over the Xbox smoke, going to give them a bit of safe passage out through the lower tunnel if they wanted to go short, and they will send 2 players up here. Solo lurking through mid is Faven. Doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to get hung out to dry. Karrigan's now got the info that they're up short. Rain's been tagged. Brokey good for 1 on the long side, and Karrigan's even coming in to help, but Brokey doesn't need help. He's won both those fights. Twists, locks down the mid component, and it all starts to come undone. They do a lot of damage to Rain. They've got this split taking place over towards A, and Brokey uproots the entire game plan by removing the whole long component of that split, forcing Big's hand to drop down into middle, and that's where FaZe were triple set up to deal with that attempt at the rotation.
Yeah.
That was really nice. They didn't just perfectly counter the A split, but they even countered the kind of contingency plan for Big, the idea that they could have regrouped with Faven and turned that into a late mid to B play.
Pretty desperate, though, at the same time. I feel like when you're up against FaZe on a map like this, wherever you're going, you're running into horrendous firepower. You're running into a serious star. You know, Maui would say Rain's not a star player, of course, but every now and then, Harry, you get those games and you're reminded of what Rain can bring to the table. I hope we have him on form today. But even if we don't, that firepower trio, Brokey, Twist, Rops, these guys are cracked. And, you know, we saw it in the pistol. Brokey pops 2, Rops with a double, and Twist kills a player in middle, so it was no challenge for FaZe. Bit of a techie as FaZe drop a player, but they're already back in and we're getting resumed now to go for this full eco. Big aren't going to buy, it seems, unless it's a last-second change, but that's fine. Get your guns out ASAP. Get Searson on that AW. Faven's gone for a deagle. Searson's got a scout, and Big don't want to wait.
Yeah, don't underestimate the Searson scout as well.
Yeah.
It can do damage. He's going to get thrown up into the boost, but he does miss these players crossing. He had a pretty bad spawn, so wishful thinking that he was going to get the info there.
For Searson, it's not info. For Searson, it's wallbang headshots. That's the aim of the game, and I like how tucked FaZe are playing. They're tight in this round. They are giving away nothing, knowing either it's full Glocks and we don't need to chase, or it's a force buy and Big are playing as they often do and giving Searson the room to go for openers. Even if it's not Searson, German Yeags, Harry, German Deags, famed weaponry by Big and many players from their country. Definitely something to fear. That's a cat smoke thrown from down under. And Big are going to try and cross in, but they get re-smoked by FaZe, so I've got to cool that off for a little bit more time. Still 2 smokes available. Options are there for Big. They can play with their food. Twist may be getting interested. Molly's mid, playing committed in the open, but not for long. Eventually, it's going to be down to Big to make that call, and they want to split B. Leaving one guy lower with utility, and everyone else going back up tons.
Yeah, so tabseN might look to throw out this util into mid, hoping to peel that second B player away, right? But okay, tabseN with the deagle. There's another man in mid who will fill that void. Quick rotation out of Brokey, and Rops just nailing them on the attempt to take the tunnels. Good for a triple, and Brokey's there to late trade it. Him and Rops get 5 between them. Lovely bit of interplay there on Brokey's rotation, right? He was trying to fill that gap in mid, and even though they lose Twists kind of floating around that area, Brokey was there to trade and keep it under control. He was also able to play into that actual B execute as well. So great timings out of FaZe already. You know, not falling kind of prey to Big's force buy. Never really got too worrying, did it? And I will say, Dust 2's always been a bit of a safe one for Big, right? Normally, if you face them here, you're in for a bad time. Karrigan with kind of teams of the past. MOUZ is a good example. He tried to make this a priority very, very quickly. Tried to work it into the pool. It's a map that seemingly he likes. And it's one that FaZe is super well versed on as a result. So I don't think this is going to be as clear-cut for Big as some of their other Dust 2 games have been.
I think Big will struggle to 2-0 this series if they are going to win it. I think it's got to be on Nuke, and even then, if someone was going to 2-0, safe to say it's the #1 team in the world right now. But we will wait and see what these gun rounds look like for Big. searsin's got the AWP, and he can take the spawn mid as well. Someone boosting him up. But there's only one cross, and I love that for FaZe. Still using the smoke in mid. Some players just don't want to, quote-unquote, waste the smoke there. And, of course, it is a heavy investment. You only get 5 of them, but it's still worth it when you know searsin's going to be doing this every single T round, going for this info or going for this pick down middle. And so, yeah, no one going to be taking that risk for FaZe. Very nice to see that in the first gun round, to be honest. Just going to keep searsin cool, not let him warm into the game early. He's waiting on Cat, and much as how FaZe played this second round, they're giving away nothing. Doubled up on B with a layered peek. Rain down in CT on the boost, waiting for a mid to be. Cat is the contingency. This can be taken. And Brokey, how much attention does he want to commit to long? He throws a smoke as they fake him out, and he goes back to the cross, covering Big into this A-bomb site. Brokey in this position, 7-0, as opposed to searsin's 0-3, so he's already ready to go with his AWP.
Yeah, util starts to rain over. I wonder if tabseN wants to drop. It looks like it. Going to try and fall into CT, but Twists catches him. That was all the way from B. That was all the way from B. He has Rain's back. That's kind of insane.
Molly.
And now Rain goes up, goes over, and is Molotov'd out. So they've at least traded this back into a 3-on-3. However, to get into the B site, you got to get past Rops. Oh, turning on a dime is searsin, plucking Karrigan out of the round, and that might change the nature of this. 20 seconds left into Brokey. Neither site is comfortable, right? 2 phenomenal anchor players, and Brokey's going to swap out to the deagle. Oh, he's playing for timings. They've got no idea that he is hidden in the site, but the deagle's whiffed, and searsin able to deal with him. Now it's all left on to Rops. This nade, oh, it could have been a good nade, but searsin has tucked himself in at the back of Goose, and so Rops is never given a chance.
Is he giving it up? He's going to re-aggro late, but legs are seen from this position. He gets spotted, does dish out some damage, but I think at this point the clock is ticked. Even if he gets up catwalk, there should be no time for this round. So he reroutes long. Rops is playing for exits right now. He's trying to kill these players on the save. Tizian's holding it. He's considering. And searsin has to run, right? He's very low back at Goose, so they're playing right into Rops' hand right now. This is good for damage, knowing you can't win the round, but still finding impact. Knives out, easy peasy, no AWP for you. And that's still going to be big with the round, but as far as the lost round goes, it doesn't get better than that for FaZe. Nice rotate out as well for Big, not liking their chances out middle into Rops when they don't have a smoke, and Brokey is still A, right? They never knew about the AWP, but if Brokey's A and you go out in the mid to B, he's going to pick you from car. You're still going to die. You're facing both players there. I don't know how Twists got that kill in CT. I have no idea. Very aware.
Kind of remarkable,
I was looking at the kill feed waiting for Rain to die, and it just never happened. But yeah, awkward for Brokey, right? Just tucked in, hoping he can hit that one first headshot. If he gets it, it's his round, but not today. The AWP will have to be held on to for later. Rops did save it over the AK. But very good shooting for searsin, who's yet to be given anything. He had to muscle his kills back in this round.
Yeah, obviously, you know, with Rops kind of dealing with everyone despite not winning the round, that does throw the question up of, you know, are we just going to see like Searson donning a scout here,
Yeah,
right? Because he
probably.
won't have the money. And I know that sounds kind of wild, but that's very, very par for the course with this guy.
Yeah, unless someone dropped, like Tizian has 4,900, so if Tizian dropped and didn't buy armor. Big have done that. Big are a team that will do that.
Oh, they really prioritize keeping the AWP in play.
I don't know about this early in the game if you feel the need to do that. Searson Scout is still viable. We'll see what they do. Yeah, he's just gone for it. Safer play. Again, bad spawn for these crosses. Searson getting very unlucky right now, and FaZe continue to use this mid-smoke just in case. Twist, don't know if he was spotted there. They're always going to be aware coming down lower as FaZe can take this space with a new Dust 2. And Twist, what an audacious angle to play in this round.
Oh my god, Searson is scoped up, but he still can't see him.
Insane.
Twist is just still too shallow. Oh, but he's having to watch way too many angles and just caught looking the wrong way. It's Crimbo to open up the round. He gets his first kill on the board, and it's a damn important one.
Yeah, a little upgrade for Searson on a rifle. Don't see this every day, but Searson rifle, it's nothing to turn your nose up at. We'll see what it looks like. It looks like Big just want to group for this B hit right now, throwing in utility. Still Tizian's holding on to long. They're trying to force a play out of FaZe. A flash up cat would go a long way, but it's Carrigan who activates first, spamming the corner, gets him out, and Searson trades with the A1S. It's Rain through a smoke, trades in middle or a mess right now, but they're going to favor Big.
I mean, once again, it comes down to these kind of two iron men within their bomb sites, right? Rops still sat pretty over towards B, and Brokey rotating through CT right now, already trying to get ahead of this one. And with the bomb now dropped by Rops, mid just needs to be covered by Brokey. If he can get this players before he goes through the doors, he could have saved Rops' life. Instead, Brokey's got to pick up the pieces all alone. Earlier on, though, we said this guy, you know, he's your clutcher. He's the one who's meant to deliver in moments like this. Brokey leaning into the window. Here's that bomb getting planted, knows that he's got a 1v1 right now, but not overstepping the mark. Tizian comes to him, and the no-scope lands. Now just Crimbo, the young gun, the man from Big Omen Academy, up against one of his toughest opposition yet. Brokey on the other side, out through the double doors, and trying to add a clutch to the tally, all ready to open up Dust 2. Would be one hell of a way to start. Toying with him right now, and on the swing, Crimbo just holding the angle, never got too nervous, never got too worried, didn't hear the drop out the window, and so he felt safe to keep holding those double doors.
That's such a mind game from Brokey. He's really trying to make the young'uns sweat there, right? Like, obviously, these are the two clutch players. Brokey, we know him for many a reason in these 1vx's, but for Crimbo, it was Dust 2 yesterday, where I think he pulled out 5 clutches in that map against Outsiders, some really sick 1v2 post plants to the B bomb site as well, and so he just holds his nerve there on the corner. Nice round out of Big, they needed it. Couple of missed shots for Brokey as well. It's not the end of the world, but it is the end of the money. Brokey is able to crowdfund an AWP, but that is the best. That is all FaZe really have. Famas on Rain, and just nothing on the rest. Brokey is going to be fighting down in CT right now. Cat take for Big. Not flashing Rain off. He's ready to re-peek at a moment's notice, but the only flash that is in the team right now is on Carrigan alone at long, so it can't be put to use. Rain's going to have to just play solo. He can always spot and drop, but Big are in no hurry right now. They're yet to make sound cues past that flashbang. Twist is anchoring down along with Carrigan, hoping that they won't check for him after his in-game leader dies. That's an if, though, right now, as Big are grouping up. They've not got a long lurker. They've got everyone on the cat side. Rain, surely he doesn't go 1-for-1. He's got to get aggressive, and he does catch taps him with nades out. Perfect way to take the advantage, and Brokey's even picked Crimbo through doors.
They're going to try and explode. They're going to try and hit the go button now, but this is not ideal circumstances. Someone needs to step up. Tizian has at least alleviated some of this pressure. Carrigan, fast short wrap, wins that with the MP9, and so now Searson and Favin have got to be the ones to get it over the line. Oh my goodness! Rops and Brokey just swing out. They swing and they win. Looking for that fight. They really wanted it with the fast short flanks coming in with the quick CT rotate. And, you know, we were there watching Rain, hoping he was going to be getting involved, but just sniped down from those far short rotations.
That was such a quick, long take for Karrigan. I love it as well, right? He's the one coming in on cap with the MP9 to trade that in the 4v4. And the reason that's so nice is because even if he's pushing up with an MP9 there and Tizian is still lurking long and he dies, Twist was tucked deep in pit. So FaZe had planned for both contingencies. Either Karrigan gets the full wrap and backstabs big on a beautiful timing, or he dies and sets up his star for the round. Either way, it's a FaZe round with almost nothing to work with. Brokey makes up for the lost clutch with a double orb kill. Peek off the flash is beautiful. Rain's going to get that opener. And this is only pistols for Big. They could have put more in, but I actually like the reserved investment, knowing that their rifle rounds are where they can truly unleash havoc. They're going to try and maximize that. So Deegs are out again. In their second round with Deegs, they got a couple of kills. Bit of damage. But is that viable here? Rain's on the site. Not giving away much. Good timing on that smoke as well. And Big don't have util to pop through. Uh-oh. Chunky nade incoming. And it's certainly not bad. Over 100 damage. tabseN's going to get boosted, maybe even run boosted, as Big yeet into the... not the yeet.
Oh no!
Oh, ace for Rain.
Started with a flubbed run boost and it ends with the ace. That's kind of brutal, isn't it?
Yeah. Just a bit of a dribble boost there. Hate it when it doesn't land.
You know, might be dribbling on the outside, but it's pouring in the A bomb site. Wonderful round for Rain, right? Even though it is only versus pistols, still he helps his team keep it super clean. Never even gets worrying.
Here we go.
Oh, this is CS's best spawn yet, but even then, they're still up and past him now. He might be able to catch this player.
Yeah, don't.
Ballsy for Ops to, you know, even consider that one. And he does get punished. Over in middle, tagged by the orb. Still not the opener you wanted from CS, and you would have loved the kill, you would have loved the invitation. Instead, he's just been softened up a little bit. Still floating around these mid doors. That molly pushing him back and bringing him down even lower might force a bit of respect out of Rops.
Oh, he's got the thickest armor in the game right now, getting spammed by orbs, AKs, mollies. It's not taking Rops down. Karrigan's in this nice one and done spot, but you can certainly get more if it's not cleared, and it might not be the focus. He is the one who draws the peak, and now he's a bit cooked. He's a bit screwed. They're going to chase him. Molly is in. Sisson hits the shot. Oh dear, if Karrigan stayed tucked, maybe there's a world, but not right now. Rops has rotated round, but he's very low, as said. Getting up on the ramp is going to be almost impossible here. Brokey's trying to contain Catwalk, sees ahead, can't hit the shot. faveN spams him through the box, and it's Tizian coming back up through long to lead the charge into the empty A site. FaZe might keep it empty. They might have to save with 2 players down and no position. Big just keep it clean and cross with the smokes.
Oh yeah, I mean, the moment Brokey died, everyone from FaZe started to pull out of the site. They were like, look, this one is going to do more harm than good if we try to go into it, if we try to get back into this round. It just gets super awkward when you lose Karrigan long like that. It puts so much pressure on really just Brokey to make a play up the catwalk. There was no one else actually in the bomb site, right? Rops was trying to give it a look in from CT, but he was kind of pretty limited in terms of how much he can actually help there. And as Brokey's pushing in, you know, if he doesn't mop up the entire short component single-handedly, that was always going to be a very, very rough round. Searson even juggling that AWP out of there.
That was faveN, yeah. He's in the clown car right there. Making sure that FaZe can't save it. You know that bomb can be misleading. It could maybe magically blow it through the doors, and FaZe grab their hands on it. Playing it very safe. And you got to do at this level. But Big are waking up. They're warming in. Couple of T-side rounds now to rest their head on. FaZe, we've seen them win the ecos already. Those low econ rounds are so threatening. Oh, a bit of a rundown mid. Searson uses the nade. So FaZe, even if they peeked mid, they wouldn't see him. They just see the bloom. Throwing that weird smoke out mid is going to scare Big for a moment. Now, if Searson didn't make this play, Big would be super concerned that maybe Twist is making this, mid push again. He's hiding behind Xbox, but Searson had all that early info, so Big are assured they don't have to worry about the smoke. They walk right through the mid doors. This is a lovely spawn timing play, and it's something that FaZe are not considering because of the util they threw. Tucked in B, Rops isn't even checking mid. He's going to finally move in with a jiggle from the window. Rop's so clean in how he clears his corners, checks his angles. Brokey boosted up, looking for this cat pick on the corner, but they trade Molotovs instead, keeping Big out. A lot of the early round for Big is just going to be getting this utility out of FaZe and trying to figure out where the AWP is. Have they gambled B? Any information they can get can save them later in the round.
They might start to feel pressure, and they being FaZe with this double long setup to maybe get a bit aggressive, right, and do something to move this second player away. Because at this point, you know, if a B execute came in, your rotations are so far removed that it would be like a 2v5 for the B site, and if your players don't go even, then you lose the round. So we kind of have Karrigan freed up a little. Brokey wins the AWP battle and even goes back in for more. Searson gets his head removed, and Favon is cut down in middle. Real nice adjustments out of FaZe here. They drop the bomb up on Cat. Big 2 versus 5, turn 2v4, but with only 12 seconds left, they're running for the hills. Reigns pushed the long angle, looking to drive the knife in the back of Crimbo, and Tizian will just try to save this AWP. However, FaZe do not want to let him get away with it. He's dealt with the first. Brokey, it's ballsy to go for this.
Well worth it. I say well worth it to try and take the AWP out after time. That would be a killing blow to Big, but nice save for Tizian. He had to peek Rain there on Catwalk. If he waited, Rain could have collapsed on him with Brokey, so gets the one kill he must. Crimbo got a lot of space in mid after trading Rops, wanted to split that mid to B, but the bomb up on Cat, he'd rather try and keep his gun, but that's denied. Again by the long aggro, that's a shot for Searson. Rops, it's not just a tag, this time it's a headshot. Smoke may be down, but Rops tries to jump over it to still get that info, and you can't turn your grapes into raisin and wine. You got to have one or the other, Harry, wet or dry. Rops down first, and now Big. This is the round made for them now.
Yeah, I mean, they really want to try and milk this for all it's worth. Yeah, not often, in fact, not at all, that you've been able to get that cross shot off and go 5-on-4 up so early in the round. FaZe, they want to respond. They were leaning towards long early, but now they've kind of changed their tune, looking to take short away.
Yes.
Flash from Rain to set Karrigan up. Searson misses the shot, but Karrigan does not want to commit to this fight, doesn't want to get caught on an island. He heard that Molotov coming in, so it's a good move to not kind of give them this free kill on the short side. And now he's looking to recommit a little bit later. He doesn't have the flash this time, so it's going to have to be dry, but that might work to his favor. No one's looking at it. No one's considering it. Searson was about to re-peek from Xbox, but instead is just turned up by the IGL, the front man of FaZe. Crimbo out into the B site, trying to create space, trying to give Big a chance, and it's going to come down to this 3v3 retake in towards B.
Karrigan's going through. He's not waiting, and Tizian had to cover. He heard those footsteps crossing. He looked for a chance, but now FaZe have been dug a grave. 2v3 on the retake. They've got a kit, but nothing else to work with but the guns, and the numbers alone might spell a save for FaZe. What a clutch kill for Crimbo to get them in that B bomb site in the first place. It was Brokey who was in the window trying to anchor down. He wanted to die with the ship. He wanted to get into B, and falling in the air when he's most inaccurate, he's picked out of it. That's a massive kill for Crimbo to save it, and Tizian shooting Karrigan coming through the door. It looks crazy, but if Karrigan doesn't go there and Big get a plant and then they set up, it's still 3-on-3 with not a single bit of utility for FaZe on the retake. It's still unfavorable. Karrigan tries to catch him off guard, but
I mean, plus, you know, up until that point in the round, all of Karrigan's success had came from these dry peaks with no telegraphing and just being like hyper aggressive, right? And so, you know, in the sense of trying to disrupt the setup, in the sense of trying to get in there quickly while someone's planting the bomb, and he is like a temporary 1v2, and the fact it's been super successful all throughout the rest of the round, you know, you understand why he attempts it, but ultimately it does mean that the entire, you know, whether or not you give that round a go comes down to one fight. So. Now Big up onto 4. They're able to deliver on that early opener.
Rops isn't going to make that mistake again of fighting mid, is he, right? He didn't jump over this time. He just took the smoke and crossed safe. Been punished a couple of times by Searson. Tizian close on the long smoke, but Karrigan could maul him here. We know those smokes, in terms of, you know, the fading can be very random at times with who they favor. More often the player inside of the smoke, but both players holding on to it. Carrigan wants to repeat, he always does. Here they come, great entry for Tizian. Rain tucked in, he's been here a lot, but they haven't cleared it yet, and they do go in with a hard check. Nice flash, causes Rain to turn away, and Big can now bleed this round out. There's a minute on the clock, there is no hurry for this execute. With Crimbo still down lower, climbing back up Catwalk to retake is not a possibility for FaZe. They have already thrown in the towel. Big don't know it yet, they've got to play this round like it's still live, but essentially it's a 5th round already taken.
And I mean, you know, it might not be the kind of most rip-roaring response out of FaZe, but you kind of fully understand why this is how they've played it out. Whenever they've had these double long setups, if they end up getting bested like this, or even single long setups in the round where we kind of have that third A player floating towards CT a bit more. Well, what happened last time this happened? Carrigan died at long. Long was suddenly open. Brokey tried to re-aggro short and take it, and Big were there. Big dealt with him. And so every single time they've tried to go into that like safety net of taking short away, still being in a position to give the round a go on the eye test. Normally it's done more harm than good. So the decision comes in pretty much immediately once those long players die that Brokey is just going to leave the round, going to hold on to that AWP. It's the only way you're going to have much in this follow-up. There's no ignoring it. Big is starting to piece together a pretty compelling T side. Absolutely. And I mean, if they're able to deliver on this next round, then they have that. They have a moment where they kind of really just break all the money of FaZe and are going to look to leapfrog themselves into the lead.
Yeah, and it won't be like last Eco, right, where at least Brokey had the AWP round the Deagles, so you know they won it with a 2K off of Brokey and the Carrigan's MP9 long push. FaZe will have nothing. So yeah, this is such an important round. It's one that FaZe aren't even buying in. They're playing for later, just in case. Searson holds for the jump again. No one makes that mistake. AWP leaning back B again. But we're about time in the game where Big have started abusing long. It always felt inevitable. They've gone out delayed twice in a row. This one very quick though, and FaZe have no one here. And they've got to make that call. Like, do we want to risk this AWP? Do we want to risk these guns in what is clearly a majority long take? And FaZe, they like their odds. They haven't got a flash to pop through the long smokes, but they can boost the guns into the bomb site. Brokey wants to take a pick as they bloom. Very ballsy peek, and Searson punishes it. Faven now sneaking through. Here's the pickup, but there's so many more men in the bomb site.
Faven walking in ahead of the rest of the pack. He's going to need a pretty stellar flashbang to help him close the distance here. Now, USP can try to, you know, draw attention in. Instead, Rops goes swinging wide, and Faven's going to double up on the back of it. At this point, Carrigan going to start to tuck tail and run away with the AWP. Twist is doing much the same. And, you know, the bare minimum, if you hold on to the AWP, that's the only way you were going to have one into round 13.
Yeah,
but these long takes for Big, man, it feels like they've kind of found their little gap, their thing that they want to keep exploiting.
Yeah, and both last long takes, Brokey has started B as well, right? So you've not even got your AWP that you'd love on the cross, like either starting along with a pick. A lot of that is going to be coming down to spawn as well, but also because Big were abusing mid to B's, or not even abusing, but we're going for a lot of mid takes and we're going for B plays early in this map. Now that they've switched it up, Brokey will surely go back to the A bomb site with an AWP. You hope he has a spawn, but at the same time, Big aren't exactly like running long off of their instant spawns with a flash. They're delaying it, they're waiting out the smokes, and then they're, you know, posting Searson up as well. So we'll see how Brokey approaches this one, and that will also depend on his spawn, as said. And he has Carrigan with the best spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like where the mind games look to begin as well, between Carrigan and Tabson, right? Trying to figure out what your opponent's going to do, because this long area has been super enticing. But then there's almost this party that goes, okay, they know we have guns now, they know we have the AWP. Is this where they switch it up? Maybe they hit us with a fast B, a fast mid to B. You know, when you kind of look at Big, one of the things that, you know, the guys from Sprout originally bought over when they joined this team were an array of very, very exciting, like, cat takes and cat utility that already supplemented the stellar kind of big meta that they'd set up by throwing, you know, the double smokes out towards short to help you cross into the site. So there's a lot of kind of emphasis usually around middle, around catwalk for Big. It felt like that's what FaZe were ready for early on. These last few rounds have almost changed the tune on that, and so we will have a bit of a lean over towards A, still anticipating that Big are going to lean into what's been working, what's been comfortable. Is that the case, though? As they take lower fast, there's always a chance that this is a quick mid to be out of Big.
Tabs is so blind, and he's in the molly. He's running into the door. He didn't know. He was so flashed out. That was a team flash as well. Just didn't turn in time. And, you know, FaZe, they started with Brokey on A. Flash Karrigan into that long control that he now currently holds. And FaZe have got Rain back on this corner, but this time he can't get a one and done and catch Big lining up this utility. Not only because of the smoke, but also because Searson's here. And this guy does not give you a second to think. Big, they've established their control. It looks like a B round, to be honest, with the option open to go back into Crimbo. They have no long lurker. Although on these cat takes, they haven't had any long lurkers. So, you know, Big are going to waltz out middle again with the free real estate. Rops and Twist tucked in the bomb site playing crossfires. No one's watching mid.
And now those smokes go out. You know, Karrigan's going to try hit the go button on his long doors push any moment, you imagine, but it's far too late. Won't carry the impact. So Rops, all alone in the B site, really needs a double. And with only one coming out of him, if you don't get a kill, quickly, you don't even consider going for this round.
Wow.
And Rain runs away. Searson is given the respect in mid. He's even hunting with the AWP. Bigger up onto 7. You at least needed even 1-for-1 trades on the B hold, and even that might not have tempted you in.
That's so sad to see Rain miss Searson there in the middle. If he just walks up, Searson's looking the wrong way. But even, as you say, even if you get that kill, I don't think FaZe go for the 3v3. We've already seen them give up similar positions on these B retakes. What a nice change of tune from Big, who abuse long and back-to-back gun rounds, and then go for a speedy mid to B. Yeah, FaZe, you can get all the exits you want in this game. It's all you've been doing, keeping Big's economy on the edge, but it doesn't matter if you don't break it. And right there, they're going to lose the AWP. One of them. Brokey saves his.
We very much hit this point in the game now where it feels like, you know, Tabson and Big are the ones in control of the cooling, right? Early on, FaZe had a lot to disrupt these kind of mid plays, to get rid of Big's cat control, to force them into these like late B commits. As long's become a problem, as new issues have arisen, it feels like Big are the ones in the driver's seat all of a sudden, and it's FaZe desperately scrambling for solutions here.
Yeah, Searson's going for the long pick as well. Posted quick. He will not hit that shot. Looked like he could have legged him, but not today. Rain, repeat is dangerous. Searson timing shot does not connect. I want you to take your eyes on the scoreboard for a second for Big, because you'll notice the numbers aren't good, but the rounds are there. Tabson, we often call him a fragging in-game leader. He's 2-8. It hasn't mattered. No one's positive on Big except Tizian. The amount of rounds this guy's pummeled out long with a double entry and just won the round for Big is incredible. Tizian's knocking fools down on these entry kills, and it's winning rounds. We don't even need the whole shebang because Tizian's doing it alone. Karrigan dead first. Rain behind the smoke. Knife out for Tabson. It's awkward. He thinks Searson, but he can't finish the kill. Oh, this is a mess. Brokey's also here, hiding out in the corner smoke. And one shot on either of these players will the Deagle will do. They found him. They spam him out. And Tizian is taking names today.
That is insane. You know, right as you're kind of building him up as this guy that's been cracking rounds open out towards long, he delivers. Smoke spam is good for Twists. Even then, you know, on numbers alone, you're still dubious about giving this one a look in. The safer option is just to back out, hold on to these guns, and try to get in the next.
Yeah. But how long can you keep saying that, Harry? I mean, even if the saves are justified out of the situations FaZe are in, there's only one round left of the half. There's only one chance for FaZe to put these guns to use and actually make the right read. And right now, it feels so hard to know what Big are going to call because they keep varying between the mid to Bs and the long takes, and FaZe every time are in the wrong place. Even right there when they had triple long, somehow Tizian not only knocks down the first, but Brokey, who felt like he could have won the round with that position. Both Searson and Tizian were 20 health. And I think Tizian walked into him in the smoke.
He did.
Because he suddenly realized and started shooting.
Yeah, and it was right as the smoke was fading, so you never know what little hints, you know, the radar could have given in moments like that.
Barrel poking through, perhaps.
But very, very well done for Big to take control of the game like this. You know, considering, look at the round timeline there. This was 6-3 to FaZe. They were in full control of this one.
All saves.
Now we've had this like huge turnaround where I don't even know what you can do at long. You just tried triple longing and you still got annihilated and it lost the round immediately.
Oh, Tabson.
The balls on this guy makes it super deep. Everybody's blind. But in the end, Carrigan will at least win the head-to-head between IGLs. Is that going to give him a bit more confidence? tabseN now calling from beyond the grave.
This is nice. They're smoking off searson in the doors and they're mollying the blue bin. They're really trying to catch these players who they know are already out long. searson can't even assist. I think that smoke missed, though. I don't know where it landed. Big smoked the molly already, but it never went out from Brokey. It never landed, so searson's given an open line of sight. And maybe that was called by FaZe because they don't commit. They don't push off of that utility. As a result, Big aren't given away back in. Maybe it's middle where FaZe finds something. Rops walks in. Oh, the trade is denied. The nade should do it, but Rain doesn't get out in time. Second ought to find the frag. FaZe 3 health, and he's causing commotion in middle.
That is unreal. FaZe should not be getting away with this. Brokey is trying to make a stand on the cross, but they're just going to smoke him. Okay, Molly for the smoke isn't ideal, but a missed shot goes out, and so the bomb now goes down. Crimbo with the long plant.
How do you win this?
It's going to be rough, right? The only way back in is that you've still got low HP for FaZe. That nade's already gone out on short, though, hoping to deal with him. And FaZe's played it super safe. You got to deal with the site plays. You got to win this 2v2, and then you got to figure out a way to beat the long AWP. searson is set up to win the round.
Can't save now, boys. What are you going back for? Looking for nades, looking for a chance out. It's not allowed. Big are set up for a 9-6 half in FaZe, whether you like it or not. That's all you've got. Twist gonna try and cross. Headshot through the wall, and FaZe closes. FaZe, the hero of that round. Not even had to really talk about him too much, but he comes in clutch. The nade from Rain. If the first one lands, it could be a different story, but he switches too soon, and FaZe pokes his head out on cat corner and kills Rain. What a mess for FaZe in this half. It felt like they were in full control, and from the first time that Big got away with a long hit, they did not drop a round since. Such a well-called T-side.
Yeah, you know, you got to admire the kind of resilience there, right? You're taking a bit of a beating, 6-3 down. It feels like everything you're trying is failing, or, you know, the successes are just few and far between. And then suddenly you realize your golden opportunity. You realize your chance.
B-spawn, worth thinking about.
Not a util to make it happen. Even enough to throw in a mid to B if you wanted. Could just elect to use these on the push instead, and that's going to be the case, right? Everyone grouping, coming up through the tunnels. Crimbo's got quite a job ahead of him here. First kill found. Rain has dealt with Tizian, but Crimbo is still fighting. Having to get the reload off. All of his teammates are dying around him, but Crimbo refuses to fall, and he's on for the ace. 4 in the round. The solo B anchor. While everyone else was rotating into their deaths, he was able to stand his ground. And now Carrigan, alone in this clutch, now in towards mid. They've heard him running it. They know where he is. Both players clean for Carrigan. Second man's low, but tabseN will lock the round in. And Big win the CT pistol. Some fancy trigger work from Crimbo, and tabseN to close. He might only have 3 kills there, but that one in the pistol, that one kill he was able to add to the tally, has maybe just set Big up to start running away with this game.
Oh, these are fire shots for Crimbo, man. This what a story this has got to be for this guy. Chain on the neck, looking fresh right now, and just dunking on FaZe Clan here in the 2-0 game. My God. This guy was playing Academy League a couple of months ago. Now he's right at home in the big house. FaZe in a jail of their own making. Double scout, triple deeg. Desperate times. tabseN, he's letting them out cat. This nade is for a wide peek. Off the back of searson's call, he can lob it. FaZe may have mid control. Double mid to B smoke comes in. Carrigan gets cut off. He doesn't care. Tries to catch that rotate. He knows they're shifting as his team have thrown this mid utility. Rain's trying to gun him down, run him down in the B bomb site. Crimbo's out in the open. Got to use that box for cover as FaZe has given up the door control. Crimbo does win his fight. A clean shot to Rops, and with this smoke down, FaZe can go nowhere into B. They've got to wait for Carrigan in tunnels. Now filtering through the window. FaZe has swapped sides, swapped sights, and given FaZe B, but is that going to cost Big?
Yeah, if you're Big, you know, if this was a rifle round, you might consider writing it off. You don't want to do that because this is a force out of FaZe. You want to win this. You want to launch yourself into the lead by taking conversions. As they group to go for this one. Left hanging in the balance, a bit of utility goes in. They're going to try and explode on the back of this flash. FaZe lobs it through. First kill found. The SMG is churning through them. And even though Carrigan Carrigan takes one in the grave with him. It was never enough.
Swap,
it's
swap,
close.
swap.
The guy without the kits on
my
it.
God.
Oh, it's so
Faven could have
close
done
now.
it. I don't think they
they've got it.
Faven had a kit. And Big still win the round.
That is so close.
searson.
Trust in searson. He knows his timings.
Oh, he has that 10-second music on. I did not think he had that round. Faven screaming, begging, no, give me the defuse. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And searson holds his nerve. My God. That's the first B retake we've seen all game, and well, it's certainly close for Big, but a round is a round.
Oh, look at this though, FaZe.
Yeah,
they want to
like
go
it.
again,
Yeah.
right? That round comes so close. They know the money is still garbage for Big, so they're still in with chances to upset this early on. Now, this can kind of dig you an early grave if FaZe aren't able to keep up these appearances in the force by round.
But FaZe just want to play gun rounds, man. They've not had a chance. They've not played this map. It feels like their whole CT side was saving. You understand why they go for it. Like you said, digging a hole, this is a risk-reward play. This is a sign of the times for FaZe. Very scary call to have made on this early T-half, because if they lose it, they're going down 13-6 without any problem.
Triple long setup for Big as well. Perfect time to have pulled this out.
Hello.
Tizian running through, wins the head-to-head on tabseN, and tabseN swinging it with him. They've mowed down the long component. Now Carrigan Scout will deliver the first. Still needs to flush out all these players that are just crunching long, that are moving in. They're playing around the bomb. They're playing to keep an eye on it. ropz throwing a flash over, trying to send Brokey in, and he will win another fight. 2 versus 2. searson on this orb. Oh, gonna close it with a double.
Not supposed to get that. Where's the trade? Felt like ropz would have that for sure, but searson's very quick, wiggling around on the plat, and Big finding 12. This is a masterclass. This is a Big who are 2-0 and are here to take down the world's best. They are fighting tooth and nail for every round. And just with Crimbo in, man, it's not a one-man army, of course. He's had his rounds, but it's just the extra spicy bit of firepower that Big needed. You know, Crimbo called in his academy team as well, right? So it's just, you know, obviously he doesn't have that tier 1 experience, but bringing in more ideas, bringing a new brain to the table of Big, who have had tabseN leading this squad for so many years through thick and thin. Carrigan, that's right. That's despicable.
I wanted to bring it up earlier. Back in Katowice, back in Pro League as well, Carrigan emerges like the one of the best scout players you've ever seen, and he's keeping that up. ropz, man, with these jumps over smokes for info, continuously getting betrayed by it. And so it's a 4-on-4. Carrigan waits in mid with this scout and lands a tag to Crimbo. I'm never ready to write off a Carrigan scout round.
As good as German Deeks are, well, FaZe Deeks, that's something else entirely. searson's orb is here though, no smoke, they've got to walk it dry, and this is going to be a shooting at ground. Hunting season for searson's. Tizian's got 2, and searson's will close a D from Twist, but it will make no difference as Big find a 13th. It was always going to be this way after that double force from FaZe, but here is their gun round, and it might, Harry, be their one and only gun round in the entire T-half featuring an AWP. Brokey's got it. He's been no sleeper. Him and Rain have performed. But it might not matter if this round goes astray.
Double short boost early. And, you know, this is like more examples of them using this CT searson's orb to try and open up rounds. So often they just put him in these little positions to try and succeed, to try and slip an early 5-on-4 past the opponent. This time it will miss the mark, and Rain was able to scare him away with a bit of damage there. Kept his wits about him. Hinge smoke in, gives you a cross up onto Catwalk. The rest of FaZe are walking long, tucked in, waiting at the blue bin. Tizian sits.
When Carrigan was here, he faced. Oh, Tizian, don't make the same mistake. You got searsson baiting for you.
Looks good, but he's checked. Brokey 4 blinds, and searsson tries to get away. Thinks he's going to get shown some element of respect there, but Carrigan just runs at him, runs him down. And so Big might be left saving. That kill from tabseN, not going to entice you yet, but if he were to win this mid-fight versus ropz, suddenly you're intrigued.
Plant yet to come in for FaZe. Rops does not want to go down and deliver a 3-on-3 because suddenly Big might look to retake this. With the bomb now planted, timing's kind of gone for tabseN to pull it back into a retakeable round. He does have teammates in upper tunnels who are starting to slide this way.
What a
King
timing.
Rops, he's caught looking towards the tunnel, but it doesn't mean much, right? So much time has already ticked off the bomb. You're left saving. And so FaZe, they finally cook up a winning strategy here.
Yeah, Carrigan-esque, running through the long corner smoke off the back of one kill. He knew the setup, especially when you see Tizian tucked in like that and not facing. You know he's got a supportive element to try and bait for him, and that was the intention for FaZe. Cut out the AWP. You know, it was seen on Cat early, but as is the meta for a CT orb, wherever you get spotted, if you live, you're going to move. You're going to rotate round, especially on a map like Dust, where, you know, those rotates are so quick on the CT half. So, yeah, FaZe smoke off searsoN. They charge him through a smoke. Nothing new for Carrigan. And then FaZe convert around. A taste of Big's own medicine, perhaps. But is it a one and done? Is it a flash in the pan? Or can FaZe build back into this T side? These are the questions.
Oh, that's a tag.
Lovely. Big haven't used these smokes on the doors yet. Jumps are a little dangerous, as we can see. I wonder if that's something that Big will employ in another gun round. Because while it's fine now, you're okay with Crimbo being half health. Next time, it's a headshot, and you're regretting it all. $300 to stop a pick. Worthy investment. Roki's got 2 sets of util here. What's he lobbing? Or just maybe mashing flashes all damn day.
That's likely to be the case, right? When it looked like FaZe wanted to take long. However, they've kind of reconsidered this on the back of that re-smoke in the long doors. They peel a lot of the attention away from this side of the map. Brokey will start to get these long flashes out.
It's a corner smoke first.
That Molly misses. Was hoping that would have flushed out a close doors player. Twist goes in to enemy territory over at long and his triple swung. They even follow up on a Carrigan who was all the way out through middle, but he was kind of on an island. He was all alone and wasn't even kind of playing into the grandiose strat of the round. The rest of the gang are moving down Cat. They have got him searsoN, who can't flick back in time. Rain's little bald head didn't give it all away. So now that plant looks to come in. FaZe, this is a nice spot, especially with Rops down in lower tunnels. He was cleared last time in the 3-on-4, and this time he's not going to get given chances. They bypass him entirely and look to instead just fight these site players. Rops could get left out of position if these guys on shore don't make a bit of a stand. Miss shots for Brokey, and with every shot that misses, Big are getting closer. Molly forces Rain out into the open. Rops needs to start moving. He's just too far away. He's far too far away. They're on the bomb. He's running up short, but he's not going to get there in time. And Big, they run it down. They fight the site players. And the late lurk from Rops is meaningless.
Yeah, it was a cap plant. I thought he was going to go right up Xbox, but he instead tries to chase some CT. That's the realization that, oh, I'm in lower and they're not climbing up Xbox. They must be in spawn. And while he catches timing, his team both get mollied. Not just Brokey missing all those sitters on the AWP, but then his teammate mollied out of the Gandalf corner. As soon as you know Rops is spawn, you stick in the 10-second and Big get it done. Nothing Rops can do about it. And now FaZe, desperation, looking to run into this B-bomb site. Rain, he's throwing in smokes quick. That's a door smoke from mid. It's going to be a mow down for FaZe. They haven't even cleared. Crimbo flashed out, finally unblinded, and here to do the dirty work through the smoke. And it's only Rain in the blink of an eye.
Wow. I mean, what a way to stop the B-rush. You know, that is so clean. Those kind of, you know, lots of util into like a B-execute. So often those give some sort of result over, right? So often you're able to try and break your way in, but you've got to give a lot of credit to Crimbo and FaZe on these B-leans, man. So often just repelling them. Yeah. It all started with the pistol, with a big 4K from Crimbo, and it's kept up. He tries his hand at the mid-peak again. Doesn't get given anything. searsoN, that was ballsy. Trying to get stuck in, running the the mid-doors smoke. Carrigan's been able to taper that aggression off. FaZe Clearly didn't get the memo, has slipped the net, getting out through the mid doors, now has a lot to consider and oversteps the mark just a little bit in an attempt to reclaim that man advantage. tabseN up close, besting Karrigan and no one nearby to trade that kill, no one nearby to help out.
All right, true test for Crimbo now. He's 1v3, Harry. There's a lurker up long. Do FaZe want to wait for Twist, or is he going to try and backstab? They've got to succeed. They've got to get through Crimbo. He has been a tank. He has been a turret, and he sits behind the box with one, baits the orb shot. Reigns cross it in, and Crimbo decks the king. It's a 1v1. Twist is too far away to play, and Roki, even though he cuts down rotates, it's a pistol all over again. Crimbo needs no support. The bomb loose. Twist stuck out in middle, and Big will work this one out. The smoke fades. Twist gets his shot, but it's Crimbo looking for his second clutch of the map.
It's all on this, Crimbo, mate. The B-holds have been so clean. Can he put a stop to Twist? Out through the doors, and there he is. From the Big Omen Academy to the Bad Omen Academy. There's no getting into his B site today. Wow, Big. They go 1-0 up to kickstart this series. They lock in Dust 2, and considering this started so strong for FaZe, everything comes up big as we get late into that second half.
Yeah, give the kid a pat on the back. That was a monstrous map. No clutches in the game for FaZe, not a single one. 3 from Big, 2 on Crimbo. tabseN in the pistol with that third kill of the map. What an excellent game for Big. The T side was amazingly called. The CT side was solid. FaZe had a couple of sneaky rounds in there, a long take, a cat away, but there was nothing to rely on for FaZe. It's Dust 2. It's what we saw yesterday from Big on that map against Outsiders, and now we have FaZe's pick and Mirage coming up. Harry, I said there was no way Big are going to 2-0, but maybe we're in a world. Maybe there's a way. What do you think, James?
There is always a way, and if Crimbo can do some more clutching and damage like that, I'm sure there is. For the Big fans around the world, they certainly put the hurt onto FaZe here, and I'm just going to come back to a point, Pimp, where I think you looked at the score and you said, "What? Oh, it's 6-3 right now." You know, like, oh, this is like looking good for FaZe. And then all of a sudden, all we get is big rounds going forward.
We got some big like 2020, 2019 during COVID when they were the best team in the world on Dust 2, absolutely destroying everyone. A very controlled game, I'd say, for Big. And again, we talked about, you know, we were trying to find different areas in the game where, okay, maybe Big can contest FaZe Clan in this area. Maybe citizen can match Brokey. It felt like a team of Big just coming in right here. It felt like everyone contributed, and I guess that's the winning way for Big Clan. That's how they became the best team in the world during COVID, you know, and that's how they, I guess, is trying to become a very, not dominant team, but becoming a very competitive team now in 2022 as well.
I think early on, the only player that we didn't talk about, Tizian, was maybe the one that was on fire. So that also tells. We're talking about Big's depth. Like there's more to this team than there was a couple of months ago. So amazing, just coming back from that 6-3, winning 13 rounds, losing just 1. FaZe, especially after losing the pistol, Crimbo there with a 4K, then converting. I was a very, very close force buy that came in. Big converted that, just started rolling, and there was a 3v3 late on that FaZe could have won and maybe made a comeback somehow, but it didn't happen.
And I think this scoreboard paints a pretty clear picture as well. We talked about the firepower, faveN, tabseN, probably the 2 best riflers within Big, you know, the 2 guys with the most firepower. They were laying in the bottom of the scoreboard, and Big Clan still managed to not only win against FaZe Clan, but dominate FaZe Clan. So it was not about the individuals, it was not about the firepower, it was about Big being a better team on Dust 2.
And that is the story. And Big, right, have constantly, for the last years, been picking Dust 2. Even when I say you shouldn't pick Dust 2, you know, it's such a map like this. They're one of the few teams that say they can get away with it. But I don't know about you guys. The whole time I was sat there, I was just waiting for this comeback that FaZe have shown many times.
Yeah,
didn't happen.
They're very good at that, and they're very good at just staying alive. And I think there was a chance. Like I was thinking, okay, I think it was 13-6 at some point. T side Dust 2 with the current CT side and meta and the changes of Dust 2, very hard as it is. But like this could be a Karrigan masterclass. Let's see if this is gonna happen. They got 1 round and it was over.
It was over. Now we move on to Mirage. And okay, this is going into FaZe Clan's pick, right? Fair enough. But this is also a map that, again, fits quite nicely here for Big Clan. I'm not going to get too excited just yet. We know FaZe can have slow starts for sure. But if you're FaZe right now, you need to work out what the hell you're playing at when it comes to this one.
I agree, you know, but I will also say I feel like Mirage is a different map than Dust 2. They often get put in the same category, but I don't believe that's the case. You know, it's not as easy to dominate an opponent as a team on Mirage as it is on Dust 2. You can play with long, like take an example on Dust 2, right? If you take long control every single time and the opponent doesn't know how to figure that out, you can win a game based on that. Whereas on Mirage, you need individual firepower. You need someone to step up and take the duels and win the duels.
You don't think they have firepower? Didn't we just say like they have so much more firepower?
But that was enabled by the team.
I'm not saying that FaZe doesn't have more, but that's not really a realistic bar to set. I think if you talk about like teams in general, like Big are pretty good. They have a lot of depth along the board, but I think their Mirage historically hasn't been that great, right? What is this? 3 wins out of like 10, 12 games that they played. Some of course, they made changes, so it's not the same lineup. But some of the teams that they lost to here, being Wisla Krakow, Entropic, K23, forZe, it's not the highest caliber opposition. So I feel like I'm not that convinced by their Mirage.
It's easier to have firepower when you feel comfortable on a map. You know, when all players know what to do, all players know what duel to take, and I guess all the duels are in your own favor because you did something with your grenades or something to lure out the opponent. That's not going to be the case on Mirage. I think we're having a reality check right here where FaZe, at least according to my money, I expect them to come in and blow Big out of the server. You know, I don't think there's much Big can do in that regard, unless FaZe is having an off day. I was very impressed with what Big did here on Dust 2. They fully deserved the win. They by far were the better team. My point is, it's way, way tougher to do that on a map like Mirage than it is on Dust 2.
Well, if they get themselves maybe into some clutches, then Big can enjoy the Crimbo effect.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, they won 3 clutches here in this game as well, so that also helps just making it a very comfortable game. Also, winning on the T side of Dust 2, you're always either you get the entries and just win outright, or you put your opponent in a bad situation where they have to save, where they don't want to risk these like 3v3s, 4v4s across the sites. And this is amazing. From
7 so far in 2 days.
I think no one saw this coming. Like, it's like, this Crimbo guy's kind of good, you know?
No, okay, we watched him. Me and Pim watched him in the Academy League, right? He was good, but he was also IGLing, but I wasn't wowed to this level. And also, I didn't even look at him to think he'd be doing against this level of competition.
He was decent. He wasn't a player that made the difference, I'd say, for Big Roman Academy. Maybe in terms of calling, but it's hard for us from the outside to really figure out how much of an impact he's having. But firepower-wise, he's been surprising me a lot, and I guess we keep coming back to it. You know, firepower-wise. Yeah, it looks better for Big than it's done in quite some time. And again, I don't want to pound on the fact that Kilo is no longer here, right? But it was the same Big lineup for a very, very long time, and a constant point of conversation for us was the lack of firepower. When they lost Santeros, they lacked firepower, and it felt like they've gotten more in favor and now also Crimbo.
It's also like how they play the game, sometimes maybe being too tactical, too conservative, and in this game, at least, they didn't have to be conservative. Like, when things got rolling, they had the economy, they didn't need to go for ecos or whatever. They just played it out, and converting that like B retake on the city side to get the good start, that kind of helps out. It's weird when you look at the scoreboard. You don't even know who won. Like all the players have like 18 to 8 frags on both sides. It's one of these weird Dust 2s where you get the entries, save a lot, and I feel like, of course, Mirage is going to be a more open map. It's not that kind of a map where if you get into bomb site, it's job done, right? It's not going to happen like that. Even the B bomb site, not that amazing to retake, but the A bomb site is like constant battle. You don't really get these, okay, we made the great call, we got the entry, and this is job done.
Mirage is a map for fraggers, James, and that's what we're going to see.
That's why I don't play it.
Let me ask you this question, though, right? Okay, FaZe Clan lost the first map, a little bit maybe shocked and surprised by it, but are we maybe just underestimating the understanding of what levels Big's at here, or is this FaZe just needing to show up? Do you think we really saw the full FaZe just then?
We didn't see the full FaZe, obviously, right? It's always a case of a bit of both in a way. I think Big Clan, though, was super, super impressive on Dust 2. That was probably the best game they played as a lineup as a whole so far with Crimbo. It's a massive win. Obviously, it's the best of 3, so they haven't won anything yet, but that performance, if you isolate that was some very solid counters from Big. But you can't take away the fact that Brokey lost a couple of rounds, played some situations he would have won, had it been a couple of days ago. So no, FaZe Clan weren't looking too good.
I want to just put it out there, a Big, obviously, coming into this tournament, they weren't even among the top 8 ranked teams. Fnatic was there, so maybe, they're kind of the borderline team expected to go through. They're already 2-0. They can just qualify for the major today with 1 out of 2 maps, and that would be amazing for them. On the other hand, Na'Vi already lost. Vitality is in the 2-1 pool. and it could be FaZe as well. That could be a kind of a bloodbath there.
That's not a world that anyone expected to be in at all, right? But overall, Mirage, you guys are still saying, yes, okay, FaZe will get the job done here. But are we worried that maybe they didn't expect Big to come in this well prepared? You know, we know they, like you mentioned, Prof, sometimes they can be too tactical in it. But now could they be the perfect mix here to be able to take down a FaZe? Are you seeing a 2-0?
I'm not seeing it. I'm not convinced about their Mirage, but I think there is definitely a chance. It could be an open game, just a game where both teams have their chances. But I think with that and the new coming after it, I feel like there is definitely a realistic chance. Like the Dust 2 win was a must, but it was like so convincing that it gives you just that like extra bit. But I think FaZe are still in this like very seriously.
I fully agree. I've really been impressed with Big, not only in this game, not only on Dust 2, but so far in this tournament. You said it yourself, coming into the tournament, no one really knew where to put him, right? They were maybe close to making it, maybe not. Right now they look like a contender. Even if they were to lose to FaZe right here, I think just with this win on Dust 2 in the fashion they did it, that's a statement to the rest of the tournament as well. Big have a decent chance, you know. It's a 50-50 game now, I feel. FaZe are still the favorites on Mirage, but
50-50?
Yeah, I'd say so, you know. FaZe have to win 2 in a row. Big Clan just need one of the next 2, and I think that's a 50-50 in my book.
2 times more harder, yeah. 200% even.
Yeah.
He is the professor, you know, we've got to give him that. Well, guys, we'll have to see how this goes down. No matter what the stats are, no matter what the percentage shows, we're going to Mirage next, and it is FaZe's pick. We'll see if they can even it up and take us to Nuke. But also, Karrigan is pretty damn good at building teams, so maybe you might want to see what he can do with $15.
So you have $15. You can pick whatever players you want from this. As you're going to see, some of them are on your team, but you can be biased. It's fine. All right. So how are you going to start this one off?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I want to pick my whole team, but as I see, they're pretty expensive. So
I think we have some inside info that they are pretty expensive. Yeah.
Yeah. Cut. So yeah, you start out with an Orber. I'll take Poison because I believe I can bring a better version out of himself. It's a cheap investment. There's a lot of good Orbers there, but I need a good surrounding about the team. And let's say we win some tournaments and Poison doesn't do good enough, I can invest it on new Orber, you know. So I'm thinking smart here. I'll bring myself as an in-game leader. This team is gonna win the major within a year, so I'm still on my top there. So
that's the call for you, yeah. Within 1 year.
Exactly, right. So yeah, that's Poison and Karrigan so far, and then I will take aggressive rivaler in Yekinda. Me and him taking map control.
Oh yeah.
Or Space Crater, as someone might say. Sounds a little better.
Yeah.
And then obviously the passive rifle Robs. Have to do it. Invest my money in that guy like I've done the last few years with my teams. And then I think I'll take the flex rivaler Messi. I've seen a lot of good potential from this guy, and I think with some more experience and on a really great team like this, it can be a really tough team to beat. So I think the team overall, Poison, Karrigan, Yekinda, Robs, and Messi. I think we have covered. For example, the flex rival can be passive, he can be aggressive, he has to play different roles. Yekinda very aggressive, me, I'm a very passive player normally. Kidding. So yeah, I think Poison is the question mark, but I think that's a cheap investment. And like the last few months, he's been without a contract, so yeah.
Yeah, he is a free agent for most of the last few months. So that's actually, that's a cheap signing. It's right there. One question then, what's your map pool like? What's your first pick?
Vertigo.
Vertigo.
Yeah, Poison, I remember Poison on Complex. He was good on Vertigo. We have Yekinda. Robs is in very insane lurk, and like I'm god in-game leader on Vertigo.
All right. Okay. I guess if you say so. All right. All right. Hopefully the chat likes your team. They're gonna definitely give their thoughts on this one. I think there's gonna be some contentious words being left in those comments, but either way, thanks for building your team with me. Really appreciate it. And that has been another episode of Building Your Dream Team with Karrigan at the PGL EU RMR.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Well, we just saw Big look really, really good on Dust 2. Now we're heading to FaZe's map pick in this series. It's a little bit of Mirage. This is one where at least, you know, when you kind of look at the standings, you look at the numbers on this one, it should be a lot safer for FaZe, right? You're hoping that they can come in with a response. But I got to say, you know, Big, they kind of played it like a whole new level just then on Dust 2. So that feels a little hard to quantify. Also, you know, when we kind of look at FaZe here, I want to see more out of Twists. He was super quiet on Dust 2, right? Pretty kind of under par for this guy. And so often he can just be electrifying. So here he is on screen. He's looking motivated, looking driven. And FaZe are going to do everything they can to make this a 3-map series. Nuke waiting in the wings as the decider, should we need it.
Should, yeah, and it's a big should. It's a big question right now. I don't think many people expected Big to look that lights out, that solid. FaZe were never in that game. They led by 6-3. They were looking good. Then we had Big come out with rifle rounds, and they ran away with that half, and that CT side was just no contest for Big either. You know, obviously, you said this is a lot better of a map for FaZe. That much is a safe bet for Big. It's one that they haven't touched all too much with this roster. They've got maps played on it. They've certainly not faced this level of competition, but, you know, with some of the individuals popping off last map, with the entries Tizian was giving, with the cross shots from Searson, with the clutches out of Crimbo, hey, there's certainly a world here for Big where they could surprise and steal this one 2-0 and not just go to the major, Harry, but go there as legends, skipping a whole stage. Damn. We'll see if they can do it, though. FaZe on that T-side start. And it was pretty desperate last time around. This one's methodical to begin. We've got Util being thrown over by Carrigan, but Tabson's in under, and he's gone 1-for-1. Info that there's a second player will set Big up. You see they're dismantling the triple stack right now. They know this intention was going to be a con play. Rarely you see fakes and a pistol. Big know what's up, but can they stop it?
Oh, they're going to start to pull players around. Tizian waiting back in CT, now joined by Crimbo. They do have this kit, right? So if it comes down to a retake, if they're able to deal with one of these players in the exec, you'd be all right to back off and play 4-on-3. Tizian peeking out. Doesn't find a thing. Faven now trying to get out the jungle side, has got Brokey trapped in this corner. Clean tap.
Oh.
And, oh my goodness, in the blink of an eye, Big are the ones pulling up and looking to run away with this pistol round. Rops, bombs planted for him back here in con, but this is going to have to be magnificent. They've got the kit, they're sticking it, and Faven with a very, very clean pistol helps Big go 1-0 up. Now looking to really sweeten the deal with some conversions coming down the pipeline.
I feel like when you get Big on a run, when you get them, you know, motivated and full of momentum, it's so hard to stop this team when everyone's popping off. Like, that's when their best tournament runs come through. And, you know, the fact that they're even 2-0 up in the first place is impressive, considering that they had to face outsiders who have been in relatively good form recently. And, you know, even through that into a 2-0, now a map against FaZe. Like, I don't think there's going to be much in the mental side against Big. They're only going to be pumped up by the position they're in. They know they are now 15 rounds away from going into Legends. Like, that's just insane. Nice, you know, just swift pistol round, not really close again. FaZe get a plant, but Rob's not given even a chance to fire off a bullet from Connector. And that's going to be a pistol stolen away It's a map, again, that we haven't seen Big face top tier opposition on. They only played it once at Pro League. They lost to Liquid. For FaZe, they had numerous wins at EPL on this map, even in the final over Ents, taking down Vitality there as well. Similar to, how FaZe held on just the other day in that game against Vitality to get 2-0 when they were like 10-16 down, 10-14 down, and they pulled it all the way back 6 CT rounds in a row and closed the map. So, I'm not going to count FaZe out in a bad position, but even so, Big, let's see if they can convert this pistol round. It's looking good right now. FaZe haven't even fully forced. Just a scout on Karrigan, a couple of deagles. Rain makes it into the window, and no one's going to have heard this, so there's a chance to wrap, but Big, they know what they're doing. They haven't broken the vent by design. He can't flank CT. He's got to look up into that A side. Oh, that's awkward. Tizian. Maybe not calmed along that position was open.
You learn about it the hard way, right? Taking one at the back of the head. Rain with pistols is always a treat to keep an eye on. One to his name with this deagle already. And he's hitting the go button, walking out into the A site, getting a lot of room. Kind of coming as a bit of a surprise to Rain, just how far they'd let him go. And that was Faven, all the way from Cat that just stole that frag away there.
Scout, Karrigan scout. It's alone in middle, Harry. There's two walking in B, but even if they get this entry, it won't matter. Karrigan's nowhere near. He's running under right now. Great dig shots. Double wallbang headshot for FaZe. The bomb, as said, is delayed, and so they need to try and take space, keep Big from running out of the market. tabseN's doing his best to try and chokehold this site. He won't commit. He could get double swung. Does Karrigan want to plant or try and help out? Twist is covering. Karrigan's dead on the plant, and tabseN in a 1v1 with a time on his side has tucked behind the bench. There it is.
Dinked, though. It's so close. The battle of the A1Ss, and tabseN's able to win that out. 9 HP, the difference between that being a FaZe round or a Big round.
And if tabseN's waking up now, I'm terrified. He was like 2-8 the entire game. He didn't do anything. He got 1 kill in the second pistol to win a 1v1. But like individually, his calls were great, but he didn't need to pop off. He didn't need to frag out. And now he's starting a game like this. Terrifying for FaZe.
Fast into middle. searsON with his scout already landing a tag. It's not really a very powerful tag. Rob's barely even damaged by it. Still enough to soften him up to these A1Ss. Re-smoke in the window. Everybody in mid with the exception of Rops, who's leant back over towards T-Ramp. Going to open up. Oh, makes it a double. He's starting to come alive, right? Twist's already looking to outdo his performance from Dust 2, has opened up the A plate. tabseN tries to give chase, tries to get in behind them, but oh, hey. Oh, my goodness, he turns on a dime. Karrigan was meant to have that. That was meant to be his all damn day. Still a 3-on-4. Not perfect for Big, but this Palace wrap for faveN suddenly gives you a moment of poise, a moment to see what he's able to get away with. You can still justify giving this round a go if faveN does enough. So Big is still floating around. They're waiting to see what this guy can do out through Palace. He's brought us back into a 3-on-3. One man at Tetris, Brokey tucked in at the firebox all alone inside of the site. The rest of his team, the bomb's not planted for them. So Brokey really can't afford to die. Out with the swing, he falls, and now it's all on Rops. But the bomb's planted safe. They can get on it. He's got to run into the site. He's got to run them down. They don't have a kit on faveN. The flash is so awkward. faveN will get the kill. He's got a kit as well. It's going to be so close, so down to the wire. And once more, Big are just going to lock it in with a last-second defuse.
How do they do it? The late act for faveN as well. He may make that first contact on the retake, but he is the last guy to get involved. And get involved he shall. Sickening closer onto Karrigan and gets the stick off with just a second remaining. Sorry, Rops rather, in the clutch. Really nice round out of faveN. And that kit dropped just close enough that he can stick the bomb. Big. I mean, these are clutch rounds right now. These are not rounds that you would expect to see FaZe losing the way they are. A 4-on-3 in the post, and they can't do it. Back to the drawing board. Back to a gun round. With a bomb plant, they are allowed that at least. But Brokey's AWP delayed in this game. Citizen got spotted in window. Ray's got to be very careful coming up on catwalk. He's trying to lurk and get that short player off the angle to give some room for FaZe to take this A site. He's already dead to Faven. FaZe are running rampant out the ramp. There's 4 players here. Tizian taking contact. He's got cover on default. Brokey trying to take him down, but they double swing from the site, and this is a flawless round right now. 2 points of damage has been done by FaZe, and that is simply it. Rops, we've seen him pull out some phenomenal clutches, but is today the day for FaZe?
Well, a 1v5. They're certainly not going to make it easy for him. Even quad leaning into the A bomb site, right? Rops swinging on out, but how many can he actually take to the grave with him? I mean, you don't even want to dedicate to saving at this point. There's still so much time left. They've spotted him now at ramp. They know where he is, but no one on big is getting overzealous with it. They're going to wait till he gets out or till they can swing him together. Or makes contact first. Missed shot for Searson. Here's the re-swing from the top of stairs. And so Faven will deliver. Big up 4-0. 16-3 between Tabson and Faven to open this map as well.
I love that for Big. You know, you often say this, Harry. They're a team that they don't give... they don't give clutches room. They love to hunt in the clutch in the best of ways, like suffocating. But right there, they tuck in the 5-on-1. They wait till Rops is committed. Searson even legged him on that peak as well, and just set his teammate up for the swing. But they even show that in the 5v2 when they swing default together and double face. Karrigan Scout continues to take skulls, and Rain even follows up. A little eeky-beaky for FaZe, and they get cheeky, all right. Tizian trades Rain, keeps it even. Now Big can just give up mid if they want. They don't have to die on this hill. FaZe can grab some guns perhaps if they get all the way to connector, but they've already decided to reset with Rops under Balk. He has a smoke. Does he want to give it up though, or does he want to just try and take a dry fight? That might be his only way in. Big are giving up A. They're trying to collapse on middle. They're going to get the info at least and clear this one out, but now do they know how deep FaZe have gotten?
Robs is going to start to cross in, right? He's at least made it past the default area. However, now that you've seen the bomb crossing, you know they're already in A. Searson posted up, hoping that someone gets a little too cocky, trying to take a man advantage in this post plant. He's just going to wait, very, very patient. Big have been more than fine, leaving these retakes down to the wire.
This is close, though.
Smoking a Palace and Tabson. This first contact matters a hell of a lot. Oh, he's going to win that first fight. It's actually Searson to nail them through the boxes. And I mean, it's just immediate, isn't it? From the moment that first contact is made, it's like a wave just washing over you. They keep 3 alive from the 3-on-3. And this big is super guile. I'll tell you that much.
5-0, ferocious and fiery FaZe. They need something now. They cannot afford to let Big continue this streak and this momentum, because already they're eyeing up that spot at the major. FaZe, we of course still expect to see them there, regardless of how this game goes. But they want to go through cheap, Harry. They want to go through free.
And look, man, I mean, FaZe, Karrigan-led teams in particular, haven't had the best success rate at majors, so you kind of want to make it as easy as you can, right?
All right, this is Karrigan. This is Karrigan, all right.
This is vintage Karrigan.
Yeah.
Fast through mid, up through con. Now at the stairs, playing around this smoke. Faven seems very aware of this possibility.
You gotta be.
Stops to consider the window boost up, and that moment of leaning away has given Karrigan ownership of this angle.
No.
Caught with nades out is Faven, but his spam damage goes back the way of Karrigan. Him and Tabson are locked in this fight. It's a weird one as they traded places in connector. Karrigan will drop into A, still trying to create space, still trying to make this round happen. He's good for another kill. Oh, the response though. Nade goes out, Crimbo swings with it, and in the blink of an eye, it's all left onto Brokey. He's getting T-spawn wrapped by Searson, and so what that means for the rest of the big boys, they probably don't go peek and look at them. They are tucking in so passively. They are waiting for this wrap to be in a position to activate, to get stuck in, and Brokey is left with no chance to remove players from the round. At a very, very rough time to try and 1v3 this.
Oh, yeah, the plays on him. He can't hide here forever. They'll work it out. They know he's in the site somewhere. They've got him boxed. Searson's not even activating. He's waiting for a sound cue. He's waiting for a spot, and someone's got to see him. There's the CT peek, and there's the round. Tizian looking good in this CT side right now for Big. 3 in that for him. And it felt like even though Tabson went over the top of stairs and shot the wrong player, he tried to take down Twist instead of Karrigan, who was right below him, and Karrigan covered. It didn't matter. The nade comes in from CT spawn. Crimbo faces with it, and Big just double kill in an instant, putting Brokey in another impossible clutch. Tack timeout for FaZe. Doesn't matter how much space Karrigan got there in that round, up towards stairs, and even taking not the 5-on-4 because they lost the first player top mid, but equalizing in a 4-on-4, and still Big. They know when to disengage. They know when to give it up and go back and wait on the flank. Big want to go to the major, and if you do too, scan that QR code. Tickets still available in Antwerp. Great location, of course. You've been hearing us say it for 2 weeks now, for a week now, and I'm going to keep shouting it. Perfect place, no matter where you are in Europe. Searson back to windows. Been smoked out at top mid every single time, if not the window smoke to follow, but it's not like FaZe are taking middle heavily in this round. It's just Rain defaulting. FaZe spread across the map. A B lean, but in no hurry to commit. And a flash D perhaps try and get an AWP off the angle. You know that Searson's going to be starting a lot of different rollouts at the beginning of these rounds, right? Boosting up for a B pick, taking a Palace spawn. He dropped under earlier. Big have all the options in their wheelhouse. Regrouping now on A for Big. They've seemed to stack it. They seem convinced, but FaZe, I don't know if they want this A site. They'll play a deep in B apps. They can come up Cat and regroup with him. That seems to be the call right now. Rain is running amok. It's Favin at the back of B, and Crimbo getting mollied out of position.
Oh, Rain, he spotted a player, right? He needs to try and secure this opener. Broke his scout. It's only a tag. Rain just kind of slipped the net and made it up close because of this smoke that Big dropped. And so he will come hunting for Favin, dealing with him and going on to double up. It's a big old T-spawn wrap for Tizian, but he's ultimately just too far removed from the retake to even consider this. You deal with Rops on an extremely late lurk, but that still doesn't spur you on to want to give this round a go. FaZe, they find the gap, they get up the short side. They know that, you know, in a few of these rounds, they've been given an awful lot of respect in mid. They've been given a good bit of room. And so they use that to devastating effect up against this Big squad.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, back on the last map, the only players who were like bailing FaZe out of positions were Rain and Brokey as well in that AWP. That's a high impact round for Rain, right? They don't fall for Favin trying to bait for Crimbo by starting bench and car side and smoking his teammate out of his escape. He runs away with a kill, and Crimbo still gets cleared. At that point, Rain has so much space in the bomb site, he knows Favin's still here. So good checks for Rain on the double entry into B, and FaZe do manage to get a T-side round on the board. It was about time. Looking to build back into this map. It's not done until they say it's done. But who on earth can FaZe call at this point? Back to an AXX standard. Quick con smoke, they're going for it. FaZe don't seem to be waiting around. They smoked the molly. Karrigan won't commit. He's going to wait for his team to set up in Palace. But these are full XX smokes already down for FaZe. They've got to use them while they're up.
They're going to have to go. They're going to have to try and make this happen. Up close around, Tizian's playing anti-flash, and so that's more like it, right? These openers come through for FaZe. They find this little gap looking to exploit it. Tabson, that's a lot of damage. And will that spur you on? You've brought two of these players down so low. There's Crimbo to finish what Tabson started. And we're in this 3-on-3. A moment of poise. Twists breaks the silence out from Tetris. Rops is wrapping middle as well. These lurks haven't really found anything yet. But right now, the round's in the palm of his hands. And so there he is. Him and Twists combined for the final couple of kills. And FaZe now streaking 2 together in a row.
Nice that FaZe just keep up the steamroll there, right? As soon as Rops makes contact, they swing in off of him because, yeah, Rops doesn't even get any of those flank kills. He does a lot of damage, but FaZe just decide to help him out with a little bit of a whiff. They run down the remaining big players who are scared of their back line, and yeah, just momentum round there for FaZe. Double entry out A. There was a chance in the mid-round. There were some nades that could have been placed to kill the low players, but without them landing, Big are finally broken. FaZe going to get a free round here, you think. Ramp rush, baby. Rops ain't blind, and he's not playing either. 4 shots through Big. FaZe will convert it. That's a lovely spray for Rops. What he was born to do. Known for his pinpoint precision, but got to whip out the 30 rounds if you have to. And so FaZe, maybe there's a route back into this T side. Maybe there's a half still to be won on their map pick.
Something kind of wild, right, is if you kind of look at the last map as well and coming into this one, it's good that FaZe are finding their footing because up until now, you know, actually, I'll include it up until this moment. In the last 24 rounds, 4 of them have... wait, is this right? Yeah. 4 of them have actually gone the way of FaZe. So, you know, only just starting to build that back, right? Because Dust 2 kind of ended in a huge streak for Big, right? There was 1 solitary round for FaZe in there. They hadn't tasted victory in a very long while. I think you really had them down on their luck, right? Feeling just beat up by this Big squad, and now stumbling back to their feet, and it's still a ways to go, but it's at least early days here on Mirage as they're finding solutions, as they're piecing this one together.
Oh, B, but they're faking it. FaZe are trying to draw rotates. Big are panicking right now. Everyone's running over to the bomb site. Citizen will realize he will double back. It's going to be a late mid take into this A split. Favin's missed the timing, and Citizen's not posted window either. FaZe, if they can rely on this lurk out mid, if Rain can get an opening kill, this will cause commotion, pandemonium for Big. Favin's heard the steps. Maybe he can get flashed through this smoke. No one's priming one. He's just going to walk it dry. This is dangerous for Favin. This is the make or break. He won't play off the reload. There are 2 Ts there. They're going to wait in the fade. Favin got to pick a spot right here, right now, and Twist's going to clear it. Oh, it's a mess. Twist with the entry. Tizian's got to give it up. He sees him out ramp on a jiggle as well. This boost up is going to be too late to do anything for Big. Maybe it catches Karrigan, but FaZe already own the site.
Yeah, so often, though, all they need is these little equalizing kills, and then they can slow it down, right? Normally, a 4-on-4 ain't enough. They want to try and go 4-on-3 up, so Searson's going to hold this angle. They keep waiting, and that was the golden opportunity.
Yes.
As he tries to go back out, Karrigan deals with 2 and starts to reel Big in a little bit. Tizian, and Crimbo with the killer piece, and now Crimbo's spurred on a 1v2. Hell, I mean, he was good for these kind of moments back on Dust. Gonna give it a go here on Mirage, up through Con. They know about him. Bomb's planted for Ramp as well, so he's going to have a rough time in this one. Sees the AWP, sees Brokey. Oh, that's a flick and a half! And now a lot of damage to Brokey. It's the Clutch King versus the new boy, and right now, Brokey's not in a good spot. He's on the bomb, spamming away, but Crimbo wins it with the stick. Big up on a 7 as Crimbo puts another clutch on the tally, this time a 1v2. To find 7 rounds for Big.
He's so calm. You thought that swing for Twist was going to end it, right? Crimbo's just aiming at ramp. He's trying to pick Brokey, but his moves are smooth, hopping into the bomb site and knowing that he's up against an AWP. He may as well stick that bomb. Smoke, flash, look at the ground, hope for the best, and Crimbo, he delivers again for Big. This guy just don't stop. What a nice flick back to Twist. And Twist has been playing better. He's got the same amount of frags he had in all of Dust 2. 8 kills. Ramp push again. Don't feed Rops. Don't feed Rops because he's hungry. And dinner is served. Double kill to start. Big. They won a disadvantage round last time, but this is even harder. There's a lull in the action as FaZe wait. Grouping, waiting for Twist to come out under. Rain's out top mid 2. Con smoke again. And FaZe keep using this to walk up through middle. And Big never have that info. That's the one thing they've lacked on the CT side, the mid control. They've tried to play it, but FaZe have pulled them out of those positions with some of their fake utility. That smoke missed. That came in from T-Spawn. That's not landed anywhere near where it's supposed to. They can still walk through it. Crimbo has no idea. If they go up on stairs, he's dead. Right now, the intention's on Searson with Crimbo. He swings, and he gets a double. 3 for Crimbo. He can't keep doing him like this. Favin in a 1v1, very low. And Twist tries to hunt the kill, but Favin's reset, running Spawn. Twist has got to go up and over to get that bomb on the balcony. And Favin, if he insta-peeks, he might just win it as Twist fiddles around.
FaZe for a moment considered it, right? Molly's off jungle and now just has to worry about CT. Still hasn't been swung. Oh, just a bit of a jiggle, and that's enough to give it over.
What an angle.
Twist with a clutch, and I mean, finally, FaZe have a clutch go their way, right?
Yeah.
So often, I mean, back on Dust 2, they weren't able to field them. It was constantly Big picking up those clutch moments, those clutch rounds. And so finally some good news goes back the way of FaZe. Through considering how that starts, though, with a double up from Rops at ramp. No chance to trade those. A 5-on-3 out of the gate. And then Crimbo goes huge to pull it back into an even doable spot. Like, that round should have been FaZe's all day long. The fact that we're celebrating them winning a 1v1 shows just how good Big did at making that competitive.
Yeah, first clutch in the entire series for FaZe. And we're halfway through map 2. Big. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's only USPs, you say. It's only pistols. But they are 4B. Luckily, Karrigan on a Mac 10 might be more lethal than Karrigan with an AK in this round. He can run a gun. He can his way through the bomb site, checking the car. Oh no, he don't. Faven gets a kill. Citizen's boosted up. Does the molly spread? It doesn't look like it. He's fired off. So is his teammates.
Oh, no.
Another kill. That's 2 down. FaZe can still bail if they want. They might just wait on Rain to come up. Crimbo can't escape the Molotov and the smoke combo, and they clear Citizen in the corner. Tizian's too far. FaZe, a bit of a wait there, but they get it done. It was worth the wait. 5 rounds here, unless Tizian has something despicable, and he should just be dead on the first peak.
Yeah, he's just going to wait. Try play for damage. Try play for a gun. Kind of the best case you could hope for is catching Rops as he tries to leave the apartments here. He's coming his way. Very deep angle for Tizian. Oh, he's going to get it. There's more where that came from, though, and so the trade is immediate. 2 players surviving. I mean, FaZe don't make money on that round. They don't make bank. Got to give them credit, though, right? I mean, I know it was only USPs. It still gets close, like, but the realization to kind of hold off just for a moment as you set up, as you compose yourself a bit in that moment. If they did double down on the initial pacing that Karrigan tried to set, I think that spirals madly out of control. And so that moment for the smokes to fade, for the sight lines to get reduced, and for them to just shut out the USP players was a nice realization that that was getting weird. Searson missed the cat jump.
And he's dead. They're out under. That is really awkward, man. I mean, how is this molly not spread? Faven, walking on water, walking on fire.
Covered in petroleum jelly. It doesn't hurt him. Now smoked off, he's given away to get out of window.
I can't believe Searson missed that jump. It's been a bit of a slow starter here on this one for Searson. Oh, and a missed smoke as well. We won't talk about it, Tabson. Don't worry, no one saw. It's just me and you here, hanging out, having a good time. FaZe are resetting. And again, Big, this is good, but they can't do this forever. They're crunching mid, getting that info. Now that they have it, they might even set Tabson up on a flank, but which read do they make? Tabson's looking under. Tizian's the only guy in A and barely on the edge of that smoke. FaZe will announce this play, you would think, with utility. At least a flash over from Brokey and T-Spawn. So Big, they've been given ample time to get set up. Faven looking to commit.
Look at
wants to
Crimbo go.
anchor.
And with Tabson having cleared out lower,
they know.
At this point, they're like, okay, guys, it is the A play. However, you still need your 2 players here to put on a bit of a show, to actually hold the line. Faven is blind. Oh, 1 might not be enough for him here. It's going to put a lot of the onus on Tizian with a double T-spawn wrap. If he could pluck 1 from the ranks of FaZe and then get out of there, that would have been lovely. Instead, he's traded. It's an important trade for Rops. This ramp flank is now arriving. You might be ready for 1, but are you ready for 2? Crimbo springs the trap. Brokey's dealt with him. Now they're looking for Tabson. They're trying to figure out where he could possibly be. And on this wrap, holds the trigger just for a moment. Now going to go hunting for Rops. Time is ticking off the bomb, but Tabson has read this well into Palace, pushing him down on the close angle. Rops holds the line. And so it's another one of these clutches, these 1v1s that FaZe are able to dust themselves down and pick up.
Oh, I don't know if Rops heard the silent jump, right? There's still a little bit of an audio cue, maybe, but he was very aware that Tabson was chasing him down there. Must have made a step himself to know that Tabson had that info on the ramp side. Nice double flank attempt. Real shame that Tizian doesn't kill Rops there on the plant. He shot the cover player instead. If he gets the planter dead, it delays the plant even longer there for FaZe. But great trade on the bomb site. Keeps that round in their pocket. FaZe are waking up. FaZe are warming in, and this should be a 7. That molly ticks last second. tabseN's dead. No escaping the other side of the in-game leader. Deagle is good for TiziaN. Maybe 2. Rops has been solid on ramp, and he won't let down now. FaZe pick up this A site, and with no one in position to stop, and with smokes down on short, Big are cut out of this one. They're on damage duty, but FaZe are finding 7.
I mean, the liberating thing here is like, hell, you may as well give it a go. You know, you got pistols, you got armor, get 1 kill, maybe it starts to get a little bit weird. They tried it, deal with Carrigan, and he's good for the first. There's a man here to trade in Brokey, and so he's going to keep it under control, even getting away from searson and leaving it to Rops. Lets that AWP continue into play for FaZe. They've tied this game up now at 7-7 and are looking to win out the first half. Yeah. Feels like we're starting to see them stumble back to their feet here, right? Not being able to win a single clutch on Dust 2, having countless rounds racking up against you, they finally found something solid.
You know, and it's even more impressive with how scary the post plants have been for FaZe, like how close these rounds have come with double entries, both times on A, and the amount of times they planted default. The one time they didn't was when Crimbo stuck it and Brokey was AWPing ramp on reverse plant. Every other time it's been default for FaZe. They've been so constricted in their A attacks, but they've still converted them, so that's all that matters. An AWP now for searson, but a very silent half from a man who was popping off last map. Still the T side to concern ourselves with, but we're not there yet. searson's in the wrong place. FaZe want to crunch B. It's an exec out of spawn. Twist is coming in late from under, but everyone else is charging in through the B bomb site. Crimbo, he's getting that first kill on the hold. Still got cat support. They haven't dropped in. faveN finds a body falling to the ground. Brokey needs a quick shot on this AWP, but they are not giving up kills. Yeah. And he's decided to wait for Rops.
They might just have to write this one off entirely, right? Rops up the short side. They're going to see what he can accomplish, what he can do. Util out on tabseN. That's a freebie. Rops is given that one, but the trade is found. Crimbo waiting. Oh, that's a lot of damage. And now it's only Brokey at 5 points of health, or 9 points of health rather.
Jumping.
He's got a man wrapping him through lower tunnels, and he should be a dead man. The Brokester about to get turned to dust, and there it is. Big close out this first half at 8-7, successfully repelling the B play to find it.
I still think Big are going to be very happy with that game. Don't get me wrong, FaZe are playing far better than they did back on Dust 2, but Big taking a lead on not their primary map, on FaZe's pick, and when you have searson this silent, despite the scoreline, there's only time for him to wake up and get even better, get even more potent. Also, I wonder how much Big have prepped for this map and for this matchup, right? It's an expected pick for FaZe in this series, and we know Big are a very prep-heavy team, so we'll see how that applies as we move into this T side where most of that is going to pay off. tabseN performing far better as well individually, and TiziaN has not slowed down on his entry work, which is good to see. You know, I think when we knew a cut was coming for Big, when we knew Crimbo was coming in, it was probably between k1to and TiziaN. TiziaN obviously being the more experienced of the two, and he's really stepped it up in recent months. That molly misses, so it's a bit awkward for Big. It's going to keep that mid-control for FaZe, and Rops will even aggress and clear that out. But does it matter with Crimbo down lower? Twist jumping up, and he's caught in transition. Crimbo gets the opener, and Big run wild.
Rain's tucked in at triple. Oh, they're all around him. He does go unchecked, but run down. It's a very scary position to be in. He needed success from the offset, and with it not coming through, that A bomb site is overran. Now through CT, Carrigan trying to make a way back in happen. Good for the first. And they're not going to re-swing him. They will just tuck. They spot Rops out in middle, and they've dealt with the only man that was near enough to actually retake. Rops just so far removed, gonna get double swung from window and lower. They've spotted him going into con. He's got to have eyes in the back of his head. First kill found. He's got 2 trapped in lower, and it's clean from Rops. He doesn't have time to retake.
He thinks he killed the underplayer.
Oh, no, there's another. And Crimbo is there. The double up from lower tons and season with the other 3. It's a big round from the quiet German AWPer to open up this second half.
Yeah, very safe tuck for Crimbo there, but because Rops kills a player down lower, he thought that was the under guy, right? It was actually Window jumping out, something that, you know, you need to call if you're Twist there, who died to Crimbo, saying, no, it's not the under player. You're the only one who knows off the kill feed alone. But yeah, so much happening, and that round seemingly unwinnable just due to position. Doesn't matter if you get 3 kills in mid. Big have taken a pistol. FaZe force up. Always worth doing on these CT sides, especially on a map like Mirage. There's really not many exceptions to this rule on CT. Especially when scouts are about. Searson, he gets hit by one early. That's Brokey hitting the tag. Searson will meet him there, though. Oh, spotted in con. Brokey turns from flashes. Twist aggresses. Rain with a dig on the A site already, putting it to use. And Rob starts spamming away to find 2 of his own. Tizian trades one back, but Bigger in hot water. There's no doubting it. If Rain activates, Tizian needs to be aware, ready. Now he's all that stands between FaZe and a 4-spy round. They steal it and clean as well. Where did that come from?
Mate, that was like pre-nerf Deagle work from Rops over at the top of con. Just body spamming for days. Churns up the attempted con split. And I mean, considering the kind of parallels that could be drawn between FaZe's like mid absence in that 4-spy and Biggs in the first half, it was a lot prettier seeing how FaZe looked to play around that and what they looked to do. 4-spy back in for Big. The 4-spy wars are upon us. It's just a little bit scary with how clean that last round was for FaZe. You know, sometimes you'd be coming into this up against kind of MP9s, you know, scouts. Nah, it's 4 rifles for the most part. Carrigan, the only guy limited.
Part of FaZe never getting going in the T side were the 4-spy wars going the way of Big, right? Because not only did they have a 9-6 half, I think it was, but then they fought. FaZe got into 1v1, and then they double forced on T side. Their first buy round was at 13-6, and you know they won a couple of T rounds up against 15. But, you know, you just don't have the room, really. Big are going to pull out a cheeky strat to close. With FaZe winning the force early, they're now super favored in this CT half. Awkward B round. Twist needs to hold it together, and he only gets a spray on Tabs, and Crimbo hits the headshot. Brokey shuts down Searson, and now FaZe pressure alleviated, as Crimbo has to pull out a clutch again. But this one would be despicable, undoable, and Brokey denies it. 3 from him, FaZe find 9, and this is not Dust 2 anymore.
Yeah, they've tied this up. You just got to be respectful now if you're Big. Gonna have to, you know, lightly invest here and look for guns in the next.
But this is more of what we want. And again, to reiterate what I said in the first half, like we saw that second game for FaZe against Vitality, they were 14-10 down CT side. They pulled a 6-round streak. They closed it 16-14. Like, this is a team with grit, and now they're up in the lead on the better half as well. So Big throwaway round. Let's throw it away.
Oh, that is a beautiful nade. Bit of a stat pad nade for Brokey. Big looking like they just want to explode through the con smoke. More nades, nades upon nades. The artillery is raining into middle. All these pistol players affected by it with the exception of Searson. And so it should be a pretty clean round now for FaZe. They just charge him down in mid. 10 on the board. Right, this is where I think if Big did want to win it on Mirage, if they really want to pick this up, we're going to need more out of Searson and that AWP. Normally, it is so part and parcel with the Big T-side game plan to have him involved in these opening fights, to have him opening up rounds with that gun. Yeah. And it's just been a bit of a non-factor so far on Mirage. You saw what it's able to do for Big on Dust. And so we need that replicated again. Because in the clash of the AWPers on Dust 2, Searson was the better AWPer. Brokey started to regain that mantle now in the second map of this series.
Yeah, and they were never quick taking mids on the first half, so he was never really given those chances. Nice shot for Tabson. Opening kill and almost the spray, but Robs fires through the lip of the smoke and takes a trade 4-on-4. Brokey's orb looks back to Palace, but Big have no lurkers there except Faven, who is rerouting. Gonna reset T-spawn. go back and group with his team for a B play, and it seems like Rain is already cottoned on. With Brokey having all the info on the A-cross, Rain can come back. Maybe it's another round where FaZe want to crunch middle together. Rain's looking for a gun, upgraded onto an AK. Karrigan, MP9, but solo B right now. That's a bit awkward. Crimbo's on this lurk. The molly will get him info. Robs has to do something, forward or back. He'll choose nothing. There's the peek. Crimbo, patient on the angle. Karrigan going to get that spot, and now all he needs is 1-for-1. They're going to have to drop in on him. They swap sides. Beautiful clear from faveN. The orb won by season, and this is coming together nicely for Big.
Lovely response, man. Rain, what do you want to do here? You know, I was wondering if he was going to try grab that AWP, but it's such a big risk to send him in to go get it. Might just be better off holding on to this AK. Going to wait till later on to maybe run the gauntlet into market. If Big are good at one thing, it's restricting their opponent's money. I wonder if Tizian's going to shuffle this AWP out, and there he is. It's a classic, man. It's so grimy. When you don't see Rain going for this, a part of you's thinking he might just try to save the AWP. And Tizian won't let that happen.
Yeah, bomb shouldn't blow it to anywhere worrying. Rain, not even hanging around for the AWP. Probably heard that shuffle as well anyway. So 10 rounds for Big. Everything went right there, right? From the AWP clash being won by Sis, and surprisingly, Brokey was ready on that angle, to faveN hard clearing Karrigan down on the B bomb site. Even Crimbo winning that fight v Rops. He held his own for a good second or two after the molly had bloomed without even getting tagged. Rops just wanted to fight. That's a fight you really believe in Rops, but Crimbo has shown that he's up for the task. He is not in too deep water as such a young player. Oh, now we've got the picks coming through.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what was needed out of Big. They're starting to get season switched on. Once again, we're seeing kind of more of these little gimmicks, ways to try and get season involved in these opening fights. And now they're able to put full trust in him to win them. With Rops dead so early. The top performer right now for FaZe. Someone who's often very, very good at exploiting and finding gaps, finding timings. He's been knocked out, and so someone else is going to have to emerge as that hero player.
This is a great round to make a gamble because you have Brokey with a deep B angle all the way through apartments. So FaZe can triple stack A, and they're already taking ramp. They're grouped up heavy. Big is still waiting on this default for a kill. A push too far for Rain would be faveN's opener. But ultimately, it's a very patient round for Big. FaZe have made the right call here. Are they tempted into pushing further? Doesn't seem like it. They know faveN's in position. Big late mid take again. Rain's going for it. Oh, the timing! It doesn't get worse than that. And now Big, they know there's someone ramp. They have to split this site, or maybe they just avoid it entirely. Go back up Cat into the solo AWP.
Brokey's having to watch short as well because everyone else is tucked in on A. So he's got a lot of angles he thinks he's responsible for here. Drops in, deals with Tizian, is getting pushed up the short side. Brokey needs to win this, needs to lock it in. If he falls, B is wide open. He's the only defender. Karrigan's going to try and join him, try to battle with him. Brokey playing around the smoke with the swing is dead. Was hoping to stop the plant. Karrigan can't do it either. And now, with him churned up, it's starting to get stolen away from FaZe. Only Twist left standing. That nade could be good. season gets out at 1 HP. And so it's a big task now for Twists. They're tucked, they're not facing the bomb, even planted wide for short. tabseN's here as the insurance policy. Doesn't have to fight this, but still throws himself into it and also gets out at 1 HP. That's 2 99 damage peaks coming in. Big, they're getting by on slim margins, but it's getting by that matters.
Talking slim, tabseN, he's the skinniest guy in the lot. How does he get up Cat with Brokey re-peeking? He misses every timing there. Brokey gets one shot, one chance, and then tabseN gets out of dodge. Even that plant, if Brokey goes wide enough to kill faveN, the round is done. FaZe win it. But great cover for Big, and Karrigan, even just because of that backside molly, we saw him have to jump up bin. He couldn't stop the plant either. Without that molly, Karrigan, he kills the planter. Instead, it's faveN on 1, and Big get it over the line. These are crunch time rounds, and Big are winning every one. This is despicable. season picked Twist through the mid-smoke. Crimbo's won his fight under. It's only USPs. It was always going to be easy. Big ensure that fact. 2 more players. And Searson's having a field day right now. T-side open. He loves it.
Plus, like, these are great little warm-up rounds for Searson, right? Where he's trying to look flashy, trying to look flicky. Yeah. They're going to help get him switched on, right? Even though they're just eco kills, it's just a little confidence boost for a guy who's having a really rough start to this one, who's such an integral part to the big puzzle. And he's now warmed up into this series at the worst possible time if you're a FaZe fan. Best timing ever if you're a big fan.
Oh, I'm a big fan. With the CS they've been showing today, this has been miraculous. And they're 4 rounds away from a legend spot at the Antwerp Major. FaZe, again, you can't count them out. They've been here before. They've still got fight in them, but got to show it now. There it is. Blinded. Brokey's found Searson. And that is a huge sigh of relief for FaZe. Tizian gets spotted and he won't fire back to hit the headshot. Crimbo doing his best Carrigan impression. He's hit the net. He slipped into the site and he will run back over the stairs. Rain's considering this.
Rain's feeling the pressure though, right? Suddenly he's having to worry about Palace, ramp, stairs, all these angles, and he's just one man at the end of the day, trying his best. It's a lot of damage, and he sets Rops up for the trade over in middle.
Ouch.
Late lurk for Tizian as Pump twists out of the round. Now there's a moment of pause. You just saw a top mid guy. You're thinking, well, if this was an A play, he's kind of out of position here. You're worried about a B play. And so Rops has gone to go clear it. Carrigan now gets the info that it was A the whole damn time. But Rops is still miles apart on this play. Right now, there is a huge opportunity for Tizian. A chance at this 1v1, a chance at the plant. And then it's another one of these clutch rounds. And they've come to matter so much in this series. Tizian, will he win this first fight? This would set him up for something. Out with the swing. Carrigan is dead. Rops is lurk. Now arriving at ramp. He's here in good timing. 15 seconds, so Tizian can't slow down, and he's not aware. Crossing out into the open, left him in the prying eyes of Rops' wrap round. And you're very, very thankful that he's able to deliver on that round.
Yeah, it couldn't be a more perfect call for Rops. That's so decisive in the 2v2 when Tizian cut down Twist, rotating off of Catwalk, a very dangerous rotate point. But Big having a late lurker, and it goes back to bite them as well. Rops immediately drops under just to clear B, because FaZe didn't actually know which bomb site that was. Not only is Carrigan tucked in A, a position they just cleared by killing Rain, but Rops has confirmed that Carrigan is correct, that they are coming his way. Nice round out of FaZe. Hit crunch time, they stepped up. But there needs to be more where that came from. Carrigan, good angle towards B. Twist can stop a drop. He's even got a Molotov. Searson peeks it. That is horrendous. Who checks that with an AWP? Searson does. Twist is tucked in at least. He swaps sides. He's holding a shot, and he needs to double out of it. Bomb drop. Twist can't follow up. It's still info. They know it's a commit. They know the bulk of Big are here, but are they? 2 players are late lurking, trying to kill the rotators. Right now, only 1 man in the bomb site. There's the mid peak. Rops was ready after Tizian showed his hand last round, and right now, Favin's running in to try and help out the aforementioned man convert this on B.
He's got him past the windows. He's managed to slip past this AWP of Brokey. That's given him a little more room, but there's a lower flank for Rops. This is something Big have got to be cognizant of, right? He's so often manipulating these positions, coming in when you least expect it. In this wrap round, it feels like it's hit a golden timing. Tizian, 1 versus 3, and he was never ready for Rops in the apartments. FaZe with 12, they tie this game up. You know, considering how that starts, it had so much potential to get out of hands. An early 4-on-3 into the B site. I think that's one where, you know, Big are going to be kicking themselves that they spread it a little too thin for the B play.
Yeah, and part of that is probably because you're not expecting the kill to come through that quickly, right? Like, you're still running your default, and Searson's like, yeah, I'm going to look for a B pick. He gets it. If you get a B pick, you just hit it. And that's a really nice check for him. But Rops has been the difference maker this map for FaZe. The amount of times on the first half where Big as CT tried to take ramp and push in, and Rops would multi-kill. Like, even those 5-on-3s that we remember coming down to 1-on-1 clutches, the twists would close. Rops has had a really good game, and now he's just activating on flanks round after round. Big, Because in your head, you think you know the timing. You're considering, yeah, okay, well, we could be getting flanked, but, well, I've got 10 more seconds on this one. You don't when Rops is there. So decisive. And 12-12 now. Crunch time is here. It's happened. And FaZe are the ones standing tall. But even Stevens and another buy round with an AWP for Searson, any 5-on-4 is a possibility. Where's he going to go? Back to mid. Quick indeed. He even gets legged through the smoke by Brokey. Ouch. Not how he wanted to start. With the window smoke, they boost up Rops, and Brokey can get out as well. It's a very good start for FaZe, although they don't know it. Bigger taking mid from under. Crimbo, he's been here a lot. Getting away with murder. FaZe, you can see they changed their B setup completely. Karrigan's almost retaking it back from a short side because every time Big have waltzed out of apartments, no matter where Karrigan has played, it feels like they've cleared him, right? Whether that's on the boost boxes, whether it's in Edward. FaZe have always lost that first man at B. Karrigan's doing everything he can to ensure that doesn't happen. Brokey's even rotated market side to watch with the AWP.
A decent bit of space for Crimbo down lower, and FaZe leaning relatively strongly towards this B side. Karrigan shuffling back around into middle now. Going to try and take ownership of window with it being smoked off. He doesn't want to hang around watching dead angles. Big, they don't try to do much with middle. They take that first fight there, and now they up and leave. They try to deny all that info gain for FaZe, make the death of Rops something that happened in vain. Fathom with an A-ramp lurk. If he gets a kill here, that's maybe going to shuffle FaZe's setup around even more. Brokey's read this right, was just on the angle, but a missed shot. Now he needs help, and he just checked short. So tabseN comes as a real surprise on this B exec. Plant now in for Twists and Rain. It's an awkward decision. Do they want to attempt this? No. It looks like they're saving. They're ducking out of this one, and they're giving Big the respect. They've won the round. They're in the lead still, staying afloat at 13. I mean, this save, this just comes off the back of the money, and money alone, right?
Yeah,
you need to hold on to these guns.
Big, I love the call as well. They realize that B is the weakness in this game. They've been exploiting it all T-side long. And that opening kill for tabseN, the flash up into ladder, doesn't even get Rops, who's been really solid. But in the 2 times that he has died in ladder room, Big have converted B post plants, right? They kill him, they leave tabseN there for the late lurk, and they group up in B. Even if Brokey gets that info early, like you said, a mistiming. And, you know, Favin's lurking at A, he's making that first contact, trying to keep them there, and even though he dies with nothing, it delays FaZe's rotation just enough that in that 2-on-3 they don't want to go for it. If Favin's never out ramp, maybe they rotate quicker, maybe they're trading kills better on B, but we'll never know. He delayed that, you know, cool round for FaZe, and they've just got to cool off now. 2 guns, 3 pistols, Big, a cheeky little play to set up tabseN, and it goes a long way. Lead is flip-flopping back and forth. Big's money is not insured either. They did not buy a plan. And so if FaZe won this round or even followed up with next gun, Big could be in trouble. So important to keep rounds clean at this point in the game, especially up against a weak investment with just saves. Both rifles on A right now. FaZe are calling the bluff, and they might be right.
Oh, that's a good tag out of Twists. Crimbo, 1 HP again. Twists, the king of 99 in them. You're hoping these rifles can do damage, right? I think you made a very good point there. FaZe, they don't even necessarily need to win this round, but getting like 3, 4 kills out of these hero guns, that could be enough to set you up to break the money of Big on the back of the next rifle. So you can kind of look to ensure a future here if you're FaZe clan. However, they start to lose fights all across the board. The 2 guns have already been removed, and not too much impact found other than the tag to Crimbo. Jumping over tabseN. Knows he's got a man trapped outside of the A site. That's kind of more than fine now to start to pick up the pace on the A play. At worst, there's 2 players here. It kind of is with Karrigan coming up through Con. Rops waiting to late. And will swing out, but can't find a thing. Karrigan. Oh, no!
5-7 would have won it. 5-7 would have won both those fights. Get with the times or die. Faven glocks out Carrigan, and look at the
HPs.
low health. Oh my god, there is 12 health between 3 players, and Brokey does not know, nor will he ever. He has to save. Damage, we've all said it would win the round, or at least win the game maybe for FaZe. It would set Big up to eco later, and it doesn't matter your health if you hold your gun, and Brokey will give them that satisfaction. Big do it. They go right into the stack, but with those 2 rifles dead first, rain in window, twist push ramp, it was an easy one for Big. It's never under threat.
Dude, that is so insane though, right? Like literally 3 kills could have set you up so prettily, and there are 3 players, like you say, with 12 health between them, and still 4 are kept alive for Big. So now, you know, now they're banking up some money. Now they've still got fight in them. You can't just win 1 rifle round and suddenly you're back onto 14-14 if you FaZe. This is going to be a grind. This is going to be a Big that are investing in back-to-back rounds no matter what happens. And so FaZe have got to be lights out. If not now, maybe never. Big would be the ones looking to lock in that legend spot at the major.
Yeah, Brokey's even glass as well on this AWP. It's not going to make things any easier, is it? He had exactly 4,750 on that save. He's giving it to Rain, but he's the bottom performer in the server right now. That wasn't the case back on Dust. Maybe trying to pump him back up. And Big ballooning, filled with helium to the moon. And to that top 16 if they can close 2 more rounds.
I mean, Big know this round is essentially the game for them.
Yeah.
A win in this one sets them up for the 2-0
Nice
so
check.
cleanly. The pressure is on.
Rops has lost that fight every time. Finally, he's got it.
So in response to that first man seeking the riches of the opener, not going their way, what's the response going to be for Big? They start to work Tabson up through Con. He's calling across to the rest of the gang. Just wait for me to make a move here. They've re-smoked top Con. Might try to cross to the stairs with it. They go swinging out, and Twists has fed him in connecting now. At least you got the info. You know that someone's going to be con-splitting you. But for Rain, he still needs to put on a show. Essentially alone inside of this A site, and good for the double. Now he's got support in CT from Rops. And FaZe might be onto a winner. It's grinded to an awkward halt for Big. Even though they're given the 4-on-4 on the com push, they can't get past Rain, who's had a very, very quiet map here, stands and delivers with that double, and has kept FaZe afloat.
Yeah, Brokey gave the right man the AK-47 in that round, right? Just waking up at the right time. FaZe knew what was going on fully, especially after they killed Crimbo lower mid. Very awkward for Twist, who tries to get that control back. The info mid that FaZe are desperate for. You feel like that's about to let them down, but Rain, he stands tall with that double. And now it's back to the drawing board. Now it's back to B, perhaps. That has been the way in. Tabson getting very loud, making it clear for his roster. He is the guy calling the shots. He has been at the helm of this big squad for years now. And, you know, despite everything, going from top to bottom, #1 in the world at one point with the core, Tabson over 5 years in the big clan. Looking to peak yet again. Brokey's got everything. All the trimmings now. Nades, kit, alongside the armor. FaZe have been given a lifeline, and they're going to hold on to it.
These opening fights have just shown how important they are, and so I'm assuming we're going to see more of Searson being the one to try and take him, right? The attempt to have Crimbo walk out lower, falling on deaf ears this time. And so instead, they're going to try and get this AWP posted in top middle. No one from FaZe peeking. No one wants to be that first man to fall. Twist's waiting at the short side, hoping that his patience proves to be a virtue as Crimbo Slides his way up through Con. Twists is just too shallow on that angle. And the Molly's going to force him back off of it. Crimbo's walk nets the opener. Brokey now alone, having to try and hold this side of the map while Searson plucks Twists off the catwalk. It's back and forth in middle. On the A play, Brokey's holding the line. Pulls the attention away. Karrigan comes running through. And Tizia might get shot in the back here. Run down by Rain. FaZe, they went from not facing at all to all facing at once. And Big did not know where to look.
Wow, the space for Crimbo as well. So often has that opening kill between Crimbo and Robs been the deciding factor on who wins the round, right? Literally, it's been 1-1. Whoever wins the opener is often the closer, and right there, it goes the other way. Crimbo may get all that space up Con, get the opener, but FaZe just slam the hammer down and hunt them. FaZe, this is 15 poised and ready to go. They've got Big full eco. Nothing to do but lose here for Big. And now it's FaZe, who again, they did it against Vitality. 6 rounds in a row on CT side to shut out that game. It felt like Big had just weathered the storm enough, but now it's FaZe favored. Big fighting for overtime. Bomb plant here would be lovely, just for a little bit more. Searson doesn't have that cash, so he would love that 800. Fathom with a Deeg might just get them there. Can they plug in the numbers? Can they cross that bomb? Rops can't stop them. There's the plant, and that is everything for Big in a round like this.
Yeah, they're very restricted inside of the site, right? They're at the full mercy of these nades that are raining in from Rops at short, bringing them down low. You're going to struggle to make it much of a deeper run than just the bomb plant here.
Don't win it.
Hang on a moment.
Don't win
the
it.
Eagle striking one. Tapson's going to take out another.
No.
Missed shot for Crimbo. And luckily enough, the trade's found. Now both players are up in the apartment.
They're on
Bombs
it.
planted for them. They're sticking it. Dropped into the site. Rain
No
dead.
way.
Tapson with a double. And the Deagles are going to find 15 for Big.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say. That is a sitter of a round for FaZe. It felt like everything went their way. Yes, entries. Yes, post-plant setup. But FaZe, they had them locked in apartments. Tabson, he dives out the window. He does a swan dive, backstabs 2, get him off the bomb. 3 kills for the in-game leader. And it's German Deegs to prevail once again. That might be it. FaZe were never supposed to win that round. Lose that round, rather. But I guess they're never supposed to win it after all. The script is flipped, and it's Big who bought a 15, who bought a top 16.
That is insane. Like, even on the back of, it's one thing if Big get in deep and they've pushed market and they've taken all this real estate away and they're making life hard for the players rotating, but that wasn't the case. They were trapped in the site. They were doubled up in apartments. They were all set to play around the bomb, and I mean, now it's like FaZe with nothing in round 30. They've got 1 gun on Rops, SMGs, Deagles for everybody else. My, oh my.
There's no words for it, Harry. There's no understanding it. But get with the times. Big Clan are back. 5 kills, 1 rifle. Rops, he has been stellar this series. This map in particular. At Molly spreads, he's got to smoke it. No more nades left for FaZe. 1 smoke on Karrigan is literally all they have. He's got the kit as well. Had to give up everything to set up for a round winner, but he is going to be left on B. And Big, while their obsession with B has been well-founded, they're flipping it up and going back into this A-bomb site. 2 pistols here, Rain and Brokey up against the world.
Something that's so scary is because of the bad weapons, it's like a bait and switch setup over at B, but that actually leaves both players super committed to the site, and so these rotates are going to take a long while to come through. Rops is the only guy able to move in quickly. Brokey now gets the spot at ramp, but he's going to have to take a couple to the grave with, and the Deagle only good for 1.
Yes!
Rain turns around for a double, and now Rops with this hero M4, this is the time to shine, this is the time to deliver, trying to get FaZe into an overtime, but he's wiped clean. Tabson wide swings, Karrigan's gonna try push the smoke, wins the first, and it's a 1v1 to close. Twists from behind. Up through jungle, it's a tap for tabseN. He doesn't know. Oh, he's just got behind Triple in time, and he's going to convert the clutch. Big 2-0, and they're going to the major, taking down FaZe on their map pick, on a map that's been so kind to them, winning it with the Eagles in round 29, and winning the 1v1 to take this series 2-0 and head to Antwerp.
And it's tabseN to close the clutches, not just 29, but 30 as well to do it. They make the major, and they go 3-0. Not the expectation for Big, but they exceed. They don't care what the script says, and for Crimbo, first major appearance as well, and he's earned it. He's not been carried on the back of Big. He has been the one putting them in his backpack with clutches aplenty in the series, and yesterday as well. Commiserations for FaZe, still 2 chances for them to go through, but for Big, what a way to steal a spot.
Yeah, I mean, you are just lost for words, man. For FaZe, I think no other words other than shell-shocked. You know, that was not the results you were expecting. This is not what you envisioned today. You got to give Big the respect. They earned this one, right? From Crimbo, MVP of the first map, everyone else then rising to the occasion. The redemption arc of season on Mirage, how important that ended up being in the grand scheme. And then it's a bit of a classic, right? German Deeks to help get it over the line. And then tabseN, you know, like Mr. Germany, Mr. German Counter-Strike, it is the one to win the final clutch to send them to the major.
It's so apt.
You couldn't have written a better story if you tried.
No, I can't wait to see Big and what they can accomplish in that top 16 as well. For tabseN, years in this team, and they're still paying off to this day. What do you make of it, James?
That was fantastic. Right to the wire. You think it's going to OT, but Big get the job done. Now, Prof, Pimp, you have a nice little back and forth before we go into this game. Firepower?
They didn't lack firepower at all in this game. That was a super performance once again coming out of Big. I don't think anyone expected this. Big didn't expect it coming into it, right? Qualifying for the major, going 3-0. That's a massive result for the Big boys. The fashion they did it in here, beating FaZe Clan, which arguably is the best team in the world right now, rather convincingly 2-0. You know, that's very impressive. I will say here, Mirage was very much back and forth, right? That could have gone the way of FaZe as well, but just the fact that Big made it to 14-14, won this miracle of a round, jumping out on the B bomb side with pistols and getting it over the finish line. I think everyone who's a Big fan right now should be super, super proud of this lineup.
tabseN, we have to talk about tabseN. 30 frags in the game, just bringing his team across the line. The in-game leader that could have done a lot more, could have been a star of FaZe, probably could have in-game led FaZe, but he wanted to be the star of Germany, just play with his own countrymen, and he did it here with like back-to-back rounds, which are insane. The Deagle round, the 4v4 that they managed to clutch out on the B bomb site, and then the 1v1 against Twist. It was amazing.
Well, that was a 2v1 to end it all out with as well, right? So the thing there is just, we keep talking about tabseN not only in IGL, he reinvented himself into that role, but someone that can always come up clutch for them time and time again. And I just have to, we can't ignore it. Crimbo, this guy again is just there, doing work. Young lad, hyped up, ready for it. Taking risks. Even that Deagle round, you know, like the Deagle round just before where you're thinking, if you don't get this, you know, it's going to be probably over, there's no chance, and he's still pulling off magic.
I feel that was the storyline we tried to create for this game, that this would be the first big test for these guys, right? They're going up against the best team in the world. FaZe right now riding on a wave of success, I guess, and Big coming in very unimpressed and just giving it to them. Crimbo in particular, you know, it's his first big tournament. It's his first major, and he's playing like he's a tenured CSGO player, not making many mistakes, and when he's needed, you know, when he needs to make a play, we saw that in certain clutches, he's actually willing to take the, I guess, initiative on the server and play up to the par of the opponent. So hats off again. There's only positive words to be said about Big.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give it to them. They had a good start, 7-3. That was a Crimbo clutch, 1v2 on the A bomb site. At that point, you're like, oh my God, this is happening. But then Kerrigan, FaZe, they come back in. Robs was playing insanely. We saw him on the cameras after the loss. He seemed pretty devastated, and I think there's a reason to be like with how he played, and the rest of the team just weren't up to par. We were talking about Brokey. He was, I have to say, like, you have to give it to Big. He was on the B bomb set a lot of times, and then they just hit him with a lot of these executes where he was uncomfortable. Kerrigan had a couple of situations there where he rotated in, maybe could have won the round for them, but didn't. And then Big will capitalize on that.
I'm glad you said that, because I think that's one of Big's biggest strengths, you know, making the opponent feel uncomfortable, right? That's the team play, that's the synergy, that's the execute. We talked about it, and you said it, you know, maybe before they had a bit of a reputation for being too tactical. They relied too much on the execution, relied too much on the team play. But when you're at the firepower they brought in Crimbo and now Faven as well, doing a fantastic job using it as a buzzword, then you have the tactical depth, right? You make it uncomfortable for your opponents, and that way you end up winning those 50-50 duels more of the time.
One thing to also point out, Surson 14-18. That's 14 kills from the start of the team, quote unquote. We have to start even talking about it. Is he even the start of the team anymore? This isn't a performance that should win you a game against FaZe.
Well, it happened twice. It happened for tabseN as well. First map, he was the worst rated player. Second map, he was playing hearts out. So they have that, I guess, ability to turn around on a plate.
Well, before we go away from those Crimbo moments, we do want to take a look at one of his clutches in here, and just the fact he's been able to pull off so many of these as this young gun continues to do it again and again.
I love the way he's playing these clutches, right? In a 1v2 right here, it's going to be tough for him no matter what, but he doesn't seem scared. He's willing to move around. You see he's almost playing with a body language that says, come at me, give me the duel, let me fight you, and that's just confidence on a server right there. Here. Yeah, the thing is he opens himself up to both duels right here. Nice bird transfer towards Twist, and then he plays it smart, puts down the smoke and ends up winning the round.
Look how perfectly he positions the smoke, so it's like as big as possible. And from Brokey's perspective, we see like it's very hard to nail that shot with the op. There's so much locations where he can be, right? So just amazingly played, and you can see like his thought process throughout that clutch. Like he's changing. Like, oh, should I just smoke it instantly? Should I go for something else? And yeah, very, very well played. We saw him in the Deagle round late on as well, just finding a kill or two where it's needed for big.
But from what we've seen from Big Clan, right, I would say this isn't something where we say, oh, FaZe, this is a terrible sign for them or something bad, right? We even saw it when we go back to EPL. They didn't play amazingly at the start. You can still lose some of these games. We spoke about how close some of the games were. But do we think this is also a fact that maybe Big's doing better than we expected? This new Big has actually leveled up in a way that we couldn't have predicted? Certainly.
I mean, this Big versus the Big that we saw at previous tournaments, there is a significant difference in the level that we have. Maybe you could say that they have more firepower even. But other than that, like FaZe are a bit underwhelming in terms of where we saw them. But I think this isn't a game where you talk like, oh, FaZe were trash and the Big skated through. They got an easy opponent. Like we have to give props to Big. It's an amazing feat to go through in 3-0 and Legends as well.
Nothing but positives to be said about this lineup, the way they conducted themselves. Not only in this game, but they went 3-0 and did it in style. Now, I hate to be the guy doing it, right, but we have this conversation every single time we're surrounding Big. Especially the fans in particular, becoming very unpopular now, but they seem to get a bit ahead of themselves, right? This is a great showing of what the potential they have. Now we need to see it at the major. Now we need to see it on a consistent basis, because we have seen before the Big can play at a very high level, but then next tournament they fell a little flat. Next tournament they're okay. It's very much, it's been a stagnating project for a very, very long time.
Are you afraid of being heartbroken again by Big, or is that the problem?
I'm just, the Big fans think that I hate them, right? But I'm trying to manage my expectations right here, because if they play at this level at all times, yes, they're an exciting team. Yes, they're an exciting project. But if not, then it's going to be more of the same, where it's just going to be stagnation over and over again, and I'm not too big of a fan of that.
Is it just the Big fans, though, Pimp? I think it's just any team you criticize, for some reason, you get an extreme amount of hate, even though you're just being honest with it all.
I don't think it's related to teams or games or anything. I think
just
people just hate you. I think that's kind of the bottom line.
Well, so be it.
Well, in general, though, right, you have to be critical of these things. And we've got to remember, there was a time where Big was the #1 team in the world. These changes came in. It continued to get worse and worse. We weren't seeing these improvements.
I think that's a good point to bring up, because I think that's where it went wrong for some of their fans, right? They had a period where they were the best in the world, and they were, rightfully the best in the world.
During the online era, a couple of tournaments in a row.
Yeah, but even though it was online, during COVID, yada, 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 they were still the best playing team, and they deserved all the credit they could get for it. The problem is, when we then said that when we go back to normality, and when we went back to normality, don't expect them to be the best team in the world.
Why is that? Is that because of Sears and
because of the firepower, right?
Okay.
They don't. Yeah, exactly. They don't have.
But
enough,
jokes aside, like that team didn't have as much depth in the firepower department. If Searson isn't playing as a top 10 player, that he was playing during that online era, and he hasn't been back on that level since. Like online, offline, lands, whatever. There are some sparks from him, but the consistent level is way below that.
Well, you know what time it is. It's one happy tabseN we're going to be seeing for an interview here. And I cannot wait for this, because he's done it once again. He's got a big smile on his face straight away. tabseN, you not only have just gone 3-0 and qualified for this with a legend slot, you've also just added a 19-year-old player from your academy team. You've made this journey. Honestly, when you came into this event, did you feel like that was something possible?
yeah, first of all, obviously we had our expectations to be at least a contender, not a legend, to have a legend spot, obviously. I think we just managed to beat all expectations from everyone, I would say. Like, we just added someone who's really new to the game, but he has so much experience within the game. Like, he plays the clutches, he plays really smart and calm, and he gives so much calmness into the team, also brings really good firepower itself. Like, it's a really outstanding player in Germany, and we don't have these kind of players usually in Germany, so I'm really glad that he's in our team.
I want to ask as well, right, when it comes to Crimbo specifically, we were just talking about the fact his confidence, like in these clutch situations, it doesn't matter who he's facing. Like just now, you're facing the best team in the world. He's jumping around. He's very active with this. Is this just how he plays, or is this just some extra confidence you guys have instilled of him? Explain it to me.
I think both. I think he knows that he is capable of beating definitely some kind of top-level players. He's putting the work into the game. He knows exactly how he needs to play out to the clutches. He's also asking himself what he can do better all the time, so it's a really good sign. Obviously, we are trying to help him as well a lot, and like with our stuff around, we have legends in our stuff who try to do everything what they can to make us feel the best. We have everything what we need to perform, basically, and I'm really glad that everyone is playing their hearts out and just managing to play the best what they can do.
Tabston, you know better than us, you know, what kind of game this was against FaZe Clan. And I'm curious to your perspective, right? Because it felt like it was a very back-and-forth fight, especially on Mirage. Was this you guys playing some of the best Counter-Strike you've played with this lineup? Or was it FaZe as well, maybe not living up to the same expectations as we've seen a couple of weeks ago?
I think it's really hard to say. I would say I definitely, on myself, I had a really good game plan against them on both maps. I had, like on the T side, I knew kind of what we need to do to beat them and also be maybe a little bit in their heads. Other than that, I think we played really amazing Counter-Strike the last few days. I think also the qualifier which we played before the tournament here, we also managed to qualify for a close qualifier. I think we are on a really good way to perform maybe even better in future. But I believe that also FaZe maybe struggled with maybe, I don't know, like I think maybe they maybe a little underestimated us. Also, it maybe went in our way that way, but yeah, for me, to be honest, I really don't care what the other are doing. We just focus on ourselves, and fortunately, went this time in our way.
And listen up, you know, was there anything in particular you did, you know, was there anything you tried to do in your game plan or in your preparation to make them feel uncomfortable? Because it felt like to me that a player like Brokey, who's been playing so well lately, didn't get enough space to do what he do. Was there anything like you prepared your team for?
We didn't prepare specifically on Brokey. Like we prepared basically on ourselves, what we can do, what we are the most comfortable with, what we maybe know how the enemy will handle in certain situations. Yeah, and other than that, we also hit our shots. I believe we played one of our best individually Counter-Strikes we ever played. And not only one player, usually it's only one or two players maybe in this team. And this time, I think statistic-wise, I was the worst player in this tournament. And like, I take it. I always take it like that, you know. And I'm just really happy that it went, our way.
I don't think you're the worst player after this last map, though. Just congratulations, and you mentioned the firepower. We're talking about firepower. This is our whole thing for the segment. But Big has always been a team, you know, very smart players, tactical, great utility. Now with these two signings, Faven and now Crimbo, are you a team that, do you see yourself being like one of the stronger individual teams? Is this like a kind of a new era of Big?
It's really hard to say now. It's like we just managed to beat obviously really good teams in this tournament, but we are looking forward to have more of these kind of tournaments. We were struggling lately, of course. We managed to play decent Counter-Strike in Pro League, I would say, but we didn't qualify for Pro League playoffs. So I think we are on the right path, and if everyone is playing this kind of individually Counter-Strike, smartness, calmness, playing really good individually, hitting-wise, I think we are definitely a contender to be one of the best individually-wise, I would say.
Now, Tabson, I also wanted to ask, I heard that Gob was also here down in Romania with you guys.
Yeah, that's completely right.
So he's here as well. Has he been working with Crimbo specifically? Is there anything he's been in? Because obviously we talk about the experience of what he used to bring to the old Big roster. He's just experienced in FPS in general. I want to see what he's doing for you guys.
His job is basically, he's a motivator. He's doing a fantastic job in that. Like
you feel it if he's in his room, like in our room. You feel that he's there. He's just the way how he acts, how he talks and stuff. You cannot just you just perform basically when he's here. And other than that, he's also being criticized. Like he criticized me a lot with the in-game stuff.
Good.
So it's really appreciate that he's here, and obviously like it's. How do you say it? Like it's a pleasure, and it's so appreciated to have this kind of such a legend to be working with us. Like it's amazing.
A great presence to have around the team. Well, tabseN, you've done a fantastic job. You've made it to the major. You're going into the legend spot as well. So go off and enjoy your time, my man, and we'll see you at the major.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
There's nothing you can't like about tabseN. He's gone through one hell of a journey with this roster.
Right? A happy tabseN is just a happy.
You start smiling, right, when you're doing stuff with
to.
him. That's how it works. But I'll say this with it, where many people, multiple times, on these desks at other events have said, oh, tabseN should have gone somewhere else, and he truly believed in the big project. Now, we hear something from a lot of teams, oh, it's family, this, that, and the other. There's something special there, because you don't normally get this long side of a career in one team. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of tired even of people saying that. It's like, he is the Francesco Totti of CS. He loves big, he's going to play in big, and that's the end of the story. Stop talking about it.
Thank you. There we go. We'll put an end to it there. You know what we'll do? We'll look at some of the results that we had across the day. We'll go back and see what we've seen throughout this mad day of Counter-Strike. It started off with forZe going into that crazy overtime game on Dust 2. We've seen quite a lot of Dust 2 across this day. Then we had MOUZ Sports take down Outsiders. Heroic beat up Na'Vi 2-1 in quite a close series. And then Big, out of nowhere, at least for us, we didn't expect it. The 2-0 comes in. Then down on the B stream, Vitality, they dealt the damage onto Eternal Fire. Sword took down Fnatic, who continue to struggle out here. Kazar going up against Team Unique, 2-1. Unique managed to get the one. They're eliminated, but they did get a map. There you go, Prof. Give them a little bit of something with it. And Gamer Legion then find themselves eliminated as well as Dignitas, with a couple of legendary names, still manage to survive. But Pimp, I want to talk about a little bit of heroic stuff. So will you just disappear, mate? You got some stuff to do for me, I think.
I'll leave you guys, man.
Me and Prof like our time, we don't often like to have a Pimp here the whole time.
Finally you got rid of him.
No more firepower talk, but he probably does have something special for us, right? There is a reason we should get rid of him. So, Pimp, you want to go and do your job for us, mate? Go make this little telestrated clip or something?
Hello guys. We often find ourselves talking about on the desk how much team play Heroic got, how good they are playing off each other, and how much synergy there is in between the players. I wanted to find a great example of exactly that. In this game against Na'Vi, Heroic's first win ever against Na'Vi, they're giving us a prime example of exactly what I'm talking about. Bit starts out getting a little bit unlucky, dying here in ramp by a very, very, very well executed entry coming in from Shoes right here. A little bit unlucky, but it opens up the map and gives Heroic control over ramp. We fast forward a little bit and we get to the sexy part. Because Heroic right now in a very pressured situation, well, they're coming up with a great plan. Taking over the lower bomb side, TeSeS moves close towards the double door down here, and you see Shus and Cadian, which is the two players I want to focus at. Both of them right now are pulling out a grenade. You may think, why is that? Why would you stand there with a double grenade towards window? Well, it's very clear if we play out the clip. They're setting up this guy, TeSeS down here, to the double door. The plan is to nade the window with the first grenade, and then the second guy grenades deep, so it goes all the way down and blows up the double door. We play out the clip right here. You see it works like a charm. TeSeS is standing ready, getting a free kill, and Heroic ends up winning the round. This is a great example of the synergy and the communication going on between, I guess, maybe the team in the entire world with the best team play out of all of them. Heroic right now is looking very, very scary.
They certainly are looking scary, and they did deal the damage onto Na'Vi and found themselves also qualifying alongside Big today. But we've got to touch on this, right? This Heroic certainly were one step ahead of Na'Vi throughout a lot of these games.
You could see how much it meant to them, right? The celebration from Cadian, even though some may argue that it was a little bit over the top,
Who are these people that could argue that? Are they maybe here at this table?
Maybe on Twitter somewhere.
Are they wearing a red shirt?
Felt like they won the Champions League. They did qualify for Champions League, but they did it in a fashion. I think more so it was the fact that Na'Vi has been the kryptonite for Heroic for a very long time.
I mean, not just him, a lot of teams, I would say.
True, right? But it felt for a long time in 21 at least that Heroic were the only team in the world who could actually push Na'Vi and potentially take away a series. It never happened, and then when it happens now, it must be a lot of, nice feelings coming out of the body, because they fight for this one for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, Cadian loves a good celebration. This time no one was injured and no property were destroyed, so that's a good upgrade, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, what else to add? I feel like just watching that game, a lot of the time Heroic even had like the upper hand tactically even, but for example on Mirage they were just losing the duels. Na'Vi was just outplaying them in those 3v3s, 4v3s when they shouldn't have, and then maybe it is the firepower. You know, they have this one guy, Simple. He's kind of better than anyone on Na'Vi. I don't know if you know about him, but I can tell you, I can show you some demos later if you want.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
I will say this though, right, when you guys are touching on this whole thing with Heroic, yes, it means a lot they made to the major, right? But do you think that's part of the mentality that could be a bit of a problem where, like, we all say Heroic's like up here, right? Competing against the best teams in the world, they should be one of the best teams in the world. Do you think mentally they should be in a situation where they start to think that and believe it to not be so like that?
Yeah, I mean, this also kind of shows, as you said, the celebration is overwhelming for a team that just qualified for the major, and they are like a top 4 team in the world, top 5.
You'd expect them to be there.
It's like, yeah, let's celebrate a bit and move on. We have the real thing is coming in 2 weeks, and not even the group stage, it's the playoffs.
You know what?
Everything until the playoffs is like, yeah, Heroic's going to do well there.
It's tough, right? I know I'm going to piss off a lot of people, right? But it's kind of like Arsenal right now in football. You know, they won a couple of games in a row in the Premier League, and they started to celebrate when, like, every league game they won, it looked like they won the Champions League, right? That's kind of like a complex of them not, you know, actually realizing how good they were. As you said, Heroic is a top 4 team. Last time at the major, they were in the semi-final, so I guess the expectations from, at least from themselves, must be to be in another semi-final or maybe even be in a final, maybe even win the major. Yeah. So, yes, I love a bit of good celebration, but maybe save it, you know. Save it for the real game. Save it for the major when you got to put in 100% of your energy.
Well, let's take a look at our schedule and see what games we're getting.
Yeah,
Prof believes he knows some of these games that are going our way.
Tell me, was I correct?
How do you do this every time?
Yeah, I just use a website that has.
Oh, okay. At least you admitted it.
It's it's not HLTV this time, but I don't know the URL. It's very complicated. Anyway, thankfully,
you still managed to plug HLTV even though it wasn't them. Congrats, Prof.
Let's just look at this. Saw against forZe, winner goes to the major. Thoughts, Pimp?
Wow.
Thoughts, Pimp?
Thoughts is that I'm looking at this Na'Vi Vitality right now, and I'm thinking to myself...
He doesn't even give a thought on this one. He just skips past it.
No, but it's just like, it's a bit of a shame, right? Because I feel like Vitality actually have played well in this tournament so far. They struggled a little bit against Internal Fire, but got the job done. Against FaZe, they came very close, and now they got thrown Na'Vi into their hands, you know, and risk going 2-2. Even Na'Vi at this point, you know, if they go 2-2, they can't even be sure qualifying for the major. And I'm not going to lie, you know, a major without Simple wouldn't be a major. A major without Vitality, would it be a major? I'm not sure.
A major without Pimp.
That's not a major.
That would be an amazing major. FaZe against MOUZ. I feel like that's a good match. Like 2 European mixtures, budget FaZe maybe today. MOUZ against the real FaZe. But I don't know, the Saw force one for a major spot, that is shocking, and that means that some of the other teams that are expected to go through aren't going to go through because one of those slots are going to be taken away. I really like the Eternal Fire Fnatic one, Woxic against Alex, some of the Cloud9. We never really found out what happened there, but like they played together for a week or so, and then Woxic got kicked, so good times.
So think of that. You're just blaming Alex? Are you doing this, Prof?
No, I'm just saying there are probably some unresolved, unfinished business there.
Oh, we'll have to see if that unresolved, unfinished business will be finished off in who's corner.
I got some
tomorrow.
unfinished business with this guy, so let's move on, James.
Yeah, you got told you're not allowed to be at a major, or a major without Pimp's a good major. Just deal with it. Most of us
major
do
with
that anyway.
Pimp, also a good major.
Oh, there you go. He's got you on both now. You can't be annoyed.
Man. You got to be harsh all the way.
Majors are always good. That's it. That was the whole
so
thing.
It doesn't matter who's there in Prof's eyes.
You just misunderstood me.
Good scapegoat. You're very good at getting out these things. Yeah. Prof's very like silky with the tongue, you know, just smooth and gets around.
You gotta learn though. Like when you go in, you go in for the death punch. You know, you gotta kill.
It's always about the give and take and kind of the feng shui.
So HLTV Fred coming up next, and it's going to be Prof hates Pimp, Pimp hates Prof. I'm waiting to see that when I do the refresh after this. We get thoughts. How do we fix this? You know, someone can make a solution.
Let's talk about this.
Yeah, Prof, the standings.
Let's talk about it. Someone needs to like steer the ship because obviously you guys are lost here. Heroic,
you are the worst one to steer the
Legends,
ship.
that is locked in. Amazing.
Yes.
And then out of the 3 teams that go 3-1, 2 will only be Legends. So there's going to be a decider match as well. And
that's done based off the seeding?
The seeding, yeah,
okay.
as well.
So if Na'Vi win their game, they should, because obviously...
They are kind of favored to go into that
Legend
third
spot.
Legend spot.
Cool.
And the fourth one will be decided through a match.
Oof.
Yeah.
I just look at this, and I think, as you said, Prof, there's some teams who's gonna not qualify that we expected to qualify. It can't be any different. You look at teams like obviously Fnatic, right? Then in the deep shit right now. To be honest, OG is a team outsiders. We don't really talk about them much, right? It's a team that, when it comes to the majors, last time around they win the quarterfinal. This time around, I expect them to be in there as well, and they haven't looked great so far. So they're in a dicey situation as well.
That'll be a massive issue for them. But they're also obviously, as we see, not playing under their normal branding. There's a lot going on for them currently,
easy,
and who knows? Like, if they don't make the major, Yakindar on the market.
Ooh, you think
that'll be hot.
A big sell potentially. What about OG though on this one, right? Because I never in a million years expected them to be here. Things got off to a good start with Next. I wasn't going to say I'm going to put them like being one that's definitely going through, right? Because there's competition here. But to see them at one just win already, and then the game we get today against forZe was very lackluster.
They're playing against Unique, right? That's the matchup, or did
I believe so. Yeah.
I mean, that should be that should be a bounce back. No disrespect to Team Unique, but they haven't been really
confidence
exciting.
booster.
Yeah. So but the last game is gonna be those last games are gonna be so tough to go through. So whoever they face, I feel like I don't think you can say like OG is gonna be a massive favorite. Maybe Soft 4's loser if they get that. Then other than that, it's gonna be an uphill battle.
It's kind of the problem for OG, isn't it? Like, I feel like we've been here so many times before where they show us, good results. They show us some promise. They do well at, I think it was Blast when Nexa first came in, and then whenever they had to qualify for the major, whenever they have to play a big tournament, it always feels a little bit flat when it comes from OG. So they have a bounce back game tomorrow. A must win. But even in the 2-2 scenario, let's say they face Vitality or Na'Vi, they lose out that one, then I don't really expect OG to qualify. And
imagine what not a bit of a shame. OG 2 majors without missed out.
Massive shame.
Yeah, that would be a big problem.
And the other one I want to look at quickly, right, is Outsiders. You touched on it, right? We're not too sure because we're not talking too much about them, where they're at right now, how well they're going to do. They're going to take on Dignitas in this. Now, 9 times out of 10, I'll be going, yeah, okay, Outsiders should definitely have that one. But I don't know, it keeps getting worse for these guys. I have such high expectations for them, and they can't pull it over the line.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with the team. Obviously, they're trying to like reshuffle some roles. There's some talk about like Flit taking in more responsibility, kind of adding like a secondary voice to the team. But if that's not going to be working out well, there's not a lot of time to fix things.
That's true. They did lose to MOUZ though, and I think MOUZ is a good team. I think MOUZ is currently slightly underrated a little bit. They're going under the radar. I think they play some solid Counter-Strike. I saw the game today as well on Inferno. MOUZ were the better team, shut them down. So I'm not willing to pull the plug on Outsiders yet. So I fully expect them to destroy Dignitas tomorrow, and anything else would be a sign of danger, right? Dignitas haven't looked great lately. If they can pull up an upset, that'd be great. I would love to see forZe play another major. I don't think it's likely, but for Outsiders, it's more about making a statement. So you come into the 2-2 game and you have confidence when you have to face, well, potentially Vitality or Na'Vi in a game there.
Okay, then. So I got this one. You just said MOUZ, right? Maybe underrated. Well, they've got to take on FaZe. Any chance in that one at all? Could they get a map?
It's a good game, FaZe are obviously favorites, but it's a good game of Counter-Strike. MOUZ are looking better and better.
No chance.
No chance.
No chance.
If Big can beat FaZe the way they did today, MOUZ can't.
But I don't think the map pool for Big was kind of a key part. I don't
they got the best map, yeah.
Yeah, when you ban Inferno against FaZe, that already puts you in a much better position. I don't think that is a game that has any chance of being, it could be decently close, but I don't think MOUZ has a chance to win.
I agree. I think FaZe are favorites, but I do expect the game to be somewhat close. I think it could be competitive at the very least.
Well, let's see how competitive it is tomorrow. I'm also going to say a big thank you to Cybonks, because this guy made a little thread that says right now, Pimp hates Prof, Prof hates Pimp, thanks, Banks. I love HLTV forums. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Get me out.